Synopsis. The era of gods has ended, the era of man begins. This is Britain. To prevent its doomed fate, Scathach's adopted son takes the path of a hero, wielding his divine keys. Time for a powerful strike. Who's the lucky one? With a carefree smile, Gupta grips the blazing Might of An-Utu, facing the trembling gods. The protagonist is a reincarnator with a non-sentient system. Chapter 1. Is this really okay? Ah, come on, don't put on that troubled look. Just like the rise and fall of the sun, the world's most fundamental law is the balance between light and dark, prosperity and downfall. Don't you think so too? Never mind, I understand. Failure. Ayahaha, who would have thought that even a great mage like me could make mistakes? Oh well, the nature of the world is never that simple after all. What should we do with this child? What should we do? You saw it, right? No breath, no heartbeat, blood frozen in the veins like stone. It's unquestionably death. He no longer belongs here. In the icy, silent world, where not a glimmer of light could be seen and time seemed to have stopped, eerie amaryllis flowers stretched as far as the eye could see, covering the vast, boundless black earth. A mature woman in a tight-fitting purple outfit, her enigmatic wine-red eyes like the amaryllis, gazed at the cradle before her. More accurately, it was the peacefully sleeping baby inside that cradle. Rare doubt crept into her wise eyes. Why is a living child appearing in the land of the dead? She bent down, as if handling the world's most precious diamond, and gently touched the baby's cheek. Though I don't know how this happened, but... A faint smile appeared on her exquisite, fairy-like face as if the frozen glacier had melted, revealing a warm tenderness. From today onwards, you are my child, my name is Scathach, and you shall be called Gupta. I will teach you, until you become a powerful warrior, until... you can kill me. 16 years later. A black-haired teenager lay amidst the sea of amaryllis, his hands behind his head, legs crossed casually, chewing on grass as he gazed at the dim, somber sky. Due to the absence of the sun's rays, his skin appeared unnaturally pale, but his eyes, in contrast, displayed a deep blackness reminiscent of the sky and finely crafted gemstones. Undoubtedly, this was a black-haired and black-eyed teenager. It was quite rare. Whether among the Celts or the Britons, individuals with one of these traits were not uncommon, but possessing both traits, even for the Queen of the Land of Shadows with her wisdom of dun scath, he was the only one she had ever seen. Still as boring as ever, I thought I could find some entertainment. It was obvious. This was the Land of Shadows, the land of the dead. Death was a serious matter no matter where you were. So. It's time to leave. He pushed himself up, brushed off the dirt, and picked a single amaryllis before heading toward the exit of the Land of Shadows. Shoo! A red spear was thrust into the ground in front of him, its lingering magical energy akin to flowing light, a clear warning. Ha! He halted, then sighed. He cocked his head and looked at the young man with blue hair approaching from a distance. Where do you think you're going, Gupta? The young man casually retrieved the red spear, slung it over his shoulder, and flashed an arrogant smile. It seems you haven't finished today's training yet. Ah, see you Chulain. Gupta's face showed a hint of frustration. The Siu Chulain before him was not the real, or rather, the living child of light. He had long perished in the war with Connacht, felled by the weight of his own geis. Yet, after that, Scathach had summoned him back to the Land of Shadows. Though he was a demigod, he could not break free from the shackles of the dead and leave this Land of Shadows. Shouldn't you still be asleep? The true hound, even in a slumber, can respond swiftly to their surroundings. Although I may appear like this, don't underestimate me or you will regret it, young man, Siu Chulain said with a smile. Gupta sighed. This was a rare opportunity. Scathach was away capturing wandering ghosts, and the guard dog was resting. The exit from the Land of Shadows was like an unsuspecting girl undressing, about to open up to him. But he had underestimated Siu Chulain's vigilance and was discovered the moment he got close. Even though he was a ghost, this Siu Chulain, also known as the Hound of Cullen, was no less formidable than he had been in life. Under Scathach's tutelage, he had improved even further, displaying potential beyond his previous limits. Gupta gazed past Siu Chulain to the exit of the Land of Shadows. Go back, Gupta, although you chose a good time, I'm sorry, but this path won't take you anywhere. Siu Chulain's face twisted into a wicked smile. Trapped in the Land of Shadows, Siu Chulain had lost the chance to return to the world of living. So. Training Scathach's adopted son became one of his few pastimes. Gupta's rapid progress never failed to surprise him, and it was only during those moments that the warrior's blood would boil in his cold veins, bringing warmth to his otherwise lifeless body. Even without Scathach's orders, he wouldn't let Gupta leave. You really have to stand in my way, Siu Chulain, Gupta sighed. Isn't that obvious? Siyu Chulain spun his spear gracefully, his seemingly slender frame radiating the presence of a mountain. I see, a crimson spear materialized in Gobta's hand, and he charged forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. But I'm sorry, I have my reasons for doing this. Clang! 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 Their spears crafted from the bones of sea creatures known as Karuid, erupted in sparks of metal as the two of them engaged in a whirlwind battle. Their spear techniques were executed effortlessly, as if as natural as breathing. This was true, unparalleled martial arts. That's it. Gobta, you've never disappointed me. I like you more and more. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were someone who could bring surprises. Dude, that was disgusting. I'm not quite prepared for confessions of love from a guy. Gobta smiled, but his movements never faltered as he aimed directly for Siyu Chulin's heart. I can't even imagine what it would be like without you. There would be no joy left in this land of the dead. Siyu Chulin blocked Gobta's attack and created some distance between them, a joyful smile on his face. So, from now on, I won't hold back. Like a long-suppressed volcano erupting, Siyu Chulin's aura surged, carrying crimson magical energy into the sky, slicing through the surrounding air like a cleaver. But unexpectedly, Gobta retracted his spear. What do you mean by this? Are you giving up? Of course not, Gobta smiled and snapped his fingers lightly. It's just that this battle no longer needs to continue, so let's end this. What do you? A green light erupted from beneath Gobta's feet, completely enveloping Siyu Chulin's body. Chapter 2. The primordial rune oozed from the black soil like blood, and the power of the true ether permeated the air, quickly imprisoning Siyu Chulin. Siyu Chulin looked at the letters that seemed to condense all the truths of the world with astonishment. Primordial rune. Indeed, these were the symbols that described the secrets of the universe that King Odin had obtained at the cost of his primordial rune. As the age of gods was fading, those who could fully master rune had become increasingly rare. The queen of the land of shadows was one of them. Even compared to the ancient fairies hidden in the secret realms, her mastery of rune was top-notch. As Scathach's adopted son, Siyu Chulain wasn't surprised that Gobta could use primordial rune. What puzzled him was why he, who also possessed primordial rune, hadn't sensed the fluctuations at all. These rune couldn't have been laid down by Gobta before, or he would have noticed. So, being aggressive is your strength, but it's also your weakness. Once a savage hound locks onto its prey, it won't easily let go, but that can also make you overlook changes around you and fall into someone else's trap. Gobta pointed to the rune under Siyu Chulin's feet, wearing a relaxed smile on his face. Don't make this mistake next time, senior. Humph. Siyu Chulin snorted and pursed his lips. Being able to silently set rune while engaged in fierce combat was a strange feat indeed. Gobta had never demonstrated his mastery of rune in front of him, so he had no idea that his friend possessed this hidden skill. For this escape mission, Gobta had prepared thoroughly. When Mother returns, she'll help you dispel the barrier, then, you can take the heat for me, my dear senior. Watching Gobta head towards the gate, Siyu Chulain rubbed his temples in frustration. He had thought he could defeat Gobta and make him give up on leaving the land of shadows, but he hadn't anticipated that his own momentary lapse would play right into this guy's hands. Thinking of his mentor's solemn admonitions and warnings before leaving, even though he was already dead, Siyu Chulain couldn't help but shiver. He wondered how many more spear holes he'd end up with this time. As Gobta looked at the black gate ahead, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. After preparing for so long, finally, he could step into the outside world. Gobta reached out with trembling hands and gently touched the closed gate. Behind it lay the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun-drenched world he had been separated from for so long. The path to freedom was now open, and all he had to do was give it a gentle push. Creak. Gobta's face contorted in confusion as he stared at the gate that had opened on its own before he could push it. What's going on? Does this gate have an automatic sensor or something? Suddenly, a crimson spear was pointed at his neck, and gentle words echoed in his ears. Where do you think you're going, my dear son? A familiar figure stood behind the gate. Flowing purple hair cascading gracefully down her back. She was dressed in a seductive, mature-looking purple tight outfit that accentuated her curves. Her wine-red eyes held a hint of mischievousness as she looked at him. "Mo mother." Gobta involuntarily took a few steps back, his throat rolling up and down unconsciously, and large beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Aren't you out hunting? Naughty children trying to run away from home, can't a mother like me take a leisurely stroll outside? Scathach sighed. Go back, Gobta, with me here, you won't be able to leave. Gobta fell silent for a moment and then smiled. I'm sorry, mother, but I have a reason I must go. Why? Scathach furrowed her brows. She had never described the outside world to her son, so why was he so determined to leave? Humans often felt fear of the unknown, but Gobta seemed inexplicably interested in a land he had never set foot in. Could it be that someone had influenced her child in some way, something she didn't know about? A hint of coldness appeared in her wine-red eyes. If that were the case, she would make sure to catch the rat that had bewitched her child, and they would feel the wrath of the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Gobta didn't answer anymore. Instead, he raised his hand and a strange weapon suddenly came into existence. It emitted a black and white aura, coalescing into a peculiar form. It was a massive knight's lance, entirely composed of a mysterious white metal and engraved with sacred patterns. That is. Scathach's eyes widened slightly. Wisdom of Dun Scath told her that this weapon she had never seen before was infused with the essence of life. Why would such a weapon appear in the land of the dead? And how had her son acquired it? She tightened her grip on the crimson spear in her hand. Clearly, there were things about her child that she didn't know. Please, mother, let me go, I don't want to fight you. Gobta, holding a pristine white lance, watched as his once pale complexion visibly regained its normal color. Gobta, I don't know what those rats whispered in your ear to make you defy me like this. Scathach raised her spear, her wine-red eyes cold as ice. But remember, I am not just your mother, I am the Queen of the Land of Shadows, the gatekeeper of this realm that separates life and death. It is my duty to guard it. Gobta sighed, but I'm still alive, mother. Then let me teach you a lesson, my son. Scathach smiled. The more beautiful a woman is, the less she listens to reason. Siu Chulain, trapped within the rune, wanted to say something but noticed the icy glare Scathach directed at him. He wisely kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to turn into a sprinkler head. Scathach turned her gaze back to Gobta, and a powerful aura erupted from her, like a dragon, causing him to involuntarily step back. The white lance emitted a gentle glow, helping him withstand her pressure and steady his restless heart. Taking a deep breath, Gobta's eyes filled with unwavering determination as he tightened his grip on the lance. Boom! 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 Just as he prepared to take a step forward, a thunderous explosion erupted in his ears. The three of them instinctively turned toward the source of the explosion. Beneath the dim and eerie sky, a massive eyeball ascended from the shattered mountains, surrounded by an ominous, tangible black magical energy. Baylor of the Evil Eye. Siu Chulain couldn't help but exclaim. Wasn't this fellow supposed to be in eternal slumber? How did he wake up all of a sudden? Gobta was the first to snap out of it, his eyes determined as he turned and rushed towards the gate. Scathach, still dazed by Baylor's awakening, couldn't react in time to stop Gobta. Farewell, mother. I'll think of you often in my dreams. This is a gift for you, please take good care of it. Scathach instinctively caught the object but realized she lost her chance to stop her child. As she watched the gate close completely, a bitter smile appeared on her face. She lowered her head and saw what lay quietly in her hand. A vivid and blossoming lily. Chapter 3. A crimson spear tore through the air, instantly pinning a half-man-sized demon boar firmly to the rock. However, the demon boar didn't die immediately. Vein-like patterns flowed on its black skin, and its eyes filled with the ferocity and brutality of a wild beast. Its struggling body made the spear tremble along with the rock. A black-haired youth emerged from the shadows, a massive lance materializing in his hand. The holy white patterns turned into a somber pitch black, and an aura of death enveloped it. As if sensing something, the demon boar's struggles grew more intense. Don't worry, it'll just hurt for a moment, said the youth while wearing an innocent smile like a fairy. He gently thrust the lance into the demon boar's body. Oink! The demon boar let out a piercing scream, then gradually fell silent. The crimson spear and the white lance disappeared simultaneously. Gobta collected some branches nearby, lit a campfire using rune, skillfully removed the demon boar's innards. Washed them clean, and then cut the meat into evenly sized pieces, which he placed on the campfire to roast. By the time the meat was almost done, the sky had darkened. Gobta leaned against a rock, eating the meat while gazing at the brilliantly sparkling night sky. It was different from the sky of the Land of Shadows, dim but genuinely vast. This was the taste of freedom. It had been half a month since he left the Land of Shadows. He had swum across the ocean to the other side of Ireland, which was Britain. Along the way, he hadn't encountered any interference from Scathach. It seemed that the revival of the Baylor of the Evil Eye had indeed caused her some trouble. But Gobta wasn't really worried. His mother was the Queen of the Land of Shadows, and there, she was invincible. Dealing with tricky enemies was just a matter of spending a bit more time for her. So, instead of worrying about her, he focused on his own affairs. I should be able to reach Tintagel tomorrow if that old hunter who took half of my demon boar didn't lie to me. It probably wouldn't happen, though. This was the 5th century, and people here were still quite straightforward. Not having a cell phone is really troublesome. I wonder how long it will be until the king's selection. Gobta scratched his head, looking at the virtual panel that only he could see. Quest 1, Escape from the Land of Shadows completed. Quest Reward, the 12th Divine Key, Jizo Mitama. Quest 2, Pull the Sword from the Stone on the day of the king's selection. Quest Reward, the 8th Divine Key, Feng Huang Down. From the day he opened his eyes, Gobta had figured out his situation. He had reincarnated into the Naciverse and became the adopted son of the Queen of the Land of Shadows. In this world where reincarnation was as common as eating and drinking, he quickly accepted his fate. However, when he saw that white lance, his mind had a momentary short-circuit. Why did a divine key come with him? As a player of Honkai Impact 3rd, he naturally recognized that white lance. It was the 6th divine key, Key of Creation Abyss Flower, made from the core of the Hershers of Death. Originally, he thought it was just an accident. But subsequent hints from the system helped him gradually understand the situation. In simple terms, as long as he completed quests, he could obtain divine keys. The Abyss Flower could be considered something like a beginner's gift. However, these quests weren't as simple as they seemed. Just for the first quest, he had prepared for more than 10 years, training diligently every day. He also had to hide his mastery of primordial rune from Siyu Chulayan, a feat that required immense effort and a bit of luck to complete. The first quest was so challenging, so the second quest wouldn't be as straightforward as it appeared either. Before King Uther's death, he left a will witnessed by the great mage Merlin. Whoever could pull the sword from the stone would become the king of Britain. That was common knowledge. In anticipation of the day of the king's selection, countless knights were eagerly preparing. It would undoubtedly be a grand and unprecedented event. But Gobta knew that this entire king's selection was a scam from start to finish. The true king had long been decided. Artoria Pendragon, the artificial red dragon created by King Uther and Merlin, was fated to be the king of Britain from the day of her birth. Gobta didn't particularly care about becoming the king himself, but the sword and the stone had been enchanted with magecraft by Merlin. Except for Artoria, no one could pull it out. It was a performance meant solely for Artoria. The script had been written the moment King Uther passed away. Everyone else, apart from the fated King Arthur, was just an audience. Anyway, I'll take it step by step. If there's an opportunity, great. If not, well, I can always overturn the chessboard. Gobta wouldn't give up easily, especially considering that Feng Huang Down was a divine key capable of controlling the power of the mind. Anyone who has played the game or read the comic knows just how useful that thing is. Ahich. A piercing scream tore through the night sky, sounding like an owl's cry. The faint scent of blood reached Gobta's nostrils, and he could faintly hear the clang of metal. Something happened. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly as a crimson spear materialized in his hand. He dashed, slicing through the deep night like lightning. Roar! The raging wind kicked up by the flapping wings sent a whole group of fully armed knights tumbling to the ground. Their outdated armor proved as fragile as paper under those sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 knights had lost their ability to fight. It was an inevitable outcome with their strength. Even facing a wyvern head-on would exact a heavy toll, let alone in the face of such a surprise attack. The shadow that blotted out the moonlight descended from the sky. Gazing at those gleaming, ice-cold claws, the young knight trembled uncontrollably. He had been a knight just moments ago, and now he lay in shattered pieces beneath those claws. Fear, like the grasp of a demon, had seized his heart, and his trembling legs had lost all mobility. Clang! A tall, old knight stepped forward, wielding his iron sword to drive the wyvern back. He yanked the young knight to his feet as if lifting a chick. Run, and don't look back. The old knight commanded. I can't leave you alone, the young knight clenched his teeth and said tremblingly. Cut the chit-chat. Your being here is just causing trouble. Head back to town, get some backup, and find Sir Ector. He's the strongest knight in town. Watching the young knight's retreating figure, the old knight's weathered face broke into a faint smile. This is it, you are the future hope of Britain. Let this old bone pave the way for your journey into the future. Chapter 4. Seeing the prey about to escape, the wyvern spread its wings, preparing to chase it down, but its path was blocked by a broad iron sword. You won't pass, not unless you cross over my dead body. An old knight with white hair stood defiantly in the way, his voice low and resolute. The vertical pupils filled with wild intent now glowed with a crimson hue as the wyvern displayed its demonic and fearsome form, its sharp fangs oozing a foul, viscous liquid, emitting a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Roar. The ferocious shockwave surged like a tidal wave, causing the old knight to involuntarily take a step back, his calloused hands showing bulging veins. Facing a phantasmal species of the Age of Gods, he knew he had no chance of victory. But for some things, even when you know you can't do them, you still have to try. That's the knight's honor. Come on, beast. Let's see if those teeth of yours can swallow this old bone. The wyvern charged forward, its immense power carving a long trail on the ground. With razor-sharp claws and a sturdy tail, the wyvern unleashed its full might, its onslaught like a torrential storm, rendering the old knight defenseless. Like a small boat in a raging storm, teetering on the edge of capsizing, he was in constant danger of being overwhelmed. He wasn't a hero with mysterious powers, he was just an ordinary man who adhered to the knight's code and honed his skills tirelessly. A curse of aging had taken his youth, along with his strength and reflexes, leaving him only with the wisdom and experience accrued over time. But it was all futile. The wind howled, and a hefty tail whipped across his abdomen like a cruel master's lash and got thrown while breaking 3 large trees in succession before he finally came to a halt. He was truly old now, and the labored, heavy breaths in his ears were the mournful cries of his aging body. He couldn't see anything any more. Thick, sticky blood obscured his vision. Even the pain was no longer as sharp. The pungent stench of blood lingered in his nostrils, and he guessed the damned creature was contemplating where to start eating. It smells worse than old John's armpits, the old knight muttered, lowering his sword. He had fulfilled his duty, living up to the name of a knight. Ah, I remember the apples in the backyard were almost ripe, what a pity, I wish I could take another bite while I still have teeth left. Boom! A crimson lightning bolt tore through the deep night, instantly piercing the wyvern's skull and pinning its colossal body to a tree trunk. It's a shame not to have teeth good enough to bite into apples, but that's just how it goes. A young man, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, stepped out, a black and white luminescence coiling around his hands forming a beautiful lance. He gently touched the old knight's shoulder with it. A surge of immense life energy flowed into the old knight's body. It mended his broken ribs and damaged organs, turning his pale white hair into a lush, dark mane. It swelled his withered muscles and erased the wrinkles from his face. In just a few breaths, the old knight's injuries had completely healed, and his body had grown even stronger and younger, as though he had gone back decades in an instant. He knelt on the ground, his head pressed firmly against the earth, trembling all over, experiencing a fear he hadn't felt even when facing the wyvern. Miracle. There was no doubt about it. Only the gods, as the legends told, could wield such incredible power. Lowly, ignorant mortals should never gaze directly upon the divine glory, for such an act was undeniably blasphemous. O Divine One, this lowly ant, Carl, greets your divine presence. Gobta paused for a moment, then smiled and said, You've misunderstood, I'm just an ordinary passerby, not some divine being. The old knight, Carl, still didn't dare to raise his head. The temperament of gods was often extremely whimsical. One moment they might lend a helping hand with kindness, and the next moment, without hesitation, they could take your head. Though he wasn't a devout believer, he always remembered the admonitions from the church, in the presence of gods, always show humility. So, despite Gobta's reassurances, Carl refused to lift his head. Knights were known for their unwavering determination. Once they set their minds on something, not even 10 oxen could pull them back. Helpless, Gobta had to say with a slightly annoyed tone, If you don't get up now, I'll get angry. Carl quickly stood up. He cautiously examined the unknown god before him. Judging by appearances, the figure in front of him seemed to be around 15 years old. But he knew that was meaningless, gods cared little for looks and age. His gaze fixated on the boy's black hair and eyes. Carl trembling all over, he almost knelt again. As a former subject of the ancient Roman Empire, that powerful empire had been like an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of the Britons. Those black-haired Roman soldiers were as valiant as the offspring of gods. Fearless and relentless, like raging rivers, sweeping away all obstacles. The Britons both feared and admired that mighty empire. They revered black because it was the conqueror's color, a symbol of strength. The young man before him not only had black hair but also deep black eyes. Wasn't this the unmistakable sign of a god? Carl had never seen a god before, but to him, black hair and eyes were undoubtedly traits only possessed by ancient and powerful gods. Gobta looked strangely at the old knight. For some reason, he felt like this guy was trembling even more. Is my face that scary? Gobta touched his own face. Growing up with the nourishment of the abyss flower. Even the queen of the land of shadows couldn't help but exclaim that his face was as radiant as the sun. There was no way he was scarier than those monstrous wyverns. Loud noises echoed from all directions, followed by deafening roars. Awful. I forgot that wyverns live in groups, there must be more of them nearby. If we kill this creature, its companions will go berserk. Lord God, we need to escape. First, my name is Gobta, just a normal human, and not some god, Gobta said, extending his hand as his crimson spear flew back into his grasp. Second, we've already been surrounded. Chapter 5. Sinister heads emerged one by one from the dense jungle, their golden vertical pupils shining conspicuously in the pitch-black night, fixated on Gobta and Karl with a glint of brutality and greed. This. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down Karl's forehead as he tightly gripped his sword, finding no comfort. He was already hopeless when dueled the previous wyvern, and now, got surrounded by at least a dozen of them, with all escape routes sealed off. Even if he had wings, there was no way out of this. Was he about to lose the life he had fought so hard to reclaim? Karl couldn't help but despair even more than before. Are you scared? A calm voice came from beside him, momentarily startling Karl. He turned to see Gobta, still wearing an indifferent expression. No, I'm not. Fear is normal, there's no need to be ashamed, Gobta replied without turning his head. Humans are small beings in a world filled with countless threats. Especially in this kind of world. It's precisely because of this lack of security that we continue to improve ourselves. Fear and worry are what drive us humans to keep moving forward. Perhaps Gobta's composure gave Karl some courage, for he took a deep breath and nodded. Thank you for your guidance, I will always remember these words. Karl's resolve grew stronger. This black-haired and black-eyed youth was undoubtedly an ancient god with great wisdom. Only those gods who had lived for countless ages could view humanity from such a perspective and speak such profound truths. If Gobta knew what was going on in the old knight's mind at this moment, he would probably feel helpless. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, I will ensure your safety. As Gobta spoke those words, the crimson spear dissolved into shards of light, and an even deeper darkness than the night itself gathered in his hands. Overwhelming negative emotions swept in all directions like a storm. The indescribable fear seized the hearts of the wyverns, freezing them in place as if they had encountered a mortal enemy, trembling in fear. The old knight collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for Gobta's reinforcement of his vitality with the abyss flower earlier, he might have suffered a heart attack and died on the spot. It was an indescribable feeling as if millions of voices were whispering the vilest curses and dirtiest words in his ear in an instant. Even the most resolute knight and the devout believer would appear utterly insignificant in the face of this tide of evil that gathered all the world's sins. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only for a moment. After the withdrawal of this malevolent tide, the old knight took a few deep breaths as if he had just been pulled from drowning. He looked at the youth's back with eyes full of reverence and suddenly noticed a peculiar weapon in his hand, which he hadn't seen before. It looked somewhat like a sword, but it was too slender, with slight structural differences. If a sturdy knight held it, it would seem like a child's toy. Karl nearly slapped himself for having such blasphemous thoughts about a divine being. This was utterly disrespectful. However, Karl couldn't resist his curiosity and stole another glance at the black sword. For some reason, he felt that it possessed a strange charm, tempting him to get closer. If only he could get his hands on it and examine it. If he could steal it. Even Karl himself didn't notice that his eyes were filled with greed. Don't look at it, unless you want to turn into a monster. The familiar voice echoed in Karl's ears, causing him to startle as though abruptly awoken from a dream. He instinctively took a few steps backward, his eyes filled with an unshakable fear. If it hadn't been for Gobta's timely reminder just now, he might have already succumbed to becoming a creature ruled by desire. Such evil, this was not a weapon that should exist in the world. Gobta examined the katana in his hand. The entire blade was black, shrouded in an ominous aura. As if it had recorded all the negative emotions of the world. Just by gazing upon it, it could unknowingly strip away one's intellect, reducing them to primal monsters. Of course, as the wielder, these powers did not affect him. This was the 12th divine key, forged from the core of the Hershers of corruption, known as Jizo-Mitama. As Karl had suspected, this was a weapon that should never have existed in the world. Humanity, robbed of reason by fear, had committed unforgivable sins, and the birth of this divine key was the result of countless people's hatred. Despite millennia of sealing, it hadn't been reduced or vanished but had instead accumulated enough hatred to consume the world. Gobta, who had only wanted to test the power of Jizo-Mitama, couldn't help but tremble momentarily. He realized with absolute clarity that he had just unleashed a monster with the most potent power of corruption, and if he didn't restrain it, someday, this entity would undoubtedly unleash another cataclysmic wave of destruction. Thousands of years of hatred and the sins of countless people were not something to be taken lightly. It seems I can't casually bring out this divine key in the future, Gobta silently contemplated, but for now. He surveyed the surrounding wyverns, channeling a continuous flow of magical energy into Gizomatama. On the slender sword, a flame darker than the night began to burn. The phantasmal species from the Age of Gods possessed keen senses. After sensing impending danger, the wyverns wasted no time in flapping their wings and flying far away from the black-haired youth. But, just like Karl's life-and-death situation earlier, what they were doing was utterly futile. Slash! Black flames, accompanied by eerie wails, erupted from the sword, instantly engulfing the bodies of the wyverns. No matter how vigorously they flapped their wings or writhed on the ground, the flames refused to extinguish. It was no ordinary fire, it was a corruption that targeted life itself. The wyverns wailed in agony. Their once proud vitality had now become the source of their suffering, plunging them into a profound and constant pain, corrupting their senses. After an indeterminate amount of time, the black flames gradually subsided. The wyverns' bodies miraculously remained intact, showing no signs of burns. However, anyone who saw them now would subconsciously think of death. Their lives had been completely and utterly corrupted. Chapter 6. The wyverns wailed in agony. Their once proud vitality had now become the source of their suffering, plunging them into a profound and constant pain, corrupting their senses. After an indeterminate amount of time, the black flames gradually subsided. The wyverns' bodies miraculously remained intact, showing no signs of burns. However, anyone who saw them now would subconsciously think of death. Their lives had been completely and utterly corrupted. So powerful. Fear filled Karl's eyes. In an instant, Gobta had annihilated more than a dozen wyverns, a feat even the mightiest knights could not accomplish. Only the power of the gods could create such an incredible outcome. After a while, Gobta and Karl collected the bodies of the fallen knights together, and hardly any of them were intact. Those lucky enough had only lost an arm or a leg. While those less fortunate were nothing but a pile of meat, their original appearance indistinguishable. They were loyal warriors, sacrificing themselves to protect others. For a knight, this is the highest honor, Karl said in a low voice. Gobta clenched his fist. This was the first time so many people had died in front of him, and he felt not only anger but also deep sorrow. Despite possessing the Abyss Flower, he couldn't bring these dead people back to life. The Abyss Flower had miraculous regenerative abilities. Capable of healing someone as long as they could still breathe, even if their heart was destroyed. However, it was utterly useless for those who were already dead. Take them back, the remains of heroes should not be buried in the wilderness, Gobta said calmly. Karl nodded, but suddenly a noisy crowd approached. It's this way. People carrying torches emerged from the jungle. Led by the young knight who had gone to fetch reinforcements earlier. When he saw Karl, his previously anxious face was instantly overwhelmed by immense joy. He completely ignored Gobta and rushed straight to Karl. Uncle Karl, I'm back. I've brought reinforcements. Don't worry, with us here, you'll be fine. Karl opened his mouth, looking somewhat stunned. But then, a glimmer of relief appeared in his world-weary eyes as he patted the young man's head. It's okay, Dane, Lord God has already saved me. Lord God. The young knight was taken aback and only now noticed the black-haired youth standing beside Karl. Oh. Did you save Uncle Karl? Thank you very much. I'll forever remember this favor. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Even though I'm just a rookie, I'll do my best, wagering my honor as a knight. Dane solemnly performed the knight's salute, his somewhat inexperienced face filled with seriousness. It was nothing serious, Gobta smiled and suddenly noticed blood seeping from Dane's boot. Karl had also noticed this and furrowed his brow. Dane, your foot. Oh, this? When I was running, I stepped on a stone and it pierced my foot, but it's okay, I'm a knight, so a little injury like this doesn't matter. As if to prove his point, he patted his chest plate twice, a slightly silly smile on his face. You're quite something, kid, Karl said, moved and worried at the same time. He sighed, not sure how to express his emotions. You're not just a rookie, you possess a heart that wants to save others, and that alone makes you a qualified knight, Gobta said, patting Dane's shoulder. A warm white light gathered in Gobta's hand and flowed into Dane's body. The young knight immediately felt the pain in his foot subside, and he seemed to undergo some changes. His entire body felt like it was filled with inexhaustible strength. He turned slightly, feeling a bit anxious, and saw Karl smiling at him. Gradually, his uneasy heart began to settle. Such a powerful life energy, a deep, heavy voice suddenly sounded in Gobta's ear. Are you an ancient fairy from the Age of Gods? He turned his head and saw a tall knight stepping out of the crowd. Despite his somewhat aged appearance, he still exuded a lion-like aura. Both his armor and weapons were much more exquisite than those of the people around him. "This is Sir Ector, the most powerful knight in Tintagel," Dane introduced proudly from the side. Gobta shook his head and smiled. "You've got it wrong, I'm not some fairy, just an ordinary." His voice abruptly stopped as he looked somewhat bewildered at the small head poking out from behind Ector. Golden hair, eyes the color of sacred azure, and a delicately beautiful face reminiscent of a fairy, albeit with a hint of innocence and youth missing from the image he had in his memory. "Just an ordinary passerby," Gobta continued his words and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Artoria Pendragon." He never expected to meet her in a situation like this. At this moment, Artoria was still far from the majestic king of knights he remembered, but she had already started to show glimpses of that charisma. Facing Gobta's gaze, she didn't shy away like most girls would. Instead, she walked confidently towards him, pointing at the wyvern pinned to the tree, and looked at Gobta seriously. "Did you kill this wyvern all by yourself?" Gobta raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Not only that, Carl stepped forward, a weathered face now showing a proud expression. Besides this one, there were more than 10 others, all taken down by the Lord God himself. "Carl, your look," Ector said with a surprised face as he couldn't help but recall what Carl looked like when they first met 20 years ago. "Quite miraculous, isn't it? I feel like I could punch a dragon to death right now. Gwahaha. This is the gift bestowed upon me by the Lord God." The townsfolk who followed along were holding torches and had found the corpses of the wyverns. The eerie way of their deaths filled them with fear. Combined with the miracle that had occurred with Carl's appearance and his narration. The people's gazes toward Gobta were filled with deep reverence. Some even knelt on the ground, trembling. At this time, the age of gods in Britain had not completely ended yet. Although the gods hadn't appeared in a long time, legends about them still circulated among the people. "Are you really a god?" Artoria looked at Gobta curiously. Gobta shot Carl a glare, then turned to Artoria with a sigh. "Don't listen to his nonsense, I'm just a slightly special ordinary human." "I see," Artoria nodded and extended her hand to Gobta. "You're probably not from Tintagel, right? If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for a while." Gobta gazed into those clear, lake-like azure eyes, a faint smile curling his lips, as he shook Artoria's hand. "Then, I accept your offer, thank you." Chapter 7. The soft morning light streamed in from the window, casting a gentle golden hue on Gobta's face. He furrowed his brows slightly, opened his eyes, stretched, and let out a big yawn. He gazed out at the garden through the window, a smile creeping onto his face. "Another beautiful day," he mumbled to himself. Gobta skillfully tidied up his bed, went through a quick morning routine, then picked up the feather pen and notebook from the desk and headed outside. It had been almost half a year since he arrived in Tintagel, at the invitation of Artoria, who was currently hosting him at her foster father Ector's house. He had distributed the bodies of those wyverns to the families of the fallen knights. Even though wyverns were just subspecies of dragons, they still held great value. Their scales could be fashioned into armor. Claws could be used for weapons, and their diluted blood mixed with herbs could be turned into healing potions, beneficial for both children and strengthening the body. It was no wonder they said dragon slaying was a profitable business even without finding the treasures dragons might guard. The dragons themselves were enormous treasures. Most of those knights were the mainstays of their families, with elderly parents and young children to support. In this low-productivity era, a family without adult men would quickly fall apart, meeting a bleak fate. However, with this money, Gobta hoped to help them get through these difficult times. But in doing so, Gobta had turned himself into a complete pauper. He had wanted to continue hunting wyverns, but it seemed that either those wyverns had sent some kind of signal before dying, or there were traces left at the scene. In any case, within 100 miles of Tintagel, one couldn't find a single dragon species, not to mention even wild boars. Fortunately, with his skills in arithmetic and literacy, he now worked as a teacher and mentor in Ector's family, earning a decent monthly income. As he entered the dining room, Artoria, dressed in a simple gown, was having her breakfast. A young man of similar age to Gobta sat beside her, struggling with a knife and fork as he chewed on a piece of meat. "Teacher," Artoria stood up and greeted Gobta politely with a nod. She was Gobta's student now, and she felt obliged to show him respect. Gobta nodded with a smile, then glanced at the young man next to her. He cleared his throat softly, ahem, ahem. The young man's face twitched slightly, and he reluctantly stood up, muttering, "Teacher." "Didn't hear you," Gobta said lightly. The young man's voice raised a notch, "Teacher. K, for a grown man, why is your voice softer than Lily's? Are you turning into a sissy?" K's expression turned stiff for a moment. These days, there were few words that irritated him more than the sissy. Half a year ago, he didn't even understand the meaning of the term, but after Gobta explained it to him, he swore that he would fight anyone who used that word on him, except Gobta of course. The only reason he exempted Gobta was because he realized he stood no chance in a fight against him. Kay clenched his fist, his neck turned a shade of red, and with all his might, he shouted, "Cheer!" The entire house seemed to tremble for a moment, dust and wood chips falling from the ceiling. Artoria's eyes flickered, and she emanated a surge of magical energy around her food and herself, clearing away all the dust and debris. She elegantly picked up her bowl and continued sipping her porridge. "Well done, Kay. Knights need to show a strong presence when facing enemies. Shouting like that every morning when you wake up will be beneficial for building your momentum." Gobta nodded in approval, taking a seat and starting his own breakfast. Kay's face turned somewhat rigid. If he had to do this every day, his voice would be gone in no time. But Gobta said it was helpful for building momentum. After some hesitation, Kay's expression gradually hardened. Gobta almost burst out laughing. Kay was Ector's son, Artoria's foster brother, and the future third seat at the round table. But for now, he was nothing more than a rebellious troublemaker. From the day Gobta arrived at the estate, this guy had been a handful. Fortunately, after a good scolding, he finally settled down a bit. What do you do when a child misbehaves? Most likely, they're just testing the limits, and a good scolding does the trick. At his core, Kay wasn't a bad person. He had a strong sense of justice and dreamt of becoming a powerful knight. And because of that, Gobta practically had him wrapped around his little finger. Kay sat down and lightly nudged Artoria with his elbow. "What are you doing?" "I'm still eating my porridge." Kay tried to signal desperately and said in a hushed voice. "Say it now, while you can." "Say what?" "Have you forgotten what we discussed yesterday?" "There's nothing more important than eating," Artoria retorted. Kay was on the brink of frustration. His sister was impeccable in every way, strong, composed, level-headed, and wise. But when it came to food, she transformed into someone else entirely. No, she didn't just change as a person, she shifted species, becoming nothing less than a lioness guarding her food. Gobta watched their antics and shook his head. Kay, hiding behind a girl isn't the chivalrous way. Setting aside her empty bowl, Artoria spoke earnestly, "Teacher, even though I am a girl, I am still a knight. Please do not underestimate me, and besides, if it came to a real fight, Kay wouldn't be my equal." Gobta smiled and shook his head again. "Lily, do you know what it takes to be called strong?" "Someone with great strength," Artoria answered without hesitation. "Wrong." Both Artoria and Kay blinked in surprise. "The strength you possess is always relative. An elephant is stronger than an ant, like how you are stronger than Kay. But does that make you a strong one? No, it's oppression and tyranny, using strength to force others into submission. Such people will never earn respect because there will always be someone stronger than them." As he swallowed the last piece of bread, Gobta continued. "A truly strong one possesses an exceptionally strong heart. When faced with difficulties, they do not retreat. When confronted by enemies, they show no fear. They remain humble, hold compassion for the weak, stand firm in their beliefs, know their goals, and work tirelessly to achieve them. They never give up hope, even in the most hopeless situations. That, my students, is what you call strong." Gobta stood up and lightly tapped both of their heads with the back of his knife. "You two still have a long way to go before you become truly strong." Chapter 8. When faced with difficulties, they do not retreat. When confronted by enemies, they show no fear. They remain humble, hold compassion for the weak. Ector gently tapped the tabletop, carefully pondering the meaning of these words from Gobta's mouth a moment ago. After a while, he let out a heartfelt sigh. "I'm starting to believe what Carl said. Such profound wisdom is not something a teenager can possess." With these thoughts, he couldn't help but glance at his eldest son and sighed inwardly. If only Kay could possess half of Gobta's wisdom, no, even a tenth would do. Kay found Ector's reaction a bit perplexing but quickly brushed it aside and urged. "Father, you must have noticed Gobta's talents. He is undoubtedly a person of great wisdom. If we could bring him to our side, he could undoubtedly become Lily's right-hand man in the future. We can't afford to let such talent slip away." Though he had his differences with Gobta, Kay had always been impressed by Gobta's intelligence. Gobta had a unique ability to simplify complex knowledge, and his understanding of things surpassed others. His deep black eyes seemed to possess the power to easily penetrate everything. Artoria was fated to become a king, and the thought of her carrying the weight of shaky Britain on her slender shoulders in the near future filled Kay with anger. But he couldn't change anything. Artoria had accepted her fate, and all he could do was work hard to support his sister and share some of the burdens in the future. So, he wanted to bring Gobta into the fold. Gobta possessed knowledge comparable to the great mage Merlin, and with his assistance, Artoria could carry her burdens more easily. Hector continued to tap the tabletop, his eyes filled with contemplation. If even Kay could see it, how could he not? He also knew that Gobta possessed not only exceptional wisdom but also unparalleled valor. In an instant, Gobta had slain dozens of wyverns, making him one of the best in all of Britain. But it was precisely because of this that Hector hesitated. Would someone of Gobta's caliber truly be willing to be bound by the constraints of a small Camelot? Although he didn't want to admit it, the thoughts that constantly surged through Hector's mind made it clear that if Gobta were willing, he could undoubtedly create a nation as powerful as, if not more powerful than Camelot. Merlin was not human, he was mixed blood from the union of an incubus and a fairy, a being incapable of understanding human emotions. He helped Camelot not solely out of duty or obligation in one hand. It was because of the pact he had made with the former king, and on the other hand, it was to observe humans closely for his own satisfaction and entertainment. It seems like Merlin is a mixed blood of incubus and fairy in this story. Merlin had the ability to see everything in the present with his clairvoyance, allowing him to view the world from a godlike perspective. He aided Camelot not because it chose him, but because he chose Camelot. Gobta was similar to Merlin in many ways, wise, powerful, and possessing a perspective that transcended time. The only difference was that he was a true human. And perhaps that made things even more complicated. Humans were complex beings, and what drove them to take on responsibilities was usually either self-interest or emotion. Camelot couldn't offer Gobta anything that would truly sway him. And as for emotions, Gobta didn't seem like someone who would easily become emotionally attached. Maybe I should use Artoria. Hector was startled by his own idea, but after careful consideration, he realized that it might be a viable option. Binding through a marriage alliance was almost common in this era. Uther had married his daughter off to powerful neighboring kings to ensure that Camelot remained stable until Artoria took the throne. Using Artoria to secure a powerful intellect like Gobta seemed like a good deal. It was not a surprise. Hector was a knight loyal to King Uther. In his heart, only King Uther was Camelot's true king. Raising Artoria was simply an order. If he were to treat her as a daughter, Hector would undoubtedly cherish her as the most precious gem in the world. But when it came to treating her as a king, unless Artoria could demonstrate talents surpassing those of King Uther, he would never acknowledge her. Speaking more realistically, apart from Merlin, Uther, and Kay, almost everyone who knew the inside story did not believe Artoria could take on the responsibilities of a king. It was just because of the threats from King Vortigern and the Anglo-Saxons that they had to soldier on. Artoria lifted her head to glance at Hector behind the desk, then lowered it again. Her sacred azure eyes remained calm, like a tranquil lake without a ripple. Although she didn't have the power to read minds, her natural intuition allowed her to see something in Hector's eyes. Hector gradually returned to reality. He still remembered his position and knew he couldn't decide such matters himself. So, he cleared his throat and looked at Artoria. "Art, what do you think?" The golden-haired girl fell silent for a moment, then raised her head. In a calm tone, she said, "I will find a way to seek help from my teacher using my own methods." "Is that so?" For some reason, under the gaze of those azure eyes, Hector inexplicably felt a bit guilty and uneasy. He unconsciously shifted his gaze away. "Then go ahead and do what you need to. You want to discuss something with me?" Gobta, who was preparing his lesson plans for the next day, turned his head to look at the golden-haired girl in front of him. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "Sure, can we talk here?" Artoria hesitated for a moment, her expression showing some uncertainty. "Well, it seems to be an important talk." Gobta picked up his coat. "Let's go, I haven't been out for a walk in a long time, and staying in one place all the time is getting boring, my bones are starting to rust." The two of them then walked out of the house, strolling along the edge of the lake. Artoria remained silent, keeping her head down. Gobta didn't rush her, casually enjoying the scenery along the way. After spending over a decade in that desolate land of the dead, even seeing a pile of manure could bring joy to his heart. Chapter 9. The two of them then walked out of the house, strolling along the edge of the lake. Artoria remained silent, keeping her head down. Gobta didn't rush her, casually enjoying the scenery along the way. After spending over a decade in that desolate land of the dead, even seeing a pile of manure could bring joy to his heart. "Actually, there's something I've been wanting to tell you, but I never knew how to say it," Artoria said hesitantly, her eyes shimmering. "Wait a minute. This scene looks strangely familiar." Gobta's eyes narrowed with caution, subtly taking a few steps to the side. He cleared his throat and said, "I understand what you mean, Lily, for a girl your age, this is indeed a difficult matter." Girl, Artoria thought bitterly and her eyes dimmed slightly. Did even her teacher see her as a mere girl, making it impossible for her to become a worthy king? I know this may seem unrealistic for your current goals, but, as you said, true strength comes from within. Once you've set a goal, you'll work hard to achieve it, so, please, give me a chance. Artoria raised her head, and determination filled her azure eyes. Perhaps, as a king, she might still be somewhat immature, but if Gobta was willing to lend a hand, she had the confidence to face these challenges. Gobta felt a wave of confusion and thought. What's going on with her today? She's usually so quiet, but the words she's saying now are surprising. Is this what they call the puberty? Perhaps she's been suppressing her emotions for too long, and now they're all bursting out at once. It can't be, right? We've only known each other for half a year. Is my charisma really this strong? They do say that exceptional people are like gold hidden in rocks, unable to conceal their brilliance no matter where they go. After indulging in a moment of self-flattery, Gobta cleared his throat and said, Lily, I understand your eagerness, but have you considered that this might be a momentary impulse? Children your age tend to have immature thought processes, and they often make impulsive decisions without considering the consequences, so, how about you think it over more carefully? He believed that Artoria had been repressed for too long. Raised as a king from a young age, she had matured and become wise beyond her years. However, this had caused her to lose a lot in the process. As a king, she had to maintain her composure at all times. Apart from eating, her face rarely showed any emotional fluctuations. This didn't mean she lacked these normal emotions, she had simply suppressed them to maintain her regal demeanor. These suppressed emotions might not be evident most of the time, but once they encountered certain circumstances, they could burst forth like a floodgate, sometimes even overwhelming reason. This was a common occurrence in his previous life. Teacher, although I may not be as mature as you, please don't treat me like a child. I take responsibility for every decision I make. Artoria firmly replied. You can brag all you want, Gobta retorted in his mind. If she were really that strong and responsible, she wouldn't have run off to become a servant to participate in the Holy Grail War and pin Britain's hopes on that wish-granting machine of all things. I think you should reconsider, Lily, perhaps discuss it with Sir Ector, Gobta suggested. There were some things Gobta, as an outsider, couldn't say, but given Ector's status and experience, he could probably help Artoria see things more clearly. Sir Ector already knows, and Kay also the same. They both support my decision, Artoria replied with a firm tone. Gobta looked utterly baffled. What the hell? Ector knows, and even Kay. That rascal. Oi, we're talking about your future king of Britain here. Could those father and son have been possessed by some bizarre spirit? Not only did they not object, but they also supported this decision. Gobta couldn't hold back any longer. He had to have a serious talk with Artoria, otherwise, things might take a very strange turn. Listen to me, Lily, he said while gripping Artoria's shoulder and taking a deep breath. We haven't known each other for long, and our understanding of each other is still quite shallow. Of course, I may know a little more about you than you do about me, but that's not important. What's important is... Gobta suddenly hesitated. The girl in front of him had been his student for only half a year, and he wasn't sure if brutally shattering her heart was the right thing to do. Teacher, know this request is difficult, and it's only natural for you to refuse. Neither I nor Camelot can offer a suitable reward for this. Artoria clenched her teeth while gazing at Gobta, an unusual plea appearing in her sacred azure eyes. But please, I still hope that you can lend me a hand, and help me bring this country, standing on the edge of a cliff, back from the brink. It's my only wish, please. Whatever you may ask of me later, I will do my best to fulfill it. Artoria pleaded, bending almost 90 degrees in a deep bow. Gobta looked utterly bewildered. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have misunderstood something, so he carefully said, Lily, please clarify for me first, what exactly do you want me to do? Artoria straightened up and spoke with determination, please instruct me on how to become a competent king and restore Camelot and Britain to its former glory. Gobta's lips twitched slightly. So it wasn't a love confession. He suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't said anything too strange and embarrassing earlier, otherwise, he would have completely lost face today. Shaking his head and pushing aside these jumbled thoughts, Gobta looked at Artoria. So, you want me to assist you in governing this country? Artoria nodded. Gobta had a bit of a headache. Britain was fated to be destroyed, something he had recognized very clearly since his first day in this world. The age of gods was fading, and the age of man was being established. This was the inevitable course of history. Britain, caught between the two, would eventually become a part of history, a process that no one could stop. Binding himself to a ship that was destined to sink did not align with his principles. It wasn't because he was worried about the splashing waves reaching him, it was just that the thought of all his efforts ultimately turning to nothing left him feeling a bit uninspired. What should he do? Glancing at Artoria, an idea suddenly occurred to Gobta. Perhaps, I can give this method a try. Gobta cleared his throat and looked at Artoria with a slightly serious expression. Lily, before I answer your question, I hope you can tell me one thing. Please go ahead, Artoria replied earnestly. Are you truly prepared to become a king? Chapter 10. Lily, before I answer your question, I hope you can tell me one thing. Please go ahead, Artoria replied earnestly. Are you truly prepared to become a king? Of course. Artoria responded without hesitation. How could she not be prepared? From the day of her birth, she had been relentlessly pursuing that goal. She woke up before dawn every day to train rigorously, never slacking even in the most basic exercises. She diligently honed her skills. And even in her dreams at night, she absorbed Merlin's teachings, acquiring precious knowledge on how to be a worthy king. For over a decade, it was the belief in becoming a king that had sustained her throughout this journey. Feeling the determination in the young girl, Gobta sighed softly to himself but maintained his unwavering smile. So, what kind of king do you intend to become? Of course, an ideal king. Artoria replied without hesitation. This belief had been instilled in her mind by Merlin since childhood, and she was determined to become the ideal king of Britain. An ideal king? Gobta's lips curled into a slight smile, which could be taken as either mockery or pity. Whose ideal? The people? The nobles? The knights? Or, yourself? Artoria hesitated for a moment before continuing, of course, it's for the people, I am their king. What a beautiful vision, Gobta applauded. Congratulations, Artoria, you've grasped the essence of being a king. A faint smile appeared on Artoria's face, but Gobta continued, at the same time, you're dooming this country. Artoria was taken aback, her azure eyes filled with disbelief. The gentle breeze by the lakeside rustled her golden hair, and after a long pause, she softly asked, why? Gobta stared at the glistening lake and calmly replied. Lily, this world is complex, and so are the hearts of people. Governing a country isn't as simple as playing house. The upper class of society is a whirlpool, an unseen and silent battlefield. There are exchanges of interests, a balance of power, entanglements of factions, and various complex situations. Even the wisest of sages can sometimes feel lost, and here you are, a girl who spent more than a decade in the countryside. Artoria clenched her fists. She knew Gobta had a point, but she wanted nothing more than to punch him in the face right now. Gobta continued, seemingly unaware of her frustration. Do you know what those officials and nobles will do once you ascend the throne? Artoria furrowed her brow, pondering for a while, and then replied, they will obstruct me because they don't want to accept my rule. She had a realistic view of this. Even though pulling the sword from the stone and becoming King Arthur was Uther Pendragon's order, those individuals might not readily accept it. After all, no one wanted a sudden individual that came out of nowhere and declared themselves as their king without knowing anything beforehand about this so-called king. Gobta shook his head. No. Those people will bow down to you respectfully because they need you to face the vile king and the barbarians. They'll push you to the forefront and stay safely in the shadows. In exchange, they might relinquish some power, but never the core power. Whether they accept your commands or not will depend on their interests. Regardless of their response, they will feign allegiance and loyalty to you, but what happens behind your back may be quite different. Artoria interjected, Merlin can see everything in the present, his eyes are everywhere. So I've said, Lily, you don't understand the nature of humans, Gobta said calmly. Why? Artoria's frustration was evident. Gobta's continuous refutation had thrown her off balance. Merlin can indeed see everything, but if you really act on everything he tells you, soon Camelot will be in chaos, perhaps even rebellion, moreover. Gobta glanced meaningfully at Artoria. Are you absolutely sure Merlin will tell you everything he sees? Artoria fell silent. Let's get back to our previous topic, Gobta said as he picked up a few pebbles from the ground and tossed them into the lake. If you fail to repel the barbarians and Camelot is invaded, those people will immediately use you as a scapegoat. Even if you succeed, they will still plot in secret to overthrow you. Why? Artoria was thoroughly confused. Why would those people still want to overthrow her even after she brought victory? Because, as you said, you want to be the ideal king for the people, Gobta explained. But how does that concern them? Artoria's hair raised in a question mark. It concerns them a lot, Gobta said, turning to look at Artoria. The people and nobles are naturally opposed due to their different classes. Your choice to stand with the people unquestionably makes you the enemy of the nobles, so of course, they will want to overthrow you. The people and nobles can't possibly be naturally opposed. Sir Ector is quite popular among the people. Because they belong to different classes, they are natural enemies. Artoria protested but got interrupted by Gobta. Classes? Artoria once again wore a bewildered expression. What are those? You can't be serious, Gobta sighed inwardly. Only at times like this did he truly understand the limitations of this era. If it were his previous life, he would have slapped a politics textbook onto Artoria's face long ago. I'll give you an example. Gobta decided to change his approach. Lily, what do you think is the most important thing for the people? Land, Artoria pondered for a moment before responding. That's right, it's land, Gobta nodded. Now, imagine a nobleman who, without obtaining the local people's permission, acquires a large piece of land to build his manor. Not only does he cut down all the crops that were about to mature, but he also compensates the original landowners very little. Do you think he's doing the right thing? Of course not. Artoria didn't hesitate. Taking someone else's land should always require their consent, and fair compensation must be given. Not to mention this nobleman dares to waste food. If she were there, she would definitely teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. But he has his reasons too, you know. He earned the title and the land with his life on the battlefield. He lost his own legs for it and wants to build a manor for his retirement. The king said everything here belongs to him, and he can do as he pleases. Besides, he provides protection for the people in his territory. So, what's wrong with taking a few pieces of land? That, Artoria was completely perplexed. On one hand, her inner self told her that what the nobleman was doing was undoubtedly wrong. On the other hand, his actions seemed to comply with the kingdom's rules. At this moment, she didn't know how to make a judgment. This is social class, Lily. Gobta patted Artoria's shoulder. This is the most unsolvable problem in the current world, whether it's you, me, or Merlin, and even if the three of us combined, we couldn't solve it. Because it's a taboo, and if not handled properly, the entire country will collapse in an instant. Chapter 11. Artoria fell into a long silence. Though sometimes naive, she was by no means foolish. Artoria as King Arthur, whom Uther and Merlin had placed great hope in, possessed not only extraordinary strength but also considerable wisdom. This was evident in her upbringing. Most of Kay's homework was copied from Artoria. Previously, she couldn't see the truth, merely blinded by the fog of this era. Now, Gobta had dispelled all those mists, and she could clearly see the chain that bound the entire era. Just as Gobta had said, it was a forbidden taboo, one that couldn't be violated otherwise. Camelot and all of Britain would plunge into endless turmoil. So, teacher, are you trying to tell me that the path of the ideal king was wrong from the beginning? Artoria's ahog drooped down, much like a withered blade of grass. No, the path of the ideal king isn't wrong, but the key lies in the fact that you took the wrong road. Gobta looked at Artoria. Remember the question I asked you earlier, Lily, whose ideal is this ideal king of yours? The ideal of the people. Compared to her previous resoluteness, Artoria hesitated for a while before giving her answer. Do you think you can represent all the people, Lily? Artoria hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. Then why do you think you can bear their ideals? Gobta shrugged. Humans are complex creatures. In this world, there's no one-size-fits-all. Those with nothing want only to be fed and clothed. Those well-off desire marriage and children. The wealthy seek to rise above their current status and gain titles as well as power. Do you think you can fulfill all these ideals? Artoria's face paled slightly, and she shook her head gently. The term people is too broad a concept. No one can bear the weight of that perfect utopia because it's a fantastical and unattainable dream. The ultimate result is drowning in endless darkness, clinging to ideals. Gobta patted Artoria's shoulder. The one who instilled this idea in you must have been a complete fool. Hey, I can't just let that slide. You're practically insulting my character, and I'll have you know I can get quite upset. A frivolous yet angry voice of a man suddenly came from behind Gobta. Did I say anything wrong? Someone who isn't even human inventing so-called people's ideals based on their shallow understanding and then imposing it on others, hoping to cultivate an ideal king. It's like trying to make wheat ripen faster by pulling it taller every day. Besides, fool, is there a better word to describe it? Merlin. Gobta turned around to see the young mage who had appeared behind him. With handsome features, long white hair, a mischievous smile, a cherry-wood staff, and pink flowers conjured by illusions at his feet, this showy character made one want to punch him. Who else could it be but the infamous Dick Wizard, Merlin? In fact, if Artoria wasn't standing right there, Gobta would have already taken out Jizo Mitama and turned this guy into sushi. Damn you, Dick Wizard. Gobta cursed Merlin inwardly. Hey, at least I've been teaching Lily wholeheartedly for over a decade. Being belittled by you like this, I can't help but feel hurt. You know, Merlin wore an expression of injury. You took the wrong path from the beginning, and you've been on it for over a decade without realizing it. calling you a fool is already too kind, Gobta sneered. This guy had been dragging Artoria down the wrong path for so long, and now he had the audacity to claim credit. Gobta couldn't believe he hadn't pulled out Jizo Mitama and turned this guy into sushi on the spot. The scariest thing in the world isn't doing something wrong, it's thinking you're right even when you're wrong, confidently speeding down that path, dragging others along. Just like a certain partner of justice. Humph, whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter, Merlin said, looking at Artoria. Lily, why don't you be the judge? Who do you think is on the right side here? Artoria glanced at Merlin and then at Gobta beside her. After some contemplation, she ultimately chose to stay where she was. I can't believe it, I've been betrayed by my pride girl, Merlin staggered backward, dropping his staff and clutching his heart with both hands. He knelt on the ground, saying, my heart, it hurts so much. Artoria hesitated for a moment, seeming like she wanted to say something, but she was suddenly tapped on the shoulder by Gobta, indicating that she should remain silent. I decided. Merlin suddenly stood up, and his staff somehow found its way back into his hand, pointing directly at Gobta. I challenge you to a true man-to-man duel. Let's wager my honor as a mentor. Gobta crossed his arms, saying casually, there's not even a prize, why should I bother with you? Humph, as long as I'm here, do you think you have a choice? Merlin's face lit up with a gleeful smile. Well then, I admit defeat. You came from the land of shadows, right? Are you not afraid of bringing shame to that legendary realm? How can you be more shameless than me? Land of shadows? Artoria looked at Gobta in astonishment. She hadn't expected her teacher to have come from that legendary land of the dead. No wonder her teacher possessed such formidable power and profound wisdom, transcending mortality. He must have something extraordinary about him. In an instant, Gobta's image in Artoria's heart soared even higher. Shame. Can you eat it? What's the point in caring about it? Merlin's expression grew quite serious. This was the greatest crisis he had ever faced. Someone even more shameless than him had appeared. Previously, he had been the only one shamelessly taking advantage of others, but now, a challenger with an even thicker face had threatened his position. No, he had to defeat this person fairly and squarely, extinguishing this twisted and foul mood. If you can beat me, I'll grant you a wish as long as it's something I can do. That's what I've been waiting for. Gobta said those with enthusiasm as his face lit up with a delighted smile. Chapter 12. In order to demonstrate the fairness of the competition, Merlin and Gobta each selected 3 challenges, totaling 6 in all. The side that won the most challenges would be declared the overall winner. Merlin didn't hesitate and took the lead in proposing the first challenge, clearly intent on asserting his dominance over Gobta. He gently tapped his staff on the ground, creating ripples of light that spread outward and instantly enveloped the 3 of them. The surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation, twisting and morphing in a peculiar way. Gobta gazed ahead on the vast, boundless plain, facing Merlin. In front of each of them stood an army of several hundred soldiers. For our first challenge, let's test our military strategy. Each side has 500 soldiers, and the side that loses all of their soldiers first will be the loser. As a king, it's imperative that you can lead your troops to victory on the battlefield. Since you've questioned my teaching methods, let me see just how skilled you are. That's why I say you have no clue in this area. People trained through your methods can only be called generals, miles away from becoming a true king, Gobta scoffed. But since you want to play, I'll humor you. Several hours later. Merlin looked at the bodies strewn across the field, his eyes filled with disbelief. I lost? He gazed across the battlefield and saw that Gobta had only a few dozen soldiers remaining. Although both sides had suffered heavy casualties, according to the rules, Gobta had indeed won. Reflecting on the battle, Merlin keenly realized the reason for his failure. It was the formation. Artoria stood beside Gobta, her azure eyes filled with equal amazement. Merlin had personally taught her strategy, and in this illusionary realm, they had played countless games, with her mostly losing. So she knew just how skilled Merlin was in this area. But even so, Gobta had defeated Merlin. Just like Merlin, she had also discovered Gobta's winning secret formation. It was a formation she had never seen before, but its effectiveness was unexpectedly remarkable. Gobta let out a sigh of relief. In truth, he had no knowledge of military strategy and had never commanded a real war before. Fortunately, he possessed the wisdom accumulated from thousands of years of human civilization. As Artoria and Merlin had suspected, his winning secret was indeed the formation. He had chosen the Mandarin duck formation used by the Ming dynasty. 10 soldiers formed a group, with 2 at the front, followed by the wolf brush soldier, 2 pikemen, and a trident soldier. This formation not only maximized the strengths of long and short weapons but also provided great flexibility, making it the pinnacle of small-scale formations in the era of melee combat. Gobta's strategy was straightforward. Since he was not skilled in commanding a large number of soldiers, he decided to split them up and let them fight individually. However, the idea was one thing, and reality was another. In practice, it didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. First, there was the issue of weapons. The wolf brush soldier used a 3-meter-long sturdy bamboo pole, sharply tapered at one end and with hard branches left around the perimeter. It was a highly effective weapon. Unfortunately, Gobta couldn't find such weapons among his troops, not even suitable substitutes. So, he had to reluctantly abandon them. Then came the issue of experience. It was his first time commanding troops on the battlefield, and while it didn't descend into chaos, he did fumble for quite a while. After one battle, he felt even more exhausted than he would have in a one-on-one duel against Scathach. If Merlin had added more soldiers, he might have lost. There were several factors that contributed to his narrow victory. First, Gobta employed a military tactical formation that Merlin had never seen before in an attempt to catch him off guard. Since he had anticipated that Merlin might be familiar with formations from the west, he decided to use one that originated from the east. Second, this was an illusion created by Merlin, so Gobta could easily command those soldiers with ease. But in reality, there wouldn't be so many obedient soldiers at his disposal. After all, this was an age where individual strength reigned supreme, and the idea of strict military discipline was a distant one. But in any case, Gobta was satisfied with his victory in this first round. Now it was his turn to propose a challenge. "Come on, tell me what you want to compare. It's okay, no matter what you want to compare, I'm fine with it." Merlin said, those with eyes gleaming with excitement, not at all depressed by his loss in the first round. At this moment, he was filled with long-lost excitement. The last time he felt this way was when Artoria was born. "Second round, we won't compare anything." Gobta extended 3 fingers and grinned. "I'll ask you 3 questions, and if you answer 2 of them correctly, you win the second round." Artoria couldn't help but glance at Gobta. Whenever her teacher tricked K like this, he would wear the same mischievous smile. "Oh ho. So you have some questions you'd like to ask this most famous and greatest mage?" "No problem, I will open my warm heart and help you without reservation," Merlin confidently replied. He was, after all, Britain's most renowned mage and sage. Hardly anything happening in this land could escape his eyes. First question: 3 people went to stay overnight. The innkeeper said it would cost 30 coins for 1 night. The 3 of them discussed and decided that each one of them would contribute 10 coins. Later, the innkeeper, in a good mood because his son was born that day, decided to charge only 25 coins and gave the remaining 5 coins to the waiter to return them to the 3 customers. However, the waiter secretly kept 2 of the coins and gave each customer 1 coin back. That means the 3 customers each paid 9 coins with a total of 27 coins, right? Merlin followed Gobta's explanation and silently calculated. Even though the people of this era generally had low mathematical skills, it was clear that he was an exception, and this was nothing more than a simple addition and subtraction problem. "Right, so, what's your question?" Gobta calmly continued. "They paid 27 coins, plus the 2 coins the waiter kept, which makes it 29, however, they originally took out 30 copper coins for the payment, so, where did the remaining 1 copper coin go?" Merlin was left dumbfounded in an instant, including Artoria, who had been silently calculating on the side. Merlin subconsciously recalculated it several times, finding that the answer remained the same, a total of 29 coins. If that was the case, where did the missing coin go? Cold sweat began to trickle down Merlin's forehead. He never expected the first question posed by his opponent to be so sharp. He stubbornly recalculated several times, but the answer remained unchanged. The missing copper coin seemed to have grown legs and disappeared. Watching Gobta, who had a calm expression, Merlin suddenly had a flash of insight. If it wasn't a calculation issue, then it was likely a wording issue. Using verbal loopholes to set traps for others was his most commonly used trick. If that was the case, Merlin closed his eyes, appearing as though he was asleep, but in reality, he was using magecraft to simulate the scenario. If Gobta had indeed set a verbal trap for him, he would only fall into a dead end by following his opponent's line of thinking, and he would never find the correct answer. The only way out was to step out of the verbal trap and speak based on facts. After a moment, Merlin opened his eyes, wearing a confident smile. That 1 coin never existed in the first place. The 9 coins the 3 people paid already included the 2 coins that the waiter kept, which is the discounted price of 25 copper coins plus the hidden 2 coins on the waiter with a total of 27. Adding the 3 coins returned by the innkeeper makes it a total of 30 coins. Gobta raised an eyebrow and nodded, correct. Ha ha ha. Merlin's face displayed a smug expression, and he grinned. I must admit, your question was indeed cleverly crafted. For an ordinary person, it might be challenging to spot the trap and fall into your snare, trapped in a corner with no way out. But unfortunately, you encountered none other than the brilliant, wise, and handsome Merlin, the mastermind of trick and calculation. These small riddles can't possibly stump me, mwahahaha. Watching Merlin's overly confident laughter, Artoria furrowed her brows slightly, sensing that his method of winning might not be entirely straightforward. However, she couldn't say anything because, from the beginning, Gobta didn't set any specific conditions. As long as Merlin could answer correctly, it would count as a win. Next question, Gobta ignored Merlin's laughter and continued calmly. Assuming 1 coin can buy 1 peach and 3 peach seeds can be exchanged for 1 peach, you now have 10 coins in your hand. Each peach you eat leaves a seed. How many peaches can you eat? Merlin paused for a moment and then laughed even more exaggeratedly, clutching his stomach and tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Are you out of tricks? To think you would ask me such a simple question. Or perhaps you realize you can't beat me, so you're giving up. Gobta didn't respond, his black eyes remained calm as he watched Merlin. Alright, it looks like you've really run out of tricks. I told you not to challenge the wisdom of a great mage. Merlin wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, cleared his throat, and said. Listen up. 10 coins can buy 10 peaches, and with the 10 leftover seeds, you can exchange for 3 more peaches. After eating those, the 3 leftover seeds can get you 1 more peach, so, that makes a total of 14 peaches. Are you sure? Gobta asked casually. Of course. Merlin confidently replied. This kind of question could be answered even by a 3-year-old child, and he didn't even need to use magecraft to simulate it. Your answer is wrong, Gobta said with an unchanged tone. The correct answer is 15. Why? Merlin was dumbfounded once again. According to your logic. Your exchange of the first 3 peaches should only use 9 seeds, leaving 1 seed unused. With 1 more seed from the last peach you exchanged, the seeds became 2. But you can ask for 1 more peach as a debt to be paid later. That way, you'd have 3 seeds again, just enough to exchange for another peach. Gobta explained casually. So, it's 15, isn't it? What the? You're twisting words. Who in the world exchanges peaches like that? Is that so? I thought you should be quite familiar with the concept of debt. PFTT. Artoria couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is different. Besides, I've never taken anything in debt. I survive on my charm. I don't need to repay anyone. I've never seen someone justify not paying debts so confidently. Gobta's lips twitched. Filled with regret, Merlin forced a smile and said, Fine, I'll admit defeat this time, but I still have one last chance. As long as he could answer this final question correctly, he had a chance to redeem his honor. Merlin got unusually serious, his eyes burning with the flames of determination. This was no longer just about winning or losing, it was about his reputation and dignity as a great mage. Although his reputation wasn't particularly important to him, as the mage responsible for training the king, he couldn't afford to lose in matters of intellect. Let the final showdown begin. The third question, Gobta paused for a moment but then he smiled with a hint of mischief as he watched Merlin's eager eyes. Merlin furrowed his brows slightly. For some reason, when Gobta smiled like that, he had a bad feeling. The third question, divide a map into non-overlapping regions, label each region with a number. What's the minimum number of different labels needed to ensure that no adjacent regions share the same label? Gobta said leisurely. Merlin's mind spun for a while, and when he finally understood the meaning of the question, he became utterly confused. Label regions with numbers, and ask for the minimum number of labels to ensure no adjacent regions share the same label. What kind of complex question is this? Merlin frantically simulated it with magecraft in his mind, but after trying for a while, he realized it was impossible to simulate this. The possibilities were simply too numerous. Artoria, beside him, frowned deeply. She didn't attempt to solve the problem like Merlin because her intuition told her that this seemingly simple question might not be solvable by human effort. The four-color theorem, also known as the four-color map theorem, was one of the 3 major unsolved mathematical problems of the modern era. Alongside Fermat's last theorem and the Goldbach conjecture. It was proposed by a British student, Francis Guthrie, in 1852, and it wasn't proven until 1976. This problem seemed deceptively simple, but it had profound implications. To prove this conjecture, the University of Illinois used 2 electronic computers, spent 1,200 hours, and made 10 billion judgments. Staring at Merlin, who was dripping with sweat, Gobta crossed his arms and remained remarkably composed. No way you can solve this. If you solve this problem, I'll immediately return to the land of shadows, and I won't come out again. Gobta thought with a sneer. I think it's 8, facing Gobta's gaze, Merlin could only reluctantly spit out a number. Wrong, the correct answer is 4, Gobta said calmly. Why? Merlin asked, refusing to accept it. Well, this question is a bit tricky to answer, and you might not even understand it, Gobta said nonchalantly. If you think it's incorrect, you can try to provide a counterexample, although it's unlikely. What a joke, Gobta could remember the formation of the Mandarin duck formation, but there was no way he could remember the proof of the four-color theorem. Moreover, that kind of problem was practically unsolvable by human effort. Merlin reluctantly attempted to solve it with magecraft, but after a whole hour, he couldn't find a counterexample. Could it be, the answer really is 4? With trembling eyes, Merlin looked at Gobta, feeling the overwhelming superiority from the realm of higher intelligence. He tilted his head down, his eyes vacant, his expression lifeless, as if he had turned into a grey photograph. It seems the result is quite clear now, Gobta said, looking at Merlin as though he had turned into stone. I'm sorry, Merlin, but you've lost this second round. Chapter 13. With trembling eyes, Merlin looked at Gobta, feeling the overwhelming superiority from the realm of higher intelligence. He tilted his head down, his eyes vacant, his expression lifeless, as if he had turned into a grey photograph. It seems the result is quite clear now, Gobta said, looking at Merlin as though he had turned into stone. I'm sorry, Merlin, but you've lost this second round. What's all this about? Merlin suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted. These can't even be considered problems. It's just sophistry. How can you call it sophistry? Shouldn't a monkey run away when it meets a hunter? Who says the bag must be filled with apples and beans? When have you ever seen someone lift themselves up? Gobta shrugged with indifference. These are all perfectly normal questions, it's just that a certain Britain's greatest mage couldn't find the right answers. Lily, what do you think? Artoria thought for a moment and nodded. I think, teacher is right. See, even Lily agrees with me, Gobta smirked at Merlin. Oh great mage, do you have anything else to say? Or are you planning to back out? If it were any other time, Merlin might have actually backed out, as he had done this sort of thing before. However, this competition was about his honor as a mentor, and Artoria was right there, watching him. If he did something like that, he would be thoroughly despised by her. So, even though he was reluctant, Merlin could only nod in resignation. You win this second round. Good, Gobta grinned. Although Merlin rarely simulated the emotion of anger, right now, looking at Gobta's face, he inexplicably wanted to punch him. He was even more convinced of his earlier judgment. This guy was more shameless than he was. I don't believe you could keep going with these inhuman questions, let's see how many more you can come up with. Merlin thought with glee, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. He then declared the match for the next round. For the third round, let's have a sword fight. A faint light flashed, and a small wooden sword appeared in Gobta's hand. On the other side, Merlin held a radiant Excalibur Gallatin in his left hand and a dazzling Excalibur in his right. Countless swords, like peacocks spreading their feathers, appeared behind him, almost obscuring the entire sky. Come on, let's begin this fair and just battle. Merlin said with a joyful smile, his frustration easing. Merlin, you've gone too far. Even Artoria couldn't hold back her anger anymore and furrowed her brows. Winning by reasonably applying the rules, how can that be too far? Merlin's smile looked even more pleased. If Gobta is not satisfied, he can always use his own weapon, I won't stop him. Artoria was getting angry, ready to scold Merlin severely, but suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see Gobta shaking his head. I lost this round, Gobta said, dropping the wooden sword he held. He smiled at Merlin. You won, Merlin. Merlin felt a bit regretful. He had wanted to give Gobta a good beating this time. But it didn't matter, winning was what counted. At least he had pulled one win back. Now it's my turn, Gobta said, his smile unchanged. Just like before, 3 questions, and if you answer 2 correctly, you win. This guy couldn't be. Merlin felt a sense of foreboding. First question, why do pigs fly? Huh. What kind of question is that? I've never seen a flying pig. You fool, it's because they eat the magic grass that makes them fly. What? Second question, why do tigers fly? Merlin pondered for several seconds and finally caught on. Because they also eat the magic grass that makes them fly. You idiot, it's because they eat that flying pig. What the hell? Third question, why do dragons fly? Because they eat magic grass. No. It's because they eat that flying tiger. Fool, dragons can fly naturally. The next 2 rounds did not proceed because Merlin admitted defeat outright. As Merlin left, he appeared like a lost soul, his eyes devoid of their usual sparkle, muttering incessantly to himself, 14 peaches, 15 peaches, 4 numbers, 8 numbers, adjacent, not the same. Watching Merlin's haggard figure, Artoria couldn't help but feel a hint of worry. After all, for her, Merlin had been a mentor figure and dear friend for over a decade. Seeing him in such a state tugged at her heartstrings. Don't worry, someone as carefree as him will bounce back in no time, Gobta approached and comforted her. Artoria nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Teacher, was your method of winning a bit despicable? To be honest, she believed that none of those questions could be answered by a normal person. Despicable, huh? Gobta smiled down at Artoria, easily reaching her head due to his nearly 1 head height advantage. He gently patted her head and continued. This is the first lesson I'll teach you, Lily. When facing different opponents, you need to employ different tactics. Deal with despicable people in a more despicable manner, and confront tricky people with even greater tricks. Remember, act like a lion but think like a fox. The image of a king should be bright and honest, earning the love and respect of the people. But your methods should not be the same, because you'll definitely be facing some dirty scoundrels. So, you must use dirtier tactics to defeat them, or else you'll disappoint the people's expectations. But, I don't understand, I don't know how to use the dirty tactics you're talking about. Artoria had been raised with the most orthodox knightly education since childhood: justice, righteousness, trust, humility, and compassion. Over a decade of upbringing had made these values almost a part of her life's creed. Therefore, at that moment, she didn't know how to comprehend Gobta's references to despicable, tricky, and dirty. It's okay, I'll teach you all these things in the future, since you've called me teacher, I can't let you down, Gobta smiled, though there was a barely perceptible hint of guilt in his eyes. Ulmo, Artoria softly hummed in response, lowering her head. In her azure eyes, a hint of complexity flickered. A month later, explosive news spread like wildfire throughout all of Britain. The day of the king's selection was approaching. The location was none other than Tintagel. Countless knights rode their horses through the night to reach Tintagel. Everyone was eager and ready to showcase their skills at this grand event. Not everyone's goal was to claim the sword in the stone. Some intended to demonstrate their strength and win the favor of the future king. Others were merely curious, wondering after more than a decade of vacancy, who would ascend to the throne. There were also those mysterious figures with unknown origins, lurking in the shadows and quietly observing this royal gathering. With various motives in their hearts, all these individuals gathered in Tintagel, a remote town on the outskirts of Britain, for the liveliest moment in its history. Chapter 14. Artoria gazed at her reflection in the mirror. With her golden hair pulled up, a masculine waistcoat and trousers, arm and leg armor signifying her knightly identity, and those striking azure eyes and delicate features, she looked entirely different from her former self. The knightly demeanor she had been groomed with from a young age made her eyes radiate a sense of valor, making her appear more like a handsome knight. Unless someone was exceptionally familiar with her, no one should be able to recognize her in her current appearance. At most, they might mistake her for a typical handsome young man. The day of the king's selection was approaching, and in order to conceal her true identity, she had to move about in this disguise starting today until the moment she pulled the sword from the stone. Over a decade of preparation was about to culminate in this moment. But, do I truly have the qualification to pull the sword from the stone? Artoria pondered, looking at her fair palms, which showed no signs of calluses despite her daily sword practice. A complex expression washed over her eyes. She took a deep breath and turned, leaving her room behind. She arrived at a small wooden house nestled in a corner of the estate, hesitating for a while as she looked at the wooden plaque by the door bearing the word Gobta. No, there's no need to hesitate any longer. Perhaps this is the best course of action. Artoria's eyes gradually filled with determination as she lightly knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. The heart of the red dragon beat rapidly as if only a moment had passed, yet it felt like decades. Suddenly, Artoria snapped back to reality, staring at the still closed door. There was no response. Artoria tilted her head in confusion, while her ahog trembled and formed a question mark. She hesitated for a moment and then approached the door, pressing her ear against it. Lily, what are you doing? Hick. Artoria shrieked cutely as she jumped in surprise, turning to see Kay, who looked at her with a puzzled expression. Are you here to see teacher? Kay looked confusedly at his sister. Blushing profusely, Artoria fumbled to explain, like a child caught in a mistake, I am not, our teacher, he. A thought flashed in her mind like lightning, and without thinking, she blurted out, our teacher forgot to assign homework today. K. Dot. He stared at Artoria with a pained expression and said, "Didn't our teacher say we have a few days off because the day of the king's selection is approaching? There's no homework, right?" Oh, right, I forgot." Artoria averted her eyes guiltily and quickly turned to leave. Gobta went to the blacksmith's to pick up something he had custom ordered. "If you want to find him, you can look for him there." Kay's voice came from behind, and Artoria nearly stumbled. She immediately changed direction and headed toward the estate's exit. Watching Artoria's retreating figure, Kay sighed softly. "Lily." "Thanks, Uncle Carl," Gobta said with a smile as he looked at the neatly arranged iron tools in front of him. Carl felt a bit uneasy and quickly lowered his head. "Please don't say that, Lord God, being able to help you is already the greatest honor for me." Gobta looked at Carl with a hint of resignation. He couldn't even remember how many times he had explained to the stubborn old knight that he was not a damn god. But at this point, he couldn't be bothered anymore. If the man wanted to address him that way, so be it, as long as he didn't kneel every time they met. "Lord God, what are these things you forged? What are they for?" Gobta glanced at him and smiled instead of giving a direct answer. "What do you think these things are for, Uncle Carl?" Carl hesitated for a moment and cautiously replied, "I think these things might be related to soil and crops." "Oh." Gobta's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Indeed, as Carl had guessed, these tools were closely related to soil and crops. They were a batch of farm tools, mainly sickles, hoes, shovels, and plows. He was still working on more complex tools like curved plows and harrows. 6 months ago, when Gobta had just arrived in Tintagel, he had been curious about the state of agriculture here. After seeing it for himself, he had almost wanted to gouge out his own eyeballs. They didn't even turn the soil properly. They simply scattered seeds and called it planting. After that, they didn't tend to the crops at all, no weeding or fertilizing. Just letting them grow freely. When the crops matured, they would pluck them by hand, one by one. At one point, Gobta had seriously doubted if he had traveled back to primitive times. What was even more despairing was that, during his conversations with Hector, he had learned that Tintagel was not an exception. This was the state of agriculture throughout Britain. There was no organized knowledge of agriculture and no tools to assist in farming. They were entirely dependent on nature for their food. The presence of the age of God still hung over this land, which was why, despite such primitive farming methods, their food reserves remained relatively stable. But Gobta knew this couldn't last. The age of gods was fading from the earth, and these advantageous conditions would gradually disappear. Humans would have to rely on their own hands to build a future. The first problem they would face was food. With their primitive farming techniques, famine was almost certain to strike, and many would starve to death when that time came. Famine was a terrifying thing, and throughout history, the demise of most dynasties had been directly or indirectly related to famine. So, Gobta had to start now, changing people's views on food production. The first thing to do was to teach them how to cultivate and how to use these farm tools. But this was certainly not something he could do alone. He needed a few helpers. Gobta sized up Carl with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Even though Carl had never seen such tools before, he instinctively felt they had something to do with soil and crops. "Lord God, did I say something wrong?" Carl asked nervously, shrinking his neck. "No, you're absolutely right, these tools are indeed related to soil and crops. They have a collective name, and they're called farm tools." Gobta replied, pointing at the tools and explaining their functions one by one, along with some agricultural tips. The more Carl listened, the wider his mouth opened, and his eyes grew brighter. This is incredible, truly incredible. If what Lord God said were true, with these farm tools and the techniques you mentioned, our food production could increase by at least tenfold. Carl looked at Gobta with deep admiration in his eyes. He truly lived up to the title of a god. These tools he casually crafted could create such miraculous effects. Such profound wisdom shone as brightly as the sun in the sky. Ignorant mortals couldn't even grasp a fraction of it. Gobta nodded inwardly. Without practical testing, Carl had quickly understood the functions of these farm tools based solely on his description. This old knight indeed had some talent in this regard. He patted Carl's shoulder and smiled. "So, are you interested in leaving your mark on this endeavor that could change history, Uncle Carl?" Chapter 15. After leaving Carl's blacksmith shop, Gobta chose to take a longer route home. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the shortcut, it was just that recently, with the day of the king's selection approaching, a large group of knights from out of the town had come to Tintagel. These guys were as energetic as rutting bulls, with nothing much to do around here, so they spent their days looking for sparring partners. With his black hair and eyes, Gobta attracted quite a bit of attention. Every time he showed up, a bunch of them would jump out, shouting about wanting to have a fight to prove their knightly honor. He was getting annoyed by all the attention and had to step in to deal with the most persistent ones. He had thought that would deter the others, but those guys just got even more enthusiastic. He was genuinely scared of those guys and ended up hiding at home for a month. Today, he had only come out because Carl had brought news that the farm tools he had ordered were ready. But even so, he didn't dare to appear on Tintagel's main streets. According to the information he got from Kay, the number of knights gathering in Tintagel had been increasing recently. Why bother? The king's position is already set, all of you are just wasting your time. Gobta shook his head and sighed as he walked along a sparsely populated forest path. It was a bit longer, but the scenery along the way was pleasant, with a clear stream running beside it, so he didn't find it boring at all. Suddenly, a strange sound reached his ears. Gobta stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brow. He concentrated and faintly heard the sound of water flowing in something else. Help, help me. Someone was drowning. Gobta's gaze sharpened, and like an arrow released from a bowstring, he swiftly headed in the direction of the voice. About 500 meters later, he finally reached the scene of the accident. In the middle of the river, a woman in a black and blue dress with long, pale golden hair was tightly hugging a rock. She was weakly calling for help and seemed like she was on the brink of exhaustion. Don't worry, I'm coming. Gobta channeled his magical energy and drew a mysterious symbol in the air. Rune, element. Invisible waves of magical energy rippled, and the swift current suddenly calmed as if a pair of giant hands had smoothed it out. Gobta then drew another symbol. Rune, hand. An illusionary pair of large hands materialized out of thin air and reached out toward the woman with pale golden hair. Thud. A light green barrier suddenly appeared around the woman, blocking Gobta's rune from reaching her. Rune. Gobta's brow furrowed slightly. It was clearly an autonomously triggered rune. In this era, someone who could control runes was definitely not ordinary. But now wasn't the time to think about these things. Saving the woman came first. He pressed his fingers together and lightly cut his palm, a few drops of blood oozing out. In the air, he began sketching even more intricate runes with the blood. Primordial rune, hand. The primordial rune, the power Odin gained after drinking from the fountain of wisdom, was on an entirely different level than the later rune introduced for the convenience of the masses. In terms of power, they were worlds apart. However, in response, the complexity of the primordial rune was hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary rune, and the consumption of magical energy was astronomical. But an accidental practice session made Gobta discover that he could actually use his blood instead of magical energy to construct primordial rune. He was puzzled by this and had even sought his mother's guidance, but she hadn't told him anything. His instincts told him that his mother must know something, but unfortunately, even when he left the land of shadows, he hadn't received a definite answer. In an instant, the primordial rune was constructed, and a pair of powerful and muscular arms materialized from the void. They effortlessly shattered the light green barrier and pulled the woman back to the shore. Thank you. The woman lay on the ground, coughing up water, her soaked black gown clinging tightly to her, outlining her curvaceous figure. A faint glow passed, and all the water stains on the woman disappeared instantly, leaving her looking clean and refreshed, with no sign of just being rescued from the water. Are you a mage? Gobta raised an eyebrow. Oh, no, I'm not a mage. These markings are all things my sister left on me. Gobta nodded slightly. If this woman were a mage, there was no way she would have nearly drowned. Just then, the woman raised her head, allowing Gobta to see her face clearly. He widened his eyes in amazement. Lily? He almost blurted out that word. He even thought he might be mistaken, rubbing his eyes to be sure it wasn't his eyesight playing tricks on him. The woman in front of him bore a striking resemblance to Artoria, practically an adult version of her. However, there were some subtle differences. Artoria had eyes as clear as a lake, a deep azure, while the woman before him had eyes the same shade as her pale golden hair. Their auras were quite different too. Artoria had a resolute gaze, radiating strong valor. Sometimes, it was easy to forget her real gender. On the other hand, the woman before him appeared timid, like a canary raised in a cage, beautiful and fragile, evoking feelings of tenderness. How could they look so alike? Could Artoria have an unknown twin sister? Wait. Lily indeed has a sister. A look of caution appeared in Gobta's eyes. In both the real legends and the setting of Nasoverse, King Arthur indeed had a sister named Morgan Le Fay, a powerful and cruel witch. But Morgan was the true successor of the power of the island, and there was no way she would end up almost drowning. Moreover, this woman's demeanor was nothing like Morgan's in the legends at all. To be safe, Gobta decided to proceed with caution. Madam, could you please tell me your name? While speaking, he discreetly traced a mysterious rune in the air behind him. Rune, truth. If she dared to lie, Gobta would immediately sense it. Oh, I'm really sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. The woman stood up somewhat flustered and bowed to Gobta. Nice to meet you, my name is Gwyneir. Chapter 16. To be safe, Gobta decided to proceed with caution. Madam, could you please tell me your name? While speaking, he discreetly traced a mysterious rune in the air behind him. Rune, truth. If she dared to lie, Gobta would immediately sense it. Oh, I'm really sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. The woman stood up somewhat flustered and bowed to Gobta. Nice to meet you, my name is Gwyneir. The rune didn't respond. Is she really Gwyneir? A hint of surprise crossed Gobta's eyes. Like Morgan Le Fay, Gwyneir was a pivotal figure in the Arthurian legend. She served as King Arthur's queen but later became entangled in a romantic affair with the Knight of the Lake Lancelot, igniting a platonic love affair. Discovered by King Arthur, Lancelot fled Britain with Gwyneir and sought refuge in Gaul, which is modern-day France. His betrayal led to the discord of the Knights of the Round Table and was one of the crucial reasons for Camelot's downfall. And now, the person involved was standing right in front of Gobta, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Artoria. He suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, you mentioned earlier that you have a sister. Gwyneir shrank back slightly, her eyes showing a hint of fear as she nodded gently. She seemed to be quite afraid of her so-called sister. Gobta, noticing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. Is your sister named Morgan Le Fay? Gwyneir widened her eyes slightly. You know my sister. A barely noticeable panic flickered in her pale golden eyes. Morgan Le Fay was indeed Gwyneir's sister, strange considering there were no statements of Uther having other offspring. But thinking of Artoria, Gobta shook his head inwardly. With Uther's abilities, if he could hide one, he could certainly hide another. A sudden thought crossed Gobta's mind, and his expression became somewhat peculiar. Morgan was Gwyneir's sister, and she was also Artoria's sister. Did that mean Artoria and Gwyneir were sisters too? Could it be that this world was some kind of parallel world with a different setting? Gobta pondered while gazing at Gwyneir's face. All three of them look exactly alike. Gobta really wanted to know how Artoria dealt with someone with the same face as her. Mr. Mage. Gwyneir looked at Gobta timidly. Whether it was her imagination or not, she seemed to detect a hint of turmoil about this young man. Her sister had said that mages were all extreme lunatics who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. And their minds were very dark. Some even enjoyed imprisoning women in dungeons and using various twisted methods to torture and defile them to satisfy their own perverse desires. Gwyneir almost started crying. Could it be that she had encountered such a person? Did he save her just to capture her and slowly torment her? So scary, really scary. Sister, please come and save me. Gwyneir screamed in fear inside her mind. Gobta snapped out of his reverie and then looked at Gwyneir, who was on the verge of tears. He felt a bit puzzled, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized. Are you worried that your sister won't find you? He reassured her. Don't worry, I'll help you find her. He reached out to pat Gwyneir on the shoulder but then abruptly realized that the person in front of him was not Artoria. He cleared his throat and smiled. Coincidentally, the place where I'm staying is not far ahead, let's go there and take a break. It's true. It's true. It's true. Gwyneir couldn't hold back any longer, her eyes filled with moisture, and she forced a faint smile. And no, it's all right, I can find her myself. How can that be? Gobta promptly rejected Gwyneir's idea. There are many outsiders in Tintagel now, all sorts of people. What if you accidentally encounter bad people or perverts and find yourself in danger? Then my rescue would have been in vain. Clearly, you're the most dangerous pervert. Gwyneir retorted inwardly, trying to contain her inner fear and dread. She then forced a smile and replied, well, if that's the case, then I appreciate your help, Mr. Mage. She couldn't refuse any longer, otherwise, this mage would surely become angry. Now she had to find a way to stall for time until her sister came to rescue her. Stay calm, Gwyneir, you can do it, you must. I wonder how Lily will react when she sees Gwyneir, Gobta said inwardly while thinking of that amusing scene. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. Gwyneir. That creepy smile is so scary. Sister, please come and save me. Has teacher gone back? Artoria looked at Carl and asked, her face full of confusion. Carl, as if he had just experienced something incredible, his eyes unfocused while pointing outside with his hand, Lord God, left 10 minutes ago. Artoria nodded and turned to walk away. Thank you, Uncle Carl. After a moment, Carl regained his composure slightly after daydreaming about his discussion with Gobta. He looked at the empty doorway, scratching his head in a puzzled manner. Who was that? Meanwhile, Artoria hurriedly ran along the main streets of Tintagel. She had no idea that Gobta had taken a different route and silently scolded herself for her lack of concentration, as she had barely noticed her teacher passing by. She suddenly noticed a large crowd gathering up ahead, and faintly, there seemed to be the sound of a woman crying. Furrowing her brows slightly, Artoria pushed through the crowd and made her way inside. Please, give it back to me, that really is mine. I didn't steal it. A modestly dressed woman with her stomach slightly swollen, knelt on the ground with a pleading expression on her face. A slender man clad in silver armor stood in front of the woman, holding a jar in his hand, his murky eyes filled with a mocking smile. Who would believe that? A mere peasant and you have such a large jar of dragon blood, do you expect me to believe you slayed a dragon yourself? This is clearly stolen. Dragon blood. The crowd erupted in murmurs, their eyes gleaming with intense greed as they stared at the jar in the man's hand. Everyone knew how precious dragon blood was. Even the blood of subspecies dragons like wyverns was worth a fortune. How could an ordinary peasant possess such a thing? That is wyvern blood, not dragon blood. My husband traded his life for that, I really didn't steal it. The woman let out a despairing sob. The jar of wyvern blood was meant for her unborn child. Her husband had always dreamed of their child becoming a powerful and respected knight. It was initially an act of goodwill. Since all the inns in town were full, she had offered her spare wooden cottage for the young man to stay in temporarily. Little did she know that he would discover her jar of wyvern blood and immediately accuse her of theft. Please, give it back to me. My husband gave his life for this. I swear, I didn't steal it. She cried, clutching the leg of the silver-armored knight, pleading incessantly. Don't touch me with your filthy hands, you bitch. Seeing the stains on his leg armor, a hint of cruelty flashed in the slender man's eyes. He lifted his right foot and planned to viciously kick the woman in the abdomen, but... Bang! A loud bang echoed, and the slender man was sent flying, crashing into a nearby rock. His armor shattered, and blood poured from his body. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still alive. Everyone stared in shock at the sudden appearance of a golden-haired figure in the center of the scene. Artoria held the jar containing the wyvern blood in her hand, her azure eyes as calm as a tranquil lake. I can vouch for her, this jar of wyvern blood belongs to her. Chapter 17. I said, can you walk a bit faster? Gobta turned around, looking at Gwyneir, who was about 7 or 8 meters behind him, with a helpless expression. The journey should have taken only half an hour, but now it had dragged on for a full hour, and they had just completed half of it. This reminded him of the experience of shopping with his first love in a previous life. It was so tedious as fuck. Seeing Gobta's impatient expression, Gwyneir was so frightened that she shivered all over, her face on the verge of tears. She had been trying her best to delay, but her sister still hadn't come. It used to be so quick, why hasn't she appeared yet? What should I do now? This mage looked so intimidating, Gwyneir thought in distress. Gobta looked up at the sky, and the sun was gradually approaching its zenith. Ah, it's almost lunchtime, if we don't hurry back soon, Lily will have eaten everything. He teleported next to Gwyneir in an instant, one arm around her slender waist, and the other hand drawing a rune in the air. Sorry my lady, you're just too slow, I need to speed things up. Rune, element. A rush of wind elements converged, forming a pair of pale blue wings on Gobta's back. Hold on tight. With a gentle flap of the wings, Gobta and Gwyneir were lifted off the ground, soaring through the sky towards the direction of the estate. This series of changes left Gwyneir, who was already on edge, unconscious. But then, the red crystal gem hanging around her fair neck glimmered slightly, and she woke up in a daze. Watching the trees passing by below like fleeting shadows, she realized her situation and was terrified, closing her eyes tightly and hugging Gobta firmly, not daring to let go. An invisible barrier formed in front of them, blocking the strong winds that came at them head-on, preventing them from looking too messy. Open your eyes and take a look, from this angle, the world is quite a sight you know, Gobta said. Gwyneir was nearly scared to death, how could she possibly dare to open her eyes? But she was also afraid that her resistance would anger this mage, and he might just drop her from this high up in the sky. After weighing her options for a while, she reluctantly opened her eyes just a crack. And then, vast forest stretched out before her like a vivid oil painting. Sunlight scattered on the clear river, creating shimmering ripples. In the distance, the mountains formed a continuous range, with peaks standing tall and trees reaching for the sky. The flowing water and the interplay of light and shadow outlined the world with the most straightforward lines, creating a vast and pure landscape. It was a sight Gwyneir had never seen before, or perhaps she had seen it before, but her emotions at this moment were far more overwhelming. Take a good look. This is the world we live in, endless changes and boundless possibilities. With your feet on the ground and your eyes on the stars, this world belongs to anyone who holds hope. There's no need to feel anxious or constrained. Just keep moving forward, and you'll pave the way to the future. Every footprint we leave behind will become the brightest diamond in our crown. Gobta spoke with a gentle smile as he gazed to the front. Years later, Gwyneir would still remember this day. A man bathed in sunlight carried her through the air, making the most passionate declaration to this infinitely vast world. Shining like the sun. 5 minutes later, Gobta landed at Ector's estate with Gwyneir. Ah, teacher, you're back. Lily was looking for you just now. Did you encounter? Kay had just walked out of the house and greeted Gobta, but upon seeing Gwyneir with Gobta, he instantly fell silent. You scoundrel, what have you done to my sister? Kay's eyes turned red, his face contorted in anger as he roared, charging at Gobta like a berserker in a frenzy. Then. Thud. Gobta landed a solid punch on Kay, sending him sprawling to the ground. Gwyneir. Gobta crouched down, patting Kay's head, and said solemnly, Yo, this is punishment for disrespecting your teacher. Yo my ass. You're despicable. I will never submit to you. Refusing to repent and daring to repeat your mistakes, huh? Continue the punishment then. Thud. I will, never, give up. One day, I'll defeat you, and throw you, into the dung heap. Gobta's face turned green. Disrespect your teacher, plotting revenge, another punishment. Thud. After taking 3 punches in a row from Gobta, Kay couldn't utter another word. He lay on the ground like a lifeless body with a large lump on his head. Gwyneir shivered like a quail, finding Gobta to be quite violent. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I didn't insult you or say anything bad about you, please don't hit me, I'm afraid of pain. Gobta paused for a moment, then sighed, I wanted to ask if you're hungry, lunch is ready. Gwyneir blinked, and her small nose twitched as she caught the scent of food. Gurgle. Gwyneir's stomach made a faint rumble and her face turned red. I guess I haven't had breakfast yet, Gwyneir thought as she realized the reason for her rumbling stomach. After hesitating for a while, Gwyneir stood up and followed Gobta like a well-behaved puppy. She glanced back at Kay lying in the courtyard and couldn't help but whisper, is he okay? That guy's skin is thicker than a wild boar's, that mere injury will heal in no time, Gobta replied casually. Over the past 6 months, Gobta had helped Kay strengthen his body with the power of the Abyss Flower. Now, relying solely on physical strength, Kay could even go toe-to-toe with a wyvern. That kind of injury was nothing for him. Gobta and Gwyneir walked into the house. There was a table filled with food, but a familiar golden-haired figure was conspicuously absent. Gobta couldn't help but wonder if he had gotten out of bed on the wrong side today. He seemed to be encountering an unusual number of bizarre events. They both took their seats and started eating. It had to be said that Gwyneir, like her sister Artoria, had an elegant posture but a surprisingly fast eating speed. Do all 3 sisters have this trait? Couldn't you be gentler with your wake-up call? How am I supposed to sleep with such a big lump on my head tonight? Why were you acting like a lunatic anyway? I had to resort to that method to wake you up. I think you just wanted to get back at me, Kay grumbled. Gobta didn't respond. Some things were better left unsaid, and he wasn't about to admit he was being petty. Kay glanced at Gwyneir and asked, who is she by the way? He had fully regained his senses now and realized that although this woman looked identical to Artoria, there was a significant difference in her figure and demeanor. She couldn't possibly be Artoria. Lily's sister, Gobta replied casually. Gwyneir looked utterly confused. She had no idea when she had acquired another sister. Suspicion flashed in Kay's eyes and whispered to Gobta's ear, is she, her? No, Gobta smiled. Anyway, let's wait for Lily to come back and I will explain. Chapter 18. Gwyneir was feeling a bit uneasy. The man named Kay was sitting beside her, eating and staring at her without blinking. It's creepy. What's up with this guy? Gwyneir moved her seat next to Gobta. At least compared to that weirdo, this violent mage could provide a sense of security. Gobta looked at the trembling Gwyneir beside him and sighed. For fuck's sake, Kay, she's a guest, can't you stop giving her that creepy look, like some kind of stalker? I'm just keeping an eye on her, Kay frowned at Gobta. Keeping an eye on what? As I told you, she's not Morgan. Who knows if it's true or not? Morgan is second only to Merlin in magecraft, and she's cunning and full of tricks, this might just be her disguise. Gobta rolled his eyes at Kay. Knights were all one-track minded. Fine, I order you to focus on eating your meal, otherwise, next time I'll give you double the homework. Under Gobta's threat, Kay reluctantly lowered his head and took a big bite of his steak, accidentally biting into a hard bone that sent a shiver through his brain. That's karma for you. Gobta thought, smirking internally as he watched the miserable Kay. He then turned to Gwyneir and said, "It's all right now." Gwyneir softly nodded, her pale golden eyes showing a hint of curiosity. "So, this is what it feels like to be protected by someone." "I'm back." Artoria, dressed in men's clothing, walked in with a tired expression. When she saw the food on the table, her gaze instantly sharpened. "Welcome back," Gobta smiled. "Ah, teacher, you're back." Artoria turned her head to Gobta but suddenly froze. Gwyneir, still munching on her unfinished bread, also stared at Artoria, equally bewildered. They locked eyes as if time had stopped at that moment. Gobta kept his calm smile on his face, but inside, he was rolling on the floor with laughter. Finally. These baffled and confused faces are what I want to see. Artoria was the first to snap out of it, her expression both peculiar and embarrassed. "Teacher, what's going on here?" Gwyneir was still a bit confused. Why did this young man in front of her look so much like her? Gobta didn't keep them guessing and revealed Gwyneir's identity. "Her name is Gwyneir, Morgan Le Fay's sister. If we're talking about blood relations, she's your sister, Lily." "Morgan's sister, my sister." Artoria was dumbfounded while pointing at herself. She had heard Merlin mention her long-lost sister named Morgan Le Fay, a witch who possessed the power of the island. Morgan was also her greatest enemy on her path to becoming a king. But she had never heard of another sister named Gwyneir. Gwyneir was even more bewildered. The person in front of her was clearly a man, so why was Gobta saying that they were sisters? So, Gobta explained Artoria's true identity to Gwyneir. "Future, King Arthur." Gwyneir covered her mouth in surprise, looking at Artoria. Kay suddenly stood up, dragging Gobta out with a puzzled expression. Gobta didn't resist and allowed Kay to take him outside. "Dude! Do you even know what you're doing? That's Morgan Le Fay's sister, and you just casually revealed Lily's identity to her. Have you gone mad? Is there a problem?" Gobta smiled. Kay's face twitched for some reason. Looking at Gobta's behavior, he suddenly felt like he was facing Merlin, that feeling of wanting to punch someone in the face. Morgan Le Fay is the successor to the power of the island. Kay growled. By rights, she should be the one who ascends to the throne. But now Lily is fated to become King Arthur, and their relationship is like water and fire. Morgan will do everything to stop Lily from taking the throne. And you idiot, willingly revealed Lily's identity to someone close to her. Are you trying to get Lily killed? Thud. A heavy punch landed on Kay's head. Fuck. That hurts. Gobta shook his hand. I just told you, you should show respect to your teacher and not act all disrespectful. Kay looked at Gobta, a bit resentful. I'm almost the same age as you. I am your father's hired teacher, which makes me your senior. Got a problem with that? Gobta said coldly. At least, don't keep hitting me on the head, it'll make me dumb, damn it, Kay complained. If you can't grasp something this simple, your intelligence is beyond hope, Gobta chuckled. Seeing Kay's puzzled look, Gobta continued, do you really think Morgan wouldn't know about Lily's existence? Lily was hidden away with the help of the former king and Merlin, there's no way Morgan could know, Kay replied confidently. If it were someone else, it might be possible to keep it a secret, but Morgan is Uther's biological daughter, the successor to the power of the island. And one of the most powerful mages in all of Britain, second only to Merlin. Do you really think, with her abilities, she couldn't find a trace of Lily in over a decade? If that were the case, I think Camelot should just fall now. Kay had nothing to say in response. Let's take a step back, even if Morgan truly doesn't know about Lily's existence, won't she find out someday? And when that happens, will she spare Lily? At least, we can hide Lily for a while. But now, with the day of the king's selection approaching, Lily will step into the limelight. If she can't even face this challenge from Morgan, how can she bear the weight of a country? Gobta said with a serious tone. Kay was at a loss for words. Gobta sighed. Actually, I've always thought that Morgan shouldn't be Lily's enemy. They are both children of the former king, sisters, and the future pillars of Camelot. If they can support each other, this country can go much further. I advise you not to indulge in such daydreams, Kay said, rolling his eyes. My father said Morgan is extremely competitive and has a strong sense of jealousy. Anything that belongs to her, she won't let anyone else have it. If she willingly gives up the throne, I'll personally hand my head over to you as a chamber pot. No matter how difficult something is, you'll only know if you can succeed if you try. If you don't even have the courage to attempt it, what's the difference between you and a coward? Gobta patted Kay's shoulder. Moreover, right now, don't we have a perfect opportunity? Kay raised an eyebrow and caught the meaning. Gwyneir. That's right, Gobta smiled. Using Gwyneir as a bridge to connect Lily and Morgan, don't you think this plan is quite possible? Chapter 19. Kay raised an eyebrow and caught the meaning. Gwyneir. That's right, Gobta smiled. Using Gwyneir as a bridge to connect Lily and Morgan, don't you think this plan is quite possible? Gwyneir, though always seemed nervous when Morgan got mentioned, clearly had spent a considerable amount of time with her. Furthermore, Gwyneir's relationship with Artoria wasn't as strained, making her an ideal mediator. That was why Gobta had brought Gwyneir back to meet Artoria. His own bizarre enjoyment of seeing the spectacle was just an added bonus. Yeah, maybe that's possible. Kay thought like that as he looked at Gobta with a complex expression on his face. He couldn't help but feel that Gobta was truly an abnormal individual, someone unlike anyone else around them. Both his father and Merlin had no faith in the idea of reconciling with Morgan, especially given her possession of the power of the island. Their relationship was as volatile as it could be. But Gobta saw things differently, even dreaming that Artoria and Morgan could set aside their grievances and work together. Was it naive? Yet, looking at Gobta's face, all Kay could sense was unwavering confidence. No matter how difficult something is, you'll only know if you can succeed if you try. If you don't even have the courage to attempt it, what's the difference between you and a coward? Kay recalled Gobta's words. So that's why you came up with this far-fetched idea of using Gwyneir as a bridge to mend the relationship between Morgan and Lily. Because you haven't given up, you won't overlook any possible solution to the problem. Suddenly, Kay remembered the stories his father used to tell him when he was a child about heroes, those who never despaired no matter the circumstances and always managed to conquer incredible challenges, turning the impossible into reality. Although it sounded surprising when spoken aloud, in Kay's eyes, Gobta was someone akin to a hero. When Gobta returned to the room and saw Artoria sitting next to Gwyneir, chatting and laughing, a look of astonishment crossed his eyes. I've only been gone for a short while, and these two seem to have developed such a close relationship. Gobta was well aware of Gwyneir's timid nature. She was as fragile as a hamster, tears welling up at the slightest touch. But looking at her now, with the way she was interacting with Artoria, it was clear that she had completely let her guard down. Truly worthy of being called husband and wife. Gobta returned to his seat, and Gwyneir not only no longer seemed afraid of him, but she even flashed him a small smile. Done talking? Oh, yep, we're done, it was just a minor issue. Gobta blinked in slight confusion and gave Artoria a curious look. What had she said to Gwyneir? It feels like Gwyneir has become a different person. Artoria didn't meet Gobta's gaze, she just continued to lower her head to eat her bread. Of course, she couldn't tell Gobta that she had been earnestly explaining to Gwyneir that he wasn't some perverted mage who enjoyed imprisoning women in the basement. Kay also returned to his seat, no longer showing as much hostility towards Gwyneir as he had earlier. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became harmonious. However, Gobta suddenly remembered something peculiar. By the way, Lily, why did you come back so late? He had taken a longer route, and Gwyneir had delayed him for quite some time. Artoria should have returned without him if she hadn't found him at the blacksmith. So why had she arrived later than him? Because I ran into a scumbag on the way. Artoria's eyes showed a rare hint of anger. She proceeded to recount her recent experience to everyone. That's outrageous. How can there be people like that? Someone kindly takes him in, and he sets his sights on their treasures. Surprisingly, the first to speak up was not Kay but Gwyneir. She clenched her small fists tightly, her face filled with indignation. This made Artoria feel relieved. She turned to Gwyneir seriously and said, Gwyneir, maybe you should consider becoming a knight like me, with your sense of justice, you'll surely earn the respect of many. Gwyneir blinked, shrunk back, and instantly reverted to her timid self. I don't want to be a knight, I'm afraid of pain and don't want to fight. Lily, you did the right thing, leaving scum like that in the world is an insult to knights. Kay expressed strong support for Lily's actions. Artoria hesitated for a moment and said, but I didn't kill him. You didn't kill him? Kay was bewildered. Artoria nodded, after all, he's a knight, he was temporarily blinded by greed, I want to give him another chance, so I left him with some injuries. Kay was at a loss for words. It seemed unnecessary to give a second chance to a scoundrel who would harm a pregnant woman and steal from her. Gobta furrowed his brow, and his expression suddenly became serious. Lily, what did you do with the woman? I sent her back home. And the blood jar? I returned it. It was something she left for her child after all, Artoria answered honestly. Gobta's face turned incredibly grim. This is bad. Gobta immediately stood up and ran outside, blood splattering from his fingertips as he quickly wrote complex runes in the air. Powerful and large blue wings appeared on his back, carrying him into the distant sky. Artoria, Gwyneir, and Kay followed him outside and saw Gobta's figure quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. What's wrong with him? Gwyneir asked in confusion. Artoria didn't say anything. Her natural instincts were telling her that she had possibly committed a grave mistake. Using the elemental wings constructed with primordial rune, Gobta arrived at Tintagel's main street in just 5 minutes. As he looked down at the bustling crowd below and the towering buildings, he drew another rune. Rune, search. The pregnant peasant woman Artoria had mentioned was someone he had seen before. She was a very strong woman who hadn't crumbled even in the face of her husband's death. She had vowed to carry on with her husband's wishes, raising her child to become a respected and powerful knight. Anyone who had left an impression on him, the rune would find their trace. The rune trembled slightly and suddenly turned into a straight, thin line, stretching into the distance. Found you. Gobta's wings instantly quivered, and he followed the direction of the thin line. 1 minute later, he finally reached his destination. In the courtyard, several men dressed as knights stood in a circle, brutally beating the cowering peasant woman on the ground. A glint of cold, sharp murderous intent flashed in Gobta's eyes as he descended like a meteor. Chapter 20. This damn bitch can really endure, it's been so long, and her mouth is still sealed shut, huh? A knight clad in silver armor named Gavin said that with a sneer. He looked at the cowering peasant woman with a hint of cruel amusement in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Heh. The other knights joined in the laughter, their tone filled with mockery. Gavin bent down, grabbed the woman's hair, and stared at her bloodied and pained face, grinning. If it weren't for you, His Highness would not have ended up like that. It's a pity we haven't found that golden-haired knight yet, otherwise, I would have made him experience an outcome 1,000,000 times worse than His Highness's. The prince had always been rebellious in nature. They had agreed to act together, but he had sneaked away behind their backs and arrived in Tintagel ahead of them. They had to chase him through the night to catch up. Only to find him severely injured, with more than half of his bones shattered. Even the most skilled doctor would need at least a year to heal him. As Prince's top henchman, Gavin couldn't just stand by. After investigating the situation, he quickly located this place. Now, tell me, that wyvern blood, and that golden-haired knight, where are they? Gavin glared menacingly at the woman, looking like a devil. I don't know. The woman's voice was incredibly weak, her face covered in dust and blood. Don't know. Gavin's face twisted into a cruel smile as he stood up and kicked the woman in the stomach. Ack. The woman let out a piercing scream, writhing in pain, with crimson blood seeping from her lower body, more precisely, her crotch. My child, my child. I wondered why you kept curling up earlier. It turns out you were trying to protect your child, huh? Gavin said with a cruel smile on his face. Well, that works for me. I'll just cut open your belly and take out the bastard child, then crush him right in front of you. Maybe then, you'll tell me the truth. He drew his long sword from his waist with a swift motion and advanced towards the woman. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger suddenly welled up in his heart. Gavin instinctively rolled to the side. Boom! A deafening explosion, like a meteor crashing in the courtyard, sent a shockwave spreading in all directions, carrying dust and smoke. Ah! Hurt! It hurt! Gah! The knights who had followed Gavin suddenly let out agonized screams. Black flames were burning on their bodies and seemed to appear out of nowhere. They knelt on the ground as if enduring the most excruciating pain in the world, clawing at their faces until they were bloodied and mangled. Watching this scene, Gavin couldn't help but take a step back and swallow a mouthful of saliva as large beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This reminded him of the mages in the palace, those monsters disguised as humans, who used similarly mysterious and sinister methods. Faint footsteps suddenly reached his ears, and Gavin instinctively raised his head. From within the smoke and dust, a figure emerged. Who? Who are you? I warn you. I am the chief guard of His Highness, the Prince of Gunna. If you even think about touching me, the kingdom won't let you off easy. Gunna? A kingdom? The voice belonged to a young man. That's right. If you're sensible, you'll behave. Gavin's voice abruptly stopped as a black-haired man appeared in front of him suddenly as if teleporting, his black eyes filled with cold indifference. It's just a kingdom. Gobta walked past Gavin without a word. As he brushed past, Gavin suddenly knelt on the ground, black flames burning on him deeper than the darkest night. HIATUS. He was experiencing unimaginable agony, as every nerve in his body was torn apart. His cries were heart-wrenching. Gobta's expression remained ice-cold, and he didn't choose to kill these men outright. Allowing these scum to die so easily would be too merciful for them. He unleashed the power of Jizo Mitama without reservation. Emotions, reason, memories, life, and body, everything would be completely corrupted by the black flames. Thousands of years of hatred and countless sins of humanity would make these bastards endure the pain 1,000 times worse than falling into hell until they disappeared completely. This was true survival without escape, death unattainable even if desired, to the extent that describing it as being torn apart by 1,000 knives or thrown into a sea of fire would be an understatement. Faced with these inhumane scums, Gobta showed his ruthless side for the first time. He quickly approached the woman, abyss flower appearing in his hand, and the tip of the lance gently touched her shoulder. A massive surge of life energy flowed into her body, healing her bruises and wounds rapidly. Her furrowed brows relaxed, and her breathing became steady. But Gobta remained serious, his face growing even more stern. Although the peasant woman was no longer in danger, the child inside her had suffered severe injuries from the earlier kick, and its life hung by a thread, flickering like a candle, with the possibility of a miscarriage at any moment. Gobta continuously infused his magical energy into the abyss flower, converting it into life energy and injecting it into the unborn child. However, since the child was not fully developed, it couldn't absorb this life energy. At this rate, the child would still die. Save my child. In her unconscious state, the peasant woman seemed to sense something, furrowing her brows tightly and uttering dreamlike murmurs. Gobta fell silent for a moment, his eyes gradually filled with determination. "Don't worry, I'll save your child." Gobta redirected the power of the abyss flower, using only a small portion of the life energy to sustain the child's vitality while using the rest to help the child accelerate its growth. It was a miracle on par with creation, and even though Gobta had never done such a thing before, he knew he couldn't fail. Because this was his only chance. Life energy flowed continuously into the peasant woman's body. When it was nearly halfway complete, Gobta's body suddenly trembled, and a deep weakness surged through his limbs. His magical energy was running out. The magical energy required far exceeded Gobta's imagination, and even with his magical energy reserves, it was barely enough for half. Without the support of magical energy, the output power of the abyss flower instantly dropped significantly. "I can't collapse here." Gobta gritted his teeth, a touch of madness flickering in his jet-black eyes. He used his finger like a blade, slashing his wrist, and a large amount of blood sprayed onto the abyss flower. Since his blood could be used to create primordial rune, it could certainly be used to power the abyss flower. The crimson blood disappeared in an instant into the lance, and the abyss flower suddenly radiated a bright white light. Its sacred patterns lit up one after another, emitting a very strong vitality. The life energy, now 100 times more robust than before, flowed continuously into the peasant woman's body. The woman's belly visibly swelled at an astonishing rate, going from small movements to a full-term pregnancy in just a few minutes. Blood continued to trickle down, and Gobta's complexion grew paler, but his grip on the abyss flower remained unwavering. After what felt like an eternity, a surge of vibrant life energy suddenly emanated from the woman's belly. Gobta instantly released his hand, and the abyss flower turned into faint light and disappeared into the air. Feeling the vigorous life energy on the woman's belly, a faint smile tugged at Gobta's pale face. Chapter 21. After what felt like an eternity, a surge of vibrant life energy suddenly emanated from the woman's belly. Gobta instantly released his hand, and the abyss flower turned into faint light, disappearing into the air. Feeling the vigorous life energy on the woman's belly, a faint smile tugged at his pale face. "Just as I thought, it's really you, capable of pulling off something like this." A playful voice chimed in from the side, with the faint scent of flowers lingering in Gobta's nose. Pink petals converged from all directions, forming a human figure in an instant. Then, the petals scattered, revealing a white-haired man holding a cherry-wood staff. With such a flamboyant entrance, who else could it be but Merlin? "After watching the show for so long, you finally decided to show up," Gobta said casually. Merlin possessed a clairvoyance that could see present, and Artoria was his primary focus of observation. There was no way he could have missed what was happening here. He might have been here from the beginning, just quietly watching the show. But Gobta couldn't really blame him. After all, this guy wasn't even human and had no love for humans. He merely enjoyed watching humans. Except for a few individuals who piqued his interest, everyone else was like roadside stones to him. "I suddenly feel that what you said back then might indeed have some truth. It seems I might have made a slight mistake in Lily's education." Merlin sighed, looking at the fading people within the black flames, his face showing a hint of disappointment. Gobta couldn't be bothered to deal with this guy. If it weren't for this idiot's insistence on nurturing some ideal king, this whole situation wouldn't have happened in the first place. Judging by your expression, it seems you don't intend to let this matter end here. Merlin smiled. To root out the weed, one must remove its roots completely, Gobta said coldly. In that case, I'll lend you a hand, consider it making up for my mistake, let's use my newly researched magecraft, hopefully, I won't bite my tongue this time. Merlin muttered and waved his cherrywood staff. Behold. British magecraft lily, it's dining time arc. My tongue. Invisible magical energy gathered like a storm, feeling the vibration in the surroundings, Gobta's eyes showed a hint of caution. He had never seen such a massive amount of magical energy before, even compared to his mother, Scathach. Although the incantation seemed a bit ridiculous, Gobta was still somewhat excited. After all, this was magecraft unleashed by the Grand Caster's candidate. With such a commotion, the effect must be extraordinary. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. A full 10 minutes passed, and the vibration gradually calmed down, but nothing seemed to have happened. It seems like the magecraft had a little problem, ahaha, Merlin said awkwardly, flashing a sheepish smile. Gobta, I might have to keep my distance from K in the future, otherwise, I feel like my IQ might suffer, Merlin sighed, rubbing his forehead. Why did I even expect something from this waste? Gobta said inwardly with disappointment. Ahem, having some flaws in a newly created magecraft is perfectly normal, let me try it again, it'll definitely work this time. Merlin cleared his throat and raised his staff again. Buzz. However, before he could utter another word, the surroundings suddenly trembled once more. A loaf of bread fell from the sky, landing on Merlin's head, followed by countless loaves raining down from out of nowhere. Wait. Before Merlin could react, he was engulfed in this sudden rain of bread and got buried. After about 10 minutes, the bread rain gradually subsided, leaving countless loaves piled up in the courtyard, resembling a small hill and filling the air with a rich aroma of wheat. Gobta curiously tasted a piece, and the soft bread turned into magical energy the moment it entered his throat. So, even though it looked like bread, it was actually a magical energy in bread form. Gobta nodded, his finger drawing a rune in the air. Rune, devour. A light green vortex appeared by his side, sucking some loaves into it, quickly transforming them into magical energy replenishing his body. Gobta's originally pale complexion visibly returned to normal. Merlin's head popped out from the bread mountain, complaining, your way of eating has no soul, it's disrespectful to food. Gobta couldn't be bothered with this eccentric fellow, he was in a hurry and didn't have time to nibble on pieces of bread one by one. Besides, this stuff only looked like bread, it was fundamentally a product of magic and couldn't satisfy his hunger. Merlin looked at the bread in front of him, took a bite, and proudly proclaimed, as expected of me, it tastes really good. So, that is what makes you proud? Gobta sighed inwardly and suddenly looked beyond the courtyard. 3 familiar figures were rapidly approaching Artoria, Kay, and the breathless Gwyneir. Teacher, what happened? Seeing the bread mountain in front of them and Merlin grinning with that familiar mischievous smile, Artoria was momentarily baffled. You've arrived just in time. Gobta spoke to the trio, then entered the house. Rune, search. With the help of Rune, Gobta swiftly located the concealed jar of wyvern blood. He then turned to Artoria and the others, pointing at the still unconscious peasant woman lying on the ground. Stay here and watch over her, I have something to do. After saying that, Gobta wrote a rune in the air, and a pair of blue wings appeared behind him. Without delay, he flew in the direction of the main street. Artoria gritted her teeth, turned, and ran to follow Gobta. Can we, have some rest first? Gwyneir let out a breathless and despairing moan but still followed Artoria's footsteps. Kay also wanted to go with them, but a vine that seemed to appear out of nowhere entangled his feet, nearly causing him to fall. Haven't you heard what your teacher said? Stay put, young man. Are you kidding me? Kay fumed, ready to engage in a 1 versus 1 showdown with Merlin, but the peasant woman nearby suddenly let out a scream, writhing in pain, covered in sweat. What's happening? Kay looked utterly bewildered. Well, if I'm not mistaken, she's about to give birth. What? Gobta soared high in the sky, clutching a piece of black cloth. It was a fragment of clothing he had torn from those bastard knights earlier. With this, he could use Rune to trace their past movements and find the so-called prince. A thin straight line extended all the way, ultimately pointing to the top floor of an inn. Found you. Gobta's eyes flashed with cold determination as Gwyneir materialized in his hand. The crimson magical energy burned on the spear like flames, and he descended toward the room below. Boom! The ceiling exploded instantly, and a young man wrapped in bandages lay unconscious on the bed in the room. The falling rubble hit him squarely, and he moaned in pain. A black-robed old man stood nearby, trembling as he looked at Gobta descending from the sky. "Who are you?" "Just a passing-by teacher." Gobta's voice was as cold as ice as he gazed at the two figures in the room. "Now, let me teach you all what it means to repay blood with blood." Chapter 22. Why you're here for that peasant woman. The old man seemed to suddenly understand something. "Where's Gavin? What did you do to them?" "They're right here." Gobta casually tossed the fragment of clothing he held in his hand. As the old man looked at the familiar black fabric, his pupils suddenly contracted. You actually. No need for all this pointless chatter, in any case, you'll pay for your actions." Gwyneir flew back into Gobta's hand, and he threw it towards the young man on the bed. Whoosh! But, a black mist suddenly appeared, enveloping Gwyneir. The crimson magical energy burning on the spear quickly vanished, and it fell to the ground like an ordinary spear. "Miss Yelena." The old man's face lit up with surprise. The black mist gathered and transformed into a woman in a black robe. She was beautiful, with crimson eyes and a figure so curvaceous it seemed almost exaggerated. Her slender, fair fingers lightly brushed over her full red lips, like a seductive rose in full bloom. My, it's been so long since I've tasted such delicious magical energy." The woman extended her sensual tongue and licked her lips, her expression intoxicated. "Miss Yelena. Please, save our prince." Yelena turned to look at him, emitting a melodious, bell-like laughter that echoed in everyone's hearts. "Fufu, this man has been giving me those disgusting looks all along the way, I've been itching to shred him to pieces, now, he's getting what he deserves." The old man's face darkened, realizing that if he didn't offer something significant today, this woman might indeed stand by idly. "As long as the prince is safe, we'll double the reward." "Triple it." Yelena extended 3 fingers, smiling coyly. The old man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "Deal." As long as the prince remained unharmed, no price was too high. Yelena nodded in satisfaction and turned to Gobta, smiling. "Sorry, little brother, even though I wanted to see this man dead as much as you did, I can't go back on my word as a professional bounty hunter." Gobta gazed at her crimson eyes and spoke in a calm tone, "You're a dead apostle, aren't you?" Yelena blinked in surprise, her eyes showing a hint of curiosity. I didn't expect you to know about dead apostles, since you figured it out, you better leave quietly, otherwise, if this sister gets angry, she might just drain you dry." Dead apostles were humans who had undergone a certain transformation to become blood-sucking creatures, also known as vampires. Originally created to serve as familiars and emergency blood supply for the true ancestors. Some of dead apostles had evolved into monstrous beings. With vast differences in power, but generally possessing abilities beyond ordinary mages. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who's your master?" "Black Princess Altrouge? White Wing Lord Trhvmn Ortenross? Or Black Wing Lord Granserd Blackmore?" The smile faded from Yelena's face, and a hint of caution appeared in her crimson eyes. "Who are you, really?" "As I said earlier, just a passing-by teacher," Gobta said lightly. "Now, it's your turn to answer my questions." Instead of a response, she advanced on him instead. "It seems I'll have to get the answers myself, huh?" Gobta sighed and began to write rune in the air with his fingertips. Rune, restraint. Chains of light green extended from the void, binding Yelena. However, she suddenly turned into black mist, escaping the confinement of the chains and enveloping Gobta. Gobta could feel his magical energy rapidly decreasing. "It's useless no matter what means you use, you can't trap me, besides, any magecraft can be devoured by me." Yelena's triumphant voice came from the black mist. "I warned you not to anger me, little brother, but you just can't behave, can you? Looks like, this sister must teach you a lesson." "So, this is the power you gained after becoming a dead apostle." Gobta's magical energy was rapidly shrinking, but he didn't appear to be flustered. He even had a slight smile on his face. The black mist suddenly paused, and for some reason, Yelena suddenly felt something wasn't right. "Let me teach you a lesson, woman." Deep darkness coalesced in Gobta's hand, transforming into a black sword burning with ominous black flames. "Eating indiscriminately can upset your stomach, you know." "Itch." A piercing scream echoed from the black mist. The mist seemed to scatter rapidly from Gobta's body, turning into Yelena's form in an instant. She knelt on the ground, her body engulfed in eerie black flames, her face contorted in agony. Though not known for physical strength as a dead apostle, her physical endurance was no less than that of an average phantasmal species. However, under the strange black flames, her body seemed utterly powerless. Excruciating pain pierced through her nerves as if countless knives were cutting through her. I was wrong, please, spare me. She struggled to lift her head, pleadingly looking at Gobta. Gobta crouched down, smiling gently. If you want me to spare you, I can, but you have to promise to become my servant. Are you kidding me? The reason I escaped from there was because I didn't want to be anyone's servant anymore. Although Yelena wanted to say that to his face, looking into the man's emotionless eyes, she realized she had no choice. She didn't want to become a servant, but she wanted to live. Her life was more important. Becoming a servant meant there was still a chance to escape. If she died, there would be nothing left. I agree to be your servant. Smart choice, Gobta smiled, extending a finger to touch Yelena's forehead. The black flames on her body instantly converged, forming a black flame symbol on her brow. This is a spell I created using rune and a unique power of mine. With a single thought, it will completely consume everything in you: knowledge, memories, emotions, life. Nothing will remain. Gobta smiled warmly, but to Yelena, he appeared as a devil from hell. Of course, if you want to devour this rune, I don't mind, it saves me the trouble. Doesn't this mean I have no chance to escape anymore? Yelena collapsed on the ground, her body weak, her eyes filled with despair. While I have some questions to ask you, for now, let me finish my unfinished business. Gobta patted Yelena's shoulder, then looked towards the trembling old man and the unconscious young man lying on the bed nearby. Chapter 23. While I have some questions to ask you, for now, let me finish my unfinished business. Gobta patted Yelena's shoulder, then looked towards the trembling old man and the unconscious young man lying on the bed nearby. Watching Gobta approach slowly, the old man trembled and took a few steps back before shouting at Yelena. Miss Yelena, as long as you can ensure the safety of the prince, our kingdom will offer you 5 times, no, 10 times the reward. Are you fucking retard? Don't you see my situation? Yelena yelled with anger inside her mind as she glared fiercely at the old man, her crimson eyes seeming to shoot fire. If it weren't for this old man, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If it weren't for her concern about upsetting Gobta, she would have torn these 2 men to shreds long ago. Despair filled the old man's eyes. Gavin and the others were already dead, and Yelena had betrayed them. They had no hope left. Did you know? Gobta's voice echoed in the old man's ears like an eerie melody. Back then, that peasant woman, just like you now, was filled with despair. She tried everything and gave her all, but in the end, she couldn't save her child. The mongrels you sent even tried to use a sword to take out the unborn child from her belly and planned to crush the child underfoot right in front of the child's mother. I didn't know about that. We only wanted to know the whereabouts of the wyvern blood and the golden-haired knight. You probably never thought nor cared. You, who always looked down on commoners, would one day find yourself in the same position as those ants you trampled upon. You wanted everything you desired, sought revenge on anyone who opposed you, bullied the weak, and abused your power. Did you ever consider that one day you'd be seen as the weak by someone else? Gobta closed in step by step. You can't kill us. The old man shouted desperately. If you kill the prince, it will spark a war between 2 countries. His Majesty the King will not spare you. Gobta paused. This might work. The old man's eyes showed a glimmer of hope as he watched Gobta's reaction. Ha 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 ha. Gobta suddenly burst into laughter while covering his face with one of his hands. Really surprising, a small country of just 100,000 people dares to mention the word war. So what? The old man's eyes turned cold. He knew that he and the prince had no way out now. The only path to safety was to negotiate. Camelot has been without a king for over a decade. We have no idea what chaos reigns within, and King Vortigern has his eyes on it. If you provoke another enemy in this situation, it will only make Camelot's situation worse. You will become the sinner for all of Camelot. Interesting, someone actually says I'll become the sinner for all of Camelot. That's a rather intimidating assessment. It's the first time I've heard some bullshit like that, Gobta remarked with interest. The old man spoke solemnly. If you spare us and let us go, I will suggest to His Majesty that we form a brotherly alliance with Camelot. With our help, you'll have a better chance against King Vortigern. Although it sounds tempting, I'm just a mere teacher. Such high-level matters are not for the likes of me to ponder. I'll leave that to the bigwigs to worry about. Gobta said casually as he wrote a rune in the air. 2 massive hands emerged from the void, one hand smashing through the wall and the other grabbing the unconscious young man on the bed, still covered in bandages. What are you going to do? The old man exclaimed. The idea of being the sinner for all of Camelot is a bit too scary for me to decide right now, so I've decided to let the people help me make that choice. Gobta smiled and manipulated the hand, walking to the edge of the wall. He looked down and saw a bustling crowd gathering on the street below, curious and looking up at him. Gobta had already noticed that many people were approaching from this direction. After all, those guys who had nothing to do but were full of energy like Randy Bulls wouldn't miss a chance to watch a spectacle. But this time, they had come at just the right moment. The Gibald Gobta had thrown a while ago had attracted almost half of Tintagel's population. People were speculating about which unknown mage had caused this commotion. Then, not long after, the wall of the top-floor room collapsed, and a young man with black hair and eyes walked out, followed by two massive ethereal hands, one of whom was clutching an unconscious man covered in bandages. The crowd erupted into chaos. Isn't that the Black Knight? The Black Knight? The one who disappeared for a month? I thought he had left Tintagel ages ago. That's him. He's the one who buried me in the ground back then. I can't believe the Black Knight is also a mage, this is fantastic. I must challenge him again. The Black Knight? Artoria, lurking in the crowd, couldn't help but find it strange. When did her teacher acquire this nickname? Good citizens of Camelot. A deep voice drowned out the hushed whispers of the crowd, and everyone instinctively raised their heads, gazing at the young man with black hair and eyes. Facing the scrutiny of 1,000 eyes, Gobta remained calm. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Gobta. I serve as a teacher and mentor in Sir Ector's family. My usual responsibilities involve educating his daughter and that rebellious son of his. Achoo! Kay suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose and muttering, strange, I feel like someone's talking behind my back. What are you muttering about over there? Come and help. Oh, I'm coming. Kay quickly carried a basin of water into the room. Before long, the room echoed with a woman's agonizing screams and Kay's words of encouragement. Yes, that's it, ma'am. Push. Hard. Excellent. We can already see the baby's head. Gah. Please don't pull my hair. The Black Knight is actually someone else's family teacher. I remember Sir Ector's son is named Kay, right? Yeah, and his daughter's name is Artoria. Ignoring the hushed whispers of the crowd, Gobta continued. I once told my students that to become a truly strong one must have a strong heart. They should not prey on the weak or abuse their power, but rather care for the weak and lend a helping hand to those in need. Only then can they earn the respect of others and be considered strong. Many nodded in agreement, while some hung their heads in shame. I am pleased to see that my students are exceptional, they have remembered my words and taken them to heart. Gobta manipulated the hand of Rune and presented the unconscious prince, wrapped in bandages, to the crowd. This man, both a prince and a knight hailing from the kingdom of Gunna, falsely accused a kind-hearted peasant woman of theft in his greedy pursuit of wyvern blood. This accusation came despite her generous and sincere act of sheltering him. Such vile and dirty behavior has tainted the name of a knight. Chapter 24. This man, both a prince and a knight hailing from the kingdom of Gunna, falsely accused a kind-hearted peasant woman of theft in his greedy pursuit of wyvern blood. This accusation came despite her generous and sincere act of sheltering him. Such vile and dirty behavior has tainted the name of a knight. Gobta's voice echoed with indignation in the ears of everyone, and at that moment, all eyes turned towards the bandaged man with undisguised disgust. The people who hung their heads in shame were the same people who had been present at the time and had harbored greedy thoughts for wyvern blood. Now, they wished they could disappear. But fortunately, my student happened to pass by at that moment and prevented this tragedy from occurring. I am proud of her. Teacher, why are you saying that? Hopefully, my disguise won't be exposed. Artoria exclaimed inwardly while her face displayed a hint of panic. But Gobta's tone shifted. What I didn't expect is this prince would become so petty and vicious. He sent his men to find the woman's home, not only to seize her wyvern blood but even to kill her child that was still in her womb. What? Gasps filled the crowd, and angry glares were directed at the bandaged man. If looks could kill, the prince would have been torn to pieces 1,000 times over. The black-robed old man who had quietly peeked out met the furious gaze of the crowd and immediately felt his legs go weak. Despair covered his aged face. Artoria's complexion turned extremely pale. With her intelligence, she knew the gravity of her mistake all too well. The thought of nearly causing the death of a mother and her child overwhelmed Artoria with waves of dizziness, regret, and self-blame, gnawing at her soul like a relentless predator. Gobta reached out and beckoned, and the jar that had been placed in the corner flew into his hand, displayed before everyone. Inside this jar lies wyvern blood. I can vouch for it with my name. This jar was not stolen, her husband exchanged his life for it. He was a noble knight who sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. And his dying wish was for his child to become a respected and powerful knight. To fulfill his wish, I gave this jar of wyvern blood to his wife. People straightened their backs, their expressions solemn, paying the highest tribute to the knight who had sacrificed himself for others. It was an era of knights, and those who could embody the spirit of a knight, even in death, earned respect from the people. But what I didn't expect is that this jar of wyvern blood would become the source of calamity, straying from its purpose. Even her husband, I'm sure, wouldn't want to see his wife and child suffer more because of this jar. So, I've decided to destroy it. Gobta released his grip, and the heavy jar fell straight to the ground, making a loud crash as crimson blood and shards scattered. As the crowd smelled the much stronger scent of blood, they once again stirred. So, it really is wyvern blood? Such a pity, although just dragon subspecies, this wyvern blood is a rare find in the capital. But it's for the best without it, that mother and child won't be targeted by anyone. Some were surprised, some were regretful, and some didn't care. However, one thing was certain: Gobta's image had risen even higher in the eyes of the people. All the men sent by this prince have been killed by me. Originally, I was planning to kill him too, but his servant told me that I would be giving Camelot a new enemy, provoking a war, and I would become the sinner for all of Camelot. Gobta spread his hands. Honestly, this is one of the funniest jokes I've heard in over a decade. A small kingdom of 100,000 people dares to threaten us. Just because we haven't had a king in over a dozen years, just because the vile King Vortigern is eyeing us, just because we're surrounded by the Anglo-Saxons. Facing enemies on all sides. So now, even an unknown small kingdom dares to insult us, mistreat our people, steal our possessions. And even covet the sword in the stone. Has Camelot truly fallen? Gobta's voice grew louder, and in the end, it roared like thunder. Tell me, can you all tolerate such a thing happening? No. The crowd yelled with anger in unison. What is this gonna? A small kingdom we've never heard of, and they dare to provoke us? Anyone who dares to touch Camelot, I'll kill 10 of them in retaliation. They even stole from a peasant woman, and a prince at that. They must be too poor. Gobta's impassioned words were like a matchstick that ignited the emotions of the crowd. A surge of anger and indignation coursed through them as Gobta continued his speech. So what if we haven't had a king for over a decade? Vortigern hasn't set foot in Camelot even now. Why should we fear them? Camelot is Britain's mightiest country. It was before, and it always will be. We have the bravest warriors. Whoever faces us can only flee, for we are the hunters, and they are the prey. With our own hands, we will carve out an unwavering future. If anyone dares to challenge us, tell them if you want a war, then let's have a war. 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 The crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. This impassioned speech ignited a fire within everyone's hearts, spreading like wildfire. Watching this scene, Gobta smiled faintly. Now, make your choice. Gobta said calmly and dispersed the hand of Rune. The unconscious prince plummeted downward instantly to the front of the crowd. Dozens of swords were raised, sending a chill down the black-robed old man's spine. The crowd cheered, and the atmosphere reached a new peak as the blood of the prince splattered. Gobta. Someone started it, and then it spread like a plague. Everyone raised their hands like fanatic cultists, shouting the same name. Gobta. 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 Artoria's eyes gleamed with hope as she watched the man being called upon like a hero standing atop the tower. This was the majestic presence she had once admired. Commanding the loyalty and admiration of thousands, instilling boundless confidence and hope in the people. But can I really live up to this now? Artoria wondered. Thinking of the mother and child who had almost died because of her naivety and inexperience, her clear azure eyes filled with a hint of sadness. She recalled the words Gobta had spoken to her that day, "Are you truly prepared to become a king?" Listening to the shouts of thousands ringing in her ears, Yelina's eyes displayed a peculiar shade as she gazed at the man standing by the wall. He feels so much like that person, she muttered inwardly. Gobta turned around, looking at the despairing black-robed old man calmly. You must have heard it too. This is our choice. Since you want to start a war, we have no reason to refuse. I won't kill you. Go back and tell your king to prepare. The war is about to begin. Chapter 25. The crowd gradually dispersed, excitement and enthusiasm still lingering on everyone's faces. It was foreseeable that everything that had happened today would quickly spread throughout Tintagel, then sweep across the entire Camelot and even Britain. From today on, the name Gobta will be etched in everyone's memory. Bards would compile his deeds into poems, spreading them to every corner of Britain. Everyone would know that the Black Knight Gobta had done something incredible. He had ignited the flames in the hearts of thousands and declared war on a nation. If he could truly succeed, there was no doubt he would become a hero who had worked miracles, remembered in history and legend. But if he failed, he would truly become the sinner of Camelot, scorned by all, as the black-robed old man had warned. Ah, it's such a mess. How did I end up here today anyway? Gobta muttered inwardly, reflecting on how it all traced back to his escape from the land of shadows due to the system's quests. Indeed, it's all the fault of the system. Gobta shook his head, then turned to Yelena. Let's go. Oh, Yelena nodded obediently and followed Gobta like an obedient pet. By the way, I remember that dead apostles need to sustain themselves by drinking blood, right? Gobta suddenly asked as they walked down the corridor. Yelena shook her head. That's true for ordinary dead apostles, but because of my unique ability, I can replace it with magical energy instead. Basically, I only need to feed once a month. Absorbing magical energy, that's a very unique ability. It seems like you're a first-generation dead apostle transformed directly by the true ancestor, right? Who was it? Gobta inquired. Yelena hesitated for a moment and replied softly, it's Lady Altrouge. Black Princess, huh? Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly. Altrouge Brunestad, known as the Eclipse Princess of Black Blood or Black Princess. In the original story, she was created through Crimson Moon's experimentation, aimed at finding alternative methods to prepare a vessel body of sufficient purity for their revival. This vessel body needed to conform to the world standards, ensuring their acceptance by the counterforce. However, Altrouge wasn't a pure true ancestor. Instead, she was a hybrid of true ancestor and dead apostle. As one of the vessel body's candidates, she was considered unstable by Crimson Moon and therefore, regarded as a failed experiment. However, this didn't mean Altrouge lacked power. As the master of blood and contract and one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, she was undoubtedly one of the top predators in the food chain. Did Altrouge send you to Gwyneir? Gobta continued to inquire. No, Yelena hesitated again, then said. I escaped from Lady Altrouge. To avoid her pursuit, I came to Gwyneir. Escaped from her? Gobta stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Yelena, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Altrouge is the master of blood and contract, and as a dead apostle personally transformed by her, you managed to escape from her. Yelena seemed equally surprised, wondering about Gobta's background and knowledge. Lady Altrouge didn't leave a contract on me, just a mark. I devoured the mark after I escaped. Gobta nodded in understanding. Given Altrouge's status, she probably wasn't overly concerned about one particular dead apostle. Gobta sighed inwardly. When he first saw Yelena, he thought that the kingdom of Gwyneir and the dead apostles were secretly plotting something big. But it turned out he had been overthinking. In that case, did he still need to keep this woman? Looking into Gobta's skeptical eyes, Yelena felt a hint of panic rising within her as she hastily said. That's right. I also know the distribution of the army and main forces of Gwyneir as well as the layout of the palace, and I'm well aware of the locations of every underground passage, including the one leading to the treasury. You'll need these things if you're planning to attack them, right? Gobta raised an eyebrow, puzzled. How did you know all that? Yelena's eyes darted around as she hesitated. Gobta seemed to suddenly understand something. Oh, I remember now, you're a bounty hunter, aren't you? Ahaha, Yelena chuckled awkwardly and nodded. Gobta shook his head with a wry smile. Who would have thought that a dead apostle would be involved in such matters? He wondered if Altrouge would be furious when she found out. However, he hadn't planned to kill Yelena. Just a moment ago, a wild idea had popped into his mind. He didn't know if it would work, but it was worth a try. By the way, you've already freed yourself from Altrouge's control, haven't you? Why do you keep addressing her as lady? Are you still afraid of her? If you were stared at every day with eyes that could devour you, you'd be just like me, Yelena replied with a bitter smile, sighing. As they left the inn, Gobta immediately noticed Artoria approaching them. Teacher, who is this person? Artoria looked at Yelena with curiosity, and her gaze lingered on the woman's big chest for a moment before discreetly shifting away. Yelena's lips curled slightly, and she proudly emphasized her impressive assets. Although Artoria's disguise was quite good, as a dead apostle, Yelena could naturally detect the sweet scent of virginity in her blood. She's Yelena, a dead apostle, and now, she's my servant. Gobta introduced Yelena's identity briefly. But, he noticed Artoria's eyes were dim, and the usual air of nobility and valor had vanished from her. She appeared more like a child who had failed an exam. I'm sorry, teacher, this situation wasn't supposed to happen today. Because of my naivety, not only did I nearly kill that mother and child, but I also put such a burden on you. I'm sorry. Artoria deeply bowed to Gobta. A complex expression appeared in Gobta's eyes, and he sighed. He straightened Artoria up and smiled. You are my student, and helping students overcome difficulties and guiding them on the right path is what a teacher and mentor should do, isn't it? Artoria took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination. Teacher, I've realized something. You're right, I wasn't prepared to become a king, nor am I capable of leading the country. I'm still far from being a qualified king. That's why, I hope to follow behind you and learn the true wisdom of becoming the ideal king. Teacher, please, on my behalf, pull the sword from the stone. Chapter 26. Artoria took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination. Teacher, I've realized something. You're right, I wasn't prepared to become a king, nor am I capable of leading the country. I'm still far from being a qualified king. That's why, I hope to follow behind you and learn the true wisdom of becoming the ideal king. Teacher, please, on my behalf, pull the sword from the stone. Making Artoria voluntarily give up the sword in the stone had always been Gobta's plan. If Artoria refused to give up, Gobta wouldn't be able to complete the system's quest after all. So, back then, he had ruthlessly exposed the flaws in the ideal king plan, laying bare the ugly and brutal truths before her, all in an effort to make her reconsider. Now, as the plan unfolded smoothly as Gobta had envisioned, a twinge of guilt suddenly welled up within him. He felt like a thief, stealing the fruit just when someone had worked tirelessly for over a decade and was about to reap the harvest. As Gobta looked into those determined azure eyes, a hint of complexity flickered in his own. Lily, perhaps you should think this over, there's still half a month until the day of the king's selection, you can discuss it with Merlin and Sir Ector, Gobta suggested. No need, teacher, Artoria shook her head. I don't need to consult with anyone, this is my final decision after careful consideration. Gobta's words had indeed struck her hard, sowing the idea that she wasn't yet fit to be a proper king. However, what truly solidified her resolve to give up the sword in the stone were the events of today. Originally, she had meant well, but her own soft-heartedness and immature handling of the situation had almost caused a major disaster. If she couldn't even handle such a minor issue, Artoria couldn't imagine the calamities that would befall the people if she remained this way after becoming a king. Every small mistake of hers would weigh heavily on the shoulders of the people. Undoubtedly, she wasn't mature enough to bear the burden of the country at this point. To prevent the people from becoming the sacrifices of her growth, she decided to pass on the throne to someone more suitable. Artoria harbored no regrets or complaints. She cared more about the country's future than her own fate. I understand, Gobta sighed. Since things have come to this point, I'll temporarily manage the country for you. When you've grown enough to shoulder everything, I'll return the throne to you. As compensation, I'll teach you everything I know without holding back. Artoria seemed like she wanted to say something more, but Gobta interrupted her. This is my decision, and there's nothing more to discuss, otherwise, I'll just pull the sword from the stone and disappear, leaving this mess entirely for you to handle. Artoria reluctantly nodded, but the smile at the corner of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Yelena wore a somewhat peculiar expression on her face. If she hadn't misheard, her new master was about to pull the sword in the stone and become the king. What a tremendous opportunity. By holding on to this powerful ally, she might soon have the freedom to roam Camelot as she pleased. With Gobta's displayed abilities, he might even defeat the vile King Vortigern. Then, nobody in Britain would dare to cross her path. She would no longer need to hide her identity or fear becoming someone's prey. Even if Alt Rouge came looking for her, she wouldn't be able to touch her. Wasn't this the life she had always dreamt of? In an instant, any resentment she had toward Gobta vanished. Yelena made up her mind she would stick with him from now on, and nothing could make her leave with such a powerful ally, who in their right mind would let go of this opportunity. Alright, we should go now, I still need to explain to that lady about her child and the wyvern blood, Gobta said, gesturing in the direction of the peasant woman's residence. Artoria nodded and took a step forward, but her expression suddenly froze. She looked around, her pupils shrinking abruptly. Awful. Gobta turned to her, puzzled. What's wrong? Gwyneir. I remember she was with me when we ran here, but now she's missing. It must have happened when there were a lot of people earlier. First, she almost killed a mother and child, and now she had lost her friend. For Artoria, who had a strong sense of pride, enduring such significant setbacks in succession had pushed her close to the edge of breakdown. She could no longer maintain her usual tough appearance and appeared like a fragile little girl, tears welling up in her big eyes. It's all my fault. Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. Among the people he knew, he didn't worry about anyone getting lost except Gwyneir. Given her personality, something unexpected might indeed have happened. Don't worry, I'll find her right away. Gobta reached out and wrote rune, search in the air. The rune trembled slightly, but unlike usual, it didn't point him in the direction of the target. Instead, it slowly dissipated like smoke. Gobta raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and then turned to Artoria with a smile. Don't worry, she's safe now, someone has already taken her away. Really? Artoria looked at Gobta with teary eyes. Really, I promise, Gobta said with a smile. As an expert in rune, he could naturally see that someone had interfered with his rune just now. And as far as he knew, there was only one person in all of Britain who could do such a thing. Morgan Le Fay, huh? Gobta said the name inwardly and shook his head, this which was indeed mysterious, even though he didn't know when she had arrived. Once Artoria was sure that nothing had happened to Gwyneir, she gradually calmed down and followed Gobta towards the peasant woman's residence. In a dim alley, a tall woman in a black dress with blue edges, her face veiled, watched as Gobta and the others moved farther away. Gobta. The veiled-faced woman called his name softly, a hint of interest in her pale golden eyes. A woman dressed as a maid knelt behind her, trembling all over, her lovely face filled with fear. She knew she was done for, having committed such a serious mistake, not even a god could save her. I did intend to give you some punishment, but I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you off for now. Upon hearing the voice in her ears, the maid was briefly startled. Then, her eyes lit up with immense relief, and she quickly kowtowed. Thank you, Lady Morgan. The corners of Morgan's luscious lips curled up slightly as she turned and disappeared into the darkness of the alley, leaving only a faint, misty fragrance behind. Gobta, we will meet again soon. Chapter 27. This is. Artoria looked at Kay, holding a sleeping baby in his arms, and her expression became somewhat strange. Brother Kay, when did you have a child? Who told you this is my child? I haven't even held a girl's hand until now. Artoria furrowed her brow, displeased. I know you're worried about our father's punishment, but you can't deny your own child. Our teacher taught us that as knights, we should bear responsibility for our actions, you're just running away from it. Lily's right, Kay, how could you do such a thing? The child will be hurt if he grows up and finds out, you know. Get lost. What are you doing here, you only make it worse. Kay roared at Merlin, but unexpectedly, it woke the baby in his arms, and the baby started crying loudly. Oh. I'm sorry, I woke you up, it's my fault, please don't cry. Kay hurriedly tried to comfort the baby, but the baby showed no sign of stopping. My, you're really clumsy, Kay, it looks like this great Merlin has to step in, Merlin said, offering a magically conjured small flower to the baby with a smiling face. Be good, don't cry, little one, big brother will show you a pretty flower. The baby hesitated for a moment and then cried even louder. What? Why is this happening? I used to calm little Lily like this. Let me try, Artoria volunteered. Kay, as if seeing a savior, quickly handed the baby over to Artoria. If you keep crying, I'll punish you by not letting you eat for a day, Artoria said sternly to the baby. Merlin, dot. Kay, dot. Gobta, dot. Yelena, dot. Baby, wah. Is this not working either? Artoria looked somewhat disheartened. This used to work when I was a child. That's because it only worked on you. Kay roared in his heart. Ha, let me try, Gobta sighed and took the baby from Artoria's arms. Interestingly, as soon as the baby was in Gobta's embrace, the crying immediately stopped. The baby's big, bright eyes stared at him without blinking. Why did Brother Kay's child stop crying when in teacher's arms? Kay had a vein popping on his forehead. For God's sake, Lily. I've told you, this baby is not my child, this baby belongs to the woman you rescued before, she fell asleep because she was tired, so I'm just holding the baby temporarily. But I remember that lady didn't look pregnant for long, Artoria said in confusion, clearly recalling that the peasant woman's belly showed only slight swelling, far from a full-term pregnancy. That's because your teacher accelerated the birth of this child, Merlin grinned. At that time, this child was in grave danger, after taking a severe blow, even I thought there was no chance of survival, but he refused to give up and managed to save this child, it was quite a surprise to me too. He can do even this kind of thing? Kay exclaimed in shock. Yelena looked at Gobta with growing awe in her eyes. Saving a nearly dying baby was almost touching the realm of the god. Artoria bit her lip, her gaze darkening as regret and self-blame once again filled her heart. Gobta gently touched the baby's soft cheek with his finger. The baby reached out and grabbed his finger, smiling happily. A faint smile crossed Gobta's face. Yelena stepped forward, staring at the baby with curiosity for a moment, then wrinkled her nose, looking slightly puzzled. Why do I feel like this baby has a scent very similar to Master? Gobta didn't respond, but he knew exactly what Yelena meant by the similar scent. Abyss flower. The baby was born using the abyss flower, so naturally, he carried the same aura as Gobta. The abyss flower contains the purest essence of life energy. In the age of gods, its life energy could rival godly treasures like the golden apple and the fountain of youth. The baby was created with nearly half of his being infused with the power of the abyss flower. By God's standards, he was akin to a demigod. One could see it in the baby's appearance. Although just been born, the skin wasn't wrinkled like a typical infant's. It was as smooth and tender as the finest jade. The eyes were wide open, filled with vitality. What's even more astonishing was that Gobta could clearly sense an immense vitality, like the vastness of the ocean, contained within this small body. It was foreseeable that as long as the baby grew up normally, he would undoubtedly become a hero to rival Achilles. Moreover, the baby possessed no divinity. This meant that even if the age of gods ended, it wouldn't affect the baby in the slightest. Not even Gobta himself had anticipated creating such a being. A true hero among mortals. Sensing someone approaching, Gobta instantly raised his head and found himself facing a rather smug grin. "What do you want?" Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. "You must have noticed, right? This child has the potential to become a hero. So, what's your point?" "Well, if this child's destined to be a hero, he'll need a wise sage to guide him. It's a staple of legendary tales, just like the great hero Heracles and the centaur Chiron," Merlin said proudly and confidently without any shame. Coincidentally, Britain's greatest mage in history. Entrusted by the former king to nurture the future king, beloved by the people, wise in knowledge, and virtuous as well as amiable in character is right here. Aside from this great Merlin, is there anyone else who can bear the responsibility of guiding a hero? Causing trouble for one isn't enough, you plan to bring in another one for free? Gobta replied casually. Merlin's face immediately fell, and he began to argue. Can you really call guiding a hero causing trouble? Besides, Lily's case was because of my first time without experience, and I'm not a human, so blame the nature of my race and not me. You know, complicated stuff. Anyway, it doesn't matter what you say, I'm not giving this baby to you. Gobta decisively delivered a blow to Merlin's hopes. Then what's your plan? You don't intend to raise this child yourself, do you? On my end, I do have a suitable candidate, but because of some reason, I'm not brave enough to approach that person. Gobta spoke and cleared his throat. But it doesn't matter, I've already decided who should raise this child. Chapter 28. Gobta and the rest waited patiently until the peasant woman, Joanna, woke up. Then, they told her everything about the child. Joanna was a bit bewildered. Not only had her child, who was supposed to be born in 6 more months, arrived early, but now someone was telling her that her child would undoubtedly become a hero. As if the recent ordeal were still vivid in her mind, she must have thought she was dreaming. Anyway, that's how it is. I didn't expect that wyvern blood I gave you would become a calamity. I've destroyed the jar, so it's useless for this child now, and it could bring you unnecessary trouble. Keeping it would only be a curse. Of course, I will compensate you for it. Gobta explained the situation calmly without hiding anything. Joanna shook her head slightly. Please don't say that, Mr. Gobta, if it weren't for you, both my child and I wouldn't have survived. I should be the one thanking you. I'm sorry, Miss Joanna, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. Artoria stepped forward, her face filled with guilt. Are you, Art? Joanna blinked, having a feeling of familiarity with the blonde knight who had escorted her home earlier. It was only now that she finally recognized the figure. Art, you don't need to apologize. If it weren't for your help, my fate wouldn't have changed either, so, you have nothing to feel guilty about. You and your teacher both have kind hearts and that alone deserves respect. Joanna reassured Artoria with a smile. Thank you for understanding. Gobta smiled and looked at the baby in Joanna's arms. Actually, I have an idea, would you like to hear it? Please, go ahead, Joanna nodded. Gobta cleared his throat. I want to find a good teacher for this child, someone who can help him use his power correctly and become a true hero. Of course, if you don't want your child to go down this path, I will respect your choice and let your child live a carefree life. Joanna gently stroked the baby's sleeping face and spoke softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. How could I refuse? This child's father always wanted him to become a respected knight. His birth and this power all come from your kindness, Mr. Gobta. I hope he can inherit his father's legacy and kindness, continuing to help more people and passing on this belief. Please trust me, I will never let you and your husband down, Gobta said with a solemn expression. Joanna smiled and then, a hint of worry and uncertainty suddenly crossed her features as she asked, Mr. Gobta, if you are taking my child with you, can I go with him? Gobta was momentarily surprised but then smiled. Don't worry, madam, you can certainly go with him, you are his mother, and that will never change. Joanna breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gobta. You're welcome. Now, you should give this child a name, for a newborn, that's the most important thing, Gobta suggested. Joanna pondered for a long while, her face showing signs of distress. To be honest, she hadn't expected the child to arrive so early, so she didn't know what name to give him at the moment. How about we call him Siu Chulain? Kay enthusiastically suggested. He's the son of the sun god in Irish mythology, a great hero who can take on thousands, it's very symbolic. Gobta's expression immediately darkened. Absolutely no. Why? Kay looked at him in confusion. Siu Chulain is just a muscle-headed fool, do you want this child to turn out like that? Gobta coldly retorted. Well, I think he's pretty cool, Kay mumbled quietly. I suggest calling him Caesar, he's the founder of the Roman Empire, Yelena proposed. I hope this child can forge his own path rather than become a replacement for someone else, Joanna shook her head. How about naming him, Haydn? Merlin chimed in from out of nowhere. These words represent a hero who upholds justice, in the ancient fairy language. Are you sure? Gobta squinted his eyes at the dick wizard. Do you doubt my knowledge? Merlin said, sounding irritated. I believe you know ancient fairy language, Gobta replied nonchalantly. I'm just not entirely convinced that those words mean the same thing you claim. Hey! You're questioning my knowledge to an extent that's almost an attack on my character. I am Britain's most famous mage, the friendly mage of the flowers, do you really think I'd stoop to something like this? Everyone nodded except Joanna. Merlin's face darkened. He turned to Yelena with frustration and asked, You're not even from Britain, why are you getting involved and nodding? But, Yelena tilted her head. Everyone in Britain always talked about the wise Merlin is unreliable. What did you say? Merlin clutched his heart as if suffering a major blow. My reputation has worsened to this extent. Merlin then sighed. It seems I shouldn't let others know my real name when I'm deceiving them. Everyone remained silent. In the end, with Merlin's repeated assurances, the child's name was decided as Haydn. Afterward, at Artoria's invitation, Joanna agreed to move with the child to Ector's estate. The child would grow up there, and when the time was right, Gobta would take him to the teacher he had chosen. Deep night enveloped the land, and Gobta lay on the rooftop, gazing at the distant moon. Congratulations, you've finally achieved your goal. A familiar voice came from beside him, and Gobta turned slightly to see Merlin emerging from the blooming flowers, wearing his trademark smile. Has anyone ever told you that you have a very punchable smile? Really? But according to my observations, this smile is supposed to represent friendliness in human understanding. That just proves you haven't done your homework. In human society, no emotion fits every situation, Gobta replied dryly. I see, humans truly are the most complex creatures in this world, huh? Merlin sighed. And what about you? I can clearly sense that you're not interested in the throne at all, but I don't know why you agreed to help Lily pull out the sword and become a king. Gobta fell silent. At first, he intended to pull the sword from the stone solely because of the system's quest. After completing the quest, he planned to hand both the sword and the throne over to Artoria. However, after living together for around half a year and understanding Artoria more deeply, he began to hesitate and finally decided on what he would do. After being silent for a while, Gobta finally responded to Merlin. Probably, because I don't want to see this heavy burden fall entirely on that frail shoulder. Chapter 29. After being silent for a while, Gobta finally responded to Merlin. Probably, because I don't want to see this heavy burden fall entirely on that frail shoulder. Ah, so that's how it is, indeed, this is something only you can do, Merlin sighed. But do you really understand the challenges you'll face when you take that throne? The vile King Vortigern, Gobta replied nonchalantly. That's just one aspect of it. Merlin responded with a carefree tone as he sat down next to Gobta. The vile King Vortigern has inherited the last power of the gods, becoming the symbol of calamity as the white dragon. He is the final god of this era. If he takes control of Britain, the age of gods will rise again, and humanity will once more become slaves to the gods. Of course, that doesn't concern me, but for you, Vortigern is a mountain that's difficult to climb. A sly smile played on Merlin's lips. So, how is it? Do you feel uneasy, like a deer leaping about in your heart? Gobta glanced at Merlin with a bored expression. If you have something to say, just say it, don't waste your breath on pointless chatter. You're really boring. Merlin complained while rolling his eyes. I just wanted to inform you that I suspect Vortigern may be plotting something. He hasn't launched any major attacks on Camelot in years, which could mean he's preparing something. But I don't know what it is since my clairvoyance hasn't been able to track him for the past 10 years. I wish one day I could hear some good news from you, Gobta sighed. Has Camelot not sent anyone to gather intelligence on that matter? No, because I didn't tell them, Merlin replied with a grin. Gobta furrowed his brow. Why hadn't Merlin informed Camelot's higher-ups about such critical information until now? Well, I kept it as an ace up my sleeve, Merlin explained casually. I specifically reserved this piece of information for Lily. Just imagine, in the royal court, when everyone doubting and questioning her, she suddenly drops this bombshell. It would definitely intimidate a lot of people and boost her reputation. It would be a great help for her. The fuck? Gobta looked at Merlin in disbelief. This dick wizard only cared about grooming Artoria into the ideal king and didn't care about anything else, even if the information could endanger the entire country. It's no wonder that later on, even Artoria, who was his own protege, wanted to give this guy a piece of her mind. Gobta couldn't fathom what Uther was thinking when he entrusted the country's hope to someone who clearly lacked an understanding of human emotions. Why did you tell me this then? Aren't you already committed to pulling out the sword from the stone for Lily? In that case, this piece of information is no longer valuable. I thought you wanted to stop me or something. I'm just a powerless mage, how could I do that? Merlin laughed sincerely. Besides, my goal is to nurture Artoria into the ideal king. Until I achieve that, I can't be hasty and snatch away the fruits of victory. Merlin's face lit up with satisfaction. And lately, I've noticed that my interest in you seems to be growing. A pole-like shadow swept by, scattering petals in the air. Ahem, don't be so grumpy, I just provided you with such important information, you know. Merlin reappeared with a wide grin, surrounded by reassembled petals. Humph. Gobta coldly harumphed, his abyss flower in hand fading into nothingness. You lost to me in our previous competition and promised to do something for me, you still remember, right? Of course, I remember. I'm a trustworthy and wise mage, always keeping my promises. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Even if it's knocking Gwyneir out and delivering her to your bed, I will do it. Merlin said confidently while patting his chest smugly. Gobta's forehead developed a few dark lines. Thanks for the offer, oh wise mage, I'll make sure to smile if someone beats you to death someday. But you just said that a smile isn't suitable for every situation. But at your funeral, there won't be a more appropriate expression than a smile. You're really breaking my heart with that remark, Merlin sighed. Ha, so, what do you want me to do? Remove the seal on the sword in the stone. I know you've placed a seal on it, besides Lily, no one can pull the sword out, Gobta requested. Merlin's eyes shifted slightly, and he awkwardly chuckled, ahahaha, about that, it does seem to be the case. Gobta narrowed his eyes and became suspicious. The time he had spent with Merlin had given him a deeper understanding of just how unreliable this dick wizard was, especially when he wore that expression. Don't tell me there's some problem, Gobta said suspiciously. How could the seal I set up possibly have problems? It's just, the effects might be slightly stronger than originally intended. Slightly stronger? Gobta's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Well, initially. I only planned to use the ancient fairy language to seal the sword, but I thought that was too simple. So, I added some rune, but then I realized Morgan might know them too. Then I included ancient dragon language, but I still felt unsure, so I added a bit of ancient elven, giant, divine. So, how many seals did you put on the sword? Gobta's face grew darker as interrupted Merlin. Over a dozen years, I've added more than 2,000 seals, I think. Hee, Merlin admitted with a sheepish smile. I guess you're about to tell me that you can't break the seals on the sword anymore. Gobta took a deep breath. Oh. As expected of the man Lily and I acknowledge. You're absolutely right. Boom. A black pillar of fire shot into the sky. Die, Merlin. Half a month later, the day of the king's selection had finally arrived. Before dawn, knights from various regions gathered, donning armor polished to a gleaming shine. They rode tall steeds with excitement and anticipation in their hearts as they headed towards the rocky mountain on the outskirts of Tintagel. Following them were the town's residents, abandoning their daily tasks to witness this historic moment. Everyone had waited for too long. Ever since King Uther's passing, people have lived in constant fear and uncertainty. Although the distant northern defenses remained intact, the shadow of the white dragon loomed over everyone. All were hoping and yearning for a new king to rise, one who would carry the name Arthur, to defeat the vile King Vortigern, expel the Anglo-Saxons, and let Camelot's glory shine once more in Britain. For over a decade, this had been the hope of Camelot's people, and today, everything would come to a close. Chapter 30. Master, your complexion doesn't seem too good, Yelena curiously said to Gobta. Gobta touched his own face. Is it that obvious? Yes, teacher, you seem to be in a bad mood today, it's been like this since morning, Artoria responded. Kay nodded in agreement from the side. Fuck me, Gobta sighed silently to himself. He didn't want it to be this way, but every time he thought about the over 2,000 layers of seals that Merlin had placed on the sword, Gobta couldn't help but curse. That white-haired dick wizard bastard, can't he do something reliable for once? For the past half-month, Gobta had been trying to figure out how to break these over 2,000 layers of seals, exhausting various methods, all to no avail. Now, the only method left before him was to attempt to use Jizo Mitama to corrupt those seals. But those were seals placed by the Grand Caster's candidate, and there were a full 2,000 layers of them. Even if Jizo Mitama could truly corrupt them, his magical energy would undoubtedly not hold up. So, Gobta had once again sought out Merlin, urging him to break the seals as soon as possible, no matter how many he could manage to remove. The rest would have to be left to fate. Lily, there's something I need to tell you in advance. Teacher, please go ahead, Artoria nodded. If I can't pull out the sword later, it will have to be you, Gobta said helplessly. Why? Artoria's eyes widened, and her ahogue stood on end. Kay also looked puzzled. Half a month ago, Artoria had voluntarily shared her plan to give up pulling the sword from the stone with Hector and Kay. Hector had neither agreed nor disagreed. He only said, as long as the wise Merlin has no objections, then I have none, you should decide for yourself. However, Kay had some difficulty accepting it because he didn't want to see Artoria's over a decade of hard work go to waste. Yet, from the depths of his heart, he believed Gobta was better suited for the position of king than his own foster sister. Moreover, the thought that Artoria wouldn't have to bear such a heavy responsibility brought him comfort. But now, seeing Gobta's current attitude, what changes might occur later? Teacher, didn't you say you had already asked Merlin to remove the seals? Artoria asked anxiously. But those were over 2,000 layers of seals for fuck's sake. Gobta cursed inside his mind and then sighed. Ha, I'm just letting you know in advance, don't worry, even if I can't pull out the sword and become the king, I'll be there by your side, helping you manage the country. Artoria's eyes flickered with uncertainty. What had happened that even her usually all-capable and confident teacher was showing such a helpless expression? On the stone hill, numerous knights eagerly gathered, their gazes intensely fixed on a massive rock perched at the summit. It was just an ordinary stone that many present could easily lift, but what truly captivated their attention was not the stone itself. It was a sword standing tall above the rock. That was a golden sword, and its exact appearance remained a mystery because most of its blade lay hidden beneath the stone. The exposed portion reflected a luxurious brilliance in the sunlight. That was the sword of the king known as the golden sword of the victorious Caliban. The great mage Merlin had prophesied over a decade ago that whoever could pull the sword in the stone would become the new king of Camelot. An elderly man in priestly robes made his way up the mountain path. It's Archbishop Canterbury. He's here. Finally. 15 years of waiting, the new king is about to appear. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Canterbury ascended the stone, standing beside the sword in the stone, surveying the crowd. When he saw Artoria standing in a corner, his gaze paused for a moment. I wonder if what we're doing is right or wrong. Canterbury sighed inwardly but maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Opening his mouth, he spoke with a voice that defied his aged appearance. Knights of Britain. The day prophesied by the great mage Merlin for the selection of the king has arrived. The successor to King Uther is about to appear today. This land is about to welcome a new king. He will become a dragon, gather the mighty knights of the Round Table, defeat the vile white dragon, expel the invaders, and unite Britain. Today, he will appear here. Now pull the sword. This is the holy sword of the king, the banner of victory. Whoever can pull this sword out will be the chosen king. Pull the sword. Pull the sword. The crowd cheered, even those who knew they had no chance of pulling the sword couldn't help but show excitement. Bearing witness to the crowning of a new king was an honor in itself. Then, Canterbury waved his hand dramatically. Let the selection begin. The knights eagerly stepped forward, clamoring to ascend the stone hill and attempt to pull Caliban. But in the end, they all descended disheartened. Everyone failed, without exception. Whether they were powerful strongmen capable of lifting enormous weights or mages disguised as knights, none could pull the sword. This is absurd. I can lift a 600-pound boulder, but I couldn't even make that sword budge. I feel like that sword is connected to this entire mountain. Could it be true, as the great mage Merlin said, that only the chosen king can pull the sword in the stone? The knights complained, questioned, and were confused. Among them, many had been preparing for this day since 15 years ago, but the final result left them utterly defeated. Onlookers also began to sense that something was amiss. It had been so long, and the sword still hadn't been pulled yet. Had Merlin's prophecy been wrong? Had the chosen king not yet arrived? Anxiety began to spread. 2,000 layers of seals in total, all for the sake of my dear sister. Merlin really went to great lengths, mused the tall veiled-faced woman in an unnoticed corner, pursing her lips as she gazed at the sword in the stone. I wonder if he can actually pull the sword. Her pale golden eyes flicked toward the black-haired man standing in another corner. Gobta suddenly felt as though he was being watched and instinctively turned his head to find a mysterious woman. She wore a black dress and a black veil covered her face, giving off a mysterious aura. Morgan Le Fay. Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly. Though he had never met her before, he instantly recognized her identity. Suddenly, he saw Morgan nod at him beneath her black veil, revealing a faint, mysterious smile. The legendary witch was actually smiling at him, and this made Gobta feel somewhat pleasantly surprised that she was so friendly to him. Gobta nodded back at her and returned a friendly smile. It must be because of his help with her sister, Gwyneir. Chapter 31. Archbishop Canterbury stood to the side, watching as one hopeful knight after another approached, only to leave with disappointment etched on their faces. His weathered old countenance remained impassive. This was all prearranged after all. The king had to make their entrance at the most desperate moment, to deliver the most powerful impact. However, it's getting close to time. If we delay any longer, it might backfire, Canterbury thought in worry, observing the increasingly restless crowd. Canterbury turned his gaze toward Artoria in the corner. To his surprise, it wasn't her who emerged but a young man with black hair and eyes standing beside her. Everyone stared in astonishment at the caliban held by Gobta. Their mouths hung open, unable to close. But the most astonished were not the onlookers but three individuals in particular. What the heck? He pulled Caliban so easily. How? But it can't be. Obviously. Obviously, those 2,000 seals still exist. Morgan, with her cherry lips slightly parted, her pale golden eyes filled with intense curiosity. As the two most powerful mages were present, they could both tell that the 2,000 seals surrounding the sword were still there and had not vanished. This meant that Gobta had forcibly pulled Caliban, defying the power of those 2,000 seals. But was that even possible? Merlin and Morgan were quick to dismiss that possibility. Even with the divine power of gods, it seemed impossible for anyone to break the 2,000 seals laid down by Merlin. Still puzzled, Morgan suddenly recalled something. Wait, could it be that Gobta is? Abandoning all other possibilities, they were left with one incredible answer. Ahahaha, I should have known. Black hair, black eyes, land of shadows, unimaginable vitality, how could I forget? Merlin chuckled as he remembered the past and shook his head. Well, this just got a lot more interesting. Of all the people present, Gobta was probably the most confused. He was well aware of the immense power of the seals, and he had prepared to use Jizo Mitama secretly. But when he gripped the sword, he felt no resistance at all. It came out effortlessly as if meant to be. What was happening? Didn't Merlin say that no one, except Artoria, could pull the sword? Was that white-haired bastard deceiving him? But for what purpose? Just to see his distress over the past half-month? Gobta pondered. Maybe this was indeed something that Dick Wizard would do. An inexplicable power flowed into Gobta through the sword, and he instinctively used the prepared power of corruption to devour it. This must be the curse that freezes the body's age at the moment of pulling the sword from the stone. Gobta thought. Without this curse, Lily should be able to grow normally. As Gobta contemplated, a crisp voice that only he could hear echoed in his ears. Quest 2, pull the sword from the stone on the day of the king's selection completed. Quest reward, the 8th divine key, Feng Huang down. New quest detected. Quest 3, within 1 year, destroy the kingdom of Gunna. Quest reward, the 10th divine key, Shenyuan sword. The 10th divine key, Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly. This. Canterbury was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that he yanked his own beard off. However, he seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed in astonishment on Caliban held by Gobta. In the name of God, what had just happened? Before Canterbury could begin to fathom the answer, a deafening roar erupted in the background, like a tsunami of cheers. Oh! Gobta! 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 Everyone had gone mad. Many were weeping tears of joy, and some even knelt on the ground, fervently praying. After 15 long years, someone had finally pulled the sword from the stone. Camelot had finally found its chosen king. And his name was Gobta. The knights of Camelot silently removed their helmets and knelt down, pledging their loyalty to the figure on the top of the stone. No coordination was needed, and no prior discussion was necessary. Everyone understood exactly what to do at this moment. Hail the king! Hail the king! Kay knelt, and so did Artoria. I'm not a knight, why do I have to kneel too? Yelena muttered softly, but she obediently knelt. Hector sighed deeply and dropped to one knee. He knew that from today, the era of King Uther had come to an end. From now on, it was the era of the new king. Hail the king! Hail the king! Hail the king! The shouts of over 1,000 knights sounded like thunder as if the entire world trembled. No one could remain calm in such a situation, and Gobta was no exception. He felt his heart trembling, and a fiery passion burning within. Only at this moment did he finally understand why so many sought to become king. This feeling of adoration from thousands was something that material wealth could never provide. The intoxication of authority was truly overwhelming. Gobta took a deep breath and, with the help of the newly acquired Feng Huangdao's power, suppressed the swelling desire in his heart. His clouded gaze gradually cleared. It seems my mental training still has a long way to go, huh? Gobta chuckled self-deprecatingly and looked at the archbishop beside him. Archbishop Canterbury, I've pulled the sword from the stone, according to the prophecy, I am now the new king of Camelot, right? Canterbury's eyes held complexity, but for some reason, he felt a strange sense of relief deep down. Yes, you are right, from this day forward, you are the new king of Camelot, Canterbury nodded. Thank. Roar. Gobta smiled and was about to say, thank you, when suddenly, he heard the roar of a dragon. A dragon's roar. Gobta paused, and then, endless darkness suddenly flooded his vision like a tide. Time did not exist, space did not exist. Gobta stood on a desolate hill, his gaze fixed in the distance. There, stood a giant tree. A tree that seemed to have no end. Its infinite branches reached out into the boundless sky, like pillars between heaven and earth. From that tree, Gobta felt a life energy unlike anything he had ever experienced, something that words could not describe. It was as if it didn't give birth to life, instead, it was the one that birthed life. Gobta's gaze shifted downward slightly, and at the base of this vibrant tree was darkness. No, it wasn't darkness, it was lifelessness. Devoid of vitality, it had fallen into decay, and this was lifelessness. It was difficult to imagine that the legendary tree of life, which supported the world, had a place of lifelessness at its most vital roots. This couldn't possibly be a normal occurrence. A shadow cast a dark veil over the sky, and Gobta raised his head to meet a pair of cold, black dragon eyes. A loud and majestic voice resounded from every direction. You pitiful human who dared to steal my power. Before your impending doom, etch my name into your feeble minds. I am the dragon of despair who devours the world. My name is Nidhogg. Chapter 33. Nidhogg. In Norse mythology, the black dragon is known as the symbol of despair. Legend has it that it dwells at the bottom of the world tree, known as Yggdrasil, gnawing at its roots. When the Yggdrasil's roots are devoured, the tree will decay, and the twilight of the gods, known as Ragnarok, descends. At that time, it will unfurl its wings, flying over battlefields laden with corpses, heralding the coming of the apocalypse. But where it goes after that, no one knows. Some say as the embodiment of the end. It vanishes alongside the Ragnarok. Others claim it did not die but was weakened by the end of the age of gods and hid within the reverse side of the world. Yet, some say it offended a powerful entity and was sealed away in an unknown place. Various tales abound. And now, this dragon symbolizing despair has appeared before Gobta. What do you mean when you say I stole your power? Gobta squinted his eyes slightly. He couldn't recall any connection between himself and Nidhogg. Wings that blocked out the sky extended to the edge of his vision. Its form, like molten iron, was ancient and imposing, both demonic and angelic in its magnificence. This was the dragon of despair, the harbinger of the world's end. That despicable thief stole my power, intending to use it to annihilate the white dragon, the incarnation of the will who rejects the age of man. The massive mouth opened, each word spoken as though carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, leaving no room to breathe. And you are the weapon created using my power by that despicable thief. Could you be a bit more specific in your explanations? Your riddles are confusing, could you use a few more words, maybe? Nidhogg fell silent for a moment, and then, from its pitch-black vertical pupils, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth. Gobta stood still, allowing that light to consume him. Is this really okay? A middle-aged man, wearing a crown on his head, holding a scepter in his hand, and draped in a cloak, stood in the magnificent hall. His eyes showed a hint of complexity. Ah, come on, don't put on that troubled look, this thing was not easy for me to steal from that place, said a man with white hair, holding a cherrywood staff, his face wearing a warm smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Uther and Merlin, Gobta stood in the corner, squinting slightly. In Hector's study, there hung a portrait of Uther, so he naturally recognized the middle-aged man with the crown. Gobta touched the nearby pillar and his hand passed through it, realizing this place was some kind of memory projection. He then walked straight through the pillar. A thoughtful expression crossed his eyes as he continued to silently observe. You understand it well too, Uther. Vortigern is about to become the final god. If we can't find an entity to match him, Camelot's downfall is just a matter of time. Merlin said that with a carefree smile. But now, except for Britain, the true ether in the rest of the world has all vanished. Those gods are either dead or gone. There are no other gods to be found now, except for that white dragon, so we need to create our own god, don't you think? Merlin flicked his wrist, and a palm-sized black scale appeared in his hand. As soon as the scale appeared, a terrifying power of death filled the grand and splendid hall, turning it into an eerie and sinister place. Uther furrowed his brows slightly, and the crown on his head emitted a starry, misty radiance, blocking out the power of death. The dragon of despair who devours the world, Nidhogg, Merlin smiled, seemingly unaffected by the aura of death. With its scale, combined with your blood, we can create the most powerful king of Camelot in history. With this power, we can defeat Vortigern. Is this really okay? Ah, come on, don't put on that troubled look. Just like the rise and fall of the sun, the world's most fundamental law is the balance between light and dark, prosperity and downfall. Don't you think so too? Uther's face showed a hesitant expression, but in the end, he sighed. Never mind, I understand. As if someone had pressed the pause button, the scene in front of Gobta suddenly froze. Then, the surroundings distorted, and in the blink of an eye, everything underwent a dramatic change. There lay a vast forest, and in the center of a clearing, a massive magic circle emitted a faint, ethereal glow. In the heart of the magic circle, a baby lay peacefully. It looks like it was a success. Want to cry, Uther? Merlin chuckled. I haven't cried in 40 years, Merlin, Uther replied nonchalantly. But usually, parents should be moved to tears when they see their child being born, shouldn't they? If I could, I'd love to know what it feels like to cry, but that's a luxury I can't afford, Uther remarked. Merlin seemed about to say more but suddenly froze, turning to look at the baby. Black and deathly patterns had crawled over the baby's body and an immense surge of the power of death exploded from the tiny body. Not good. Merlin immediately placed a hand on Uther's shoulder and tapped his staff to the ground. The two of them vanished in an instant. The power of death swept across like a storm in all directions, and within a 5-kilometer radius, trees seemed to have aged 1,000 years in an instant. Their lush foliage withering and decaying rapidly. Many animals that couldn't escape in time met their demise under this power of death, their flesh melting and fur decaying, leaving only skeletal remains. In just a moment, the land within a 5-kilometer radius had turned into a dead land, devoid of any life. Space warped as Merlin and Uther reappeared. Surveying the grim scene around him, Uther sighed. Failure. Ayahaha, who would have thought that even a great mage like me could make mistakes? Oh well, the nature of the world is never that simple after all. Uther approached and gently touched the baby's cold body, his eyes showing a hint of complex emotions. What should we do with this child? What should we do? Merlin shrugged his shoulders as if none of this was his problem. You saw it, right? No breath, no heartbeat, and blood frozen in the veins like stone. This child is unquestionably dead. He no longer belongs here. Nidhogg's power is just too overwhelming, and with the resources and technology we currently possess, we can't create a body capable of containing that kind of power. But luckily, this time we've gathered enough experience. I promise we'll succeed next time. However, now that Nidhogg's scales are gone, and I don't know when that place will open again, how about we try to change the dragon? I think the red dragon Albion would do. As their figures faded into the distance, only a lifeless baby remained, forever trapped in this dead land. Chapter 34. Do you understand now? The ethereal and majestic voice echoed in Gobta's ears like a demonic whisper. You're nothing more than a weapon, that incubus and that king don't care whether you live or die. Gobta lowered his gaze to the lifeless baby at his feet, saying nothing. Somewhere along the way, deep darkness had shrouded the entire world, creeping slowly and patiently towards its target, like the most cunning of hunters. Without parents, without loved ones, from the day you were born, you were fated to be alone. The one who created you abandoned you, and the world has also abandoned you. You, like me, are both forbidden existences. Are you angry? The heartless abandonment, the icy embrace of death, your birth, a laughable joke. Are you in despair? Those beautiful dreams are nothing but illusions. The hands of death won't shelter any hope. The flowing darkness engulfed the world, and countless twisted, snake-like silhouettes gradually closed in around Gobta. Only monsters like me can understand you. Because we're the same, puppets pulled by the threads of fate, unable to escape this chaos no matter how hard we try. So, give up, cast aside those ridiculous emotions, and merge with me, unleash your true nature. Let me bear your despair and anger, and will exact revenge on those hypocrites. The dark surged, swallowing all light, and countless twisted silhouettes moved closer to Gobta. Are you done with your bullshit? A sudden voice of Gobta halted the darkness. You! Nidhogg exclaimed in astonishment. Gobta lifted his head slowly, and in the depths of his deep black eyes, clarity emerged. Somewhere in this colorless world, a bright crimson appeared. It was a flurry of scarlet feathers, descending from nowhere and disappearing into nothingness, as if they had never existed, yet etching themselves deep into the minds of all who watched. What? This is a weapon? A human? A monster? I don't give a fuck. It's all about how you choose to live, who am I only matters if I say so. Abandoned? So what? Instead of hating the unfairness of fate, it's better to use your own hands to get what you want and forge a new future. Despair? Anger? Ha! Gobta's lips curled into a mocking smile. Don't make me laugh. I came back to this world from beyond death, and it wasn't for such a boring thing as revenge. Besides, even if I were seeking revenge, what does it have to do with you, you big black worm? Roar! The dark world shattered, and the dragon of despair appeared before Gobta once more. Ignorant. Foolish. Nidhogg's voice carried an unmistakable rage. Humans truly are a bunch of uncivilized monkeys. Since you won't willingly give me your body, I'll take it myself. It opened its grotesque mouth, spewing scorching dragon's breath, and wherever it passed, even space itself shattered. Tremble, you puny human. This is the power of the dragon of despair, the one who brought the world to its knees. The pitch-black dragon's eyes flickered with mockery, then quickly shifted to sheer astonishment. A purple petal-like shield unfurled before Gobta, layer upon layer, and it managed to block the dragon's breath entirely. What is that? Nidhogg shouted in anger. Nidhogg, you've been trying to distract me from the very beginning, all in an effort to keep me from discovering the truth about this world we are in, but I'm sorry to say that I've known this from the start. What nonsense are you talking about? Nidhogg roared, though a subtle hint of fear flickered in its eyes. Gobta raised his head, gazing at the massive black dragon, and smiled with mockery. This place is actually my mental world, isn't it? How could you? Gobta only smiled calmly and went on. In the mental world, anything is possible, and the extent of one's power depends entirely on their will and imagination. In the beginning, you showed me the form of Yggdrasil and even appeared in your true form to intimidate me. Your goal was to keep me in fear because as long as I feared you, I would never be able to defeat you in this world. But you were also concerned that devouring me directly would lead to resistance on my part. So, you chose a gentler approach, showing me my past experiences and stirring up my emotions of despair, anger, and the desire for revenge. This way, you could easily consume me without much effort. Am I right? Gobta's smile remained unchanged. Nidhogg suddenly flapped its wings, and its massive form, like a meteor, rushed toward Gobta. In its jet-black eyes, madness gleamed. Buzz. As if someone had pressed the pause button, the entire world suddenly froze. Less than 5 meters away from Gobta, Nidhogg was suspended in midair like a statue, its monstrous dragon mouth wide open and its eyes filled with astonishment. Did you want to devour me before I could take control of my mental world? It's indeed a clever plan, but you made a mistake, Nidhogg. Crimson feathers danced around Gobta, resembling fiery spirits. As long as I'm here, I am invincible. Fiery flames emerged from nothingness, coalescing into the shape of a great sword in Gobta's hand. It seemed as though a sun was hidden within it, and the scorching heat distorted even the void. Panic filled Nidhogg's eyes. Dragon of Despair, witnessed the brilliance of the Might of An-Utu. Gobta swung the massive sword in his hand with all his might, and flames hotter than the limit of a star erupted forth, filling the entire world. In an instant, Nidhogg's form was completely engulfed by the blinding radiance. Roar! In this light, too intense for ordinary eyes to bear, Gobta suddenly saw a scene, the continuation of the memory projection. Why are you bringing this child to the land of shadows? Merlin looked helpless as he gazed at the middle-aged man beside him. Uther rode on horseback, cradling a lifeless baby in his arms. His face remained calm, showing no sign of emotion. Merlin scratched his head. I know there are legends of resurrection in the land of shadows, but this child carries the power of Nidhogg within. Any life will be repelled it, so resurrection is impossible. Merlin, I have indeed lost the emotions of a parent and can't shed tears for my own child's birth. Uther replied calmly as he gazed at his son in his arms. But at least I know my responsibility as a father. I brought him into this world, so, even if it's just for a glance, I want him to see this world. Chapter 35. As if rusty parts had been coated with lubricant, familiar sensations awakened throughout the body, surging towards the brain like a tide, jointly triggering a signal known as awakening. Gobta slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was the ceiling he saw every morning. The air carried a scent he knew all too well. This was in Ector's estate, the small cabin where he had resided for over half a year. "Teacher, you're awake." A voice of delight came from beside him, followed by an exquisitely delicate face like a fairy entering Gobta's field of vision. "Lily?" Gobta blinked in confusion, and memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, gradually clearing his black pupils. He sat up, rubbing his slightly throbbing head, and asked, "Lily, what time is it now?" He remembered being pulled into the mental world by Nidhogg after pulling Caliban. Time there flowed entirely differently from the real world, with no discernible patterns. Sometimes it felt like only a moment had passed in the mental world, but one would wake up to find a year had gone by. Other times, it felt like an eternity had passed in the mental world, while barely any time had passed in the real world. Gobta hoped it was the latter case. Otherwise, if he had slept for a year or more and failed his system's quest as a result, he'd be devastated. "Teacher, today is the third day since you pulled out the sword from the stone. You've been sleeping until now," Artoria replied. Gobta breathed a sigh of relief. It had only been 3 days, which was within an acceptable range. Has anything chaotic happened? After all, he had fainted right after pulling out Caliban. If someone had suddenly shouted something like, "The new king has passed away," at that moment, it would have caused quite a commotion. Although the probability of such an event was low, it wasn't entirely impossible. Honestly, when Gobta realized he was in the small cabin instead of a coffin and that Artoria was beside him instead of mourners in mourning attire, he felt a strange sense of relief. At that moment, everyone did get a shock. Archbishop Canterbury even fainted right away, and everyone thought that perhaps God was worried you wouldn't find your way to heaven, so he sent Archbishop to accompany you. Artoria's first sentence made Gobta's heart leap into his throat. But then, Merlin appeared and quickly calmed everyone's emotions. He said, "The new king is merely accepting the inheritance that King Uther left within the sword. The moment he awakens, it signifies the true return of King Arthur. So, everyone calm down. After that, we brought you back here." Artoria finished speaking, her curious azure eyes fixed on Gobta. "Teacher, did you really obtain King Uther's inheritance from the sword?" "King Uther, huh?" Recalling the middle-aged man with the crown in his memories, Gobta's eyes displayed a complex expression. Without a doubt, he had now fully understood his own origin. In order to confront the white dragon that was about to become the so-called final god, Merlin and Uther created a child of black dragon using the power of the dragon of despair Nidhogg. In terms of blood relations, he could even be considered Uther's son. He was Artoria's big brother and Morgan's little brother. His original self had died, but for some unknown reason, he had been resurrected in the Land of Shadows and taken in as an adopted son by the Queen of the Land of Shadows Scathach. The reason he could pull Caliban was that he possessed both dragon factor and Uther's bloodline, meeting the seal conditions left behind by Merlin. Really, is all of this just a coincidence, or is it the hand of fate? This is so absurd. "Teacher. Teacher." Artoria's voice brought Gobta's thoughts back to reality. He looked at her with a complex smile, her eyes like clear azure waters. "Yeah, I did meet King Uther." "Oh, really? Did he say anything to you?" Now free from the burden of being the ideal king, Artoria began to reveal her true nature. After all, she was just a 15-year-old girl. He said. Gobta looked out of the window, where the bright sunlight danced on the leaves like shimmering gold. He said to take a good look at this world. What does that even mean? Artoria muttered with a confused expression as her ahog turned into a question mark. Gobta smiled at her, offering no further explanation. Instead, he said, "Lily, you can go out for now. I need some more rest. You can tell Kay and the rest that I woke up, but don't spread it around to the public." "I understand, teacher." Artoria nodded obediently and walked out, closing the door behind her. In the small wooden cabin, only Gobta remained, and it quickly returned to silence. After an uncertain amount of time, Gobta suddenly whispered, "Aren't you coming out, Merlin?" Silence. No response. "If you don't come out within 10 seconds, I'll give up the throne, and then I'll expose everything you've done." 10. 1. It wasn't until Gobta counted to 1 that the air was filled with that familiar mischievous and frivolous voice. "Oh dear, my apologies, this old man's legs aren't as nimble as they used to be." Pink petals fell from the void as a familiar figure walked along a flowery path, his handsome face adorned with his signature smile. Merlin held a cherry-wood staff and executed a flawless courtly greeting in front of Gobta. Court Mage Merlin, at your service, your majesty, is there something you need from me? Just a minor matter. A cold voice came out from Gobta's mouth, and suddenly, a strong sense of danger washed over Merlin. He instinctively prepared to escape, but before he could react, he found himself surrounded by a sea of crimson feathers. His consciousness paused for a moment, and his gaze became dazed. Swish! A black sword slashed toward Merlin, and the hungry black flames devoured his figure. The concept of life was instantly corrupted. A faint light flickered, and the black flames gradually dissipated. Merlin's figure reappeared, now pulsing with renewed vitality. However, before he could react, Gobta once again used the power of Feng Huang Down to strip away Merlin's consciousness. The Jizo Mitama in Gobta's hand transformed into Abyss Flower, its black patterns representing death, ruthlessly piercing Merlin's heart. The power of death extinguished the newfound vitality, and then a faint light flickered again, as Merlin was resurrected once more. In the moment of resurrection, Merlin's figure disappeared from his original location, only to reappear 5 or 6 meters away from Gobta, maintaining a safe distance. Gobta didn't find this surprising. If Merlin couldn't react after being killed twice in a row, he would have long become fertilizer for some unknown flower by now. Chapter 36. In the moment of resurrection, Merlin's figure disappeared from his original location, only to reappear 5 or 6 meters away from Gobta, maintaining a safe distance. Gobta didn't find this surprising. If Merlin couldn't react after being killed twice in a row, he would have long become fertilizer for some unknown flower by now. Hold on, your majesty. You're really unreasonable. You killed me twice without a second thought. Do you know how hard I worked to accumulate this immortality? Gobta put away the abyss flower he had in his hand and said casually, you killed me once in the past now, I've given it back to you twice, seems fair to me. Oh. Could it be? That's great. I was worried you'd also count the part of Uther's doing as my responsibility, I would have been in a tight spot then. Is this guy's thought process always this bizarre? Gobta thought tiredly and sighed. He sat on the edge of the bed and gazed out the window with a somewhat somber tone. So, Merlin, was all of this your plan? Merlin smiled warmly, despite saying things that could enrage anyone. Not at all, even though Uther insisted on sending you to the land of shadows. I never believed that someone infused with the power of Nidhogg could come back to life. Besides, you didn't reappear for so many years that I assumed you were forever asleep in that realm. Why would I plan for someone who didn't exist? For Gobta, who realized the truth from the past, the only thing he could be grateful for now was that his will had never been altered, nor had his life been manipulated by someone else's machinations. Whether as the Black Dragon or as the new King Arthur, he was always himself Gobta. He was guided by no one else, and the principles he upheld and the actions he took were all born from his own thoughts. That was enough. Free from this soul mental burden, Gobta's mood gradually lightened. So, how are things outside now? Not bad, Merlin smiled cheerfully as if nothing happened. Hector bought all the meat and wine in town's taverns, and everyone has been feasting for 3 days and 3 nights, plus, with the new king's emergence, everyone is excited as if we've already defeated Vortigern. There will come a day, Gobta said lightly. What about Archbishop Canterbury? He's getting on in years, and his resilience isn't what it used to be, but in the end, he's still an archbishop, so his health is fine, although he's still unconscious right now, I believe he'll wake up tomorrow, Merlin shrugged. Gobta nodded slightly. Are those knights still around? Many of them came for the sword in the stone. Now that you've pulled it out, they don't have a reason to stay. There are probably around 300 knights left in Tintagel. Mostly influenced by your charisma and wanting to pledge their loyalty to you and follow you. Gobta caressed the intricate patterns on the caliban. From this royal sword, he felt a harmonious connection, as if it was meant for him from the beginning. Caliban quivered slightly, conveying a hint of joy. Mostly, which means a small part of them have different intentions for choosing to remain, right? Gobta inquired. Merlin smiled faintly, offering no comment on Gobta's statement. It seems like some fools have enjoyed the easy life for too long and forgotten their true purpose, Gobta sneered coldly, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. It's all too familiar, Merlin couldn't help but think and sigh deeply as he looked at the current Gobta, reminding him of the young Uther. With the same enthusiasm, the same commanding presence, and the same unwavering confidence. Merlin suddenly remembered a phrase that Uther had once said to him, some people are born to be kings. Gobta didn't know what was going on in Merlin's mind and continued, arrange for them to meet with me, even though the numbers are indeed a bit low, but there isn't much choice for the current me. Yes, your majesty, Merlin nodded slightly. His eyes flickered, and a sly smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Your Majesty, Morgan is still in Tintagel, do you want to go see her? Gupta frowned and hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, let's wait until we return to the royal capital. Gupta still couldn't quite grasp Morgan's intentions. Although he had earned some favor from her for saving Gwyneir, he was the one currently seated on the throne. Morgan's obsession with the throne was well known, and he didn't think it wise to directly confront this legendary witch until he was better prepared. I see, Merlin seemed somewhat disappointed but then suddenly became enthusiastic. So, when do you plan to reveal your identity to Lily? Gupta narrowed his eyes. I knew you would bring up this idea, it's clear you just want to see some drama. Ahem. How could that be? I am a noble and virtuous mage, you know. I was just thinking that if Lily found out you were her brother, she would be very happy. Gupta rubbed his temples, knowing that after discovering his true origin, he was most bewildered by Artoria, Morgan, and Gwyneir. It was less about fear and more about confusion. In his past life, he had been an orphan with no friends or family. After reincarnating into this world and spending 16 years in the land of shadows, apart from Scathach and Chulain, he hardly had any close relationships. Now, 3 sisters with a blood connection suddenly appeared without any warning, and Gupta was clearly bewildered. The reason he didn't want to see Morgan right now was due to this concern. He had no idea how to approach her. I'll handle this matter on my own, Gupta said to Merlin with a stern expression. Without my permission, you are not allowed to reveal my identity to them. All right, Merlin nodded with a hint of regret. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave then. Once again, Merlin gave a slight bow to Gupta and turned to leave. Merlin. Gupta's voice suddenly came from behind. If you really want to understand humans, try to understand human emotions like love, hate, good, and evil. If you only simulate the emotions you need, you will never truly understand what it means to be human. Merlin's steps faltered slightly, and he turned around with a smile. I'll keep your words in mind. With that, Merlin opened the door and walked out of the room. Gupta then lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began speaking as if he were talking to himself. Nidhogg, aren't you going to say something? Why is it so difficult for me to get someone to talk to me today? Gupta sighed. Don't play dead, I know you're there, don't force me to threaten you like I did with that guy. After a moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed in Gupta's mind. Humph. I have nothing to say to you. Chapter 37. After a moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed in Gupta's mind. Humph. I have nothing to say to you. Listening to the echoing voice in his mind, Gupta responded with a hint of resignation. Hey, we both have our grievances, okay? It's Merlin who stole your power, and I'm just a victim here. Besides, you saw it earlier, right? I killed him twice, that was including your part. Isn't that proof enough of my sincerity? Humph, that incubus is indeed the main culprit, but do you really think you have no responsibility at all? The voice replied with a touch of annoyance. What do you mean by that? Gupta furrowed his brows. Your cursed lance. Nidhogg's voice seethed with anger. If it weren't for that thing, I wouldn't be in this wretched state right now. You mean the abyss flower? Gupta blinked in confusion. What does it have to do with all of this? What do you mean by, what does it have to do? Nidhogg roared angrily. If it weren't for that cursed lance that appeared out of nowhere and devoured all the life energy I had painstakingly gathered, I should have been the one in control of this body. Gupta contemplated for a moment and finally grasped the situation. Originally, this body had died due to Nidhogg's power, but Nidhogg's soul, residing in that power, hadn't dissipated. Nidhogg had intended to find an opportunity to resurrect itself in this body. However, that was when Gupta's system gave the beginner's gift the abyss flower. The abyss flower had stolen the life energy Nidhogg intended to use for its resurrection and redirected it to Gupta, allowing him to be reborn. So, this was the truth behind his own resurrection. But, aren't you the dragon of despair? Where did this life energy even come from? Have you forgotten my myth? Gupta suddenly realized. The world tree, Yggdrasil. He had seen the image of Yggdrasil in Nidhogg's created mental world. Its majestic presence, sustaining the heavens and the earth, and its unimaginable life energy had left a deep impression on him. Only that level of life energy could counter the power of death from the dragon of despair. That's the last bit of Yggdrasil power I have left, Nidhogg said with a sigh. Gupta turned his head, awkwardly clearing his throat. He finally understood where Nidhogg's resentment came from. After all those years of diligently gnawing on those roots, Nidhogg had painstakingly accumulated a small fortune, only to have it stolen by someone else. No one, no matter who, would easily accept that. Moreover, those powers were so important that decided whether Nidhogg could be resurrected or not. If it were just Yggdrasil power, it would be one thing, but that damn lance also absorbed my death energy, causing me to sleep for damn 16 years. Nidhogg lamented bitterly. That damn lance is a real bully. Even Odin didn't go this far. Gobta remained silent, feeling a hint of sorrow in Nidhogg's voice. It's not really my fault, you know. I couldn't control the lance back then. Humph. Nidhogg coldly snorted and fell into silence once again. Gobta scratched his head and sighed in frustration. Indeed, from every angle, Nidhogg was undeniably the ultimate victim in this matter. First, was stolen from, then was robbed. The Dragon of Despair, renowned since the Age of Gods, probably never imagined that it would one day encounter such a tragic turn of events. However, upon careful reflection, Gobta couldn't help but feel that Nidhogg somewhat deserved this outcome. If not for the Abyss Flower, his body would have been taken over by this dragon, and he'd truly be dead. Yet, it wasn't entirely Nidhogg's fault, as none of this would have happened if that dick wizard hadn't started it all. In the end, it was all Merlin's fault. So, how about I return these powers to you? Gobta suggested. After a long silence, the voice of Nidhogg echoed in his mind once more. Human, you're putting in so much effort to please me, is it because you want me to unlock the true potential of this body for you? As I thought, you've seen through it, Gobta sighed. This was the most puzzling thing to him since waking up. This body, created with Nidhogg's power combined with Uther's bloodline, should definitely not be limited to this extent. Although his overall strength surpassed Artoria's by quite a bit, when it came to physical strength alone, he was no match for her. When comparing them based on data, Artoria's strength was rated as an H, while his strength only reached a C. There was also a significant gap in their magical energy reserves. The red dragon heart granted Artoria with an abundance of magical energy, like an endless sea. Even if she did nothing, her body would continuously produce magical energy. In contrast, despite relying on Rune, Gobta couldn't come close to her efficiency. He hadn't paid much attention to this before because he knew Artoria was an artificial red dragon created by Merlin, so her uniqueness was not surprising. But when he realized that he was the first ever artificial black dragon, something didn't add up. Although he didn't know where Artoria's red dragon factor came from, it couldn't possibly be stronger than the power of Nidhogg that brought about the Ragnarok. Since the red dragon factor could bring about such significant changes in Artoria, there was no reason why he, housing the power of Nidhogg, should be weaker. Gobta had thought about it for a long time and concluded that the issue lay with Nidhogg itself. After all, it was originally Nidhogg's power. Even if only a trace of its essence remained, mastering it should not be difficult. It's quite a clever idea to want my power, Nidhogg sneered. But I can tell you truthfully that the reason you haven't obtained my power has nothing to do with me. What? Gobta furrowed his brow, confused. That purple-haired woman who once slew gods, Nidhogg said calmly. She was worried that my power would consume you, so she sealed it with the primordial rune. Gobta blinked for a moment, then immediately closed his eyes, inspecting himself from within. Not long after, a deep green, mysterious rune emerged from his heart, hanging silently in the air. Gobta opened his eyes and looked at the primordial rune in front of him. In the depths of his deep black eyes, a hint of complexity appeared. Mother. But even if you remove this seal, it won't do you any good unless I agree, you'll never be able to obtain my power. Nidhogg boasted and acted smug. Gobta remained silent, his eyes flashing. I know that red feathers of yours possess powerful psychic powers, if you try to erase me, it will be a mere moment's work. Nidhogg stated calmly without fear. But I advise against it unless you want history to repeat itself. Chapter 38. I know that red feathers of yours possess powerful psychic powers, if you try to erase me, it will be a mere moment's work. Nidhogg stated calmly without fear. But I advise against it unless you want history to repeat itself. Repeat? Though Nidhogg's words were somewhat ambiguous, Gobta instantly grasped the situation. When his baby's body was newly formed, the power of death within it went out of control, turning the surrounding 5 kilometers into a barren dead land. That power was so overwhelming that even Merlin had to retreat. If it weren't for my control, the death energy hidden within you would have erupted in an instant, and you would have died once again. But this time, you wouldn't be as lucky as before. So, do you want to gamble? Will you risk it? Maybe you would succeed. Nidhogg's voice was composed, and one could imagine the mockery and satisfaction in its eyes at this moment. Gobta's gaze flickered slightly as he calmly replied, You're just bluffing, you mentioned earlier that the Abyss Flower once devoured all your death energy, how could such a tiny scale possibly contain such massive death energy? Huh? What do you mean by, a tiny scale? Do you really think I'd entrust my last bit of soul and the life energy of Yggdrasil I painstakingly collected to an ordinary scale? Humph, it seems humans are truly uncivilized monkeys. Nidhogg suddenly fell silent. Go on, I was enjoying your story. Gobta's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You despicable human. A furious roar echoed in Gobta's mind like tolling bells. You dare to fool me. Have uncivilized monkeys evolved into despicable humans now? I wonder if I can take that as a compliment, oh great Nidhogg. Gobta responded with a smile, but his thoughts gradually raced. Clearly, the scale Merlin had taken to create his black dragon body had extraordinary importance for Nidhogg. Is there an issue with the scale itself? Gobta pondered, then recalled what Merlin said in that memory projection. This thing was not easy for me to steal from that place. However, now that Nidhogg's scales are gone, and I don't know when that place will open again. That place? Like a bolt of lightning, an idea struck Gobta's mind, and his eyes lit up with a smile. Nidhogg, I've figured out your secret. What are you talking about? Nidhogg's panic was evident. This scene reminded Nidhogg of when Gobta had previously unveiled the truth about the mental world. Why did you stuff part of your power, soul? And the life energy of Yggdrasil you worked so hard to gather into that tiny scale? Because you understood that, for you, this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. If you missed this chance, you wouldn't know when the next one would come. Why you're spouting nonsense? I would never. Nidhogg, Gobta's voice suddenly grew grave. Your true body is probably in a very dangerous condition right now. This time, the familiar voice didn't resurface. Right on target. Gobta's lips curled up slightly as he continued. If I'm not mistaken, your true body is currently imprisoned in a secluded place, cut off from the world. Without external help, you won't be able to escape from there by yourself. So when Merlin intruded into that place to take your scale, you not only didn't stop him, but willingly transferred your power, soul, and the life energy of Yggdrasil onto that scale. Because you had already made up your mind, first to escape using that scale and then to find an opportunity to resurrect with the Yggdrasil's life energy, and finally figure out a way to recover your true body. Am I right? Let's delve deeper then. Gobta didn't mind Nidhogg's silence. His pitch-black pupils gleamed with profound light. Could that eruption and loss of control when I was a baby have been intentional on your part? After all, no one would have expected a body that died because of the Dragon of Despair's power to have a chance at revival. This way, you could hide in the shadows and safely restore your strength. A hint of coldness flashed in Gobta's eyes as he said those. If Nidhogg truly admitted to causing that loss of control when he was a baby, Gobta would rather keep this power sealed forever than allow the soul of the Dragon of Despair to remain within him. Such a lunatic inside his body was like a time bomb. Humph, anyway, this body was created using my power. I'm the Dragon of Despair, the harbinger of the apocalypse, not some lunatic like Hela. Destroying my soon-to-be body isn't something I would do, Nidhogg snorted. I painstakingly saved a portion of Yggdrasil's power, so why waste it? To hide in the shadows and regain my strength, as you said. Nidhogg chuckled mockingly. Uncivilized monkeys, your perspective is quite shallow. Even though only a tenth of my true power resides on this scale, in this era. Aside from that incubus and the purple-haired woman who slew gods, no one can even come close to challenging me. Do you think I need to hide? Gobta scratched his face uncomfortably and coughed awkwardly. In the end, it's because the age of gods has faded so drastically, Nidhogg sighed with melancholy. With the resources of this era, it's impossible to create a body capable of containing my power. Moreover, due to your recent birth, my consciousness at that time was still fuzzy, leading to that loss of control. So, that's how it is, Gobta nodded inwardly, another puzzle piece fell into place. So, do you admit to what I said earlier? What are you talking about? Nidhogg's voice became flustered once again. I don't remember admitting to anything. Don't try to trick me into saying something, you uncivilized monkey. You don't have to admit it, I can simply go ask Merlin, Gobta shrugged. Since he took the scale from you, he must be well aware of your current state. Wait. Nidhogg quickly stopped Gobta and let out a complex sigh after a moment of silence. I admit it. You're right, my true body is indeed in a very dangerous condition right now. The reason I'm staking everything on this gamble is because I don't have much time left. At most, in 3 years, my true body will completely perish. As long as you promise to help me rescue my true body within 3 years, I will not only help you unlock the power within this body but also bestow even greater power upon you. Chapter 39. 3 years, Gobta pondered for a moment while stroking his chin and then asked, so, where is your true body right now? Since there was a time limit, he needed to assess the difficulty beforehand, otherwise, he might end up diving headfirst into it and not even know how he would die. If there were no time limitations, he could have waited until he collected all the divine keys and then gone. By that time, he could have used Shamash to clear a path, unstoppable even by gods. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape using Cosmic Juggernaut, and he could always come back to fight another day. But with a time limit, the difficulty of the task increased several times over. Nidhogg remained silent for a long time before sighing lightly. My true body is currently at Yggdrasil. You mean, in the Norse realms? Yes, Nidhogg replied calmly. I am the Dragon of Despair, the Harbinger of Apocalypse. According to the world rules, I should have disappeared after Ragnarok. However, thanks to the power of Yggdrasil I devoured, I have managed to survive temporarily. But due to the constraints of the rules, I cannot step foot outside the realm of the gods. Nidhogg sighed softly. Until now, I don't even remember how long I've endured. The power of Yggdrasil within me is about to be depleted, and at that time, I will be wiped out by the rules. This is my last chance. Gobta was getting a headache. The Norse realms, even in its weakened state due to Ragnarok, was not an easy place to infiltrate. The ancient magic and bounded field left behind were challenging enough to deal with, not to mention the possible presence of some ancient divine beings or even a real dragon. Don't worry, with my help, I guarantee that you'll have a smooth path inside, Nidhogg said confidently. After careful consideration, Gobta finally nodded. Despite the dangers, having the Dragon of Despair's assistance should significantly lower the risk. Then we shouldn't waste any time, let's begin immediately. Nidhogg said eagerly. After being trapped under Yggdrasil for so many years, Nidhogg was now excited to have a chance at freedom. Hold on a moment, Gobta said calmly. First, open your mental world. What do you want to do? Nidhogg asked cautiously. Opening the mental world meant that everything would be exposed to Gobta, leaving no secrets. I want to leave a psychological suggestion in your mind to ensure you won't betray me later. I can make a contract with you, Nidhogg protested. It might not have understood the word betray, but it grasped the concept. Contracts don't always apply at all times, at least, as far as I know, there are at least 5 ways to bypass contract restrictions, Gobta responded without conceding. And I can't be sure whether you've been completely honest with me. If you've tricked me and used your remaining soul to save yourself at the expense of my life, I'd be at a loss. You. Nidhogg fumed. It was about to give Gobta a piece of its mind but then remembered that this was its last chance and decided to swallow its anger. How can you guarantee that you will rescue my true body? Nidhogg asked. Other than trusting me, you have no other choice right now, right? Gobta said flatly. After a long silence, Nidhogg's voice finally echoed in his mind, filled with frustration. If you dare to peek, I won't spare you. Humph, what's there to see in a dragon? You're not a beauty. Nidhogg nearly fainted from anger. I'll endure it. I'll endure it. Once I'm free, the first thing I'll do is teach this uncivilized and uncultured monkey a lesson. Then, Gobta used the power of Feng Huangdown to enter Nidhogg's mental world and left a psychological suggestion. He hadn't intended to probe Nidhogg's memories, as there was no benefit to agitating the dragon. However, the mental world was highly susceptible to the influence of its owner's emotions. Due to Nidhogg's excessive excitement, some information accidentally leaked during this process. Gobta, who had caught these leaked fragments of information, suddenly wore a strange expression, tinged with a barely noticeable hint of embarrassment. Ahem, so, you're a mother dragon. Nidhogg felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, almost wishing to end it all right there with him. Sensing the intense murderous intent, Gobta immediately closed his mouth, remaining silent. However, that strange and awkward feeling lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Who could have imagined that the dragon responsible for bringing about the Ragnarok would turn out to be a female dragon? Thinking about his relationship with her, a peculiar thought suddenly crossed Gobta's mind. Since he could be said to have been born from Uther and Nidhogg, didn't that mean? Should I perhaps call her, Mom? Gobta shivered all over, quickly snapping himself out of that line of thought. He had a strange feeling that if he continued to dwell on it, things might take an irreversible turn. Fortunately, Nidhogg was unaware of Gobta's thoughts. After a moment, she began to calm down and spoke in a cold and distant tone. All right, release the seal, I'll help you channel the power. Gobta nodded and squeezed blood from his fingertips, then started writing a primordial rune, which gradually overlapped with the deep green primordial rune before him. Both runes trembled slightly and then dissipated into thin air simultaneously. Boom! As soon as the seal was released, a powerful aura burst forth from Gobta. Black patterns snaked their way from his heart to various parts of his body, like eerie tattoos drawn by an ancient wizard. Snap! Gobta crushed a wooden block at the edge of the bed, large drops of sweat forming on his forehead, his face contorted with pain that he couldn't hide. It was too massive. Despite his mental preparation, Gupta found this surge of power almost unbearable. The power that had been suppressed for 16 years erupted all at once, like a raging river, beyond his control. The black patterns continued to climb, spreading the power of death in all directions, leaving decay and desolation in their wake. This was a sign of losing control. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the death energy within him would erupt completely, repeating the horrifying scene from the past. Gupta clenched his fists tightly and growled. Nidhogg. What are you waiting for? Humph. Nidhogg snorted lightly. While watching Gupta in pain was quite satisfying, she, under the influence of psychological suggestion, obediently stepped in. The death energy that had been rampaging inside Gupta's body, like a wild beast, suddenly calmed down as if a pair of large hands had passed over it. The rapid growth of the black patterns on his body slowed down significantly. Gupta, with the reduced pressure, took a few deep breaths and quickly began to reign in this newfound power. All the scattered death energy came back under control, and the black patterns on his body gradually faded away. Yet, his aura stayed strong and imposing, even deeper than before. Chapter 40. Gupta clenched his fists, feeling the surging power coursing through his body, a hint of ecstasy appearing on his face. Is this the power of the legendary Dragon of Despair? Gupta muttered, then summoned his spear, Gibalg, and gave it a gentle squeeze. Crack! Gibalg instantly snapped in half. This spear had been personally crafted by the Queen of the Land of Shadows from the toughest bones of sea creatures called Kuroid. For 16 years, Gupta had sparred with it countless times against Siu Chulain. And it had never shown even a hint of damage. Yet, with a light squeeze of his hand, it broke. At the very least, my physical strength has reached an rank, Gupta exclaimed, casually using rune to restore Gibalg to its original state. The awakening of Nidhogg's power had brought him immense benefits. It was not just an increase in various physical attributes, it was an all-encompassing improvement. He could clearly feel pure magical energy flowing continuously from his heart, and with every movement, he could unleash an immense amount of magical energy. Now, he could use a normal attack as if it were a special move, just like Artoria. From now on, he no longer needed to envy her terrifying magical energy regeneration efficiency. Moreover, due to Nidhogg's nature, his magical energy possessed a strong death attribute. If the opponent's life force wasn't strong enough, they might die from just a touch. In other words, every one of his attacks carried a certain instant death attribute. How does it feel, experiencing the power of this body? Nidhogg's voice echoed in his mind. It's truly an incredible power, Gupta sincerely nodded. Humph, good to know, Nidhogg snorted triumphantly. What if I told you that what you've awakened now is only half of the power? Gupta's eyes widened in astonishment. Such incredible power, and it was only half. I told you, this scale houses 1/10 of my true power. Did you really think it was just that? Nidhogg said somewhat discontentedly. Just 1/10? Gupta sighed inwardly, maybe this was what being a big shot was like. This body is already flooded with power, so I've temporarily sealed the remaining half. I'll release it gradually in the future, so you don't have to worry about not being able to handle it, Nidhogg explained. Gupta nodded, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his lips. I never expected you to have such a kind and soft side, Nidhogg. Wowordy. Nidhogg replied indignantly. I just want you to help me rescue my true body, that's why I'm helping you. Stop making nonsense assumptions, you uncivilized monkey. Could you stop calling me that all the time? I do have a name, you know, I'm Gupta. I don't care. You're still an uncivilized monkey in my eyes. Gupta rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that this fellow had just helped him awaken the power of his body, he would have used Fenghuang down to put her in her place. Gupta's expression slightly changed as he heard the rapid footsteps outside the door. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this level of hearing without the assistance of rune, but the awakening of the black dragon body greatly enhanced his 5 senses. Now, he could even predict his opponent's actions by observing their movements, a skill known as battle intuition. Battle intuition wasn't as comprehensive as Artoria's intuition, in fact, it was quite similar to eye of the mind. Perhaps the only difference was that one was achieved through exceptional talent from birth, while the other was honed through countless battles and experiences. However, without a doubt, both were powerful combat auxiliary skills. Boom! The door was forcefully kicked open, and a few familiar figures squeezed in. Artoria, Kay, and Yelena. Teacher, are you okay? Artoria's face showed concern. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted from this direction a moment ago. I was worried you might be in danger. I'm fine, I was just experimenting with some magecraft, Gupta replied with a smile. Are you sure? Artoria's eyes held a hint of doubt. Her innate intuition was telling her that her teacher might be hiding something. Lily, everyone has their secrets, and constantly prying can lead to others being upset, Gobta chuckled. It's part of the wisdom of an ideal king. The wisdom of an ideal king. Artoria's eyes brightened slightly as she nodded seriously. I understand, teacher. See, I told you. Kay muttered, sitting on a nearby chair, however. Wah-gah. The moment he touched the chair, it instantly turned to dust and scattered, causing Kay to fall to the ground with a painful cry. My ass, Kay winced as he rubbed his rear, looking puzzled at the dust beneath him. What happened to this chair? Gobta cleared his throat and said, that was just a small magecraft I was experimenting with. I see, Kay mumbled, brushing off the dust and standing up. On the other hand, Yelena had a peculiar expression on her face. Unlike Artoria and Kay, she was a dead apostle highly sensitive to blood and life. From the moment she entered this room, she sensed a powerful and pure death energy around the room. The source of this power was her master, Gobta. Because of her ability to consume magical energy, Yelena was certain that this was not a result of magecraft. The essence of this power had far surpassed ordinary magical energy and was approaching the level of rules. However, Yelena chose to remain silent, feeling even more awe for Gobta deep in her heart. Although she didn't know where this power came from, one thing was certain: her master had become even stronger than before. 2 days later, the residents of Tintagel received uplifting news from the servants of Ector's estate. After days of slumber, the new king had finally awakened. At first, people doubted the authenticity of this news until the appearance of the great mage Merlin confirmed its truth. At the same time, Merlin also brought the new king's first command. All knights currently in Tintagel are invited to gather at Ector's estate for a meeting. Chapter 41. Almost in the instant they received the news, the knights who had been staying at Tintagel set off for Ector's estate. They had stayed here for so long just to have a chance to see the new king. So many people. Kay stood by the window, looking down at the crowded courtyard below, his face showing a hint of envy. He had never seen anyone with such a strong presence, capable of gathering so many people in such a short time with just a few words. Even his father, Ector, who had a high reputation in Tintagel, couldn't do such a thing. These people were not ordinary townsfolk, they were knights truly recognized by the people. No wonder father didn't stop Lily back then. I'm afraid he had already realized that teacher was more suitable to be king than Lily. Kay couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Brother Kay, what are you doing here? A familiar voice came from behind. Kay turned around to see Artoria looking at him with a slightly furrowed brow. Hurry up and change your clothes, teacher is waiting for you. Waiting for me? Kay was taken aback. Didn't teacher gather all these knights? What's that got to do with me? Are you pretending to be ignorant? Artoria appeared increasingly displeased. As a squire, you should naturally follow the king, don't you even know that? Wait a minute, a squire. When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed? We don't have time for all these explanations now. If you're not willing, I'll go by myself. Wait. Who said I'm not willing? I'll be right there. With a mixture of curiosity and excitement, Kay hurriedly ran back to his room to change into his knight's armor and then followed Artoria to the hall where Gobta was. You're a bit slow, Kay. Being punctual is a good virtue for a knight, Gobta smiled. Kay opened his mouth, but his complicated emotions left him unsure of what to say. He could only bow deeply to Gobta and say, thank you for giving me this opportunity, teacher. Smack. Ouch. Kay winced in pain as he rubbed his head, looking at Gobta in confusion. Who stands before you now is not your teacher, Gobta said calmly. Kay finally understood. Yes, your majesty. Gobta nodded. In private, you can address me however you like, as your teacher or by my name, it doesn't matter. But on formal occasions, you must remember our respective roles, or else it's a breach of etiquette in the public eye. Gobta then glanced at Artoria. Doing the right thing in the right place is something a king must understand. Artoria nodded earnestly, I understand, teach your majesty. Kay looked somewhat resentful. For some reason, he suddenly felt like he was being treated as a tool to teach Artoria. Alright, it's almost time, don't keep them waiting too long. Gobta touched Caliban hanging on his waist and walked outside. It's the Black Knight, no, it's the new king. The new king is coming out. I never thought the great mage Merlin was actually telling the truth, the new king really woke up. So even the great mage has moments of honesty after all. As soon as Gobta appeared, the courtyard with around 300 knights erupted into excitement. All the knights' eyes converged on the new king. Everyone. Gobta wore a warm smile on his face, and although his voice was not loud, it instantly quieted the scene. I'm glad that all of you came promptly after receiving my summons, your trust honors me deeply. Your Majesty, I made an oath back then, as long as you can bring hope to Camelot, I'm willing to forsake all glory to follow you, whenever you need me, even through the toughest challenges, I will be there. A knight stepped forward, and Gobta felt a sense of familiarity about him. After a moment of careful recollection, he suddenly realized. Are you the knight who cleared the way for me on the king's selection ceremony before? Gobta smiled as he gazed at the knight. Can you tell me your name? Lamorak, the knight responded firmly. Lamorak, Gobta's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. To those unfamiliar with the Arthurian legend, this name might be somewhat unfamiliar. But he was well aware of the significance it carried. Lamorak was one of the Knights of the Round Table, and while his name might not be as famous as Gawain, Lancelot, or Mordred, he was one of the most powerful knights in the Round Table, especially known for his unparalleled spearmanship, which even King Arthur could not match. Gobta glanced at the spear on Lamorak's back. There was indeed a long spear. He hadn't expected to meet one of the future Knights of the Round Table here, and it seemed that Lamorak had become his loyal follower. This filled Gobta with a sense of delight. Sir Lamorak, I have truly felt your loyalty to Camelot, your strong determination is truly moving. Gobta extended his hand toward Lamorak. I happen to be planning to form a knight order recently, would you be willing to join? Lamorak knelt without hesitation, placing his hand over his heart and bowing his head. Lamorak, willing to follow and defend your glory, your majesty, your will is my mission. With unwavering determination, Lamorak spoke solemnly. Gobta nodded with a smile and drew Caliban from his waist, gently tapping Lamorak's shoulder 3 times. Thus, Lamorak became one of his recognized knights. Seeing this scene, the other knights couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. They had stayed in Tintagel waiting for the new king to awaken for the sake of earning the favor and recognition, hadn't they? Receiving the king's recognition was the ultimate honor for any knight. As Lamorak had taken the lead, the rest of the knights couldn't hold back any longer. Your Majesty, I too am willing to offer my loyalty to you. Me too. Please accept my loyalty. Amidst the clamor, an unsettling voice suddenly rang out. Black Knight, do you truly believe that you are qualified to sit on the throne as King Arthur? A hush fell over the scene. All eyes turned simultaneously toward one direction. Standing there, under the scrutiny of everyone, was a knight of exceptional height, his heavy armor snugly fitted to his body, his massive frame exuding an imposing presence. His face displayed no hint of fear. In the end, it's just a sword, even if you pulled it, it doesn't prove that you're the chosen king. Chapter 42. Standing there, under the scrutiny of everyone, was a knight of exceptional height, his heavy armor snugly fitted to his body, his massive frame exuding an imposing presence. His face displayed no hint of fear. In the end, it's just a sword, even if you pulled it, it doesn't prove that you're the chosen king. Who is this guy? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Pulling the sword from the stone and becoming king, that's the prophecy of the great mage Merlin. Does he think he's even more powerful than the great mage? It's a well-established tradition and known to everyone, and yet he makes trouble with that nonsense reason. I bet this guy has no good intentions. The knight's gaze carried a hint of hostility. Most of them had acknowledged Gobta as the king, but suddenly, an outsider appeared who didn't conform to the norm. Who could tolerate this? If they upset the new king and soured his impression of all of them, wouldn't all their preparations be in vain? Stealing someone's wealth was akin to killing their parents, especially since this was the opportunity they had been waiting for so long. If this fool's words caused them to lose it all, they would find it hard to forgive. Feeling the tangible hostility and resentment, the tall knight couldn't help but take a step back, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes revealing a hint of fear. This isn't right. The script wasn't supposed to go like this. Wasn't I supposed to step forward to rally everyone's emotions and then unite to challenge the new king? Why do these people look like they want to devour me? Ha! A mere clown dares to question you, your reign as king seems like a failure. In this world, not everyone has a brain, you know, Gobta said to Nidhogg indifferently, a coldness in his pitch-black eyes. Humph, let's see how you plan to end this farce. Nidhogg snorted and fell silent. Kay and Artoria, standing behind Gobta, clenched their fists tightly, a hint of annoyance in their eyes. They were about to step forward when they noticed someone had already stepped out. Lamorak removed the spear from his back, the sharp tip pointing directly at the tall knight. His face remained unmoved. Dishonoring the dignity of my king, even if it costs me my life, I won't regret it. I, Lamorak, as a knight of King Arthur, challenge you to a duel. The tall knight swallowed hard, fully aware of how powerful Lamorak was. There was no way he could win. If he accepted, death was the only outcome. I only spoke my mind. Is the so-called great king so petty? The tall knight shouted loudly. The situation before him was dire, and he had to find another way out. Lamorak showed no emotion, advancing with his spear calmly. "Come back, Sir Lamorak, don't let this man's blood stain your weapon." Lamorak hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Gobta, his brow furrowing. "But your majesty, this man has stained your dignity, and I know your loyalty, Sir Lamorak, but let me handle this matter personally." Gobta stepped forward, patting Lamorak's shoulder, and then turned to look at the tall knight, saying lightly, "You said just now that I'm not worthy of this throne." As the tall knight looked into those emotionless pitch-black eyes, he shivered. But thinking of the handsome reward that was about to come his way, he gritted his teeth. "That's right. Since the founding of Camelot, all the kings have been exceptional warriors, but you want us to recognize your kingship with just a broken sword? It's not that easy." He drew his massive sword from his waist, pointing it at Gobta. "If you want me, Karlach, to acknowledge your status, you'll have to defeat me." In his heart, Karlach couldn't help but give himself credit for his quick thinking. Although the process had been somewhat crooked, he had still managed to achieve his goal. As long as he could force Gobta to fight him, he would receive that handsome reward from those people. But, he got a cold laugh instead. "Oh, so that's how it is that the order of some guy behind you?" Karlach's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks, and a towering wave surged in his heart. How could he know? "Do you want to show off in front of me with this? Your idea isn't bad, but dealing with someone like you isn't worth drawing my sword." Gobta's pitch-black pupils suddenly became incredibly profound, as if two black holes were hidden within them. As he stared at those eyes, Karlach's gaze gradually became vacant, and his expression grew more and more dull. A strand of darkness deeper than the night itself began to burn in the depths of his pupils, though no one knew when it had ignited. Karlach's body swayed for a moment, then collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, even Artoria and Kay wore puzzled expressions. From their perspective, Gobta had just stared at Karlach for a moment, and the latter had suddenly fallen to the ground without any physical contact. What on earth had happened? Lamorak approached, checked Karlach's breath, and nodded to Gobta. "He's already dead." Gasp filled the area. They had thought Karlach had merely passed out, but it turned out he had died just from a brief stare. This was even more terrifying than the legendary Medusa. If Gobta had killed Karlach in a direct battle, they would have admired the new king's bravery. But to simply stare at someone for a moment and have them die, without anyone knowing what had occurred was too terrifying. For a moment, everyone looked at Gobta with deep fear in their eyes. "You need not be fearful, everyone." Merlin's familiar voice spread as he appeared behind Gobta, wearing a warm smile on his face. "The new king is the chosen one destined by fate for Camelot, the fated ruler of the British Isles. This man has blasphemed the king's dignity, and thus, he suffered the backlash of fate and losing his life. It's a perfectly normal occurrence." So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly realized, and their fear transformed into reverence for the new king. "How did I do, your majesty?" "Not bad, right?" Gobta glanced at Merlin and subtly nodded. In truth, this was a line Gobta had prepared, a chance to strengthen his position in the public eye. But now that Merlin had said it in his stead, the effect was even better. Despite Merlin's notorious unreliability, he was still the most famous sage and mage in Britain. What he said carried far more weight than the words of Gobta, who had just become the new king. When such words came from someone else, they left a deeper impression. If Gobta had said it himself, it might have seemed like self-praise. From this perspective, this white-haired incubus wasn't entirely useless after all. Chapter 43. Everyone's emotions became increasingly excited. Even the great mage now admitted that the new king was the chosen one, the person favored by fate. Could Vortigern stand against fate, no matter how powerful he was? Their initial faith became firmer. They all knew that Camelot and Vortigern would eventually clash. If they didn't show their loyalty to the new king now, wouldn't they miss a golden opportunity to prove themselves in front of him when the time for battle came? A quick-thinking knight immediately stepped forward, kneeling before Gobta, and exclaimed, "O noble king of Camelot, I humbly offer my body to you, fervently hoping for an opportunity." Despicable. Shameless. Everyone cursed silently in their hearts and then unhesitatingly joined, one after another, kneeling on the ground, making declarations of loyalty to Gobta. Looking at over 300 knights kneeling before their teacher, Kay and Artoria were momentarily stunned, while Merlin wore a smug smile. Lamorak straightened his back, gazing at Gobta's back with genuine admiration, firming up his resolve. Only a king like this could bring hope to Camelot. "Damn it, can't you monkeys have a little backbone?" Nidhogg muttered with irritation under her breath. Gobta took a step forward and spoke with a deep voice carrying a solemn dignity. I am aware of your faith, with pillars like all of you in Camelot, I am deeply gratified. Black and white light swirled around him, coalescing into a massive lance, its holy patterns gradually illuminating as they converged toward the tip. Pure and gentle white light fell like a curtain of rain, and everyone bathed in it involuntarily closed their eyes, feeling as if they were soaking in a warm spring, extremely comfortable. After about 10 minutes, the light dissipated, and everyone opened their eyes, sensing changes in their bodies. A look of astonishment appeared on their faces. As knights, they inevitably accumulated some hidden injuries from training and battle, but now, after spending just a while in that light, all their injuries had been completely healed. Furthermore, they could clearly feel that their bodies had undergone a profound transformation as if they were now filled with inexhaustible strength. What is this? A miracle. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanatical fervor, and there was no longer any doubt about the new king's identity. If he weren't the chosen king, how could he accomplish such a feat? My king! My king! The knights shouted frantically. Though they numbered only 300, the momentum they created rivaled that of an army of tens of thousands. Gobta suddenly raised his hand, and everyone instinctively closed their mouths, though the fervor in their eyes remained undiminished. Artoria's face couldn't help but reveal a yearning expression. Just a simple gesture could instantly calm down hundreds of frenzied knights. What a terrifying leadership quality. Could she also achieve this level someday? The abyss flower dissolved into specks of light, but Gopta's face remained composed. If it had been him before, depleting his magical energy like this, he probably wouldn't be able to stand now. But after awakening the power of Nidhogg, everything was different. Whenever and wherever this body continuously produced magical energy, there was no need to worry about exhaustion unless he used powerful magecraft consecutively. Just now, he had done just that, using Feng Wang down to channel Jizo Mitama's power into Karlach's body, corrupting and erasing the concept of life from him entirely. Consecutively wielding the power of 2 divine keys was something he could have done in the past, but the magical energy required was too immense, enough to drain him after just a few uses. However, the present him could easily withstand this level of consumption. Moreover, unlike Artoria, he didn't need a massive amount of food to sustain his body. Unlike Artoria, Gobta possessed an exceptionally strong talent for magecraft. This was evident from the fact that he had mastered primordial rune in just 16 years. His powerful magecraft talent allowed him to control magical energy with exceptional precision. Now, he could choose to activate or deactivate the black dragon body at any time, without worrying about depletion. This might be good news for Camelot's granaries. For those who are loyal and brave, I have never been stingy with rewards, Gobta said in a solemn tone. Since you all hold this belief, I will give you a chance. He glanced at Merlin, who immediately stepped forward, taking out a map of Camelot from his voluminous sleeve and displaying it before everyone. Everyone raised their heads and saw a clearly marked red line on the map, extending from Tintagel. If you want my recognition, try following this route, Gobta's voice remained calm. I can honestly tell you that this is a very difficult path. Along the way, you'll encounter cliffs, raging rivers, fierce beasts, and there might even be wyverns. Wyverns. Many knights' faces immediately turned stiff. Those were phantasmal species that had existed since ancient times. Unless one was a powerful knight, encountering them was practically a death sentence. This was too dangerous. Some people displayed hesitance on their faces. As if he hadn't noticed, Gobta continued. If anyone wishes to withdraw, I won't hold it against them. The choice is in your hands. However, only those who pass this trial will be recognized as true knights by me. If you want to follow me in achieving great glory, then show me your conviction. On the day of your triumphant return, I will personally offer you a celebratory toast with fine wine. Watching the departing figures of the 300 knights, Artoria couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, is this route really as dangerous as you said? Of course it is. Before Gobta could answer, Merlin spoke first with a sly smile, pointing to himself. Because I personally selected this route. But, won't it be too dangerous if wyverns really appear? Artoria hesitated. While wyverns are indeed challenging opponents for them, as long as they unite, they are not unbeatable. The life energy I left within them is enough to support them through this journey, Gobta said calmly. But is that really effective? Kay asked in doubt. Gobta raised his head, gazing at the clear sky. I have not lied, if they can overcome this trial, they will become true and chivalrous knights. Chapter 44. True and Chivalrous Knights. Kay and Artoria muttered simultaneously and exchanged glances, their eyes showing a hint of curiosity. Although chivalry was still highly regarded in Britain, in reality, those who embodied the true spirit of knighthood were few and far between. Most people merely wore the title of a knight, concealing their vile deeds behind closed doors, no better than common thugs on the streets. The Prince of Gwyneir was a prime example of such a character. Kay and Artoria had received the most orthodox knightly education since childhood, so they naturally felt disgusted by those vile individuals who donned the cloak of knighthood. Thus, Artoria had made a solemn vow that once she ascended to the throne, she would correct this situation and rekindle the true spirit of knighthood in the land. Although she had not yet taken the throne herself, it seemed her teacher held similar ideals. This realization filled her azure eyes with excitement and anticipation. A boring game, you could easily eliminate these fellows on your own, yet you insist on nurturing these true knights bullshit. It seems you have too much time on your hands, huh? A disdainful voice echoed in Gobta's mind, courtesy of Nidhogg. Never underestimate the capability of humans, Nidhogg. Gobta responded with a faint and mysterious smile. I understand that in the eyes of beings like you, humans may indeed appear small and insignificant. But even the tiniest firefly can illuminate the darkest corners. When countless fireflies come together, not even the stars in the sky can obscure their radiance. Even in the face of a long and arduous journey, the radiance of humanity will always shine through. With this light, we can forge a path to the future, accomplishing feats that even the gods cannot achieve. This is the boundless potential of humanity. Nice words, but who's to say if what you're saying is true or not, Nidhogg scoffed. She never believed in the radiance of humanity. To her, it was a grand joke that these uncivilized monkeys thought they could achieve what even the gods couldn't. If not for the decline of the age of gods, these humans would still be servants and playthings of the gods. Nidhogg looked down upon not only the gods but also humanity itself. Hearing Nidhogg's words, Gobta remained unfazed, and calmly suggested, well then, how about we make a bet? Nidhogg's wariness instantly surged. Her previous experiences of being outwitted by him had taught her well, and she knew this man was both cunning and crafty. At this point, Gobta ranked second in terms of danger in her mind, closely trailing the old rogue, Odin. Now, she scrutinized every word Gobta spoke, searching for hidden traps. What do you propose we bet on? Let's bet on human potential. Gobta's smile remained gentle and warm, yet every word he uttered carried the weight of thunderbolts. I will personally create an army capable of slaying gods. Ha! Are you joking with me? I advise you not to be so impulsive. You've never even seen gods, you don't know how powerful they are though, apart from those few main gods. The rest of the gods are just trash that I can easily crush underfoot. But the gap between mortals and gods is not something you can imagine. I believe in the potential of humanity, that's enough, Gobta smiled. Humph. Since you are so eager to lose, I'll grant your wish. If you lose, after I'm free from this confinement, you must serve as my servant for 10 years. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. If I end up winning, we'll go by your words, and you'll be my servant for 10 years, no problem, right? Gobta grinned. Of course, no problem. Nidhogg agreed quickly, as if afraid that Gobta might change his mind. Joking aside, in such a gamble, Nidhogg didn't even know how she would lose. Ordinary humans dared to think of killing gods. This was the most absurd joke she had ever heard in her life. Thinking she had already won, she had already begun to imagine the scenes of tormenting Gobta. By then, she would pay back all the bitterness and grievances she had suffered over the years from him, down to the last detail. Although Gobta and Nidhogg had communicated with their consciousness for a long time, in the real world, only an instant had passed. Sir Lamorak. Here. Lamorak knelt on one knee, his long spear resting aside, and bowed his head toward Gobta. You will follow them in secret. If anyone is in mortal danger, rescue them, understand? Gobta spoke with a solemn tone. Although according to his estimation, there shouldn't be any major problems on this journey, plans on paper were still plans on paper after all, and reality often defied logic. So, Gobta intended to send Lamorak to be responsible for secret protection. Originally, Gobta had considered having Merlin handle this, but with that peculiar and capricious character of his, who knew what kind of trouble he might cause. Yes, I understand, Lamorak replied solemnly. Also, keep an eye on those people. Gobta pointed out a few knights who had been present earlier. Since he didn't know their names, he could only describe their characteristics. If those people also participate in the trial, find an opportunity to eliminate them. Although those people hid their intentions well, their strong malice stood out like a beacon in front of someone who possessed Feng Huangdown and Jizo Mitama. Gobta didn't know their backgrounds and had no interest in distinguishing them one by one. If those people harbored ill intentions, he would not hesitate to act. It was also an opportunity to give those lurking behind a warning. Only when they felt pain would they understand that reaching too far would lead to consequences. Understood, Lamorak nodded again. Gobta couldn't help but sigh for a moment. If all his subordinates were like Lamorak, it would be perfect. Powerful in combat, loyal, unquestioningly obedient to his orders, and not even asking for reasons. There couldn't be a more perfect subordinate. Gobta contemplated for a moment and placed his hand on Lamorak's head, using the power of Feng Huangdown to transfer all the spear techniques he had learned from Scathach over the past 16 years into Lamorak's consciousness. A hint of emotion appeared on Lamorak's otherwise stoic face. Study these well, I look forward to the day you display them on the battlefield, my knight. Gobta smiled and patted Lamorak's shoulder. Lamorak lowered his head deeply and patted his chest with his hand. Your will is my mission. Chapter 45. On the second day, the knights packed their belongings and set out on the route Gobta had planned. But to his surprise, among the 300 knights, not a single one chose to quit. Even though he had sensed that several individuals were strongly considering backing out, they all decided to go along. Though he didn't know what had transpired, Gobta couldn't help but feel relieved. See that, Nidhogg? That's the resilience of humans. They know the road ahead is tough, yet they won't give up hope for the challenge. I feel like I can already see the scales of victory tipping in my favor. Humph. Stop talking to yourself. Even if they do manage to complete this journey, who knows how far you are from your goal. If you surrender now, I might be a little gentler on you later. You've never beaten me before, and this time won't be any different. You. Knock. 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 A crisp knocking on the door interrupted their quarrel. Gobta blocked out Nidhogg's insults as soon as possible, then walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was an elderly man in clerical robes, with wrinkles on his face like deep crevices. Though he appeared quite old, his eyes were as clear as a child's. Archbishop Canterbury. Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly. Your Majesty, may you be blessed and prosperous. Canterbury placed a hand over his heart and gave a slight nod of his head. Gobta responded with the same courtesy. Although Gobta himself wasn't particularly fond of religion, this old man deserved respect. The church held a special and independent position in Camelot, and as the archbishop, Canterbury could have enjoyed a life of luxury but chose to live a life of austerity, with minimal material needs. Few people knew that this archbishop had been living in the same small room of less than 10 square meters since he first joined the church as a novice. After Uther's death, Canterbury spent 5 years traveling all over Camelot. In every village and town he visited, he held mass and prayed with the local residents, listening to their worries and alleviating their anxieties. It was his unwavering dedication over these 5 years that had helped the people of Camelot overcome the most difficult times. Everyone respected Canterbury greatly, and it could be said that he had become a spiritual pillar of Camelot. If not for that, he wouldn't have been chosen to oversee the grand ceremony to select the king. Your Excellency, is there something you need from me? Gobta asked curiously. Canterbury nodded slightly. I've come to bid you farewell, Your Majesty. The king's selection ceremony has concluded, and it's time for me to return. Gobta nodded with a smile. Do you need Sir Ector to send someone to escort you? No, there's no need, Canterbury replied, shaking his head. After hesitating, he continued. Your Majesty, I assume your next step is to go to Camelot for the coronation ceremony? Of course, the coronation ceremony is a tradition set by the late king. Gobta responded with a smile. Only after the coronation ceremony would he truly bear the name of Arthur and become the new ruler of Camelot. To be honest, I shouldn't be the one saying this. As per the late king's rules, the church should not interfere with matters of the monarchy, but... Canterbury's face showed some hesitation as he looked at Gobta. Your Majesty, you do realize that the person who was supposed to pull the sword from the stone wasn't originally you. Gobta nodded with a knowing smile. Canterbury sighed and said, actually, at the time when the late king told me this plan, I felt that the plan wasn't perfect, but unfortunately, at that time, we didn't have much choice. Uther's campaign against Vortigern had ended in a disastrous defeat, and even Uther himself had suffered severe injuries in that battle. Despite having access to the Fountain of Youth, which Merlin obtained from the Lady of the Lake, it only extended Uther's life for a short while. At that time, Artoria had just been born, and even with Merlin's assistance, she was far from being able to support the kingdom. To buy time for Artoria, Uther betrothed his daughters to the King of Gwent and King of Deheubarth, ensuring that Camelot would not fall prey to external threats. To stabilize the people's emotions and prevent internal strife, Uther, along with Merlin, devised the Chosen King plan and laid the groundwork for Artoria's future ascension. This plan carried a great deal of instability, but for Uther, who had little time left, it was the best he could do for his country. In the end, it was his final and finest choice. Everything Your Excellency has said, I can understand, Gobta sighed inwardly. So, are you here today to ask me to return the throne to Artoria? No, your majesty, you've misunderstood, in fact, I'm here to support you. The guidance from the revelation was still vivid in Canterbury's mind, so he had no doubts about Gobta's legitimacy as king. The key issue is that those in the palace who know the truth will never acknowledge your majesty. Gobta raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Because your majesty is not King Uther's blood, Canterbury said with a serious expression. Ha! Only a certain black dragon lady, who enjoyed watching the chaos, could laugh at a time like this. Gobta's mouth twitched slightly. Pulling the sword from the stone to become the king was a prophecy the great mage Merlin left over a decade ago. Why question me now if they didn't oppose it back then? Your majesty, don't pretend you don't know, Canterbury said with a wry smile. We all know that the king's selection ceremony is just an excuse. In that case, why did your excellency support me then? Gobta asked with a smile. Because your majesty is the Lord's chosen one, Canterbury said with seriousness. The Lord? God? Gobta raised an eyebrow. Canterbury only nodded with a gentle smile. This answer was unexpected. He knew that for devout believers like Canterbury, matters of faith were not to be taken lightly. This meant that the so-called Lord might have truly conveyed some information to Canterbury. This was the reason for his change in attitude. But why would such an entity take an interest in him? Gobta was at a loss as he pondered that question. Chapter 46. Early the next morning, Canterbury set out on his journey back to Camelot. Just as when he had arrived, he didn't disturb anyone, and the only ones seeing him off were Gobta, Kay, Artoria, and Hector. As for a certain white-haired troublemaker, he had disappeared, no one knew where. Let's end it here, I'll continue on my own from here. Canterbury stood at the town's entrance, saying to Gobta and the others. Gobta smiled and said, looking forward to our next meeting. I too hope for that day, your majesty. Canterbury nodded with a smile, then turned to Hector. Hector, are you really not coming back with me? I've grown old, your excellency, my only wish now is to spend the rest of my days in this quiet place. Camelot is no longer suitable for me, Hector sighed. Canterbury nodded in regret. He knew that Hector's reluctance to return to Camelot was mainly because the person he had once sworn loyalty to was no longer there. He then turned to Artoria, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Uther's child, will you hate me? The sword should have been pulled by you, but I failed to fulfill the duty your father entrusted to me. Artoria blinked and quickly waved her hand. Please don't say that, your excellency. You are a person worthy of respect by all Camelot citizens. Besides, I believe your actions were just, and my teacher was clearly more suitable to be king than I am. I am not yet ready to take on the responsibilities of a king. Looking into her clear azure eyes, Canterbury felt a sense of relief and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I can rest easy, everyone. I hope we will meet again in the future. May the Lord bless all of you. Canterbury made the sign of the cross on his chest, offering his blessings to the group, and then turned to leave. Everyone watched in silence until the elderly figure disappeared from their view. I thought the Archbishop would be a very serious person, Kay scratched his head. But he's actually quite easygoing, like a grandpa from next door. When do you plan to set off? Hector asked Gobta. Wait for another 2 days, Gobta thought for a moment. Just need to take care of a few final businesses. The four of them returned to the estate and saw Merlin sitting on the house's steps, looking disheartened. A little boy, about 2 or 3 years old, was riding on his neck, holding onto his hair tightly. You little rascal, stop tugging on my hair, if you keep pulling, I'll go bald. Merlin yelled and sighed, but his eyes lit up when he saw Gobta and the rest returned. He rushed over to Gobta as if seeing a savior. Your Majesty. You're finally back, please take this little devil off me before I lose all my hair. You wouldn't want to see your court mage become bald, would you? Ha! I think it would suit you quite well, it matches your personality. Upon seeing Gobta, the little boy's eyes brightened, and he let go of Merlin's hair. He reached out to Gobta with his arms wide open. Hug hug, the little boy said in a cute, childish voice. Without delay, Gobta picked up the little boy from Merlin's neck and hugged him. The little boy clung to his clothes and closed his eyes happily while contentedly smelling his scent. This little boy was none other than Haydn, born with the power of the Abyss Flower, destined to become a mortal hero. He now lived in Hector's estate with his mother, to give him a proper place to grow. Due to the excessive life energy in his body, Haydn grew rapidly, almost changing every day. In just half a month, he could already walk normally. His learning speed was also astonishing. Whatever the preschool teacher taught him, he learned quickly. Even now, Haydn knew more words than his mother. At first, everyone was surprised, but by now, they had all gotten used to it. Haydn, tell your big brother, what did this white-haired rascal do to you just now? Gobta gently pinched Haydn's nose and asked with a smile. He asked me if I wanted to be his apprentice, and if I agreed, he said he would introduce me to many beautiful girls in the future. Haydn replied in a childish voice, and after some thought, he added. As beautiful as Sister Artoria. Merlin. Artoria's furious voice pierced the sky, and her azure eyes seemed to burn with flames. Haydn is still too young. What on earth are you teaching him? Whistle whistle. Watching Merlin, who whistled and gazed at the sky as if spotting something interesting, Kay chuckled and crossed his arms. Oh great mage, so this is how you take on apprentices, eh? Hector sighed helplessly, shook his head, and walked into the house. I didn't expect you to be this shameless, Merlin. Gobta coldly glanced at Merlin, then turned to Haydn. You did well, Haydn. If this white-haired rascal gets close to you again, grab his hair as hard as you can, even if you pull it all out, it's all right. Okay. Haydn earnestly nodded his little head. You can't. Merlin complained but was ignored by everyone. This was no joke. Although Haydn had only been born for half a month, the potential of a hero was already evident in him. With his current strength alone, he could easily kill a wild dog with one punch. And given his abnormal rate of growth, in a few more years, tasks like taming tigers in the southern mountains or capturing sea dragons in the northern sea would probably pose no difficulty. That was something even Gobta couldn't achieve back then. The so-called heroes were such unreasonable beings. Master, is there something you need from me? Yelena asked curiously while glancing discreetly at the old knight beside her. Judging by the scent of his blood, he should have been on the verge of death, but for some reason, there was still such a strong vitality within him. I need you both to help me with a few tasks. Gobta looked at the old knight, Carl. Carl, you haven't forgotten what I've taught you before, have you? Of course not, every word of your Majesty's teachings is engraved in my heart. Carl replied promptly. Good thing he's not calling me Lord God again. Gobta said wryly inside his mind while giving a subtle nod on the surface. Very well, now you will go to Camelot and procure land there, use the farm tools and the techniques I've taught you to cultivate crops, remember, try not to be discovered, I will have Sir Hector give you the fund. Yes. Carl agreed without hesitation. Yelena looked puzzled. It was just some crops, why did her master seem so solemn about it? Carl, do you remember what I once told you? Gobta smiled calmly. Whether or not we can take the first step in opening up a new world depends entirely on you. Carl was so excited that his whole body trembled, and he immediately knelt down. With this body, I, Carl, solemnly swear to never let your Majesty down. Chapter 47. Once Carl had departed, Yelena quickly turned her attention to Gobta. What about me, Master? What is my task? She asked in an eager tone as she had already made up her mind. For the sake of her future happiness, she needed to hold on to her master's powerful influence. Thus, she yearned for a chance to demonstrate her worth to him. Only then would she not have to worry about being kicked aside by him at any moment. It might sound pragmatic, but in this cruel world, what people needed most wasn't necessarily good or bad people, it was those who could prove their usefulness. Yelena had realized this truth long ago, crystal clear. Your task is also crucial, Gobta replied, looking at Yelena. Crucial? Yelena's excitement surged instantly. I want you to make a trip to the 7 northern kingdoms and gather intelligence. It would be best if you could figure out what on earth Vortigern has been up to in these past 15 years, Gobta spoke solemnly, his expression serious. Ever since Uther's disastrous defeat 15 years ago when he led his army against Vortigern, the British Isles have been divided into 2 regions. The north was governed by the 7-nation alliance under Vortigern's rule, while the south was primarily dominated by the 3 kingdoms of Camelot, Gwent, and Deheubarth. The so-called 7 northern kingdoms had been established by the Anglo-Saxons, whom Vortigern had initially allowed into the land of the British Isles. These 7 kingdoms were Kent, Sussex, Wessex, Essex, Northumbria, East Anglia, and Mercia, each with its own king but all ultimately subservient to Vortigern. After that battle 15 years ago, Vortigern didn't pursue his advantage, instead, he chose to stay in the north. Despite constant friction along the border, the 7 northern kingdoms never launched a full-scale attack on the south. This was undeniably abnormal. Vortigern couldn't possibly be ignorant of Uther's death, and with Camelot leaderless, a direct assault with a powerful army would have had a high chance of success, even considering the presence of Gwent and Deheubarth. Even if Vortigern was cautious, he should have sent someone to test the waters at least once, but he hadn't. Not even once. For over a decade, the 7 northern kingdoms had remained within their borders, as if they were the ones who had lost the initial war. The prevailing theory among the Southern Alliance was that Vortigern had also suffered significant injuries during that great battle 15 years ago. For all these years, He had been quietly recovering, which explained his reluctance to attack the south. However, based on the information Gobta had received from Merlin, it seemed that Vortigern's inaction wasn't due to his injuries but rather because he was preparing for something. Gobta had no clue what that something might be, but he was acutely aware that whatever it was, it couldn't bode well for him. Unfortunately, Merlin's clairvoyance was now completely blind to Vortigern, and thanks to that dick wizard's stupid reason, Vortigern had been left undisturbed for 15 years. Though Gobta had no idea how far Vortigern's preparations had progressed over the past decade and a half, he couldn't afford to let him continue without knowing what the White Dragon was planning to do. Go, to the north. Yelina's young face paled slightly in an instant. Actually, going to the north was a minor issue for her. However, the key was that her master wanted her to gather information from the vile King Vortigern. After staying in Britain for so long, she was well aware of the terror of that White Dragon. There were even rumors that the White Dragon was evolving into a god. Wouldn't she be seeking death if she went there? Don't worry, I didn't say you should make contact with Vortigern. Gobta immediately caught Yelina's concern. You just need to pay attention to the changes that have occurred in the 7 northern kingdoms in the past 15 years, especially something about mysterious tales and strange phenomena. Report back to me when you return. From Vortigern's attitude, what he did definitely had an extraordinary role to play. Based on past experiences, the more extraordinary something was, the more attention it attracted. Even if Vortigern tried to hide it, over a decade, it was impossible not to reveal any clues. Yelina breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only to that extent, then she could accept it. No problem, master, leave it to me. She confidently patted her chest. I'll wager my honor as a former professional bounty hunter, I'll definitely bring you the information you need. Gobta nodded. Among the people around him, Yelina was indeed the most suitable for this task. She was originally a bounty hunter. And gathering information was her specialty. Combined with her ability to consume magical energy and transform into mist, as long as she didn't encounter Vortigern, nothing major should happen. After the task is completed, within 3 years at most, I will grant you your freedom, and by then, you can go wherever you want, Gobta said with a smile. Yelina's face stiffened for a moment, her crimson eyes flickering slightly. Actually, I think it's quite nice to stay by your side like this. Instead of responding to his words, she just silently gazed at her master while speaking her true thoughts inwardly. Gobta looked confused as he watched Yelina, who seemed in a daze. After arranging Karl's and Yelina's tasks, Gobta and his group were about to leave Tintagel. Unlike Canterbury, who could come and go as he pleased, Gobta, as a king, would create a very bad impression if he left without a word, both for himself and Tintagel. Therefore, he released the news 2 days in advance. On the day of their departure, he saw over 1,000 townspeople spontaneously gathering at the town's entrance to bid them farewell. To say he wasn't touched would be impossible. Kay, remember what I told you, stick by the king's side and do what you're supposed to do, Hector earnestly advised his eldest son. Don't worry, father, Kay nodded seriously. Hector looked at Artoria beside him, hesitated for a moment, and extended his large hand to gently ruffle her head. Artoria froze for a moment. In her memory, Hector had never made such an affectionate gesture toward her. I'm sorry for burdening you with such heavy pressure all these years, Hector's eyes held a trace of guilt. You've worked hard. Unexplained emotions surged in her heart and her vision suddenly became slightly blurry. Artoria hurriedly lowered her head and softly murmured, it's all right. Hey, even I've had a tough time all these years, you know, Merlin, who was standing nearby, complained unhappily. Even if you all give me flowers, at least say thank you, will ya? Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. All right, it's about time, Gobta spoke while looking up at the clear blue sky, a faint smile curving his lips. He suddenly remembered that the day he left the land of shadows was also under such a clear sky. It's the start of a new journey. Chapter 48. Profound darkness enveloped the land, and a distant moon hung alone in the high sky, its cold, frosty moonlight sprinkling down like a delicate silver veil over everything. Gobta leaned against a tree trunk, hands behind his head, quietly gazing at the countless dazzling stars overhead. Whether it was due to awakening his black dragon body or spending 16 years in a land of shadows, he now preferred to be in such a dark environment. Whenever he found himself here, he felt an inner tranquility that came from the depths of his heart. He liked this feeling very much. 16 years had passed since he arrived in this world, and everything around him had undergone a massive transformation. Yet, this expanse of stars remained just as he remembered it. In the grand scheme of the universe, amidst ever-changing tides, all things turned to dust, in a mere blink of an eye. Teacher, the meat is ready. Artoria called out. On my way. Gobta stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and headed towards the campfire. The meat roasting on the rack gleamed with a golden hue, sizzling with hot oil. A sprinkle of prepared salt and spices released a rich fragrance that filled the air. "I never expected you to have such skills," Kay remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Fine cuisine is a masterpiece created by humans. By combining various ingredients and performing simple processing, one can achieve magical results. Even the most ordinary person can learn such a skill. How could I possibly miss out on such a miraculous innovation? Merlin proudly declared. Artoria watched with eager eyes, not blinking for a moment, as if fearing the grilled meat in front of her might suddenly vanish. After the king's selection had ended, at Gobta's request, she no longer concealed her true gender. Her dazzling golden hair cascaded behind her, tied by a black ribbon, while her pure white dress resembled a lily, outlining her petite figure. Her slender legs were encased in black stockings. This attire had been prepared by Merlin for Artoria in a while, and from his impatient demeanor at the time, it was clear that he had been eagerly awaiting this day for a long time. Artoria handed the best-looking, most aromatic piece of grilled meat to Gobta. "Please enjoy, teacher." "Thank you." Gobta accepted the meat, took a bite, and the crispy outer layer crackled in his mouth. The thick, juicy meat provided an immensely satisfying texture, and with each bite, a burst of rich juice enveloped the flavors in his mouth, like an erupted volcano. This was indeed the most delicious grilled meat he had tasted since arriving in this world. After Gobta had eaten his fill, Kay and Artoria began their meal. It was a custom among squires to wait until the knights they served had finished eating before starting their own meals. Gobta had no choice but to accept this. Meanwhile, Merlin just stood by and didn't participate. He didn't need to eat, didn't like consuming leftovers, and wasn't sure if he'd end up being bitten by a certain food-protective lioness if he reached for anything. The dinner lasted for over an hour. Except for Gobta, who had 2 pieces, the rest went into Artoria's stomach. The entire 500 kilograms of boar's meat, nearly 10 times Artoria's weight, had been devoured by her alone. Strangely, she still had a somewhat unsatisfied look on her face. Looking at Artoria's flat stomach, Gobta's lips twitched slightly. Though he knew that most of this grilled meat had been devoured by the red dragon heart within Artoria, witnessing this scene felt somewhat surreal. Compared to this, the so-called mukbangers of his previous life didn't even qualify to be Artoria's shoeshiners. Gobta could only be thankful that he could control his black dragon body's activation and deactivation that will otherwise, if another glutton like Artoria's came along, their supplies would truly be in jeopardy. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the night sky, and everyone's eyes instantly turned toward the same direction. Someone's in trouble. Kay furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing it as a woman's scream. Artoria immediately stood up. Despite being about 80% full, she was already in peak condition, ready for continuous combat for 3 days and nights without any issues. But one person moved even faster. Gobta instantly activated his black dragon body and wrote rune on the air. Rune, element. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Kay and Artoria's view. The 2 siblings were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances before quickly following in his footsteps. Merlin remained seated by the campfire, casually toying with the burning twigs. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his lips. The enhancement of his 5 senses allowed Gobta to pinpoint the exact location with just that one scream. It took him less than half a minute to reach his destination. The deep night sky posed no obstacle to his vision, and he could clearly see a massive creature resembling a lion, launching a fierce attack on a woman surrounded by a light green barrier. Wait! That doesn't look like a lion. Gobta frowned as he noticed that next to the lion, there was a goat head, and the rear half of its body resembled a goat, with a tail covered in icy scales, resembling a snake. Lion's head, goat's body, snake's tail. Such distinctive features made almost anyone instantly shout its name: Chimera. Chimeras were phantasmal species that surpassed even wyverns, not only possessing immense strength but also spewing deadly poison and flames. Some especially unique chimeras were said to rival the might of dragons. However, with the decline of the Age of Gods, chimeras had long turned into historical dust, and it had been at least a century since anyone had seen a living one. Why did this creature suddenly appear here? Gobta didn't have time to dwell on it because the woman's light green barrier was rapidly dimming under the relentless assault of the chimera, clearly unable to hold on much longer. With a swift step, he dashed toward the chimera like a black lightning bolt. But the chimera, living up to its reputation as a phantasmal species surpassing wyverns, reacted instantly as Gobta closed in. Its massive snake head slightly raised, its black vertical pupils as cold as ice, and with a snap of its mouth, a cloud of black poison mist surged toward Gobta. Wherever the poison mist touched, the air emitted a hissing sound, and the surrounding trees rapidly corroded and melted, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Such terrifying toxicity would be a death sentence even for a wyvern. Gobta's gaze turned cold as he witnessed this. Without the slightest hesitation, he went straight through the center of the poison mist, his fingers clenched into a fist, compressing the surrounding air like a vortex, and fiercely slammed his hand down onto the massive lion head. Boom! The massive lion head, even harder than marble, instantly exploded, with crimson blood splattered onto the nearby snake and goat heads. The snake and goat heads made human-like puzzled expressions, clearly didn't understand what had just transpired. Without delay, Gobta reached out and grabbed the remaining 2 heads, then crushed them like balloons in his hand. With all heads destroyed, the life of the chimera immediately vanished, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's you. Suddenly, the woman who had just been saved exclaimed in surprise after she saw her savior's face. Gobta turned around, and a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Can you tell me why you were here, Miss Gwyneir? Chapter 49. Pale golden hair and eyes, a black dress with blue edges, a tall and curvaceous figure, and those familiar, seemingly startled rabbit-like eyes. Who else could this person be if not Gwyneir? Gobta couldn't believe he had run into Gwyneir here of all places. This was more than 10 kilometers away from Tintagel. Aren't you supposed to be with Morgan Le Fay? Why are you here? Gwyneir began to speak, but a sudden rustling in the nearby bushes made her jump behind Gobta, trembling like a quail. And no, it can't be that monster again, her voice quivered. Gobta looked at her helplessly. She looked like a confident older sister from the outside, but her temperament was that of an inexperienced child. Teacher. 2 figures emerged from the dense forest, and it was Kay and Artoria. Ah! It's Lily. Hearing the familiar voice, Gwyneir suddenly peeked out from behind Gobta and happily rushed toward Artoria, embracing her petite figure with both arms and rubbing her face against Artoria's, like a little cat. Gwyneir. Why are you here? Artoria was taken aback by Gwyneir's sudden affectionate gesture. What puzzled her even more was why she was here in the first place. Kay also looked utterly baffled. Because I accidentally got separated from my sister. Gwyneir raised her head, looking like an abandoned kitten with pitiful eyes. Separated? Gobta, Kay, and Artoria exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances. Last time, she accidentally got separated from Morgan and fell into the river. If Gobta hadn't been passing by at that moment, who knows what dangers she might have encountered. And now, unbelievably, the same scenario was playing out once again, as if in a movie rerun. This is really pushing it, getting lost twice in a row. How did you even grow up like this? Kay's corner of the mouth twitched. I've always lived in a castle, this is my first time going on a trip, Gwyneir whispered. Kay was speechless. When did you get separated from your sister? Gobta asked. Gwyneir thought for a moment. It was this morning, I think. After saying that, she suddenly collapsed on the ground. Gwyneir. What's wrong? I'm so hungry. Gwyneir drooped her head listlessly and uttered a feeble voice. I haven't eaten anything for a whole day. As if to prove her words, a clear gurgle sound came from her stomach. Artoria and Kay exchanged glances. Gobta sighed, then started writing a rune. Rune, space. A black hole appeared from the rune and he retrieved bread, smoked meat, and water from inside of it, handing them to Gwyneir. Thank you. Gwyneir took the food and quickly devoured it. Even so, her movements were incredibly graceful, making it a delightful sight to watch. It seemed like both Artoria and Gwyneir had the potential to become food vloggers. Shaking his head to clear his scattered thoughts, Gobta continued to ask, so, you're saying you got separated from Morgan since this morning? Gwyneir mumbled with a mouthful of bread. It shouldn't be this long for Morgan to find Gwyneir. Gobta furrowed his brows, glanced at Gwyneir, and traced a complex, light green rune in the air. Rune, search. The rune quivered slightly, about to point to the direction of the chosen target, when Gwyneir's blue diamond-shaped crystal earring on her ear suddenly emitted a faint light, causing the floating rune to dissipate into smoke. Gobta's face displayed an expression of realization. Although it lasted only a moment, he still detected the disturbance in the rune from that earring. It was a counter-tracking magecraft. Gobta had a similar one himself, mainly used to prevent his mother from locating his position and to resist the wisdom of Dun Scath. However, his version of counter-tracking magecraft used primordial rune. Really? Gobta sighed inwardly, wondering what Morgan was thinking, using a counter-tracking magecraft on someone who was a road idiot like a certain green-haired swordmaster. Take your time eating, no one's going to snatch it from you. Gobta crouched down, wiped away the breadcrumbs at the corner of Gwyneir's mouth with his thumb, and, using the cover of her hair, his index and middle fingers lightly hooked the blue diamond-shaped crystal earring, which fell into his hand. Without this counter-tracking magecraft on Gwyneir, Morgan should find them soon. As Gobta thought this, he noticed Gwyneir in front of him staring at him blankly. His brows furrowed slightly. Is there something wrong? No, nothing, Gwyneir stammered, lowering her head in embarrassment. Her rosy cheeks, along with her crystal-clear earlobes, turned bright red. In all these years, apart from her father, no one of the opposite sex had ever made such an intimate gesture towards her. The touch of his fingers on her lips seemed to carry a strange magic, making her heart beat faster than ever before. Well done, teacher, you've effortlessly achieved what us mortals can't. Kay remarked with a jealous tone. What are you talking about, Kay? Artoria looked at him in confusion. Nothing, just feeling a bit nostalgic, there are still many things worth learning from our teacher. Artoria tilted her head sideways, confused. Gobta didn't think there was anything inappropriate about his actions. Although he hadn't revealed his true identity, deep down, he had already regarded Artoria, Morgan, and Gwyneir as if they were his family. Gwyneir's disposition was naturally fragile, and with the added affection of family ties, Gobta believed he should show her more care. Let's go, our camp is over there, rest well tonight, and by tomorrow, Morgan should come looking for you. Gobta stood up, extending his hand toward Gwyneir. Gwyneir blinked her pale golden eyes and softly murmured in agreement. She held the unfinished bread in one hand and took Gobta's hand in the other, disappearing into the dark and quiet forest. After a while, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying specks of starlight. On the ground, the grotesque remains of the chimera, along with the scattered blood, had all disappeared, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 50. Gobta had a growing suspicion that Gwyneir might have offended Morgan. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why, after 3 whole days had passed and they deliberately slowed their pace, Morgan still hadn't shown up. He had already deactivated the counter-tracking magecraft on Gwyneir, so if Morgan had any intention of coming, she should have arrived by now to take her sister away. Gobta couldn't help but wonder if this time Morgan had brought Gwyneir out just to find an opportunity to get rid of her. If that were the case, the bond between these two sisters must be quite fragile. But regardless of the truth behind the situation, he had to make a choice now. This path leads to Garrod, Kay pointed ahead. If we follow it, we'll reach Camelot in no more than a month. On the other hand, this path leads to the kingdom of Orkney, Artoria pointed to the right. If we go this way, we can reach Morgan's territory and return Gwyneir home. Both of them looked at Gobta, and in unison, they asked. Teacher, which way should we go? Kay, would you mind escorting Gwyneir? How does that sound? Kay paused for a moment, then nodded. Sure. Gobta sighed in relief. I'll place a tracking rune on you so that you won't have trouble finding us when you come back. Wait. However, at that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Merlin, with his charming smile on his face. I think it might be better to ask the person involved for their opinion first, Your Majesty, what do you think? The person involved? Gobta was slightly surprised and turned to the quiet Gwyneir beside him. Gwyneir, do you want to go with us or back to Orkney? Merlin asked with a grin. Don't feel constrained, His Majesty is forgiving and compassionate, so, tell him your true feelings. Gwyneir hesitated, casting a few glances at Gobta. She lowered her head and whispered. I want to go with all of you. You don't want to go back? I get it, Morgan must be too annoying so you can't stand her, right? Kay stroked his chin, pondering, I understand, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't want to be around such a wicked and ruthless witch either. Kay, maybe you shouldn't say that, Gwyneir had a conflicted expression on her face. My sister, she's not the person you described. Seeing Gwyneir's reaction, Kay became even more convinced of his suspicions. Don't worry, Gwyneir, you don't have to be afraid, with teacher here, even if Morgan is the heir to the former king, she won't escape justice for her deeds. Kay said with determination. Ha 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 ha. Merlin suddenly burst into laughter on the side. What are you laughing at? Kay frowned and asked in confusion. Nothing, I just feel relieved, Kay, you've finally grown up and learned how to uphold the knight's justice. Merlin wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, his face suddenly taking on an incredibly serious expression. You're right, even if Morgan is the late king's heir, we can't tolerate her reckless behavior any longer. Kay felt a strong wave of excitement welling up inside him. He had received recognition from the great mage. Despite Merlin's usual lack of decorum, his status and knowledge were undeniable. To earn recognition from the great mage was an honor second only to the king's approval. How about this, the next time we encounter Morgan, you'll be the one to take action and give her the punishment she deserves, all right? Merlin grinned. Kay's face stiffened, and he whispered, but I can't defeat that witch. It's okay, I'll stand behind you and assist when the time comes. Merlin waved his hand, and colorful lights emanated from Kay, causing his aura to skyrocket like a rocket. Feeling the expanding power within him, Kay gasped and his eyes lit up with surprise. With the help from Abyss Flower for over half a year, his body had already grown strong enough to withstand the attacks of wyverns. With the additional buffs Merlin had just given him, his combat strength had soared to an unbelievable level. Kay was now incredibly confident, and with this newfound power, defeating Morgan seemed like a piece of cake. No problem, count on me. I, Kay, as King Arthur's knight, will make sure that witch receives the punishment she deserves. Kay, I've done my best to help you, please don't blame me later. Gwyneir couldn't help but cover her face and mutter to herself in a voice only she could hear. Gobta sighed inwardly. Although he didn't know what Merlin was planning, it was clear that Kay was about to be tricked again. Gwyneir, are you really planning to join us on this journey? Gobta asked. Gwyneir nodded. Can you tell me the reason? I find it hard to believe that you're doing this solely to avoid being with Morgan, otherwise, you would have said so last time. Even if you're too afraid to say it directly, you would at least have hinted at it. From Gwyneir's attitude, it was evident that her fear of Morgan was outweighed by her dependence on her. Because, I don't want to stay in that castle anymore, Gwyneir said, her voice low, toying with her fingers like a guilty little girl. I used to be scared of going outside because my sister told me there were many terrifying people out there who would want to use me. So, I never dared to leave the castle. But then, you took me to the skies and showed me so many landscapes I had never seen before. You told me that this world is full of endless changes and infinite possibilities. So, I want to go and see, to find, the world that belongs to me. As Gwyneir finished speaking, she noticed an eerie silence had fallen around her. She raised her head in confusion, seeing everyone looking at her with complex expressions. Her natural cowardly tendencies finally took over, and she was about to cry. I am sorry if I said something that made you all uncomfortable. I won't go. I'll go back to Orkney. But before she could finish, a warm hand suddenly rested on her head and patted it. Since you've said something like that, how could I possibly let you go back? Be prepared, Gwyneir, starting from now, you are officially kidnapped by me. Gobta spoke those words with a smile and confidence. Chapter 51. Since you've said something like that, how could I possibly let you go back? Be prepared, Gwyneir, starting from now, you are officially kidnapped by me. Gobta spoke those words with a smile and confidence. Kidnap? Teacher means that you can now come with us, Artoria explained patiently. Really? Gwyneir looked at Gobta in pleasant surprise. But you're my hostage now, I can't just let you run off, right? Gobta smiled. That's great. Gwyneir cheered, happily throwing herself onto Gobta, her arms wrapping around his neck like a koala. She had a relieved smile on her face. Gobta reluctantly smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, discreetly reattaching the blue diamond-shaped earring to her ear. Unnoticed by everyone, a crimson feather descended from the void, silently merging into Gwyneir's body. Gobta's expression suddenly stiffened for a moment, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. However, it lasted only a moment, and his black eyes returned to their usual calm demeanor. Alright, let's get going, he gently broke free from Gwyneir's embrace and said to the rest. Understood, Artoria nodded and turned toward the wide road ahead. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her collar. I didn't mean that way, Gobta pointed to the left road. This way. But, Artoria tilted her head in confusion. To get to Camelot, shouldn't we take the middle road? Yes, teacher, Kay chimed in, thinking Gobta must have made a mistake. The middle one leads to Garrett, it's the only way to go if you want to reach Camelot. I know all of that, Gobta's face maintained a faint smile. But I didn't say we're going to Camelot. What? Everyone was instantly puzzled, even Merlin looked dumbfounded. Not going to Camelot? But, teacher, you must go to Camelot to undergo the coronation ceremony to become the true king of Camelot, it's a rule established by the former king, Kay urgently explained. Your Majesty, you're not seriously considering giving up the throne, are you? Merlin's expression was strange. Artoria's heart jumped into her throat, and Gwyneir looked bewildered. Don't worry, Lily, Gobta ruffled Artoria's hair. I promise that when the time comes, the coronation ceremony will proceed smoothly. Understood, teacher, Artoria nodded without hesitation. If it were someone else saying those words, Artoria might have had doubts. But now, Gobta held a place in her heart like an all-powerful deity. Whatever he said, even if it was plucking the sun from the sky, she would steadfastly believe it. Your way of thinking is really unpredictable, Your Majesty, Merlin sighed while massaging his temples. Could Your Majesty kindly enlighten us about your plans for the future? Gobta glanced at the sword at his waist and smiled. I plan to retrieve something for Lily. Retrieve something, for me? You're not planning to, Merlin squinted slightly. Ah, exactly, where I'm going next is, Gobta looked toward the horizon, where the sky met the earth. Avalon. An old man with white hair stood at the highest point of the clock tower, overlooking the entire city. Wrinkles, like tree roots, crawled across his cheeks, yet his gray-brown eyes remained as clear as mirrors. For 15 years, he had observed every corner of Camelot with those eyes, supporting the nation through thick and thin not out of love for the land. His experiences when he was a young boy, trained by the mob and forced to beg, allowed him to display the required emotions in front of everyone. But these surface-level performances had made his emotions grow thin to the extreme. Perhaps it was because of this that, over the years, he had calmly navigated every obstacle in his path within the whirlwind called power struggle and secured his current place. In his youth day, his acting was flawless, depicting an image of a strong but impoverished youth, orphaned, with a gravely ill sister, struggling to support his family. The wealthy women who paused because of his act would cry and empty their pockets, oblivious to the fleeting disdain in his eyes. They're all a bunch of fools. He thought so at that time and took pride in it. But one day, his act was exposed. Though the boy who had uncovered it appeared to be about his age, the boy's eyes seemed to possess the power to effortlessly pierce through hearts. His seemingly clever disguise was as fragile as paper under those eyes, ready to tear with a single touch. That was the first time he felt fear. My name is Uther, and I happen to be in need of a servant, would you like to help me? After a moment's thought, as if finding his offer insufficient, the boy named Uther added. Don't worry, the mob won't bother you anymore, and I'll pay you much more than you're getting now. He froze. He, a scammer, had been extended a hand by someone who knew he was a scam. Is this boy an idiot? He thought so and wanted to laugh, for this boy called Uther was even more naive than the wealthy women he had deceived before. But he couldn't laugh at all, fearing that if he opened his mouth, the emotions he had been suppressing would burst uncontrollably. Later on, he became Uther's servant, observing Uther's gradual rise, witnessing Uther's ascent to the limelight, and seeing Uther crowned as king amidst the people's cheers. As the old man reminisced about the old days, a footstep came from behind him. My lord, according to the latest information, the man who pulled the sword from the stone did not head toward Garrett but went in the direction of Cramen. I understand, have everyone disband. My lord, aren't we going after him? If he didn't head toward Garrett, it means he has no intention of going to Camelot. We have no idea where he's headed next after losing this one opportunity. If we act now, the risks we'll face will be much greater. Yes, I understand. The footsteps behind him grew fainter, and the old man raised his head, his brown eyes fixed on the darkening sky. He was an actor wearing a mask, beneath the ever-changing facade lay a heart as bland as water. But even so, he had once given his most genuine emotions to the king he had sworn to serve for life. Your Majesty, please watch over this country that belongs to you. I will never allow any outsider to lay a finger on it. Chapter 52. Avalon, the legendary homeland of the fairies, a paradise that leads to utopia. The legends of Avalon had spread throughout Britain, passed down through countless mouths for countless years. However, the truth remained elusive. Some claimed it to be the origin of all life, where the world's oldest fairies emerged. Others believed it to be the ultimate resting place, where noble souls found eternal life. And some insisted that Avalon was nothing more than a product of people's imagination. These claims have their merits and flaws. Gobta explained as he strolled along a deserted, winding path. He was sharing what he knew about Avalon with the group. Avalon does exist, but it exists outside of this world. It has no concept of time or space, meaning you could encounter it at any time and any place, or never at all. Fortunately, due to some special circumstances, it currently resides in Britain. The creator of Avalon was the primordial and the world's first fairy, Vivian. She's been an ancient presence on Earth since the Age of Gods, and even now, she remains the leader of the 9 fairy queens responsible for guarding Avalon. When you meet her, remember to show respect, and, whatever you do, never bring up topics related to height and age in her presence. This is something you must absolutely remember. Avalon is a realm of fairies. While most fairies are portrayed as beautiful and kind in legends, there are indeed some with rather malicious natures. If anyone offers you anything there, don't accept it unless you wish to stay forever. Teacher, have you ever been to Avalon? Artoria couldn't help but ask, observing her teacher's casual demeanor as he talked about Avalon, almost like it was his own backyard. No, I've never been to Avalon, Gobta shook his head. I've just heard about it from someone. And, he glanced discreetly behind him. There's someone here who knows more about Avalon than I do. Merlin looked up at the sky, wearing an expression that said, I know nothing. But if even teacher doesn't know where Avalon is, Kay scratched his head in frustration. How are we supposed to get there? Aren't we already on the way to Avalon? Gobta said calmly. Everyone, except Merlin, looked around in surprise. The open fields on either side of the road had transformed into lush trees with ancient and gnarled branches that stretched toward the sky, resembling towering giants. A faint mist seemed to have appeared from nowhere, casting a hazy veil over everything. Even with Artoria's keen eyesight, she couldn't see beyond 10 meters. Quiet, eerie, and tranquil, it felt as though the entire world had shrunk to just them, and the end of the road was their inevitable destination. Kay and Artoria tensed up, while Gwyneir clung to Gobta's arm in fear. Something is interesting about this place. It seemed strangely familiar. A brilliant light emanated from Gobta's hand, dispersing the surrounding mist. Stay close to me, and don't get separated. If you get lost here, even I wouldn't know where you might end up, perhaps even in the castle of Vortigern. Artoria and Kay immediately gathered around Gobta, keeping within a meter of him. Meanwhile, Merlin strolled nonchalantly behind them, showing no signs of panic. With black pupils shimmering with intricate light green rune, Gobta continued forward, walking along this seemingly endless path. Hee hee ha ha hi hi. Strange and ethereal laughter suddenly echoed from all directions. Kay and Artoria instantly halted their steps, drawing their weapons from their belts and scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Gwyneir, already on edge, trembled with fear, clutching Gobta's arm as if a drowning person grasping a lifeline. What is that voice? Gwyneir asked with a quivering voice. Hi sss ha. Seemingly satisfied with Gwyneir's reaction, the eerie sounds drew closer. A bone-chilling cold wind swept over them from behind, causing Gwyneir to stiffen as if something was licking her neck from behind. Gobta's gaze turned cold. He drew Caliban, infusing it with magical energy, and swung it toward the side. A massive beam of magical energy shot out, striking a nearby tree branch with a resounding explosion, reducing the branch to ashes. Kaya! A cry rang out as a tiny figure hastily tumbled out from the dense foliage, followed by a loud crash as the tree branch she had been on was obliterated by the sword beam. You scared me. Before the tiny figure could even catch her breath, a splendid sword was pressed against her neck, leaving her too frightened to move. Is this a fairy? Artoria and Kay curiously observed this mysterious creature, the delicate and smooth wings, the exquisitely beautiful face, and those pointy ears. There was no doubt that it resembled the legendary image of fairies. Hey. What's with those looks? I'm the noble and pure fairy, Alice. The fairy felt a tinge of embarrassment as if she were a monkey on display in a cage. And you, put your sword down. This is Avalon. If you provoke me, you'll never leave here alive. Oh. It's Alice after all. It's been a while, and you're still as mischievous and adorable as ever. Big brother here is quite delighted to see you, you know. The fairy, Alice, quickly turned around with panicked eyes. And Merlin. The once proud and arrogant fairy suddenly felt a chilling sensation creeping over her as if she were a cat facing a tiger. Why did you see come back? Alice's lips quivered as she stuttered. Couldn't help it, really, my king insisted on it, and there's no way I could refuse, Merlin sighed, wearing a gentle smile. By the way, you did scare my companions pretty badly earlier, shouldn't you apologize? Merlin's handsome face displayed a warm smile. I recall teaching you this before. Admitting your mistakes and making amends is what good children do. Why do I feel like those words sound utterly hypocritical coming from you? Kay quipped and cast a sidelong glance at Merlin. Alice immediately stood up and deeply bowed to Gwyneir. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chapter 53. Although he didn't know what Merlin had done to this fairy named Alice, judging from her reaction, it was probably a rather unpleasant memory. Alice waved her hand, and the surrounding mist suddenly dissipated, revealing a road that had seemed endless until now, abruptly changed to a lake. A small boat was docked by the shore. Take this boat, and you'll reach Avalon, Alice said, remarkably docile, devoid of the earlier arrogance, like a submissive kitten. Aren't you coming with us? We finally meet, and I have a lot to say to you. Alice was startled, vigorously shaking her head, forcing a stiff smile onto her face. And no need, I still have to keep watch. Whatever you want to say, we can talk about it later. With that, she fluttered her wings behind her and swiftly flew away, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Well, it was just a bit of mischief. Was there really a need to be so afraid of me? I'm a kind-hearted and respected mage. Gobta and the group boarded the small boat. Due to the limited space, they had to squeeze together a bit. Gwyneir and Artoria, one on each side, were tightly pressed against Gobta. Despite the hindrance of their clothes, the soft touch of their arms still made him feel a bit restless. It's okay, we're family, they're just my sisters. Gobta took a deep breath, using the power of Feng Huang down to suppress those tempting thoughts in his heart. However, he didn't notice that the slightly lowered heads of Gwyneir and Artoria had subtly reddened. The calm, almost frozen lake suddenly rippled, though there was no wind, and no one was rowing. The boat moved forward on its own. Just as countless myths and legends depicted, to reach the land of the eternal spring Avalon, one had to cross this serene lake. Sparse fog enveloped their surroundings, and everything was a monotonous grayish-white. With no reference points, no one knew whether they were moving fast or slow. Kay, utterly bored, glanced downward and saw ripples forming on the calm lake, gradually forming a very vivid vision. It was him, wearing golden armor, holding a gleaming holy sword high, riding across the battlefield. A single swing of his sword decapitated even the ancient and powerful dragons. He stood tall on the battlefield, with the dragons' corpses lying behind him, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. His heart couldn't help but tremble, an inexplicable excitement surging from the depths of his being. Artoria also saw a vision. It was her as an adult, her gaze cold, her demeanor majestic. Wearing a crown symbolizing royalty on her head and holding a scepter. She stood on a balcony in the palace, with tens of thousands of people filling every street and alley of Camelot, all chanting her name. An indescribable thrill surged in her heart. This was the image she had fantasized about countless times in her mind. Both of them couldn't help but reach out their hands as if trying to pull their ideal selves out of the water. "Don't do anything foolish." A voice with a playful tone echoed in their ears, and both of them recoiled as if shocked, retracting their hands. Merlin still had a cheerful expression on his face. "The waters here can reflect your innermost desires and aspirations, but if you reach out your hand for them, you'll be trapped in this false fantasy forever." Fear surged within the hearts of the two siblings, and they nodded hurriedly. Gobta, who had known the truth for a while, remained unaffected, not bothering to glance in Merlin's direction. "Oh, so that's how it is, I had a feeling of familiarity," Nidhogg's voice echoed in Gobta's mind. "So, it's Alfheim." "Alfheim?" Gobta raised an eyebrow and inquired Nidhogg in his mind, "Are you talking about the homeland of the elves in Norse mythology?" In the myths, the Norse realms were constructed upon the branches of Yggdrasil, divided into 3 layers and encompassing 9 distinct realms: Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Midgard, Nidavellir, Jotunheim, Helheim, Nibelheim, and Muspelheim. Each of these realms was inhabited by different races, with Asgard being the dwelling place of the Aesir gods and Odin's golden palace situated there. Vanaheim housed the Vanir gods, responsible for the procreation of all living things, the seas, and the winds, with knowledge of mysterious magic even Odin didn't possess. Closest to these 2 major godly realms was the legendary elven realm, Alfheim. "This isn't Alfheim, just a mere imitation," Nidhogg lazily commented. "Nevertheless, it captures about 70% of Alfheim's charm. It seems the one who designed this place has a deep understanding of Alfheim. I wonder which old friend that might be. Let me give you some friendly advice and unleash my power. If that person finds out, you won't be leaving here anytime soon." With that, Nidhogg fell silent once more. Gobta's mouth twitched slightly. This was his first time in Avalon. While he knew it was created by the primordial fairy, Vivian, he had never heard that Avalon was an imitation of the legendary homeland of the elves, Alfheim. If that were the case, Vivian must have had a significant connection with the Norse realms from the past. Nidhogg had devoured the roots of Yggdrasil, bringing about the twilight of the gods known as Ragnarok. Now, Gobta not only possessed Nidhogg's power but also housed a fragment of her soul. If Vivian were to discover this, he would be in a dire situation. Though he possessed powerful strength now, even wielding 3 divine keys, this place had been cultivated by Vivian for countless years. A real confrontation here would be as challenging as facing Scathach in the Land of Shadows. Even if he managed to escape, Kay, Artoria, and Gwyneir might not be so fortunate. He had been careless. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Gobta sighed inwardly and proceeded to place more than 10 sealing runes on himself. Still feeling uneasy, he added 3 primordial runes. Then, with the help of Jizo Matama, he completely purged all traces of Nidhogg's aura from his body. When he had everything prepared, the boat finally reached an island. Chapter 54. The small boat gently docked at the shore, and everyone disembarked one by one. Before them stood an island, covered in lush green grass and vibrant flowers. Robust apple trees rose from the ground, their branches slightly bent under the weight of plump fruits, glistening like agate and resembling exquisite works of art. Kay's eyes sparkled with fascination, and the tantalizing scent reached his nostrils. He couldn't resist the urge to pluck an apple and taste it, but he suddenly remembered his teacher's earlier instructions and forcefully suppressed his desire. The others had the same experience. Although the apples looked tempting, no one dared to pick them. Aren't you bored with constantly suppressing your desires, keeping your will imprisoned in that body of yours? A sudden sweet and melodious voice flowed into their ears. A gentle breeze gathered where the fragrant grasses grew, and a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. She was a young woman wearing a pointed soft hat, her features delicate and clear. Her flowing ash-colored hair reached her waist, and the light blue dress she wore seemed ordinary at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it was merely a thin layer of blue gauze, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of the enchanting scenery underneath. This subtle seductiveness, shrouded in a hint of allure, was enough to send shivers down the spine of any onlooker. Having been exposed to countless porn on the internet in his previous life and having spent 16 years in the presence of beauty at Scathach Excalibur, Gobta was no longer interested in this level of temptation. His demeanor remained calm, and his gaze as tranquil as still water. However, Kay, who had never even touched a girl's hand, was completely dumbfounded. His face turned crimson at an alarming rate, and his eyes darted around in confusion, unsure of where to look. Sirine, I never expected it would be you guarding the gate, you, who long for freedom like the wind, didn't you hate this sort of duty the most? Merlin walked out, looking at the familiar face with a warm smile on his handsome face. Sirine's emerald eyes, akin to jade, turned toward the incubus. She smiled faintly and said, Merlin, you promised Vivian that you would find a suitable wielder for the holy sword on her behalf and took a large quantity of precious treasures from her for that promise, yet, decades have passed, and you haven't even sent a message in return. Aren't you afraid that Vivian will lock you in an oak tree this time? How come? This time, I came to tell her that I've found the rightful wielder for the holy sword. He turned to gesture toward Gobta and the rest behind him. The Excalibur wielder you've been waiting for is right here, see? Oh ho. Sirine's eyes gleamed with curiosity. She lightly stepped forward and appeared in front of Kay in the blink of an eye. Is it him? The rich fragrance continued to assault Kay's senses, and he had already lost most of his composure. His eyes had turned into spirals, his face as red as a boiled crab, and his gaze wandered aimlessly. It seems not, Sirine shook his head regretfully and then appeared in front of Gobta. Her fair fingertip brushed across Gobta's face, and a tempting aroma filled the air. Or is it you? Gobta smiled modestly, neither humble nor arrogant. Respected fairy of the lake, I am not the Excalibur wielder you seek, the true master of the sword. He pulled Artoria, who looked utterly confused, in front of him and smiled. It's her. Artoria glanced confusedly toward her teacher. Ah, I see, so, it's a girl, Sirine said thoughtfully, stroking her smooth chin. She leaned in closer, her gaze fixed on Artoria's deep azure eyes. But your eyes are beautiful, I quite like them. Ah, thank you. Since that's the case, Sirine snapped her fingers. I'll give you a welcome gift. Invisible currents swept in, and a light blue breeze entered Artoria's body. Suddenly, she felt much lighter, and it seemed like something else was changing within her. She extended her fingers, and the currents gathered, forming a small whirlpool. Barrier of the Wind King invisible air, Sirine smiled while clapping her hands. It's just a small blessing, I hope you'll find a use for it in the future. Thank you very much. Artoria's face lit up with joy, and she bowed deeply to Sirine. Gobta smiled as he watched the scene. Among the 9 fairy queens responsible for guarding Avalon, Sirine, the Fairy of the Wind, was known for her relatively good temperament. While she often did unexpected things in her pursuit of freedom, she generally didn't display any hostility towards outsiders. If she happened to be in a good mood, bestowing such blessings was quite ordinary. With a casual wave, Sirine summoned a massive stone door from the void. The ancient carvings on it bore the marks of time. Creak. The heavy door slowly opened to the sides, revealing a chaotic interior where nothing could be seen clearly. Inside is Avalon. Go on, Vivian is waiting for you, Sirine smiled. Thank you. Gobta nodded slightly and led the group into the stone door. Gwyneir, who was walking at the back, glanced back and noticed Kay still standing in place. She asked in confusion, Kay, aren't you coming with us? Huh? What? MMPH. You go ahead, and as for him, Sirine looked at Kay, who was pressed against her chest, with a bright smile on her delicate face. Leave him to me. But. Gwyneir hesitated, her face showing some doubt, recalling Gobta's warning. You should know me best, I'm not that kind of fairy, Sirine said while winking one of her eyes, her smile seemingly ambiguous as she looked at Gwyneir. A hint of confusion flashed in Gwyneir's eyes, and then she seemed to understand something and nodded. Well, Kay, wait here for a moment, we'll be right back, Gwyneir said with an unsure tone and then turned to enter the door. Wait. Don't leave me behind, I want to go too. Kay struggled hard and finally managed to break free, but in front of him was only an empty flower field, with no sign of the stone door. His face turned pale, and a look of despair filled his eyes. Suddenly, a warm, soft body pressed against his back, and a sweet fragrance filled his senses. A stiff knight can't win a noble lady's heart, you know. Let me show you the joy of freedom. Chapter 55. If Utopia, as described in fairy tales, truly existed, then Gobta believed there was no place that better fit the description than the island before them. The sky was a clear, pristine blue, and a crystal-clear stream meandered gently along the riverbed. The banks were adorned with lush, vibrant grass and colorful flowers. Graceful white unicorns strolled amidst the scenery, while tall trees stretched toward the sky, their branches pointing straight up. Beautiful fairies flitted through the woods, their silver bell-like laughter occasionally filling the air. A light mist carried a captivating fragrance, a single breath of which seemed to promise a longer life. Such a beautiful place, Gwyneir couldn't help but exclaim, her pale golden eyes showing a hint of longing. Artoria nodded in deep appreciation. It feels like staying in a place like this would never get old, even for a lifetime. You're mistaken about that. A clear voice came from behind them. They turned to find a petite figure that had appeared unnoticed. It was a little girl who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, wearing a soft pointed hat atop her head and a luxurious robe adorned with stars. She sat on suspended vines in the void. Her delicate features resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. Her silver-white hair cascaded down to her bare feet, and her pale golden eyes belied world-weary wisdom as if she had already seen the end of the world. "Greetings, esteemed lady of the lake, Vivian." Gobta placed a hand over his chest and offered a slight bow to the legendary primordial fairy. Gwyneir and Artoria quickly followed his lead and paid their respects to the primordial fairy before them. "Did Scathach send you?" Vivian's tone was calm and indifferent, like the still waters of a tranquil pond. "No, my mother does not know my presence here. I came off my own accord for personal reasons," Gobta replied with a smile. "Humph, it's been so long since I've seen Scathach, and her child has grown this big already," Vivian remarked with a mocking curve of her lips. But indeed, that's the case, for a woman of her age, no matter how radiant she may appear on the outside, it can't change the fact that her heart is gradually decaying. I wonder if being a mother can bring about a second spring in her life. Gobta was speechless. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt a hint of smugness in Vivian's voice. "Ahem, you misunderstand, I am not her biological son, I was merely an orphan she took in by chance," Gobta cleared his throat. "But in my heart, she remains my most respected figure in the world. What you call respect is defying her will and sneaking out of the land of shadows, isn't it?" Vivian looked at him with a wry smile. Gobta widened his eyes in disbelief. How could anyone else know about his doing besides him? As if realizing something, he nervously glanced around. "Don't bother looking, Scathach isn't here," Vivian said calmly and shook her head slightly. "Actually, Scathach didn't want you to leave the land of shadows for your own good, hoping that one day you wouldn't regret your choices." "I already know the reasons behind Mother's actions," Gobta admitted. "You know?" Vivian's pale golden eyes narrowed slightly. Gobta chuckled helplessly. "I didn't know at first, but I eventually learned. Nevertheless, I have no regrets about my choices." "Let's hope so," Vivian said with an indifferent tone. Her pale golden eyes shifted slightly and focused on a certain white-haired bastard who was trying to hide his presence. "Merlin, it's been so long, do you have nothing to say to me?" "Ahem. Aya, it's been a while. Vivian, you still look as sweet and lovely as ever. I'm happy to meet you again. For these past decades, you've certainly made me wait, huh," Vivian said calmly. "But for you, a few decades are but the blink of an eye." Boom! A brilliant bolt of golden lightning struck the ground in front of Merlin out of nowhere, creating a 3-foot-deep crater, emitting faint blue smoke. "You know, I didn't quite catch what you said earlier, could you please repeat it?" Vivian tilted her head, asking. Cold sweat trickled down Merlin's forehead, and he forced a dry smile. "What I meant was, wasting the time of a beautiful lady like you makes me feel guilty, but finding the wielder of Excalibur is no easy task. I've been searching diligently for years but couldn't find them, so I decided to create one myself. You see, I just finished raising the person, and here she is." Countless petals rained down from Artoria's head, and Merlin, who had somehow managed to get to her side, acted like a shop assistant trying to sell discounted goods and spoke with enthusiasm. "Here is the Red Dragon of Britain, the rightful heir to Camelot, under the guidance of I, the great mage Merlin, behold, a knight who upholds justice, embodying kindness and mercy, Artoria Pendragon." Vivian automatically discarded the lengthy and useless introduction, focusing her gaze on Artoria. "Do you have the confidence to wield the holy sword?" Artoria hesitated for a moment but suddenly noticed Gobta nodding at her and mouthing 5 words. You can definitely do it. Her azure eyes gradually grew resolute, and the pure maiden, as delicate as a lily, took a deep breath, earnestly looking at the primordial fairy before her. I believe I can wield the holy sword. Though a bit immature, your determination is commendable. A faint smile appeared on Vivian. Let me see if the sword will acknowledge this conviction. With a lift of her pale, slender finger and a slight tremor, a small hill not far away bulged upward. At the top of the hill, a holy sword radiating sacred brilliance stood upright. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible but powerful aura permeated the entire realm of Avalon. Countless beings inside Avalon lowered their heads, paying respect to the sword forged by the will of the planet. This was the ultimate weapon, the divine construct that stood at the pinnacle of all holy swords, bearing the title of the last phantasm. The Sword of Promised Victory Excalibur. Chapter 56. An ancient and vast aura permeated this secluded realm of fantasy, causing an inexplicable heaviness in everyone's hearts. It felt as though a powerful presence, situated at the pinnacle of all living beings, was gazing upon this place. Gaia, Gobta muttered as his gaze flickered slightly. This sensation lasted only for a brief moment before returning to normal. Humph. Vivian's expression soured for some unknown reason, and she let out a cold snort. Go ahead and try, see if you can pull out that holy sword. Artoria nodded and ascended the small hill. Staring at Excalibur standing before her, she suddenly felt as if she had returned to the day of the king's selection. Though it wasn't the same sword, the challenge she faced was equally difficult. She glanced back at Gobta, Gwyneir, and Merlin, all of whom were sending encouraging looks her way. Believe in yourself, Lily. That sword was born for you. Artoria took a deep breath, and her azure eyes grew even more determined. Teacher. I won't let your trust go to waste. She turned around, stretched out her hands, and firmly grasped the hilt of Excalibur. Buzz. The holy sword trembled slightly, and the radiant sacred light surrounding it suddenly burst forth, engulfing Artoria's figure in blinding brilliance before spreading to every corner of Avalon. Countless curious fairies who had been watching from a distance quickly hid behind trees, tightly shutting their eyes. Merlin shielded his eyes with 2 pink flower petals, while Gobta used protective magecraft on his and Gwyneir's eyes to shield them from the blinding light. Only Vivian remained seated calmly on the floating vines, gazing peacefully at the sacred radiance that no ordinary person could withstand. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light gradually faded, and everyone's vision returned to normal. They saw that the holy sword that had stood on the small hill had disappeared along with the pure, lily-like night. Where's Lily? Gwyneir panicked, looking around. She's currently undergoing the trial of the holy sword, Vivian said calmly. Unless she succeeds or fails, she won't be able to return for the time being. How long will it take? Gobta asked calmly. Who knows? Vivian's tone remained unchanged. Excalibur has its own will, and this is the first time it's been attempted to be pulled out after its creation. I can't predict what will happen. Gwyneir suddenly rushed forward, gripping Vivian's shoulders tightly, her golden eyes flashing with the anger of a leopard. I don't care about some holy sword trial. Give Lily back. She's my sister. Staring at the 2 arms gripping her shoulders, Vivian tilted her head. Do you know, even I can't remember how many years it's been since anyone touched me. What does that have to do with anything? Just because you're the oldest fairy, I. Thud. Vivian suddenly headbutted Gwyneir on the forehead, causing her to collapse, her eyes spinning like mosquito coils. Gently adjusting her slightly askew-pointed soft cap, Vivian looked at Gwyneir sprawled on the ground and disdainfully huffed. This is the consequence of offending a primordial fairy. Ha, Gobta sighed. He distinctly remembered that fairies were depicted as the most elegant beings in the age of gods, so how did things seem different with this ancestor of all fairies? Gobta glanced at Merlin beside him and suddenly had a realization. No wonder this mage of flowers, who was half incubus and half fairy, liked wielding swords to cut people. Take her, Merlin will show you to your resting place. Until the trial is over, you're allowed to take a break in Avalon, Vivian calmly stated. Thank you, Lady Vivian. Gobta slightly bowed and then picked up Gwyneir in a princess carry, following behind Merlin as they walked into the distance. Vivian sat on a floating vine in mid-air, waiting until Gobta and his group had gone far away before refocusing her gaze on the empty hill. Artoria, I hope you can pull out the holy sword. With a light sigh, the figure of the primordial fairy gradually disappeared into the void. Gwyneir's long, thick eyelashes trembled gently, and she furrowed her brows slightly. Her eyelids slowly lifted, revealing a trace of confusion in her pale golden eyes. You're awake. A familiar and gentle voice came from beside her, and Gwyneir instinctively turned her head to see a young man with black hair and eyes sitting in a chair, smiling at her. Gobta. Calling out the name of the person in front of her, memories from before flooded her mind all at once. Gwyneir's eyes widened instantly, and she sat up abruptly, her gaze filled with terror as she stared at Gobta. Did I just? Yep, Gobta replied with warmth and sincerity. Congratulations, Gwyneir, you've done something that even the gods have never done, threatening the world's oldest fairy. This miraculous honor alone is enough to leave your mark in history. Gwyneir, who was already on the brink of mental collapse, fainted once again upon hearing that. Gobta scratched his face awkwardly. He had only wanted to tease Gwyneir a bit, but he hadn't expected such a strong reaction from her. Wonderful, Your Majesty. Have you finally grasped the essence of pleasure when teasing someone? About half an hour later, Gwyneir finally woke up again. Seeing her eyes filled with terror once more, Gobta hurriedly said, "Don't panic, Vivian is not angry with you, and she has no intention of punishing you, okay?" After 2 hours of soothing, Gwyneir finally began to believe his words, and her emotions gradually stabilized. "I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited earlier," she said with a deep sense of embarrassment, clutching a corner of the bedsheet tightly. "I just thought she didn't want to let Lily take the holy sword, so she made up that excuse." Gobta smiled helplessly and gently stroked Gwyneir's hair. "I get how you felt, but in reality, she hopes even more than you do that someone will take that sword." Chapter 57. Gobta smiled helplessly and gently stroked Gwyneir's hair. "I get how you felt, but in reality, she hopes even more than you do that someone will take that sword." "Do you know why Vivian chose to dock Avalon in present-day Britain?" Gobta asked. Gwyneir shook her head in confusion. "Because she had to wait for someone to take Excaliburs before she could let Avalon transcend time and space," Gobta smiled. "Why is that?" Gwyneir tilted her head in puzzlement. The primordial fairy foresaw the end of the world, knowing that this land would eventually face destruction. In order to avoid such an outcome, she decided to create a utopia detached from the world. Gobta's voice was as light as a breeze. But the will of this planet would never allow her to do such a thing easily. So, the primordial fairy made a pact with the will of the planet to assist in creating a planetary defense mechanism against external threats, which is the holy sword of promised victory named Excalibur. Then, she needed to find a suitable wielder for the sword. Only then would the will of the planet allow Avalon to depart. "What about the rest of the inhabitants?" Gwyneir asked. "Avalon is a utopia," Gobta's smile held a hint of helplessness. "It's as ideal as it gets, but also unreachable. They're deserters." Gwyneir clenched her small fist, gritting her teeth. "Perhaps," Gobta said and looked out through the window at the endless azure sky. "But for them, this utopia might be another kind of doomsday." After a long silence, Gwyneir whispered, "Can Lily really pull that holy sword?" "Huh, of course," Gobta laughed and continued to stroke Gwyneir's hair. "There's no one in this world better suited to pull out that holy sword, it's her fate." Even though it was a little earlier, the outcome of Artoria obtaining Excalibur wouldn't change. One could even say that she, who had not yet shouldered the burden of the ideal king, was the perfect candidate for the Excalibur wielder, as Gaia needed. Gobta did not doubt it. "In any case, we'll have to stay here for now until Lily pulls the sword out." Gobta gently closed the door, walked to the railing, and looked down at a section of tree trunk covered in ancient patterns, thick enough to support the sky. It was a towering tree that seemed capable of holding up the heavens, with each leaf being as wide as a small boat. This reminded Gobta of a fairy tale from a past life, one involving peas, a giant, and golden eggs. The accommodations arranged by Vivian for them were built on the trunk of this giant tree, with winding branches serving as pathways, even sturdier than concrete. He rested his hands on the railing and gazed out at this dreamlike utopia. "Utopia, huh?" A faint arc of disdain appeared at the corner of Gobta's mouth. "All these beautiful appearances are just to conceal the filth beneath." "Oh, I seem to sense a familiar aura." A familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Aren't you afraid of Vivian discovering you?" Gobta's tone was calm. "It's fine, as long as I don't communicate in front of her, she won't find me." "Have you remembered who she is?" "Never met her, but I sensed the aura of Frey and Freya on her. She must have had a special connection with them." Frey was the ruler of the elves in Norse mythology, and Freya was his twin sister, a goddess who governed love, beauty, and fertility. Having a connection with the two main gods in Norse mythology strongly indicated that Vivian had indeed been active in the Norse realms. Gobta pondered silently for a moment, then furrowed his brow slightly. "What do you mean by familiar aura?" "It's this tree," Nidhogg replied with a hint of excitement in her voice. "This tree carries the essence of Yggdrasil, most likely transformed from its branches." "The world tree Yggdrasil?" Gobta raised an eyebrow and gazed up at the lush canopy above. "So that's why this tree is so enormous." In its complete state, Yggdrasil could support the entire Norse Nine Realms, and though this was just a segment of its branch, it didn't seem entirely implausible for it to grow this large. Legend had it that Odin's weapon, which always hits its target, known as the Declaration of the Great God Gwyneir, was crafted from a piece of the Yggdrasil. Gobta hadn't expected Vivian to be able to steal something like this from the Norse realms. Gulp. Did you just swallow saliva? Gobta raised one of his eyebrows and asked the being inside him. No, I didn't. Nidhogg denied her dragon-like behavior without hesitation, but it seemed somewhat unconvincing. She then added, trying to sound haughty. Humph. It's just an imitation derived from a mere branch. In the past, I devoured the roots of the real Yggdrasil. How could I ever value such an inferior stuff? Although she spoke with conviction, after spending so much time together, Gobta couldn't help but understand Nidhogg's tendency to say one thing while meaning another and shook his head in resignation. Don't even think about it, this tree is the source of all life in Avalon. If you were to devour it, Vivian would go completely mad. Humph, I've told you already, even if you presented me with this third-rate stuff, I wouldn't spare it a glance, Nidhogg scoffed, but deep within, she couldn't help but lament. To be able to see but not eat, how could the world be so cruel to her? That's probably for the best, Gobta replied non-committally. In reality, he wasn't particularly concerned about offending Vivian. Although she was overpowering him here. In the surface world, her strength would diminish significantly, and there was a good chance she might end up imprisoned within the inner sea of the planet. But he had no reason to do something like that. Setting aside Vivian's relationship with Scathach, the one who desired the branch of Yggdrasil was Nidhogg, not him. With 3 divine keys in his possession, Yggdrasil's branch held little allure for him. If it had been the roots, he might have considered it. After all, Yggdrasil's most primal life energy resided in its roots, and it was that power that had resurrected him in the first place. Unfortunately, Nidhogg had devoured Yggdrasil's roots long ago. Are you the outsider mentioned by Sirine? A sudden stranger's voice came from the side, and Gobta turned to see a young man standing there. He had short purple hair, eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, and a youthful face that seemed untouched by the world's troubles. The young man extended his hand towards Gobta, a polite smile gracing his handsome face. Welcome to Avalon, my name is Lancelot. Chapter 58. As Gobta looked at the purple-haired young man in front of him, a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. The man before him was undoubtedly a significant figure. Sir Lancelot, the second most famous figure in the Arthurian legend after Arthur, was admired as the strongest among the knights of the Round Table and renowned as the Knight of the Lake. A knight of unparalleled honor and loyalty. A rebellious outlaw burdened with deep sins of an adulterous affair with the wife of the king he pledged allegiance to. King Arthur's trusted right-hand man and Camelot's hero, yet in the end, he brought destruction to Camelot, living out his days in agony and remorse. Excuse me, did I do something wrong? Lancelot felt slightly uneasy as he observed the black-haired young man's curious gaze. Though Lancelot had never seen this black-haired young man before, he couldn't help but sense that he was being seen through. Especially, the trace of pity in those black eyes sent shivers down his spine as if someone had glimpsed his fate with a single glance. I just wanted to come and say hello. Lancelot's smile became somewhat strained. No, nothing's wrong, I just didn't expect there to be other humans here in Avalon, Gobta replied as he shook Lancelot's hand. Hello, Lancelot, I'm Gobta. Gobta, huh? Alright, I've remembered that name. He truly lived up to the title of the ideal knight. Gobta thought to himself. I'm actually an orphan, abandoned by my parents from a young age. I was adopted by the Lady of the Lake, which is why I stayed in Avalon. Lancelot didn't hesitate to share his past and answer Gobta's earlier question candidly. In fact, for all these years, I've been the only human here. You're the first of our kind I've met. Gobta nodded slightly, acknowledging Lancelot's life story. He was the child of King Ban and Queen Elaine, left by the lakeside as an infant and adopted by the Lady of the Lake. That was why he later became known as the Knight of the Lake. As he grew older, he left Avalon, returned to Gaul, and rekindled his relationship with King Ban, gaining his own territory. Later on, he compared himself to the famous ideal king from Britain who had pulled the sword from the stone. He felt inferior and decided to set foot on the land of Britain. In his encounter with King Arthur, this Knight of the Lake was deeply moved by the unwavering belief of the ideal king. It didn't take long for him to become a member of the Round Table. Judging by the timing, Lancelot probably wouldn't stay in Avalon much longer. How fortunate that I arrived here at the right time, Gobta couldn't help but smile inside. He had already decided to abduct this Knight of the Lake. Since he had bumped into Lancelot here, there was no way he would let this big fish slip away easily. After all, he would eventually become a member of the Round Table, and the timing didn't make much of a difference. From now on, he would develop Lancelot's feelings for Camelot and prevent him from committing any more reckless acts like in the legend. Once he had made up his mind, Gobta began his plan to entice and kidnap Lancelot. Coincidentally, I have a favor to ask you, Lancelot, is that all right? Please, go ahead, Gobta, as long as it's something within my capabilities, I won't refuse, Lancelot replied earnestly with a hand on his chest. I've always been fascinated by the legendary realm of Avalon and prepared for a long time to finally find an opportunity to come here, Gobta sighed with a resigned tone. But unfortunately, I know nothing about this place, so, though it might be a bit presumptuous, could you please show me around Avalon? I don't want to leave here with regrets. Gobta was absolutely sure that with Lancelot's character, he wouldn't refuse such a request. As expected, upon seeing Gobta's sincere eyes, a strong sense of duty instantly welled up in Lancelot's heart, and the ideal knight didn't hesitate to reply. Of course. Besides, it's something I should do, rest assured, Gobta, I promise to give you a once-in-a-lifetime tour of Avalon. Thank you so much, Lancelot. You truly are a person of noble character. Gobta didn't hold back his admiration, though a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Inside a certain room, Gwyneir, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her pale golden eyes showed no trace of the timidity she once had. Instead, it was replaced by a regal and aloof queen-like demeanor. She sat up, turned her head to the side, and calmly said, "Since you're here, don't play these little tricks in front of me." The void rippled like a pond, and Vivian, who had been sitting on the vines as always, materialized. She looked at Gwyneir with a somewhat complex expression. "Long time no see, Morrigan. Sorry, but I'm not that evil fairy Morrigan who got separated from the primordial fairy anymore," Gwyneir's pale golden eyes flashed with mockery. "My name is now Morgan Le Fay Pendragon, the inheritor of the power of the island, Princess of Camelot, and the ruler of Orkney." "Whether it's Morrigan or Morgan, it's just a mere name," Vivian replied calmly. Clap. Clap. Morgan applauded sarcastically. "Hey, you are indeed the oldest fairy. To avoid the end, you severed all your ties to this world and wandered outside it. I wonder, for the present what is there left to care about? Is it this so-called utopia?" Morgan's lips curved in a mocking smile. "Or is it your children, Fry and Freya?" "Enough." With a low growl, a surge of magical energy erupted from Vivian. Morgan snapped her fingers, and a light green shield instantly appeared around her, blocking the storm of magical energy. Vivian's expression turned slightly gloomy. "Everyone knows that Ragnarok is an inevitable ending. I once gave them a chance, it was their choice to tread that path. Of course I know, if not, how could you have created this utopia?" Morgan's mocking tone remained. Vivian took a deep breath to calm herself. "I don't want to argue about this pointless matter with you anymore, Morrigan. I came here only to tell you that if you want to stay in Avalon, I can give you another chance." "Heh, do you want me to stay imprisoned in this cage?" "Humph, no thank you. Vivian, oh Vivian, you seem to have forgotten why I was born in the first place. Camelot, Britain, and even this planet will inevitably face its end, just like Ragnarok. Even if you foresee this ending, are you still going down that path?" Vivian responded indignantly. "Oh Vivian, even though I'm a part of you, don't think for a moment that I'll be a deserter and a loser like you, running without a fight." Laughable. Morgan tilted her fair neck proudly, resembling an arrogant black swan. "Don't compare me with a coward like you. I am the Princess of Camelot, the inheritor of power of the island. I will give my all to ensure the continuation of my country. Even if the walls are breached, I will wear the most beautiful dress, dance the most exquisite dance, and drink the finest poison in the palace. With this grand ceremony, I will accompany my country to its final rest." Chapter 59. Over the next month, Gobta, under the guidance of Lancelot, explored every corner of Avalon. He wasn't particularly interested in this place, he just wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Lancelot. It was clear that Lancelot was enthusiastic, walking from dawn till dusk every day, still looking full of energy. Having lived in Avalon for so many years and finally meeting another human other than himself, Lancelot naturally felt a fondness for Gobta. Plus, after a month of spending time together, he felt even more strongly that this black-haired youth was someone worth getting to know. During this time, Gobta slowly introduced Lancelot to information about the outside world, sparking a great curiosity in Lancelot, who had never left Avalon. Lancelot almost forgot his original purpose and was immersed in Gobta's stories every day. "So, that's how it is. I never imagined the outside world could be so fascinating," Lancelot said with a longing look in his eyes. "Snow-covered mountains all year round, vast oceans reaching the sky, deserts with no signs of life, and so many knights fighting for honor and belief, but I've never seen any of those things in Avalon." After finished speaking, Lancelot sighed. The fish started biting the hook, and a faint smile crept onto Gobta's lips. Gobta had used a lot of words not only to get closer to Lancelot but also to pique his interest in the outside world. Humans often feel fear of the unknown. But if someone describes every detail about it, that fear can turn into curiosity or anticipation. However, Gobta knew that this level of interest was not enough. To make Lancelot willingly follow him, he needed something more. Avalon is a utopia that surpasses all fantasies. Although the world I come from can't compare to this place, it also has many magnificent landscapes. Gobta smiled and sighed suddenly. But soon, all these things will disappear. Lancelot widened his eyes in surprise. Why is that? Gobta hesitated, his face showing a hint of reluctance. Lancelot, though simple-minded, was good at reading people. Seeing Gobta's hesitant expression, he knew there was something hidden. A sense of responsibility welled up in him as Lancelot stood firmly and looked at Gobta earnestly. Please, tell me, Gobta, whatever difficulties you have, I will definitely help you. Lancelot, I know you're a person of noble character, but this matter actually has nothing to do with you, Gobta sighed. But, well, take it as my little complaint, just think of it as a story I'm sharing with you. Actually, I'm the king of a kingdom in Britain, and right now, my kingdom is facing a very powerful anemia vile white dragon. Gobta laid out the entire story of Camelot and the feud with Vortigern, but in his description, Vortigern was an evil dragon that did unspeakable things. He demanded 100 boys and girls as sacrifices every month, enjoyed using skulls as drinking cups, dwelled atop mountains made of corpses, and drank the blood of virgins daily. Gobta wasn't making this up, this was how Vortigern was portrayed in the imaginations of the people in Camelot. It all started with bards exaggerating Vortigern's power in their songs. But they never anticipated the depth of fear this portrayal would create. The stories got more terrifying as they were passed down, and in some places, even more horrifying versions circulated. So, even if Lancelot later discovered that Gobta's story was not entirely accurate, Lancelot would never doubt him. That's outrageous. Lancelot clenched his fist and smashed a nearby rock into pieces, his pale purple eyes blazing with anger. Betrayal, sacrilege, bloodshed, cruelty, how can we tolerate such an evil being continuing to exist in this world? Lancelot took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him, and stared firmly at Gobta. I've made up my mind, Gobta, I'm going with you to leave Avalon and seek vengeance against that evil dragon. Take it easy, Lancelot, Gobta chuckled inwardly, but his face displayed a concerned expression. This is my problem, and you shouldn't involve yourself in this mess. How can I not involve myself? Lancelot exclaimed, growing anxious. Though we've only known each other for a month, you've become an indispensable friend to me, how can I stand by when you're facing difficulties? Gobta sighed and shook his head. But Vortigern is very powerful, possibly even reaching the realm of the gods. No matter how powerful he is, justice will ultimately prevail, Lancelot declared with an unwavering gaze. I swear on the name of Lancelot that I'll ensure the white dragon meets its end under my sword. Buzz. With a slight tremor, a broad, majestic sword appeared in Lancelot's hand. The golden sword radiated a brilliant light, and the blue hilt shimmered like a lake's surface, adorned with intricate fairy letters. Gobta squinted slightly, his eyes locking onto the undying light on the sword. This was also a powerful holy sword entrusted to Lancelot by Vivian, known as Arondite. In terms of durability, it was on par with Excalibur. Alongside Lancelot, it had witnessed numerous glorious victories. However, because Lancelot had later fled Britain with Gwyneir and inadvertently killed fellow knights of the Round Table, such as Gawain, Gareth, and Gaheris, this once golden holy sword had become tainted and lost its sanctity, transforming into a cursed blade with dark purple color. As Lancelot wielded Arondite, a colossal surge of magical energy rose skyward as pure and resolute as his belief in justice. This was the noble knight burdened with a beautiful ideal, embodying virtues such as romance, justice, and loyalty. Despite committing unforgivable mistakes, he continued to be celebrated by future generations. Since you put it that way, how can I refuse? Gobta spoke with a sincere smile and extended his hand to Lancelot. May you always uphold your original belief, never forget your true purpose, and use your sword to enforce justice for the weak. Welcome to Camelot, Lancelot. Chapter 60. Even in the secluded fantasy realm of Avalon, there was a clear distinction between day and night. They rose with the sun and rested with its setting, adhering to the simplest and most wholesome way of life for countless years. As Gobta and the others experienced their 60th cycle of day and night in Avalon, a powerful surge of magical energy suddenly swept across the entire island. Gobta, lying in his bed, instantly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It's finally over. He sighed and immediately got up, seeking out Gwyneir, who was staying next door, and together, they flew towards the source of the magical energy disturbance. On the small island, countless fairies gathered, curiously gazing at the small hill emitting a hazy sacred light. Gobta, accompanied by Gwyneir, landed on the ground. He dispelled the wings made of wind elements with a casual gesture and then looked toward Merlin, who had been waiting there. How did it go? Merlin shook his head. It's still uncertain. Suddenly, Gobta felt something, his gaze shifting to the void beside him. The void twisted slightly, and one figure after another appeared out of thin air. They were all graceful and elegant women. Each with their unique charm. Some were as fiery as flames, while others exuded an icy demeanor. Standing at the forefront was none other than the primordial fairy, Vivian. The 9 fairy queens who guarded Avalon, all except the evil fairy Morrigan, were gathered. It's truly a pleasure to see you all again. A voice as sweet as a clear spring flowed into their ears. The fairy of the wind Sirine, whom Gobta had briefly met before, gave him and the others an enchanting smile, casually waving her hand. A gentle breeze gathered, and a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. Gobta and the others were slightly taken aback. For some reason, after 2 months of not seeing each other, Kay seemed to have a hint of loss and dismay on his face. Teacher. Kay's gaze was somewhat complicated, but he didn't say anything, simply standing quietly behind Gobta. Gobta and Gwyneir exchanged a glance, both sensing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Only Merlin, who stood to the side, smiled but remained silent. Just as Gobta was about to ask Kay if Cyrene had done something to him, a fierce gust of wind erupted. Countless flower petals were lifted into the air, dancing in the sky. The turbulent airflow caused the tranquil lake surface to ripple, and countless beings looked up in astonishment at the spectacle. The sacred light that had enveloped the small hill suddenly spread outwards. The fairies let out panicked screams and were about to close their eyes, but this time, the light was not as intense as before, as if invisible hands were restraining its power. The faint sacred light, accompanied by drifting petals, blanketed the island like a mesmerizing midsummer night's dream. Footsteps resounded clearly. A petite figure descended from the small hill. She was like a pure white lily, with eyes as clear as a lake, shining in a holy azure. In her hand, she held a 3-foot-long golden sword, exuding an overwhelming sense of nobility that made people want to kneel in worship. Lily! Gwyneir exclaimed with delight and rushed towards Artoria, tightly embracing the petite figure. Long time no see, Gwyneir, Artoria smiled, gently patting Gwyneir's back and looking towards Gobta. Teacher, I didn't let you down, Artoria said. Yeah, you did it, congratulations on successfully pulling out Excalibur, Gobta sighed with a smile. Although he already knew the outcome, when this moment finally arrived, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. While he didn't know what Artoria had experienced during her 2 months of trials with Excalibur, he clearly sensed a stronger and more determined conviction in her than before, shining from her holy azure eyes. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to see the shadow of the once and future king in the young girl before him. It seemed that this time, Artoria had gained more than just the holy sword. Yay! The fairies around joyously embraced each other, their voices harmonizing like beautiful music, celebrating and blessing the occasion. Congratulations, human, your faith has conquered Excalibur's will. Vivian, seated on a vine, spoke while observing Artoria, who held Excalibur with a slightly complicated expression. Since the moment Excalibur was forged, Vivian had tirelessly searched for a suitable wielder, but the sword had never acknowledged anyone. However, she never expected that, in the end, it would recognize this petite girl infused with the power of the red dragon, Albion. Is this what they call fate? Vivian sighed softly and extended her hand, summoning the sacred light that had dissipated earlier. It coalesced into a golden scabbard adorned with blue enamel. Radiance, salvation, truth, justice, valor, wisdom, morality, survival, honor, humanity, no oppression of the weak, no enmity with the fairies. Vivian looked at Artoria solemnly. These are the reasons Excalibur chose you. I hope you will always remember this faith, for if you ever fall into darkness, Excalibur will also be tainted. I will remember, Artoria replied earnestly. Vivian nodded and handed the scabbard to Artoria. Though Excalibur acknowledges you, you are not its master, it belongs to this planet, forged from the crystallization of the earth. By pulling it out, you become Excalibur wielder and an envoy of this planet. This is ever-distant utopia, named Avalon, the scabbard of Excalibur. It won't give you immense power, but it'll shield you from harm, just remember to look after it well. As Artoria touched the scabbard, it dissolved into countless light particles and merged into her body. Chosen Excalibur wielder, though I cannot grant you immense power, I hope this blessing may be of assistance to you. Vivian opened her mouth, and her deep voice seemed to resonate with ancient chants. In the Lady of the Lake's name, I bestow upon thee the power to traverse water unfazed by sinking's grasp. Invisible forces gathered around Artoria, much like the barrier of the Wind King that Cyrene had bestowed before. Another blessing was now etched upon Artoria. Lancelot, have you truly decided to leave Avalon with them? Vivian turned to the young man with purple hair beside her. Yes, mother, I believe in my choice, Lancelot replied with determination. He believed that someone chosen and followed by the Excalibur wielder must be someone worth trusting. Vivian nodded and then looked at Gwyneir, her golden eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Excalibur has found its home, and Avalon's mission is complete. From now on, the realm of Avalon will never appear before humans again. Farewell, everyone. Chapter 61. Nestled in the desolate countryside between winding dirt paths, the void seemed to ripple like a serene lake, and one after another, figures materialized out of thin air. Is this the outside world? A young man with purple short hair looked around as if trying to grasp something in the air. It's indeed quite different from Avalon, the true ether density here is much thinner. This is the same location we left, just unsure if time flows here the same as in Avalon. Gobta scanned the surroundings and then turned to Lancelot. How are you feeling? Anything off? Nah, no issues, just need a little time to adapt, Lancelot replied with a slight smile. Good, Gobta nodded. Although Lancelot could adapt perfectly to the outside environment, having grown up in Avalon, there was no way to predict if any adverse reactions might occur. Let's go, Gobta, we're going to hunt down that evil white dragon now. Lancelot declared. The thought of the dragon, causing harm to the innocents every day, kindled an uncontrollable fire of anger within him. If he could, he'd fly to the dragon's lair right now and slay him. Don't rush, Lancelot, Gobta cautioned. Right now, we have no information on Vortigern, and charging in recklessly would be like throwing ourselves to the wolves. Besides, Vortigern commands an army of tens of thousands. Even if we managed to deal with all of his soldiers, we'd be left powerless against Vortigern himself. Lancelot clenched his fists tightly but eventually released them. You're right, Gobta, I was too impulsive. I understand your emotions, Lancelot, Gobta patted the knight's shoulder, brimming with a sense of justice. But it's not the time yet, to take down Vortigern, we need to prepare at least two things. What are those two things? Not just Lancelot, but Artoria, Gwyneir, and Kay, were all curious. One is information, and the other is military strength, Gobta smiled, gazing into the distant north. I've already sent my subordinate to gather information, and I trust she'll provide a satisfactory answer, so what we need to prepare next is the military aspect. I remember you mentioned being a king of a kingdom, Lancelot said. That's correct, but my kingship hasn't been officially recognized yet. If I give orders to mobilize the troops, it might not end well, Gobta sighed. So what I need to do now is solidify my position, to ensure that the crown sits firmly on my head without any challenges. So, are you planning to return to Camelot for your coronation now, teacher? Artoria asked. Gobta squinted slightly. Lily, remember what I just said, I want a stable throne, unshakable authority, and unquestioned obedience with a single command. A coronation is just a formality and can't meet my requirements. He glanced meaningfully at Merlin, who was standing nearby. Moreover, if I were to go to Camelot, whether the coronation could proceed smoothly is still uncertain. Are you sure you just came out of the land of shadows? Why do I feel like you're more familiar with these things than Uther? Gobta smiled, choosing not to answer, and thought, thank my extensive reading of historical novels, texts, and TV series for that. The other four exchanged puzzled glances. They wondered what were these two hinting at. Gobta originally had no intention of explaining all this, but considering that the throne would ultimately be returned to Artoria, he wanted to ensure that his sister wouldn't be manipulated as a mere puppet ruler. So, he decided to impart some wisdom in advance. He led the group along the path, speaking as they walked. Lily, do you still remember the question I once asked you? If you were to ascend to the throne, how would the nobles and officials react? Yes, Artoria recalled. Teacher said they would oppose me, but you told me they would still pay their respects and bow before me because of Vortigern. Yes, but that is the situation you would face. The situation I face is quite the opposite, Gobta shrugged. If I were just an ordinary person, I might not even have the chance to reach Camelot. Artoria pondered for a moment before asking, is it because teacher isn't Uther Pendragon's child? Gobta turned his head slightly, a hint of surprise in his gaze. It was something Artoria wouldn't have thought of before. Could the so-called trial of Excalibur be so miraculous as to increase her wisdom? You're right, because I am not Uther Pendragon's child, those who know the truth will never acknowledge me, their loyalty lies with him, and they will only accept his descendant as the rightful heir to the throne. But pulling the sword from the stone was something they all recognized in the beginning. That was just an excuse, Gobta shook his head. Never overestimate the nobility's honor, Lily, if you can't grasp it, just imagine what Merlin would do in this situation. Artoria pondered for a moment and nodded. I understand your point, teacher. Merlin stayed silent and just rolled his eyes. So, for me, the current Camelot is a den of lions and tigers. Those people will surely challenge me during the coronation ceremony. Even if I were to actually ascend the throne, my reputation would have already taken a significant hit. That's why I can't go to Camelot yet. I can ask my sister to help you, Gwyneir earnestly suggested. Gwyneir, are you still sleepy? If you're not awake yet, we can let you rest a bit more. Kay, who had finally caught up with Gobta's train of thought, scoffed. Relying on Morgan? Impossible, that witch would love for something like that to happen, that way, she could rightfully take the throne. Instead of relying on her, it's better to count on those nobles to obey. Gwyneir's demeanor suddenly turned cold, but she quickly regained her composure, her gaze toward Kay carrying a subtle hint of hidden pity. No matter what Morgan does, the outcome won't change. The tradition of Britain is, elder brothers come first, fathers pass on to sons. Going against the tide comes at a price. Camelot, as it stands now, cannot bear that cost. Gobta shook his head. Then, what should we do now? Artoria looked troubled. Since going against the tide is not feasible, then. Gobta gazed at the faint, distant outline of a town up ahead, a place called KeyMan. We must create a favorable tide for ourselves. Chapter 62. At the twilight hour, just moments before the last rays of the setting sun vanished, Gobta and the group finally arrived in KeyMan. After inquiring with some passers-by, it had been approximately a month since they entered Avalon, and the flow of time on both sides remained relatively close. This was likely due to Avalon's connection to the surface world. KeyMan was a small riverside port town, from where one could take a boat to most of the cities to the north of Camelot. Especially during the autumn harvest season, merchants came and went here daily, and the inn's rooms were often fully occupied. Fortunately, Hector had provided Gobta with a substantial sum of money before their departure, and with these gleaming coins, they secured the last 3 top-tier guest rooms. So, it's Lancelot and me in one room, Gwyneir and Lily in another, and teacher gets a room all to himself, Kay suggested. Everyone agreed without any objections. Hey! Have you all forgotten there's still one more person here? I may be an incubus, but I'm also a great mage and sage of Britain. I should at least have my own room. What's an incubus like you going to do with a room? Just focus on your actual job and give us all a good dream tonight, that's your duty. The others dispersed to their respective rooms. A good dream? Merlin mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. A sly smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hoo-hoo, don't you worry, Kay, I'll make sure to leave you with an unforgettable dream. That night, with the moon shining brightly and the stars scattered across the sky, a shadow silently approached the alleyway outside the inn. After checking left and right, the figure of a man in black leaped onto the inn's outer wall, moving like an agile monkey. Reaching the rooftop, the man in black walked along the protruding railing and cautiously arrived at the rightmost room. Under the bright moonlight, the man in black peered into the room through the window. All was quiet inside, with only the slight rise of the bedsheet visible. A glint of sharpness passed through the man in black's hazel eyes. The man in black retrieved a shimmering silver dagger from his cloak, then gently pushed open the window, and silently landed on the room's floor. Suddenly, a fiery red light flashed before his eyes, causing him to freeze in place. Gobta emerged from the darkness and disarmed the intruder. Who sent you? He asked with an emotionless tone. The man in black opened his mouth, but not a word came out because his tongue had been cut out. Quite cautious, huh? Gobta sneered. But did you really think this would keep me from finding out who sent you? Gobta activated the power of Feng Huang down, allowing his thoughts to delve into the man in black's mind, searching for his memory. Half a minute later, Gobta opened his eyes once more with his deep black pupils holding a hint of amusement. Hugenberg, the Earl of the Montague family and elder brother of the Minister of Finance, dared to assassinate the new king. Before leaving Tintagel, Gobta obtained a list of all the nobles of Camelot from Hector, including their titles, lands, and connections. He knew it all like the back of his hand. I wonder how much Camelot has deteriorated over these past few years, Gobta mused, shaking his head. He stepped over the intruder, walked towards the bed, and casually tossed the dagger aside. Hiss! A cluster of black flames enveloped the dagger that was still in midair, causing it to vanish before it hit the ground. These black flames also ignited throughout the man in black's body, erasing any trace of his existence in a matter of moments. The moonlight, pure as water, shone through the window, casting its glow onto the oakwood floor. The elegantly decorated guest room remained as tranquil as ever, as if nothing had transpired. "Good night." Gobta muttered and closed his eyes as if nothing ever happened. Early the next day, Gobta arrived at the inn's dining room to have breakfast with the group. "Brother K, did you not sleep well last night? Why do you look so pale?" "It's nothing, just had a bad dream," K replied with a forced smile. "Oh. What kind of dream could frighten you like this?" Artoria, Gwyneir, and Lancelot all leaned in, intrigued. Kay's face stiffened slightly, and he averted his gaze. I am sorry, I can't quite remember." "Is that so?" Gobta expressed some regret, though he understood that dreams could fade from memory upon waking. In his heart, Kay let out a sigh of relief. He could never tell the others that his dreams from the previous night had been all about his 2 months in Avalon. They were nearly identical to his actual experiences, especially that feeling of being utterly exhausted and unable to stop. Even if he tried to wake himself up. It was the cruelest thing he had ever experienced, and he even felt the recurring soreness in his lower back. Why would I have such dreams? Kay wondered as he lowered his head to sip his porridge. Merlin sat in his seat, enjoying his breakfast, and watched Kay's puzzled expression with a faint satisfied smile. After finishing their breakfast, Gobta and the group headed to the docks. They found a merchant ship bound for Lucamont, and with the persuasive power of gold, the ship's owner readily agreed to let them aboard. However, the following morning, as Gobta and the group hurried to the harbor, they discovered that the ship they had intended to board had been sabotaged the previous night. A sizable hole had been carved into the hull, rendering the vessel unseaworthy. "Sorry, the deal is off, here's your deposit," the ship's owner said while wearing a pained expression as he handed a money pouch to Gobta. Instead of taking the pouch, Gobta asked, "Is the damage severe?" "Very severe," the ship's owner sighed. "All the grain we were carrying also fell into the river, and even if we retrieve it, we can't sell it, and then there are the repair costs. I might not be able to continue in this business after this." "Damn bastard." The ship's owner clenched his fists and seethed. "Whoever did this, they deserve nothing but hell." "I agree with you," Gobta said with a smile, nodding. He took out a bulging money pouch and handed it to the ship's owner. "Consider this my compensation." The ship's owner stared at the money pouch in bewilderment, then at Gobta and his group as they walked away. Question marks seemed to hang over his head as he pondered what had just occurred. Chapter 63. "Gobta, it was clear you weren't the one who sabotaged the ship and shouldn't take responsibility. Why did you give him the money?" Lancelot asked on the way back, his voice filled with puzzlement. Watching those clear, childlike eyes, Gobta sighed inwardly and replied, "Lancelot, even though we didn't damage the ship ourselves, this incident is still connected to us." He went on to explain the assassination attempt he had endured 2 nights ago. Kay and Artoria, of course, were shocked and angered. As Gobta's squires, it was their duty to protect his safety, and someone had attempted to assassinate him right under their noses. What was even more infuriating was that they hadn't detected it at all. However, it wasn't entirely their fault. That night, Kay had been trapped in a dream, experiencing a profound sense of harmony of life, that even upon awakening, he couldn't fully comprehend. Artoria, on the other hand, had undergone a 2-month ordeal of the trial of Excalibur in Avalon, leaving her mentally and physically drained, leading to certain oversights. The two siblings exchanged guilty glances, both seeing a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. "So, it was those who didn't want you to ascend the throne who sabotaged the ship?" Lancelot pondered. "Otherwise? How could such a coincidence happen? We decide to board the ship, and soon after, it's sabotaged." Lancelot scratched his head in frustration. "Sometimes I can't quite fathom what people from the outside world are like. Gobta, you're friendly and wise, and Artoria is just and loyal, but those people seem different." "That's humanity for you," Gobta sighed. "Ever-changing, complex, and fickle. Even Odin, who drank from the well of wisdom, couldn't accurately define the nature of humanity, so, we don't need to dwell on finding that answer, just stay true to ourselves and that's enough." "Though I may not completely understand, I'll remember what you said," Lancelot replied earnestly. "So, your majesty, how do you plan to get to Lucamont now?" Merlin asked with a mischievous grin. Gobta glanced back at the harbor and answered, "Since the water route is no longer viable, we'll have to travel by land." As a major hub town, horses were indispensable for transportation. Gobta easily found a stable and, after some negotiation with the stable owner, purchased 5 excellent horses for a remarkably low price. The reason for this generous deal was, of course, the moment he entered the stable, his regal aura sent the owner into a frenzy of fear. The owner promptly bowed and handed over the finest horses in his stable. Well, not really. The real reason was that these horses were all crossbreeds, with volatile tempers. They could gnaw bones as easily as carrots and had razor-sharp teeth. Additionally, these hybrid horses tended to have short lifespans, often not living past 2 or 3 years. This was the main reason they were hard to sell unless some thrill-seeking nobles wanted them as collectibles. However, for Gobta, this wasn't a problem. He exuded a bit of Nidhogg's aura, causing these horses to behave as meekly as rabbits. Even Sleipnir was scared to death by me when we first met, and now you're using my aura to terrify a bunch of mongrel horses. This is sacrilege. Utter disrespect. Gobta placed his hand on the heads of these unique horses and, with the power of Abyss Flower, reorganized their chaotic genetic sequences. The short lifespans of these horses were primarily due to their jumbled genes, which led to conflicts within their bodies, resulting in an early demise. The creation power of Abyss Flower was especially skilled at addressing these genetic issues. After receiving treatment, these horses didn't show any significant changes in appearance, but their emotions had visibly calmed compared to before. Gwyneir, who had never learned horseback riding, shared a horse with Artoria. The remaining 4 horses were divided among Gobta, Kay, Lancelot, and Merlin. The group rode on horseback under the scorching midday sun, departing from the main gate of Craymond, and heading north. Meanwhile, numerous eyes remained hidden in the darkness and quietly watching their departing figures. 10 days later. Gobta stood on a hill, gazing at the imposing city in the distance, which resembled a fortress. "We've finally made it," Gobta said with a relieved tone. That was Lucanmont, a city located on the border of Camelot, their destination for this journey. "If it weren't for those bastards, we would have been here 2 days ago," Kay grumbled. Gobta sighed in resignation. This was probably the most challenging journey he had ever undertaken, spanning both of his lifetimes. Those assassins were like a pack of relentless hyenas, constantly trying to tear a piece of flesh from him, showing no regard for their sacrificed comrades. No, in the minds of these individuals, there was probably no concept of comrades at all. Recalling the images he had glimpsed from those memories, even Gobta couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Even with his knowledge, he had never witnessed such inhumane and barbaric methods of training. Those who had emerged from that hellish place had long lost their human emotions. "Don't worry, Kay, those guys will pay soon," Gobta's eyes held a hint of cold determination. Though this journey had been undeniably troublesome, it was thanks to it that he was able to root out all the assassins. Frankly, even Gobta hadn't anticipated the extent of the forces involved in this matter. If one were to investigate thoroughly, it appeared that nearly half of the Camelot nobles couldn't escape implication. Of course, not everyone on this web was motivated by the desire to protect the rightful heir to the throne. In fact, the majority only wished to prevent a new king from rising in the kingdom. Without a king for 15 years, some began to entertain the idea that the vile King Vortigern had perhaps passed away, especially since neither the Anglo-Saxons had made any advances to the south. And they were not in the minority. In the absence of a king, the kingdom had continued to thrive. If Vortigern was indeed gone, what was the necessity of a king now? When they had finally enjoyed 15 years of freedom, suddenly, a self-proclaimed king had emerged, a rustic countryside lad who had pulled a sword from a stone, all by sheer luck. How could the proud nobles accept this? If he were to place himself in their shoes, Gobta could understand their perspective. But for now, he only wanted to send those fools to hell. Chapter 64. You're saying they went to Lucanmont? In a spacious and tidy study, an old man with wrinkles as deep as tree roots turned around to look at his subordinate who knelt before him, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Why did they go to Lucanmont? The subordinate didn't answer because he knew the old man wasn't really asking him. He was just speaking his thoughts aloud. The old man had always been sensitive and suspicious, trusting only the conclusions he arrived at through his own thoughts. If someone else were to interject at a time like this, all they would likely receive was a severe scolding. "Bring me the map." After silently contemplating for a moment, the old man gave an order. A massive map was spread out on the desk, meticulously marking every city, town, mountain, and river in Camelot. The level of detail was enough to astonish even the scouts of an army. The old man's gaze traveled upward until he found the city named Lucanmont. He paused briefly, then suddenly noticed another inconspicuous name nearby. As if realizing something, his brown irises contracted to the size of pinpricks. Could it be that he is thinking too? At dusk, Gobta and his group finally arrived beneath the walls of Lucanmont. Rather than calling it a city, Lucanmont resembled more of a fortress. The city walls, reinforced with magic formations, stood over 10 meters high, with massive ballistae stationed on the walls. The bolts, as thick as a grown man's arm, shimmered with a chilling light. Are they preparing for war? Kay scratched his head. The walls of the city sparkled with flowing lights, the radiance of magecraft. Under normal circumstances, such resource-draining defensive magecraft would not be activated all day long unless there was a state of war. Halt! Who are you people? I am the new king, Arthur. Gobta lifted his head. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the soldiers. Summon the Duke to meet me. King Arthur. The results of the king's selection ceremony, which had ended over a month ago, had already spread throughout Camelot. Everyone knew the new king had appeared. But the new king was supposed to go to Camelot for the coronation ceremony. How could he be at the border? Impersonating the new king is an unforgivable crime. Please don't make such jokes. One of the soldiers shook his head, clearly not believing Gobta's words. Hey! What do you mean by that? Open your damn eyes and look properly. Even if you don't recognize the new king, at least recognize the white-haired man next to him, the great mage and wise sage. Merlin. Can't you even recognize him? Ah, I never expected that I'd be so well known in your eyes, Kay. It's truly touching. Merlin theatrically wiped away a tear. Kay gave him a side eye. I've spoken with the knights who participated in the king's selection ceremony. They told me that the name of Merlin the Waste had already spread throughout all of Camelot. Merlin sighed inwardly and decided to make Kay appreciate the harmony of life a bit more tonight. Please leave by order of his grace. Lucanmont is no longer open to outsiders, the soldier said sternly and unmoved, showing no intention of opening the gates. You. Kay was getting frustrated but suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Since we can't get in, Gobta's face broke into a harmless smile. Why don't we have him come out by himself? He drew Caliban from his waist, activating the black dragon body. An immense surge of magical energy poured into the sword, and the golden blade shimmered like a constellation. The light surged. The light roared. A brilliant column of light beam shot up into the sky, and the vast waves of magical energy washed over the land like a mighty sea, painting the entire sky a dazzling golden hue. All the residents of Lucanmont stared in awe at this miraculous sight. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in their ears. I am Arthur, the chosen king of Camelot, the fated ruler of Britain, Duke of Lucanmont. Do you intend to keep me waiting any longer? The soldiers guarding the city were left dumbfounded for a while. Then, they hurriedly adjusted their crossbows, aiming them down at Gobta. Stop, you fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed? But, one of the soldiers stammered, his palms sweating with nervousness. Didn't his grace say that anyone who tries to force their way in should be killed without mercy? The old soldier wished he could open the young soldier's head to see what he was thinking. Have you ever considered that he might actually be King Arthur? The soldier hung his head in resignation. Then, what should we do now? We wait. We wait for his grace's orders. It didn't take long for a cavalry group of about 50 riders to approach the city gate, their sounds reaching the ears of the city's defenders. His grace has spoken, open the gate. Quickly, open the gate. The old soldier ordered. Rumble. The heavy gates slowly creaked open, and the cavalry group rode out, stopping about 10 meters away from Gobta and the others. At the forefront of this cavalry unit was a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, with silver white hair and a stern countenance. He exuded an air of authority and presence. When the man saw the golden sword in Gobta's hand and the smiling Merlin beside him, his pupils constricted. He dismounted and rushed to Gobta, kneeling on one knee. Benedict Lucan, greet your majesty. I apologize for not being there to welcome your majesty. Please, accept my apologies. The people behind him also dismounted and knelt. We greet your majesty. No need to apologize, Duke. I understand this was an unintentional oversight and not a breach of etiquette, Gobta said with a smile as he helped the Duke to his feet. Benedict breathed a sigh of relief. He had never met this new king and knew nothing about his character. He worried that the new king might be petty and vengeful, which would be troublesome. I've instructed my servants to prepare a feast. Please, your majesty, join us inside the city. Gobta readily accepted the Duke's invitation, and they all entered the city of Lucanmont. Could it be that he is thinking to? Quick! Send someone to Lucanmont. Tell the Duke of Lucanmont, no matter what the new king asks of him, he must not agree. The subordinate was taken aback by his lord's reaction. He had never seen his lord display such a look. For a moment, he forgot his place and instinctively asked, what does the new king want to do? That man. Madness flickered in the old man's brown eyes, and his words were icy and forced through gritted teeth. He intends to attack the kingdom of Gwyneir. Chapter 65. Lucanmont, the Duke's residence. The grand and opulent hall was illuminated to a bright daylight-like glow by magical lamps hanging from the ceiling. Graceful dancers swayed their slender waists to sultry music, performing sensual dances. Gobta sat high on the main seat of the second floor, engaged in a lively conversation with the Duke of Luckenmont at his side, and laughed heartily. Their interaction resembled that of old friends reuniting after a long separation. Artoria sat in her seat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She had never attended such a grand banquet and felt out of place amidst the vibrant atmosphere. "Lily, try this cake, it's delicious," Gwyneir cheerfully offered a pastry to Artoria. "Thank you, Gwyneir," Artoria replied while glancing up at her teacher, her eyes tinged with a hint of envy. It seemed like no matter the environment, her teacher always seemed so at ease. Was she just too immature in comparison? She felt a slight twinge of embarrassment. Shaking her head, Artoria pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the delicious food in her hand. With her teacher here, what could go wrong? Lancelot's gaze remained fixated on the dancers in the center of the room, their translucent veils revealing porcelain skin. "Ooh, how is it? Isn't the world outside more exciting than in Avalon?" Lancelot nodded. "Indeed." They exchanged a knowing glance, clinked their cups, and shared a secret smile. As the evening wore on, with excellent conversational skills, the relationship between Gobta and Benedict grew closer, shedding its initial awkwardness. This put the Duke at ease, indicating that the new king was relatively easy to get along with. "Your Majesty, shouldn't you be in Camelot for the coronation ceremony? Why did you come to Luckenmont?" "Finally, you asked that question," Gobta smiled slightly and raised his wine glass. Benedict sensibly raised his own glass, and they clinked, both downing their drinks in one gulp. "Duke, why do you think I'm here?" Gobta idly traced patterns on his cup, his gaze seemingly smiling as he fixed it on the Duke. Benedict contemplated for a moment, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty, please enlighten me." Gobta locked eyes with the Duke for a while, then handed the cup to the side. A maid with a wine bottle approached, filling the cup. "Duke, we're all smart people, there's no point in playing coy and cryptic like this, how about we be straightforward with each other?" Gobta suggested. Benedict's eyes narrowed. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I genuinely don't understand your point." "Ha ha ha," Gobta chuckled, raised his cup, and downed the wine. "In that case, let me break this windowpane for you, Duke, which side are you?" Benedict's pupils abruptly contracted. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly flew in through the window, freezing the atmosphere. The performance continued, the music remained melodic, and the dance remained sensual as Gobta's gaze remained fixed on the Duke with his smile never fading. After a long pause, Benedict finally lifted his head and said, "When my father was alive, he established a family motto for the House of Lucan, it was also his last words to me before he passed away." "Please, go on," Gobta responded with a smile. Benedict took a deep breath and looked seriously at Gobta, enunciating each word clearly. "The House of Lucan must be loyal to the King of Camelot, whoever that may be, whoever is the king, we remain loyal." Gobta quietly observed the Duke with his deep black eyes filled with a profound understanding. The meaning was clear. The House of Lucan would pledge loyalty to whoever ascended the throne and became the recognized king through the crowning ceremony. However, Gobta had merely pulled the sword from the stone, gaining the qualifications to be a king but not yet the true king. Therefore, the Duke could not openly support him. But because Gobta had the qualifications, the Duke also wouldn't stand against him. As soon as Gobta had demonstrated his ability with Caliban before, the Duke had come to welcome him, recognized his identity, and immediately knelt in apology, a testament to his attitude. He acknowledged Gobta's right to be king, but not his actual kingship. The Duke would only fully recognize Gobta as king if he successfully completed the coronation ceremony and became the king acknowledged by the people. So, Gobta began to open his mouth. "Is this your decision?" Benedict nodded seriously. "Indeed, the House of Lucan lives up to its renowned reputation," Gobta said with a smile, raising his wineglass to the Duke. "Duke, I salute you." He raised the glass to his lips and downed the wine in one gulp. Benedict was slightly taken aback. "Your Majesty, you're not angry." "Angry? Why would I? A knight told me earlier that the King of Camelot has always been determined by strength." I found his words quite reasonable. "Britain's tradition has always been about might makes right. With just this sword, what can it really prove? If someone were to bow to me solely because of this sword, I might even look down on them." A hint of disdain curved at the corner of Gobta's mouth. "I can tell you, Duke, this throne doesn't impress me much." A nearby maid nearly dropped a wine bottle at this revelation. Benedict was startled by Gobta's words. To think that the new king would look down on the thronite was almost blasphemous. Yet, somewhere deep within him, he couldn't help but feel that the young man before him was not just boasting. Especially with that innate confidence that emanated from him, it was hard not to be convinced. So, your majesty, are you planning? Benedict cautiously looked at Gobta, realizing that, unknowingly, his own aura had been subdued by the young king. Camelot grew through the fires of war, and even King Uther solidified his position through countless wars. Although I may not be as talented, I plan to follow in the footsteps of the late kings. Gobta's smile was elegant and gentle, but each word he spoke resonated like thunder in the duke's ears. I plan to conquer the kingdom of Gunna. Chapter 66. Silence. As if someone had pressed the pause button on time, the noisy hall suddenly fell silent. The musicians set down the harp, the dancers stopped their sensual moves, and everyone turned their attention to the sudden rise of the duke on the upper floor, their faces filled with confusion. The guards in the hall exchanged silent glances and stealthily reached for their swords concealed within their garments. Breezes rustled through the radiant golden hair of Artoria. She lowered her head slightly, her hands resting discreetly under the table as if holding something. My apologies, I may have lost my composure just now. Benedict took a deep breath. Let the banquet continue. The graceful music resumed, and everyone's faces displayed relieved smiles as they continued to enjoy this rare banquet. As the head of the family, a duke of a duchy, it's essential to have a strong heart. Gobta lightly swirled the wine in his glass, and his black eyes held a hint of amusement. Duke, you might need to refine your emotion a bit. Yes, your majesty. Benedict nodded slightly towards Gobta, taking his seat again, his gaze deeply complex. Gobta tilted his head, finishing his drink, and then passed it to the maid nearby. The maid trembled as she reached for the glass, her hand quivering like a leaf in the wind. Forget it, I'll pour it myself. Gobta sighed in resignation, taking the bottle from the maid and filling his own cup. Benedict's gaze flickered slightly, and his thoughts surged like a tide. He finally understood why this new king had chosen to come to Lucanmont instead of going to Camelot. It was because Lucanmont was the closest city to Gunna. The king intended to step on Gunna's corpse and crown himself as the king. Ever since Uther's disastrous campaign against the vile King Vortigern, Camelot had remained within its borders and had not initiated a war for 15 years. While the people seemed fine with it, the shadow of their defeat loomed over them. Especially after that great war, Camelot's standing among the alliance of southern nations plummeted. Even though everyone maintained a facade of harmony, that was about all there was to it. Over the past 15 years, Camelot had captured nearly 10 times as many spies as before. Although their official reports painted them as agents of the Vortigern, who could be oblivious to the true identities of these individuals? If placed in the past, would these individuals have had the audacity to do such a thing? The failure of the war, the decline in status, and the disdain of their allies, how could the once mighty Camelot accept this? But who knew what kind of fire burned in their hearts? They were not willing. They were angry. This fire had burned in their hearts for 15 long years, never extinguished. All it needed was a spark, and it would erupt like molten lava, consuming all of Camelot. And this was precisely what the new king intended to do. Camelot had gone without a significant victory for too long. If Gobta could truly overthrow Gunna, his prestige in Camelot would soar to unprecedented heights. The suppressed flames of 15 years, when unleashed, were beyond even the duke's imagination, let alone the magnificence peak of King Uther's era. And there was more to come. No matter the era, war always remains the swiftest means to gain profits. Conquering Gunna meant new territories, new wealth, and new titles. With these chips in hand, the new king could effortlessly bring the majority of nobles to his side. Nobles were such creatures, forever focused on self-interest. As long as there were benefits, they wouldn't care who sat on the throne. And when added to the support of the people, his rightful claim to the throne as the one who pulled the sword from the stone, who would dare stand in the new king's way? A mere stream of spittle from the masses might suffice to drown anyone who opposed. With his sensitivity as both a military officer and noble, Benedict quickly grasped the new king's intentions. However, for this plan to go smoothly, two issues needed addressing. Your Majesty, Gunna is our ally. If we move against them without cause, it might incur the wrath of other nations. As soon as he finished speaking, the Duke saw the young man in front of him looking at him with skepticism. Don't you know what happened in Tintagel, Duke? Tintagel? What did Tintagel have to do with this? Benedict was utterly confused. Suddenly, an attendant behind the Duke stepped forward, coughed lightly, and started to explain. Your Grace. There were rumors in the streets that a prince from Gunna entered Tintagel a month before the king's selection ceremony, intent on seizing a pregnant woman's possession. He had his men severely injure her, and afterward, this prince and his men were slaughtered by the Black Knight named Gobta, who afterward declared war on Gunna. By the way, that would be Mimi. Real name is Gobta, though I'm not sure when I earned the moniker of Black Knight, Gobta added with a wry smile. Bang! Benedict slammed his fist on the table, causing some of the wine in the cups to splash out. His face turned angry as he said, "Why wasn't I informed of such an important matter earlier?" The attendant knelt down in fear and stuttered. I thought the rumors were too absurd." That's why." "No need for further explanation," the Duke said coldly. "Take your pay for this month and leave my place. If you dare show your face in my presence again, I'll have you killed." The attendant fled in terror. Benedict took a deep breath and stood up from his seat, giving a slight bow to Gobta. "My apologies, Your Majesty, for making you witness this disgraceful spectacle." "It's all right," Gobta replied with a smile, though a thoughtful expression flickered in his eyes. Benedict sat back down, his mind gradually calming. This way, they had a legitimate excuse to declare war on Gunna. Even if other nations were dissatisfied, they had no reason to intervene. Although Britain's wars were often brutal invasions driven by the desire for gain, it was better to go in with a recognized cause than without. Suddenly, the Duke felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that the new king had foreseen or planned this situation all along? But was that possible? Could a 16-year-old possess such intricate thoughts and execute such bold plans, gambling the fate of a nation for his own path to the throne? Was someone aiding him? Perhaps it was Merlin. Benedict contemplated in silence, but as he glanced over, he saw the new king watching him with a cryptic smile. Those deep black eyes felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart, revealing all his hidden thoughts. Benedict was almost terrified and stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. At that moment, all his doubts evaporated. This new king was not ordinary. Chapter 67. Seated at the head of the table, Gobta indulged in the fine wine within his cup, always wearing a composed smile on his handsome face. His eyes, deep as black holes, seemed to possess the power to peer directly into the hearts of others as they roved. With a slightly lifted chin, he exuded inherent confidence, as if nothing could ever escape his control. As a duke, Benedict's knowledge was by no means shallow. However, even the heirs from the prestigious and centuries-old noble families had never made him feel quite the way this young man did. Noble, elegant, confident, powerful, every action of the new king conveyed these signals. Despite being uncertain about his own stance, the new king boldly came to his territory and even accepted his invitation into his residence. Through words, the new king led him step by step into a preset trap, slowly gaining control of the conversation. Although the new king smiled with grace, the words that left his lips were spine-chilling. With just a single sentence, he determined the fate of 100,000 people from Gunna. Meticulous thoughts, grand courage, noble elegance, persuasive rhetoric, ruthless decision-making qualities of a king were unmistakable in the new king, as if he had existed from birth to become a king. Benedict's pupils suddenly contracted as he realized something. He recalled a rumor that had circulated in the noble circles 15 years ago. Back then, there was a belief that, before his death, King Uther had left behind an heir, too young to rule the country, and so he entrusted this heir to his most trusted court mage, Merlin. The so-called choosing of the king's ceremony was also a preparation for this heir to ascend to the throne in the future. Thinking of this, Benedict couldn't help but turn his head to look at the mage of flowers below, who was keenly watching the dancer's performance. Merlin seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head, smiled as he looked at the duke, and raised his wine glass. Benedict turned his gaze back to the new king, seated at the head seat, carefully comparing his chiseled features with the portrait of King Uther that hung in his study. Although there were differences in hair color, eye color, and overall facial features, at a closer look, certain small details made them nearly identical. Furthermore, in terms of age, it all aligned perfectly with the rumor. Benedict took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that he might have unwittingly stumbled upon some deeply buried secrets from 15 years ago. No wonder Merlin supported him. No wonder he could pull the sword from the stone. No wonder he possesses the wisdom of a king even at such a young age. All his doubts were resolved, and Benedict had never felt so clear in his thoughts. At this moment, he even had the urge to burst into laughter. Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. He had observed every move and expression of the duke earlier and, for some reason, he felt as if he were about to be exposed. Could it be, this duke has discovered something? Gobta thought to himself. Your Majesty, I've fully understood your intentions, Benedict said, smiling at Gobta. If I'm not mistaken, Your Majesty have come to Lucanmont to seek military aid from me? Gobta downed the contents of his cup, remaining silent and smiling. Observing the new king's demeanor, Benedict became increasingly certain of his guess. Even though Gunna was just a small country with a few 100,000 people and an army of only about 1,000 soldiers. Excluding the ill-prepared peasants, they might not even be able to muster 2,000 well-trained troops. But it all depended on who they were comparing themselves to. At present, this new king was merely a commander without any soldiers under his command. Although Merlin was a great mage, it was widely known that he wasn't skilled in combat. However, the few youngsters following the new king appeared out of the ordinary, especially the golden-haired girl and the purple-haired boy. Although they seemed only interested in eating and observing. Benedict, with his keen perception, sensed that their attention was constantly focused on the new king. Not to mention the tall woman in the black dress, adorned from head to toe with magical decorations, clearly a powerful mage. Perhaps, in comparison, only the blonde boy appeared somewhat ordinary. Even though the blonde boy kept his head down for unknown reasons, Benedict couldn't possibly regard him as an average person after realizing the extraordinary nature of the golden-haired girl and the purple-haired boy. Maybe this youth was the real ace up their sleeve. After contemplating, Benedict suddenly realized that the individuals surrounding the new king appeared to be not minor characters. No wonder the new king could utter such arrogant words as the chosen king of Camelot and the fated ruler of Britain. However, even with such exceptional individuals, it seemed overly ambitious to think they could conquer a nation of 100,000 people. That was why the new king must have come to Lukenmont, aiming to borrow his troops. In the past, Benedict would undoubtedly have seized such an opportunity. Considering that they had the advantage in this battle, both in terms of timing and location. A victory would have increased his reputation and earned him favor with the new king. The status of the House of Lucan in Camelot would have risen as a result. Perhaps the title of Duke would continue for generations. No matter how one saw it, it was a foolproof, risk-free business deal. But now. Apologies, Your Majesty, Benedict wore a rueful expression. Lukenmont currently can't spare any troops. What do you mean? Gobta asked, perplexed. As a border city of Camelot, Lukenmont should have at least 3,000 elite soldiers. Why would the Duke say they couldn't spare any troops now? Was it because he didn't want to get involved in this mess? But that didn't make sense. With the Duke's shrewdness, he couldn't possibly miss the significant benefits hidden in this situation. Because, Benedict began, but before he could finish, a young man in silver armor burst into the hall. He had a face so finely featured it was almost androgynous, with long silver hair tied back and soft yet determined blue eyes like leaves. He had a tall, slender figure, draped in a white cloak, his right sleeve conspicuously empty. Gobta's eyes widened in an instant. Looking at that face, a familiar name immediately sprang to his mind. Bedivere. Benedict stood up and gazed at his younger brother with confusion. Why are you here? Elder brother. Bedivere paid no heed to Gobta and kept looking toward Benedict with eyes filled with obvious urgency. The beast tied his back. Chapter 68. Buzz. On the towering city walls, magic formations lit up one after another, casting a clean and pure radiance that bathed every corner. Even without torches. Everything within a 10-meter radius shone brightly, making the surroundings as clear as day. From a distance, it resembled a city of light. Quick! Quick! The well-equipped soldiers rushed back to their positions, even though it was deep into the night. Their backs remained straight as spears, and they had solemn expressions as they gazed into the distance. Crossbows, catapults, and Greek fire all sorts of military equipment had already been brought up onto the city walls. With these items, they could repel even a 10,000-strong army should it come to siege the city. However, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere lingered, and everyone remained silent, as if in a calm before a storm. Have the Eastern Keep's garrison report their numbers to me quickly, also, allocate an additional 1,000 archers to the western side. Bedivere ordered methodically. But suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar gaze upon him and turned to see a black-haired youth. Your Majesty, have I done something wrong? Bedivere asked, appearing somewhat uneasy. On his way here, Bedivere had already learned of the identity of the youth before him. Although he didn't know why the new king, who had been making waves in Camelot recently, had come to Lukenmont, his upbringing instilled in him since childhood made him respect the new king. No, I'm just surprised that the Duke has a younger brother, and it's you at that, Gobta said with a smile. Bedivere looked puzzled. It seemed the new king was not just familiar with him, but almost intimate. More than familiar. Anyone who had played the sixth singularity of the game would hardly find this androgynous figure in silver armor a stranger. The weakest of the Knights of the Round Table, he was the sole survivor of the Battle of Camelot, witnessing the final moments of King Arthur. To make amends for his own mistakes, he, a mortal, had embarked on a solitary journey of 1,500 years, reaching the edge of the world to offer the last piece to the king he once served. Gobta had anticipated meeting him, but he didn't expect that Bedivere would be a member of the House of Lucan, let alone the younger brother of the current Duke of Lukenmont. Fate was truly unpredictable. Bedivere, Gobta walked closer, propping his hand on the city wall as he gazed into the dense, shadowy forest in the distance. Can you please explain to me the situation with this so-called beast tide? Yes, your majesty, Bedivere nodded, pondered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and said. The initial beast tide occurred about half a month ago, catching us off guard. To buy time for activating defensive magecrafts, we had to confront them outside the city. In the end, we lost 500 soldiers. A hint of sadness flickered in his gem-like green eyes, which then turned resolute. Afterward, 2 more beast tides occurred, with intervals of about 7 days each, but for some reason, this time, it happened after only 2 days. Have you requested aid from Camelot? Gobta inquired. Of course, we sent people to Camelot from the beginning, but the Duke, my elder brother, said that if we were waiting for reinforcements to arrive from there, it would take at least 2 more months, Bedivere replied with a wry smile. Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. Have you sent anyone to investigate the cause of these beast tides? We dispatched 3 squads to investigate in total, but in the end, not a single person returned, Bedivere said with a heavy tone. Gobta rubbed his chin, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. Lancelot, Artoria, Kay, the 3 of you go to the other 3 city gates and help the soldiers defend there. But, your majesty, your safety, Artoria hesitated. This is an order. A calm voice, yet with undeniable authority. Artoria took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I understand. The 3 of them nodded slightly to Gobta and left separately. Thank you for your help, your majesty. Bedivere's face showed a touch of gratitude as he bowed deeply to Gobta. Lucanmont is the territory of Camelot, and I have an obligation to protect it, Gobta said, turning to Gwyneir beside him. Are you sure you don't want to hide in the city? It might get dangerous here later. It's all right, Gwyneir smiled and shook her head. As long as you're here, this is the safest place. Well, you certainly have a high opinion of me, Gobta chuckled. Your majesty, you're quite partial, aren't you? I'm also risking my life here, you know. I just hope that if there is real danger later, you can run a bit slower, Gobta replied nonchalantly. You really know how to hurt someone's feelings, your majesty, Merlin sighed. I am, after all, the great mage of Britain, and I have other strengths besides running fast, you know. He tapped his staff gently, and suddenly, a profusion of pink petals sprang forth from beneath his feet, spreading like a living shield around the city walls within a few breaths, creating the illusion of a flowery barrier. The extraordinary transformation naturally drew the attention of everyone. When they realized that all this was the work of the Mage of Flowers, they couldn't help but exchange astonished glances. Thank you very much for your help, Lord Merlin. Bedivere exclaimed, excited that the legendary mage was personally involved. Gobta raised an eyebrow, looking at Merlin with suspicion. What are you up to? Can you guess? Merlin's face bore that familiar mischievous grin. Gobta looked bewildered. The lazy and procrastinator incubus was actually taking action. Could it be that the sun would rise from the west tomorrow? Rumble. A powerful earthquake-like tremor suddenly emanated from beneath their feet. And thick smoke billowed from a distant forest as if a legendary giant capable of moving mountains and filling seas was charging with rapid steps. The entire earth groaned under the immense pressure. The soldiers on the city wall instantly tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. The thick smoke drew nearer, and soon revealed its true nature as it emerged from the forest. It was a group of demon boars. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Some were the size of infants, while others stood as tall as 2 grown men, resembling small mountains as they charged towards them, their overwhelming aura sending shivers down everyone's spines. Sound the alarm. Benedict shouted sharply, and his piercing shout cut through the air. Prepare the entire army to face the beast tide. Chapter 69. In the Naciverse, dragons and demon boars were species that left the most lasting impression on people. Among them, the latter was even more famous. That was mostly thanks to a green-haired female archer who transformed into a silver-haired berserker when she wore boar skin and sported a peculiar wound tattoo on her belly. A duel-wielding spearmaster who got headbutt by a demon boar to death, and an Excalibur wielder playfully called the Boar Prince for his unique skill against super-large enemies. Demon boars weren't exactly phantasmal species, but there were still exceptional cases like the Caledonian boar, which could easily devour even giant dragons. For many heroes, these irritable, extremely strong creatures played a significant role in their growth. But Gobta believed that even the legendary heroes probably hadn't witnessed a scene like the one before him. Thousands of demon boars surged forward like a tidal wave, their heavy footsteps causing the earth to tremble. Some of them, the extraordinary ones, were like small hills, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, and they charged with a thunderous roar that was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Bedivere kept his eyes fixed on the approaching horde of demon boars. His handsome face remained calm and serene, seemingly untouched by the colossal spectacle. It wasn't until the demon boars came within 50 meters of Lucanmont that he raised his one remaining arm. Fire! Whiz! 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 Arrows rained down densely upon the demon boars, creating a curtain of death. The sky was filled with blood, and sharp, piercing screams echoed through the heavens, exhilarating many onlookers. Bedivere had chosen the perfect moment. At this range, the arrows could optimally penetrate the thick hides of the magic boars, inflicting effective damage. 3 rounds of arrow rain left at least 300 demon boars dead on the ground. Their comrades trampled over their lifeless bodies without hesitation, creating a gruesome and brutal scene. Bedivere's face remained calm, showing no signs of joy or triumph. He simply issued the next command with a cold composure. Catapults, fire! The prepared catapult operators cut the ropes, and massive stones, as thick as a person's embrace, rained down from the sky, smashing into the demon boar horde like meteorites. The impact was akin to fireball spells of mages, leaving the ground pocked with countless craters filled with unrecognizable demon boar corpses. Another round of meticulously prepared catapult bombardment resulted in the death of over 100 large-sized demon boars. While the quantities seemed to be fewer compared to the previous round, all the casualties this time were large demon boars, making it an effective strategy. The remaining dozen or so giant demon boars, exceeding 3 meters and some even reaching 5 meters, let out furious roars. Although the previous 2 rounds of attacks didn't pose a significant threat to them, the pain of the wounds on their skin was genuine. Combined with the lingering scent of blood in the air, it further stoked their primal ferocity. Their already massive bodies swelled another round, black patterns resembling veins spread across their skin, and their eyes turned even redder. Their presence grew more savage, and they charged towards the massive city wall blocking their way. Rumble! Rumble! The earth trembled, the air quaked, and as they watched the colossal creatures resembling a fleshy mountain, the primordial fear etched deep in the genes since ancient times reawakened. Many soldiers trembled all over, cold sweat trickling down their faces. Gobta's brows furrowed slightly as he stealthily reached for the sword at his waist. Stay calm. A soft command, like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, brought the soldiers back to their senses. They tightened their grip on their weapons once again, staring at the one-armed knight standing at the forefront. Bedivere's gaze remained fixed on the dozen or so giant demon boars until they entered the illuminated area of Lucanmont. Then, he swung down his arm. Fire! Swoosh! Massive bolts, 3 to 4 meters long and as thick as an adult's arm, accompanied by a thunderous roar, were released from several ballista stands, their silver-tipped bolt heads mercilessly piercing into the bodies of the giant demon boars. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the boars let out a painful howl, their forward momentum abruptly halted. Success! It wasn't until this moment that Bedivere finally allowed a faint smile to grace his face. Gobta couldn't help but glance at him. It was widely known that the most potent attack from these demon boars was their initial charge. With the kinetic energy from their long-distance sprint and their sheer, horrifying weight, they could easily plow through opponents 3 times their size. Even a boulder in their path would be reduced to rubble. And here they were, facing a charge led by thousands of these boars. Even if he used the black dragon body, Gobta dared not rely solely on his physical prowess to withstand such an onslaught. If they were to be rammed into the city walls, Lucanmont's defenses would likely falter instantly. But Bedivere, with his tactical brilliance, had somehow managed to repel the initial assault. The first volley of arrows was aimed at the smaller boars, the second round of catapult shots targeted the larger ones. And finally, when facing the most powerful and threatening giant boars, he chose to confront them with the mightiest of ballista bolts. Throughout the process, Bedivere demonstrated not only his exceptional strategic insight but also a significant test of character. Confronted with such savage and terrifying foes, his mind remained calm and composed as he issued orders methodically. Even as the giant boars closed in, he held his ground, never wavering, until the moment they entered the ballista's striking range, when he decisively commanded an attack. Bedivere firmly held the reins of the entire situation, all the while keenly observing the subtle details, expertly calculating each following move, methodically luring the boars into carefully prepared traps. These ferocious and brutish monsters were like puppets in Bedivere's hands, subject to his every whim. Truly a worthy member of the Round Table, Bedivere. You're a born commander. Gobta sighed in admiration. He had a premonition that he no longer needed to intervene. The first wave of the charge had been resolutely thwarted, and the following attacks by the demon boar horde posed no threat to the city walls, fortified with defensive magecraft and Merlin's bounded field. Soldiers atop the walls patiently launched arrows, boulders, ballista bolts, and torches at the demon boars, which, unable to pose any real threat to the high-ground enemy, could only rage and fall beneath the hail of projectiles. This brutal war of demon boars against civilization had already lost all suspense. Chapter 70. The war had raged on for an entire night, continuing until a faint streak of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, and the last demon boar, with a mournful howl, finally lost its life. "It's over," someone said, though no one knew who it was. All the soldiers collapsed to the ground as if their strength had been drained out of them. There were no cheers, no celebrations. The high-intensity battle that had lasted the entire night had left them too exhausted even to stand. Bedivere rubbed his brow as his eyes were bloodshot and his face etched with undeniable weariness. "It's finally over," Bedivere sighed softly. Gobta walked to the wall, gazing down at the defensive magecraft etched on the city's walls. Nearly half of them had exhausted their magical energy, and the demon boars' lifeless bodies lay piled up like small mountains beneath the city walls. The crimson blood had stained the earth a deep purplish black, a scene of devastation, with craters left by enormous stones. It reeked of an apocalyptic desolation. Gwyneir's face turned slightly pale. The overwhelming stench of blood made her feel nauseous. Thud. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as Benedict, who was clad in silver armor, approached from a distance. It was clear that he was also not in the best shape with his weary expression and bloodshot eyes. But still, there was a hint of a relieved smile on his face. "Thank you for your help, your majesty, your subordinates greatly assisted us," Benedict earnestly thanked Gobta. It was not flattery. In the battle against the beast tide last night, both Lancelot and Artoria had played significant roles. The former had jumped directly off the city wall to eliminate the most powerful demon boars, significantly reducing the pressure on the defenders. The latter had taken up the mantle of command and, with a commanding ability matching Bedivere's, easily held the demon boars at bay. Meanwhile, Kay and Benedict defended the front line, with Kay, the golden-haired boy capable of shooting arrows with crossbow-like precision, leaving a profound impression on the Duke. Even though Lucamont might have held off the beast tide without their assistance, the cost would have been several times greater. "No need for thanks, Duke, as I mentioned to your brother earlier, as a king, and Lucamont being one of Camelot's cities, it is my duty to protect this city," Gobta said with a smile. "Your Majesty's benevolence shines like the sun in the sky," Benedict sighed. He looked at the soldiers strewn around, and a bitter smile crossed his face. "Your Majesty, by now, you should understand why I said that Lucamont can't spare any more troops." Gobta followed his gaze and sighed lightly. "Indeed, I do understand now. Until now, we still don't know the true cause of these beast tides, and we have no idea when it will end. Until reinforcements arrive, our soldiers won't be able to set foot outside this city to defend Lucamont," Benedict said with a wry smile. "So, I'm truly sorry, Your Majesty, but there's not much more I can do." "No need to apologize, Duke, as a lord, protecting your people is your duty, and you've shown remarkable resolve in the face of a savage enemy, just that alone is commendable," Gobta consoled the Duke with a smile. Benedict felt moved yet ashamed. When he was in a difficult situation, the new king had readily extended his hand, but when the new king needed help, he had hesitated. The stark contrast left him overwhelmed with shame. "Besides, I've never said that I came here to ask you for troops," Gobta added, a sly smile playing on his lips. "But, if you don't have the troops, Your Majesty, how do you plan to handle Gunna?" Benedict looked utterly bewildered. "Since when did I say I didn't have troops?" Gobta smiled. Benedict was even more perplexed. Did the new king mean those few youngsters by his side? He acknowledged that those youngsters were exceptional, but challenging a nation of tens of thousands with just them seemed overly ambitious and unrealistic. Benedict felt it necessary to caution the new king not to make a grave mistake due to impulsiveness. "Your Majesty, you..." Rumble. Rumble. Benedict had just begun to speak when the familiar vibrations shook beneath his feet once more. Rumble. Rolling thick smoke billowed from the distance, nearly identical to the scene from the night before. "What's going on? Didn't the beast tide end already? Why is it happening again?" Bedivere's eyes were filled with intense astonishment as well. Gobta gazed into the distance, looking in the direction where the thick smoke was rising. He squinted slightly and said, "This time, it's not the beast tide." "Not the beast tide?" Duke Benedict paused for a moment. "Then, what is it?" "It's an army," Gobta replied nonchalantly. "An army?" Benedict was utterly perplexed. Why would there suddenly be an army behind Lucamont? "Not a human army though," Gobta added. The loud commotion drew the attention of everyone. Fatigued soldiers rallied their spirits, looking towards the thick smoke in the distance. Before long, they finally saw the true identity of their enemies. Mountain giants. Benedict's eyes were now completely replaced by horror as he stared at the massive figures. Chimeras, Bedivere also couldn't help but gape at the three-headed creatures beneath the giants. This is just too absurd. How could this be happening? Both of these were phantasmal species long gone in the annals of history. Even if there were some remnants, they should have been in a deep slumber. How could they appear here in broad daylight, and in such numbers? As scions of noble families, Bedivere and Benedict were no strangers to various mythological texts. With the guidance of their mentors, they possessed more detailed knowledge in this regard than the average person. So, at this moment, they experienced a much stronger sense of shock. Giants and chimeras were both phantasmal species that far surpassed wyverns, and they had long disappeared into the flow of history. Why were there so many of them emerging here? I can't believe this is happening. Benedict's eyes flashed with madness. He grabbed a bow and arrows from a nearby soldier, pulled the string to a full moon, and shot towards the distance. The speeding arrow crossed over 100 meters and struck the body of one of the mountain giants, leaving nothing but a faint white mark. The creature's entirely stone-made body remained unharmed. How could this be possible? Benedict's eyes were gradually clouded by despair. Having just endured a night of relentless battles, the soldiers were now at their most exhausted. They could hardly muster any fighting strength. Moreover, even if they were in top condition, how could they have any chance of winning against these phantasmal species that surpassed wyverns? Ahaha, it's over, Lokenmont, it's all over. Benedict put down the bow in his hand, his eyes dim. Suddenly, a silver-armored arm reached out in front of him. Instinctively, he raised his head and saw an incredibly familiar face. Bedivere. Please stand up, elder brother, Bedivere said firmly. You are the Duke of Lokenmont, you cannot fall here. It's useless, Bedivere, we have no hope left. Benedict laughed bitterly and shook his head. No, elder brother, please look around. Benedict turned around, bewildered, and saw the soldiers who had fallen on the ground rising one by one. Although their faces still bore unmistakable fatigue, they stood tall, their spines as straight as javelins. They held their own weapons tightly, silently standing at their positions. Even though the enemy was composed of creatures from myths, not a single person chose to retreat. Please stand up, elder brother, Bedivere repeated, his eyes full of determination. Lokenmont has not fallen yet. An indescribable warmth flowed through Benedict's heart, and tears streamed down his cheeks. He opened his mouth, but his throat seemed blocked, and not a word came out. Another voice suddenly rang out. You're right, Duke, since Lokenmont has not fallen, you, as its ruler, cannot give up easily. Your Majesty, Benedict stared at Gobta in astonishment. Gobta smiled at him, then turned to the soldiers behind him and declared loudly. Soldiers of Lokenmont. Your unwavering determination and will to stand strong in the face of a formidable foe, I have truly felt it. Lokenmont has not disappointed in its mission to defend against external enemies and protect the homeland. This indomitable courage will be etched into every inch of Britain's land. I look forward to this glory being passed on to future generations, as a new source of strength for humanity. Open your eyes wide, for in response to this belief, I will now present to you a magnificent victory. Chapter 71. Amidst the chaos and despair, Gobta took a step forward. Boom! In the moment when the black dragon body was fully unleashed, a colossal pillar of light shot up into the sky, and the dense, almost tangible, magical energy formed radiant particles surrounding him. Swoosh! The true ether churned, and the surging waves of magical energy spread in all directions like a tempest. Everyone involuntarily took a step back. Artoria, Lancelot, and Kay, who had hurried from a distance, also halted in their tracks. Even the distant mountain giants seemed to sense something. Their advancing steps came to a sudden halt, and the chimeras lowered their bodies, their three heads emitting uneasy roars simultaneously. As if treading on invisible stairs, Gobta walked step by step above the void, pure light radiating around him, resembling a newly risen sun. In every corner of Lokenmont, all eyes were lifted, fixated on the figure enveloped by the pure light, leaving no room for anything else in their gaze. Gobta gazed calmly into the distance, his black hair dancing in the wild winds of magical energy. At that moment, he seemed to become the center of the world. Roar! The mountain giants and chimeras roared uneasily, an unprecedented sense of crisis filling their hearts. An instinctive alarm rang within them. If this continued, they might truly perish. Rumble! 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 Countless boulders and fireballs hurtled toward Gobta. Gobta calmly drew Caliban at his waist and swung it casually. Swish! The entire world seemed to quiet in an instant, leaving only the resounding, crystal-clear clang of the sword. The approaching boulders and fireballs were as though sliced apart by invisible blades, instantly disintegrating. So powerful, Lancelot murmured. The radiant glow gradually dissipated from the sword. Black and white light, almost tangible, converged in Gobta's hand, forming a colossal lance in the blink of an eye. Gobta gently closed his eyes. His low chant, like the final act's curtain call, echoed through the vast expanse of the world. I am the darkness that consumes all, I am the light that nurtures all. I existed before the dawn of creation and will remain after the annihilation. Buzz. The pattern of the lance gradually lit up, and the abyss flower suddenly emitted a very dazzling pure white light, akin to a lance of holy light. Gobta abruptly opened his eyes, and his black pupils were entirely engulfed by the sacred white light. Abyss flower, first power, banish bloom. The lance of light left his hand, expanding dozens of times in an instant. The blinding radiance blossomed entirely, swallowing up the remnants of darkness and rendering the entire world immaculate in pure white. This was the light of creation, bestowing hope upon allies. This was the light of destruction, bringing ruin to enemies. No matter how many years passed, the people of Lukenmont will never forget this scene. That day, the king stood high above the sky, like a god surveying the land, wielding the holy lance to deliver the final punishment to the monsters lost to history. The holy lance of light struck the mountain giants and the chimeras, causing the entire world to freeze in an instant, as though someone had pressed the pause button. Then, boom! A deafening eruption of sound, like a mountain shaking and the heavens roaring akin to a nuclear explosion, shook the earth itself. Everyone had to crouch down, hands covering their ears. A vast wave of magical energy swept over the city, and the pink petals that had been swirling above the city walls seemed to be manipulated by invisible hands, forming an enormous shield of petals to block the onslaught of this magical tsunami. After what felt like an eternity, the radiance gradually receded, the noise fading away. People began to stand and gaze into the distance. They widened their eyes and some had their mouth agape. The first thing that caught their eyes was a massive mushroom cloud. The shockwave was so powerful that it scattered the clouds for miles around, and in the midst of day and night, there was the rising sun on one side and the hazy starry sky on the other, clearly demarcated. Where the mountain giants and the chimeras had been, there was now nothing but a giant crater, more than 100 meters in radius, its dark abyss resembling a gateway to hell, devouring all signs of life. They're all dead. Benedict and Bedivir's expressions were completely overtaken by shock. Their eyes widened and their hearts trembled. Those were phantasmal species that surpassed even the wyverns, capable of easily conquering smaller nations with their full power. Yet, at this moment, with just a single move, all those creatures that had once filled them with despair perished to nothingness. Not even a trace of their bodies remained. Recalling the sun-obscuring holy lance of light, Benedict couldn't help but look at the majestic figure in the sky with a deep sense of reverence in his eyes. In retrospect, it was almost laughable. He had actually thought that the new king had come to ask for his troops. With such immense power, the new king alone could easily rival tens of thousands of soldiers. How could the meager forces of Gwyneir hope to contend with this new king? Such incredible strength, combined with his remarkable strategies and wisdom, made him almost flawless as a ruler. With a king like him, the conquest of the vile king and the expulsion of external enemies were not unimaginable. Furthermore, a bold idea began to take shape in Benedict's mind. Maybe, just maybe, they could really unite Britain. His heart was pounding as it had never done before, and the seed of ambition silently sprouted within him. Benedict was determined to hold tightly to this new king's coattails from this day forward. He couldn't afford to let go. The House of Lucan had waited 15 long years for this opportunity, and to let it slip through their fingers would be an unforgivable sin. Benedict was now certain that unless the new king himself refused, he would definitely ascend to the throne and become the true king. As for those who might attempt to obstruct the new king's path, Benedict could only offer them his deepest sympathy. But these were things he couldn't reveal to others. In fact, Benedict almost wished for more of such fools, the more the better. That way, the House of Lucan standing in the new king's eyes would only rise. Benedict's heart was surging, and Bedivir's feelings were no less turbulent. Bedivir wasn't someone who coveted power, so he had never thought of vying for the title of duke with his brother and had readily given up the heir's position to him. Bedivir had always held himself to the standards of a knight and yearned to serve a ruler who could bring hope to the country. However, it had been 15 long years since this country had a king. But, when he witnessed the blinding white radiance earlier, Bedivir suddenly realized. His wish might finally have a chance of coming true. Chapter 72. 2 days had swiftly passed since the onslaught of the beast tide. After a full day of rest, Benedict began organizing the citizens of Lukenmont to deal with the aftermath of the war. The bodies of the demon boars were transported into the city. Their hides to be turned into armor, their fat to be used for candles, and their meat to be smoked. The most precious part of the demon boars was their fangs. Not only were they sturdy, but they also held great value as symbols, particularly among the nobles who cared about appearances. Under Gobta's suggestion, Benedict decided to package these fangs nicely. Upon returning to Camelot, he planned to hold a special auction, with the proceeds primarily going towards compensating the families of the fallen soldiers and making amends for the losses Lucamont had suffered in the recent beast tide. With this influx of funds, Lucamont could swiftly recover from the devastation caused by the beast tide. The citizens gathered rocks and dirt from other places to restore the uneven ground damaged by the giant crater, which Gobta had created with a single move, resembling the mouth of an abyss. Unfortunately, they could do little to address this crater. Benedict had no intention of restoring the giant crater either. He believed that when the new king ascended to the throne, this crater might become a symbol of glory and be embedded in the annal of history. He would tell the younger generations something like, "Look! This is where the great King Arthur first unleashed his divine power, and that giant crater only one move created it, causing hundreds of mountain giants and chimeras to vanish under that incredible power." Benedict would never forget the pillar of light that separated the heavens and the earth. Therefore, he decided to name this giant crater the Crater of Light Destruction. He even sought the new king's opinion on the matter. However, Gobta was less enthusiastic about the name. "Isn't that a bit too Chuyuni? It's shamefully embarrassing." "Chuyuni? What's that? Is it a new forbidden magecraft you've discovered, your majesty?" Gobta sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, call it whatever you want, light destruction, Chicxulub, Chernobyl, it's your territory, so do as you please." Even though Benedict didn't understand the meaning behind the string of bizarre names Gobta mentioned, he was still content with the outcome. "Oh, and one more thing, your majesty," Benedict carefully chose his words. "What do you think of my younger brother, Bedivere?" Gobta considered for a moment. "He's an outstanding commander, resolute in will, strong at heart, and most importantly, I see the loyalty of a knight in his eyes." With each word, the duke's smile deepened. "Did you hear that? Bedivere, his majesty holds you in high regard." The one-armed knight in silver armor walked in from outside, his emerald eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Bedivere couldn't have imagined that, despite only a chance encounter, he would receive such a high evaluation from the new king. Especially the last sentence, the loyalty of a knight. Wasn't that exactly what he had been yearning for all these years? For so long, what he had sought, what he had hoped for, what he had wished for, was the opportunity to pledge his unwavering loyalty to a worthy lord. Gobta smiled as he looked at Bedivere. With his perceptiveness, Gobta naturally knew that Bedivere had been eavesdropping from the beginning. Those words weren't mere flattery, they were an accurate depiction of Bedivere as Gobta knew him. After all, just as in the sixth singularity, it was evident that not everyone, having lived for 1500 years, could calmly confront death for a fleeting and ethereal mission like Bedivere. Bedivere took a deep breath, knelt before Gobta, bowed his head, and placed his left hand on his chest. "Bedivere Lucan, from now on, willing to give up all wealth, relinquish all glory, and dedicate myself to your majesty." Gobta watched quietly for a moment, then retrieved the sword from his waist and lightly tapped Bedivere's shoulder with the sword 3 times, just as he had done with Lamorak before. Bedivere was now officially recognized as one of his knights. Benedict, standing nearby, couldn't contain his excitement. Despite missing the earlier opportunity, the House of Lucan was now undeniably bound to this new king through Bedivere. As long as Bedivere performed well in front of the new king, the favors and benefits for the House of Lucan would grow. However, the king's circle of knights was not limited to Bedivere alone. There was a man with purple hair named Lancelot, unmatched in bravery throughout Britain. There was also a golden-haired girl named Artoria, who, despite her youthful appearance, was a capable military commander on par with Bedivere. Her brother, Kay, was also a rare talent in Britain. With such difficult competition, it would be a significant challenge for Bedivere to stand out. Moreover, the new king was planning to attack Gunna. This was an opportunity for Bedivere to shine in front of the king. Yet, without knowledge of the cause of the beast tides and whether it had ended, sending soldiers into battle to assist the new king posed great risks for Lucamont. Furthermore, it was uncertain if the new king would even need their assistance at this point. As the duke wrestled with those thoughts, a servant suddenly rushed in from outside, nearly stumbling due to his speed. "Careful, you're behaving recklessly," Benedict said sternly while frowning. The servant swallowed hard, a hint of fear in his eyes. "Your Grace, something's happened outside. Another beast tide." Benedict's eyes widened, and he stood up. "No, it's not a beast tide, it's an army." An army appeared behind Lucamont from an unknown direction. "An army?" Benedict's face grew serious. "How many people?" "About, more than 300, I think." 300? Benedict nearly laughed out of exasperation. You're telling me that something's wrong with just a handful of people? The servant forced a smile. I can't explain it in just a few words, but, Your Grace, you'll understand when you see them for yourself. I refuse to believe that such a small group can cause any trouble, Benedict snorted. That's not necessarily the case, Duke. Underestimating the enemy based on numbers can lead to disastrous consequences, Gobta suddenly interjected. Benedict turned in surprise. Your Majesty. Gobta only smiled and walked past the Duke. Come, join me in welcoming my knights. Chapter 73. On top of the city walls, soldiers in full armor stood at their posts, gripping their weapons tightly with solemn expressions. Gobta, Benedict, and Bedivere stepped onto the city wall, gazing into the distance. Right there, Your Grace, a servant pointed in a certain direction. Benedict and Bedivere followed the servant's direction, their eyes gradually filled with shock. That is. On the road leading to Lucanmont, a group of over 300 people was slowly advancing. Their armor was completely covered in sand and mud, bearing numerous scratches, and hardly a piece of intact equipment could be seen. Their hair was disheveled, their faces covered in dirt. At a glance, one might mistake them for refugees fleeing from afar. But behind this group of refugees lay the bodies of 20 wyverns, the pinnacle of phantasmal species that still existed in this era, excluding the earlier phantasmal species from the beast tide. Even experienced, well-equipped soldiers needed a group of at least 30 individuals to have a chance of defeating a wyvern. And that's just the chance to defeat them. These creatures possessed flight abilities and superior intelligence. If they sensed danger, they could simply fly away, leaving pursuers helpless. To kill a wyvern outright, you needed at least 2 mages skilled in restraining magecraft, or a well-coordinated army of 100 or more, with intricate tactics and traps in place beforehand. Benedict was certain that this group of 300 had no mages, as no mage would tolerate such a slovenly appearance. Did that mean they had killed all these wyverns by themselves? Benedict instinctively wanted to deny such an absurd notion, but as he observed them, his resolute conviction wavered. These people were covered in filth, even more destitute than beggars, but their eyes shone like torches as if each one was a pearl, polished to reveal their own radiant brilliance. They walked in silence, each step firm and heavy, and despite the large group, their formation remained disciplined, as if they shared a single mind. No words were needed, a single glance conveyed their intentions. And the sheer force, the unstoppable momentum, as if no matter how powerful the enemy, they would never retreat. Their collective spirit was like a mountain moving forward. Benedict now understood why the servant who had reported earlier had looked so panicked. These terrifying people could only be matched by the legendary Roman soldiers, akin to demigods. Benedict glanced at Gobta, who had claimed that these 300 were all his knights. Artoria and the others who arrived late were equally astounded when they witnessed these 300 people. Your Majesty, aren't those people? Artoria looked at Gobta in disbelief. Indeed, Gobta smiled and nodded. They are the previous knights who chose to embark on the path of trial to become true knights of mine. Path of trial? True knights? Benedict's sharp instincts told him that there was a direct connection between these disciplined people and the words mentioned by the new king. They really are them. Artoria and Kay exchanged a glance and said simultaneously, both reading the same shock in each other's eyes. Among all present, aside from Gobta, no one understood the true nature of these knights more than they did. And that's precisely why the shock hit both of them so hard. They could hardly believe that these impeccably disciplined and powerful knights were formed by the same knights who had been carefree and disorganized just a month ago. What had they been through in this past month? Aha, I really didn't expect them to actually complete this path. It's quite embarrassing, to be honest. Echoed a voice with a light chuckle, as pink petals gathered around. An exceptionally handsome white-haired mage emerged from within. Merlin nodded slightly to Gobta. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your goal, once again, has been achieved. This is only to be expected, Gobta replied with indifference. He turned to the Duke and asked. Duke, do you have any wine on hand? Benedict promptly understood and nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, Your Majesty, whatever amount of wine you desire, I shall provide it today. Thank you, Gobta smiled and then turned to walk toward the city wall. Let's go everyone, follow me to welcome them. Under the city wall of Lucanmont, a force of 300 knights stood firmly. The heavy gates slowly opened with a deep rumble, and Gobta led the way out. At the forefront of the formation was the very familiar figure of Lamorak. This future knight of the Round Table also appeared disheveled, but the sharpness in his eyes was sharper than ever before. We greet Your Majesty. Lamorak knelt on one knee, and the rest of the knights behind him followed suit, their collective voices roaring like thunder. Influenced by this storm-like intensity, the soldiers guarding the wall involuntarily took a few steps back, swallowing hard. Gobta remained silent, his gaze sweeping over each person. After a long pause, he took a deep breath. In the beginning, I promised each of you that if you could complete this trial, I would recognize you as true knights. Now, the time has come for me to fulfill that promise. He took out Caliban and, one by one, gently tapped each knight's shoulder with the blade, paying no mind to the dirt on their armor. The whole process was quiet, with not a word spoken. Gobta's expression was more serious and solemn than ever before. The knights who received his recognition clenched their fists tightly, trembling all over, and some even couldn't help but sob quietly. Besides themselves, no one knew what they had endured during this time. Torrential rain, swamps, cliffs, raging rivers, monsters, sacrifices. They had faced the threat of death countless times, contemplated giving up numerous times, and were driven to madness by this seemingly endless torment. They had argued, fought, and even erupted into battle, but after calming down, they had still chosen to support each other in silence and move forward. Now, they had finally overcome all these hardships and despair, using their own strength to reach the finish line. With the weight on their shoulders from the king's sword, no one could restrain the surging tide in their hearts. The knighthood ceremony concluded. Gobta turned around and shouted, "Bring out the wine." Artoria, Kay, Lancelot, Benedict, and Bedivere personally took down the wine from the carriages and distributed it to the 300 knights. Gobta stepped forward, lifting a cask of wine and turning to face the knights. "My knights! To your victory and to this splendid triumph. Cheers!" Chapter 74. Benedict arranged lodging for the 300 knights near the duke's residence and sent beautiful maids to attend to their bathing, dressing, and sexual needs. Although the knights didn't refuse, they showed no enthusiasm either. After washing, they simply dressed and left the bathing area, leaving the maids perplexed. In their previous days, they might have succumbed to their lusts and indulged themselves, but their journey had hardened their wills like steel. Even if a kingdom's princess had stripped naked before them, they wouldn't have flinched. This left the duke even more in awe of the terror these knights represented. That evening, he hosted a banquet at his residence, both to celebrate their victory over the beast tide and to welcome the 300 knights. At the banquet, he shed his formal identity, personally raising his glass to each knight and engaging in lively conversations. He shared jokes from the noble circles, making the knights laugh heartily, quickly creating a bond between them. During this opportunity, Benedict discreetly inquired things about the trial. The knights were frank and told him about their experiences without hesitation. The more Benedict listened, the more astonished he became. Many of the places they mentioned along the path of the trial were known to him, and none were anything but treacherous. The educational gap was evident, the knights lacked his eloquence, and their words were free of exaggerations, but their straightforward narrative sent the duke on a roller coaster of emotions. Crossing cliffs thousands of meters high, storming through the nesting grounds of wyverns. Navigating jungles teeming with poisonous creatures. Even though he hadn't witnessed these events firsthand, merely imagining them sent shivers down the duke's spine. Initially, he considered sending his own soldiers to venture down this path of trial, but after this conversation, he abandoned the idea completely. As a Duke of Luckenmont, Benedict had full confidence in his troops. Especially after the recent battle against the beast tide showcased their exceptional qualities. However, even with that in mind, he doubted how many of his soldiers could conquer the trial. Perhaps 1 in 10. Or maybe just 1 in 100. Undoubtedly, he could amass a mightier army, but the cost would be outrageous, and Benedict couldn't bear to lose even a single one of his well-trained troops. This further deepened his admiration for these 300 knights. They, as mere mortals, had conquered the path of death. Truly, these 300 knights deserved the title of true knights, as recognized by the king himself. Meanwhile, Gobta sat on the upper floor, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the lively scene below. Although he had anticipated the outcome, watching it unfold still filled him with joy. Finally, he had escaped the awkward position of being a commander without an army and had a loyal army at his command. This army's cohesion and combat prowess were unparalleled in the current era, capable of triumphing over opponents 10 times their number with ease. Are you ready, Nidhogg? Don't forget our bet. The loser serves as a servant for the winner for 10 years, and don't you dare back out when the time comes. Yeah? Who would back out? I haven't lost yet. While Nidhogg spoke with confidence, a hint of unease simmered in her heart. She had never witnessed humans with such overwhelming strength and willpower, unlike the pitiful thieves she was used to. Who would grovel and bow to the gods, seeking any sliver of hope? Despite the decline of the age of gods, those 300 humans remained strong and didn't seem to have lost their inherent weakness. However, when she saw those 300 humans dragging the corpses of 20 wyverns toward Luckenmont, her once unshakable resolve wavered. At that moment, she almost believed these people had emerged from Odin's Valhalla. Could it be that humans of this era were truly different from the past as Gobta claimed? The only solace Nidhogg found now was that there remained an essential difference between humans and gods in terms of their existence. Trying to kill a god as a human was an entirely impossible endeavor. To truly kill a god, one needed to be a god themselves, possess the concept of God Slayer, or wield a divine weapon that could slay gods. The first two were irrelevant, and as for the latter. Even if Nidhogg were to cut off her own head, she couldn't fathom how Gobta could find enough divine weapons to equip an entire army. The difficulty of this task alone far exceeded the challenge of slaying a god. Therefore, she stood safe and believed that she had already won from the very beginning of this bet. With that thought in mind, Nidhogg's previously restless heart gradually calmed, and she quipped, "I advise you to be humble, or else, if you lose, I won't hesitate to mock you mercilessly." "So, you're quite confident, huh?" Gobta raised his glass to his lips, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Humph. Since I've agreed, I naturally have confidence in winning." In that case, Gobta lightly tapped the armrest with his finger. "How about we raise the bet a bit? What do you say? What do you want to do?" Nidhogg inquired. "Just one thing," a faint, mysterious smile played on Gobta's lips. "Apart from 10 years of servitude, the loser must do one thing for the winner, anything without exception. What if I were to command you to die? Would you do it?" "As long as you can win," Gobta replied, extending his glass to be refilled by a nearby maid. "Although the chances are quite slim." "You!" Nidhogg was infuriated. Since her first encounter with Gobta, she had lost count of how many times she felt underestimated by him. Now, his taunts pushed her limits. She was Nidhogg, the dragon of despair who devoured the world, the symbol of Ragnarok. This uncivilized monkey had no right to be so arrogantly disdainful of her. "Very well. I agree." In a fit of rage, Nidhogg agreed without hesitation. Chapter 75. In the elegantly decorated study, Benedict Lucan, dressed casually, leaned back in his chair, cradling a white porcelain teacup in his hands, savoring the rich aroma of the red tea. At the moment, tea was Britain's most luxurious commodity, with a single ounce of tea leaves worth its weight in gold. Only noble houses like the House of Lucan, with a long-standing heritage, had the privilege to enjoy it freely. "You say, Lord Ferguson sent you?" Benedict inquired casually. "Indeed, I am here on the orders of Lord Ferguson," a young man standing before him replied arrogantly. Ferguson, once a servant of King Uther, had risen through the ranks to become the Minister of Internal Affairs. He had also been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the kingdom before King Uther's passing. In the 15 years of Camelot's kingless state, almost all affairs, big and small, were decided by Ferguson. Besides his inability to mobilize the border forces, Ferguson wielded near-absolute power in Camelot, and the term "one hand that covered the sky" was not an exaggeration. Even the most prestigious and well-established noble houses hesitated to offend him. A flash of displeasure crossed Benedict's eyes as he looked at the young man before him. How could a mere servant be so disrespectful in the presence of a duke? Did he truly believe that having Ferguson's support made him untouchable? With a faint, cold smile playing on his lips, Benedict placed the teacup down, clasped his hands in front of him, and spoke calmly. "Speak then, what does he want from me?" "My lord sighed, no matter what the new king wishes you to do, you must absolutely refuse," the young man replied. Bang! Benedict slammed his hand on the table as he rose to his feet and sneered. "He has quite the audacity. Not only did he fail to send the promised reinforcements, but now he seeks to meddle in the affairs of my House of Lucan. Who does he think he is, a king?" The young man remained unruffled by the duke's show of authority. "My lord also mentioned that as long as you agree to his terms, the reinforcements will arrive at Lucanmont in no more than half a month." Benedict's face darkened. "Is he threatening me?" "It all depends on how you interpret it, your grace." The young man only replied with a calm smile that appeared like a mock. "On the way here, I heard that Lucanmont suffered severe losses from the recent beast tide, and no one knows when the next one will come. So, your grace, it would be wise to make a decision sooner rather than later. Every moment you delay could bring more suffering to the citizens of Lucanmont." After finishing his words, the young man gave a slight nod, turned, and left the study. Creak. Benedict clenched his fists tightly, his eyes boiling with molten anger. "Is this what they call, a fox borrows the tiger's might? I thought it was just a trope from a play, but now I've witnessed it myself. Ha ha ha." With a soft laugh, Gobta set down his teacup and stood up from the sofa. Even though he had been sitting there the whole time, it was as if the young man hadn't even noticed him. This was because Gobta had used the power of Feng Huang down to shield his presence from the young man's perception. From the moment the young man stepped into Lucanmont, Gobta had been monitoring his every move and every action. "Your Majesty, shall I deal with that servant for you?" Benedict's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. Since ascending to the position of duke, he had never been shown such disrespect, let alone by a servant who, in his eyes, was no different from livestock. This was nothing short of a great humiliation. For nobles, aside from continuing their family line, face was of the utmost importance. Even if they had to put on a bold front and feign confidence, they couldn't afford to appear weak in front of other noble houses. Now, in the presence of the new king, being slapped in the face by a mere servant, how could the duke endure it? If he didn't utterly crush that damn servant, he couldn't ease the bitterness in his heart. Gobta could sense Benedict's thoughts, but he still shook his head. No need for that, just detain him for now. But your majesty, Ferguson has already shown clear hostility towards you, keeping that servant is a waste of resources. Benedict remained resolute. Gobta's lips curled into a faint smile. Don't worry, I've already figured out how to handle this, I will personally avenge the insult you've received. Though still bitter, since the new king had made a decision, Benedict had no choice but to accept it. He had already resolved to bind the House of Lucan tightly to the new king, enduring this slight in light of the family's future prosperity. Forget about Ferguson for now, we have more important matters at hand. Gobta took a seat opposite Benedict. Any news from Gunna? 10 days ago, he had ordered the Duke to send an envoy to deliver a letter of challenge to Gunna. It was about time for a response. We should receive a response very soon, Benedict nodded. Gobta nodded and then heard a series of hurried footsteps outside. Click. As the door opened, a guard rushed in, holding a letter. Your Majesty, this is a message from the kingdom of Gunna's envoy. Let me see, Gobta said. The guard respectfully handed over the letter and then left. Gobta opened the envelope and read the contents. Several seconds later, a cold smile played on his lips. It seems I underestimated them. Is there a problem, Your Majesty? Benedict asked, puzzled. Gobta didn't respond and simply handed the letter to him. Read it, and you'll understand. Benedict took the letter and carefully read its contents. It was a standard response to the challenge, starting with some useless pleasantries about Gunna's desire for peace and their alliance with Camelot. However, they also stated that if war could not be avoided, Gunna was prepared to fight to defend their national honor and territorial integrity. The essence of the letter was clear: if you want to fight, we're ready. What? Benedict furrowed his brows. What is Gunna planning? As a seasoned military commander, Benedict couldn't accept the surface explanation. Gunna was a small nation of only 100,000 people. And before the beast tide occurred, Lucanmont alone could match them. However, now they were daring to challenge all of Camelot. Benedict couldn't believe there wasn't something more to this. Either they're bluffing, or they have a strong hand to play. Gobta tapped his fingers lightly on the table. There are only these two possibilities. In that case, Your Majesty, what is your plan? Once the arrow is on the string, it must be released. We've already sent the challenge, retracting it now would be nothing short of a joke. Gobta's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with keen interest. I'm curious to see what they are really up to. Chapter 76. On the distant horizon, a faint tinge of dawn broke through the sky. Thin morning mist filled the air, carried by a chilly autumn breeze that felt like a splash of cold water on one's face, instantly sharpening their senses. On the spacious square capable of accommodating thousands, 300 knights stood tall, their spines rigid. Though no words were spoken, the silence they exuded was even more intimidating, akin to the calm before a storm. They were no longer the disheveled figures they had been before. In order to show their sincerity, the Duke had spared no expense in outfitting them with the finest armor and weaponry. With just this equipment, they could easily defeat opponents twice their number. Amid the silent solemnness, sudden footsteps echoed clear and distinct, prompting everyone to turn towards the sound. Facing the collective gaze, Gobta walked forward with a calm expression. Unlike his usual appearance, he now wore a silvery suit of armor, with a golden-edged cape draped over his back and a gleaming golden sword at his waist. He was radiant and poised, exuding a majestic aura. This set of equipment had also been sponsored by the Duke and was rumored to have been crafted by a group of legendary mages. Whether it was the armor or the cape, both bore ancient magecraft, rendering them exceptionally defensive. Among all the treasures in the House of Lucan's collection, this set ranked among the finest yet. For Gobta, it probably wasn't as robust as his own body. There was only one reason he was drawn to this suit of armor: it looked cool. Having played numerous games in a past life, he had a profound understanding strength was only temporary, but looking cool was an eternal truth. For this, he had endured plenty of taunts from Nidhogg. Artoria and Gwyneir followed silently behind him. Lancelot, Bedivere, Kay, and Merlin would stay in Lucanmont, primarily to guard against possible beast tide. Initially, Gobta had intended to have Artoria stay as well, but she insisted on accompanying him and saying excuses like, the primary duty of knights is to safeguard their lord. Gwyneir had also taken some strange medicine. It seems even though she had been terrified by the sight of the demon boar's corpse, she was determined to be by his side on the battlefield this time. Unable to argue with these two sisters of his, Gobta had no choice but to bring them along. The silver armor clanged crisply as Gobta ascended the platform. He swept his gaze across the faces of the assembled 300 knights, and then he spoke with a solemn tone. Since the withdrawal of the Roman forces from the British Isles, our late King Uther led us through 182 battles, large and small, without a single defeat, establishing the legendary invincibility of Camelot. In the eyes of many knights, a look of nostalgia appeared. Though they hadn't experienced that era themselves, the prideful accounts of their elders vividly conveyed the glory of those radiant times. Unfortunately, 15 years ago, King Uther suffered his first and final defeat. His brother Vortigern betrayed Camelot, betrayed Britain, and allowed the Anglo-Saxons to invade our homeland. Naturally, King Uther could not allow these lands to be taken by outsiders. So he led his forces north and engaged in a decisive battle at Hadrian's Wall. Gobta's voice grew somber. But in that battle, we were defeated. The knights lowered their heads, their clenched fists creaking. Artoria and Gwyneir's expressions also darkened. Since then, Camelot has not initiated any wars for the past 15 years, we've been on the defensive. But now, I have drawn the sword from the stone, Caliban, and become the chosen king of Camelot. This lion, which has slumbered for 15 years, must now open its eyes and bare its fangs to the enemy. Gobta pulled Caliban with a resounding clang, pointing it towards the sky. His voice suddenly grew louder. You, my noble knights, embody the very hope that pulsates through the veins of Camelot's future. Through mountains that touch the heavens and rivers that whisper ancient tales, you have forged your path. Battling fierce adversaries in the very lairs of wyverns. In the crucible of adversity, you stand as the epitome of bravery. Bound not only by duty but by the unbreakable ties of camaraderie. I once proclaimed that upon conquering the trial, you would become true knights. Now, you are on the verge of that goal, and the only thing you lack is the knight's glory. I am aware that a multitude among you tread the path of my leadership, driven by the fervor to carve a legacy, to etch your names in the annals of glory. Therefore, at this moment, I bestow upon you the entirety of this endeavor. It is now in your capable hands to seize this opportunity and forge your destinies. This marks my first war and Camelot's resurgence after a decade and a half. You bear not just my aspirations but also the collective expectations of millions who call Camelot home. The outcome of this war will ascertain if Camelot can reclaim its past grandeur and once again be hailed as the unbeatable. Therefore, in this war, only victory is permitted, no defeat. Only victory, no defeat. Only victory, no defeat. Only victory, no defeat. The 300 knights yelled with fervor as they raised their weapons high. Their eyes burning with determination, the atmosphere resembling a thunderous crescendo. Gobta descended from the platform, mounted a hybrid warhorse prepared on the side, and scanned the resolute faces of his knights. He raised Caliban high above his head, the golden blade shimmering brilliantly in the morning sun. Follow me, my knights. On the city wall, Kay, Lancelot, and Bedivere watched the receding cavalry with a shared look of admiration in their eyes. Such a noble pursuit, chasing justice and ideals, that's what everyone should aspire to, Lancelot sighed. Ugh, it's so annoying. Why did he agree to take Lily and Gwyneir but not me? They went to ask, and they got permission. I asked, and all I got was a fat smack. It's so unfair. Sir Kay, His Majesty has his reasons for making these decisions. Even though you are His Majesty's student, please refrain from criticizing him behind his back, it might make me angry. Bedivere said, his emerald eyes fixed on Kay, speaking earnestly. Oh, I get it. It must be because he thinks I'm not mature enough, so he won't take me along. As long as I can pass the path of trial and prove my strength to him, he'll definitely agree. Hee, youthful enthusiasm, as expected. A familiar voice chuckled from behind and Merlin emerged from the rain of flowers, grinning mischievously. Just remember, you should be grateful you didn't go this time. What do you mean by that? Kay responded dissatisfiedly at the incubus. Nothing, just consider it my ramblings. Merlin approached the wall's edge, gazing at the vanishing cavalry in the distance as a sly smile played on his lips. Chapter 77. This was an exceptionally luxurious hall. In terms of size, it comfortably accommodated over 1,000 people without feeling crowded. The floor was covered with exquisite handmade woolen carpets, and the ceiling was adorned with lifelike murals. Valuable paintings hung on the marble walls all around. However, to the discerning eye, some of these paintings didn't seem to belong here. It appeared as if they were hung solely because the owner thought they were expensive. But, when it came to catching one's eye, nothing in this place compared to the throne at the very top. It was a throne entirely made of gold, adorned with rare gemstones like agate, pearls, emeralds, diamonds, and more. It unabashedly exuded the air of nouveau riche. Actually, I've always been curious why small countries like yours wasted resources on such utterly useless extravagance. The speaker was a delicate-looking girl. Her appearance resembling a porcelain doll. She was wearing a black evening dress, her waterfall of black hair cascading down to her waist. Her eyes were as crimson as blood and her skin was somewhat sickly pale as if she hadn't seen the sun for a long time. A man wearing a crown stood nearby, his face displaying a constant grin. Despite being the ruler of a nation, he was acting as humble as a dog in the presence of the black-haired girl. Madame Altrouge, if you like it, I can give you this throne, or rather, the entire castle. The man wearing a crown was the king of Gwyneir, who spoke with a fawning tone. I've told you, I'm not some madam, my name is Altrouge Brunestad. If you ever treat me like a servant of that white dragon again, I'll have you killed. The black-haired girl turned her head toward the king, her crimson eyes frosty. The king fell silent and dared not speak any further. He was acutely aware that, at this point, his future was entirely in the hands of this girl before him. If he angered her, he had absolutely no hope left. Over 2 months ago, his younger son had heard the news about the king's selection ceremony for Camelot and had gone to Tintagel with his attendants, hoping to try his luck and see if he could pull the sword from the stone. However, when they returned, only his son's steward came back. Upon learning what had happened, the king was both shocked and furious. Shocked because he got wind of Camelot declaring war on Gwyneir, and furious at his son for stirring up such a huge mess. He wished he had just shot that brat against the wall back then. He promptly executed his son's steward, and later, annihilated his son's mother and relatives. He had planned to send their heads to Camelot, hoping to appease the other side's anger. However, at that moment, a girl named Altrouge suddenly appeared. She displayed immense power, and with a single wave of her hand, she drained the blood from over 100 soldiers, turning them into lifeless husks. Fortunately, she hadn't come for slaughter. She brought a mandate from the distant northern king, Vortigern. All the king had to do was obey her orders, and he'd not only gain immense power and eternal life but also a much larger territory than he had now. The king naturally agreed without any hesitation. Have the people you sent brought back the message? Altrouge sat on the golden throne, caressing the gems adorning it, and asked casually. They've agreed to the terms, and the war is scheduled to start in 3 days, right on the Great Plains. The king hastily replied. That's good to hear. Altrouge nodded slightly. You may go now. After the war, I will fulfill the promises I made to you. Yes, thank you, milady. The king was overjoyed and left the palace. Watching the departing figure, a hint of mockery crossed Altrouge's crimson eyes. See that, Strout? Humans are such short-sighted creatures, just a little intimidation and temptation are enough to make them obedient. I can't believe such creatures can actually sit on the seat of the primate. Your Highness, I still don't understand why Her Majesty Crimson Moon has chosen to cooperate with that white dragon. It doesn't benefit us in any way. From the void, a deep male voice sounded. Who knows? Anyway, we're just tools for her. Obey orders obediently, that's our only value. Altrouge rested her chin on her hand, a touch of coldness appearing in her crimson eyes. After continuous travel for a day and a night, Gobta finally led his knights to the agreed battlefield, the Great Plains. As the name suggested, it was a vast plain that seemed to stretch endlessly, with a completely flat terrain capable of accommodating over 100,000 people in war. It seems like Gwyneir is determined to confront us head-on. They must be quite confident. A faint smirk played on Gobta's lips as he turned to the knights behind him. Stay in place, rest, and prepare. The knights' experiences on the path of trial had made them well-versed in outdoor living. Without the need for specific instructions, they had already organized themselves into various tasks, setting up tents, hunting, and patrolling, all in an orderly manner. Gobta found Lamorak, who had been appointed as the knight captain. Sir Lamorak, take a few men and circle the Great Plains. If you notice anything unusual, report back to me. Understood. Lamorak was a man of action. He immediately selected a few sharp-eyed individuals and led them out of the camp. It was only in the evening that Lamorak returned, describing that there was nothing strange in the vicinity of the Great Plains. Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. Is there something on your mind, Your Majesty? Lamorak asked. It's just a bit strange. Gobta looked up at the night sky, countless stars shining like pearls on a black velvet dress. Gwyneir's reaction is odd. They accepted our challenge without hesitation, and they seemed completely unafraid. I thought they might have chosen to fight in complex terrain, taking advantage of the topography to defeat us. Or maybe they set an ambush on the Great Plains in advance, planning for a three-pronged attack. But there's no sign of any of that. Gupta shook his head slightly. It seems they are truly prepared for a direct battle with us. Your Majesty, rest assured, no matter what the enemy has planned, we will ensure victory for you. Lamorak said solemnly while placing one hand on his chest. Gupta smiled and patted Lamorak's shoulder. I trust in you and your men. Chapter 78. As the first ray of dawn pierced through the darkness, a massive army of around 8,000 soldiers slowly advanced across the vast plains, looking from a distance like a dense, foreboding cloud. On a distant hill, Altrouge stood with her arms crossed, gazing into the distance. Behind her, there was a figure cloaked in white. Judging by the stature, it appeared to be a tall man. This is human warfare, savage and violent, devoid of any sense of beauty, Altrouge mused, her lips curling in a slight grimace. War is never a beautiful thing, much like beasts, expending the last ounce of strength and shedding the last drop of blood, employing any means to drive the enemy to their doom. That's the purpose of war. A deep and resonant male voice emanated from the figure under the white cloak. Watching those once sheltered ants raise weapons, marching to defend their homes, doesn't it stir any thoughts within you? Altrouge's eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery. Whoosh! A faint tremor and a silver light flashed at a speed beyond human perception, as if even the air was being cleaved apart. Watching the black strands of her hair slowly falling before her eyes, Altrouge's face stiffened a bit. Don't attempt to provoke me, true ancestor's puppet. The figure under the white cloak remained rooted in place as if he had never moved. Otherwise, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Oh, really? A visible scarlet mist enveloped Altrouge, her petite figure, which had appeared almost identical to that of a 14-year-old girl. Grew slightly taller, her youthful features taking on a mature aspect. Her sharp nails glinted with an eerie luster, and her crimson eyes flickered with icy intent. I'd like to see if you have what it takes. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, as their auras clashed, freezing the very space around them and unleashing invisible sparks. Altrouge's murderous intent was nearly palpable, and just then, a familiar low male voice echoed in her ear. Your Highness, they're here. Altrouge furrowed her brows slightly, retracting her imposing aura and returning to her usual young form. She turned to gaze into the distance. On the other side of the vast plains, an army began to emerge. Only 300 people. Altrouge raised an eyebrow, a puzzled expression on her exquisitely doll-like face. What's the meaning of this, Camelot? You declared war, and yet only 300 have arrived. Don't underestimate them. The figure under the white cloak stepped forward, seemingly having forgotten the recent confrontation. Sometimes, quantity is not the deciding factor on the battlefield. I know they've got some decent equipment, Altrouge said with a sly smile. But so what? They're about to face nearly 30 times their number. Equipment alone won't make much of a difference. It's not about the equipment, it's about the people themselves, the figure under the white cloak replied calmly. People? Altrouge blinked, turned her head, and observed closely for a while. Her brows furrowed slightly. But they're just ordinary human, nothing to be concerned about. The figure under the white cloak, however, didn't offer any further explanation, merely silently gazing at the 300-strong army. Lamorak's expression grew solemn and resolute as he looked at the distant army, which appeared like a dark storm cloud. Yet deep within his light grey eyes, it seemed as if a fierce fire was blazing. Only victory is permitted. No defeat. For His Majesty and Camelot. Knights. Chargee. Rumble. Raising his long spear high, Lamorak led the way, with the other knights following closely behind. They actually attacked first. Altrouge exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide open. A unit of only 300 people, facing a staggering 8,000 enemies, chose to charge into the battle first. They're courting death. Altrouge smirked. TN, the iconic line, LOL. The figure in the white cloak stood quietly on the side, not uttering a word. The commander of the Gwyneir army hadn't expected the enemy to launch an offensive first, and he was taken aback for a moment. But once he reacted, a wicked grin spread across his face. If they seek death, I shall oblige them. The commander yelled. Archers, form ranks, and turn these fools into pincushions. Hundreds of archers stepped forward, knocking their arrows and firing in unison. Swish. 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 Arrows rained down like a curtain, chilling to the bone just to look at. Lamorak's eyes exuded a frosty indifference, and he swirled his long spear like a whirlwind, blocking all incoming arrows. Knights, chargee. He shouted again fearlessly. Chargee. 300 knights roared in unison, facing a barrage of arrows, they rode their horses straight ahead. Shoot! Shoot them down! Sharp arrowheads clashed against their armor, creating a crisp, drum-like beat. However, not a single one of them chose to retreat, their gaze fixed on the enemy ahead, hungry as wolves. Their horses were not of ordinary breed either, all of them being mixed-blood steeds gathered from various stables in Lucanmont with the help of Benedict's influence. Just as before, Gobta had initially intimidated these horses with Nidhogg's aura, and then, with the power of the Abyss Flower, he had refined their genes before handing them over to his 300 knights. These mixed-blood horses were robust and powerful, with sharp teeth and claws. Even against fierce beasts like tigers, they had the strength to hold their own. Now, influenced by the atmosphere of the battlefield, their inherent ferocity and brutality were gradually awakened, and their crimson eyes glowed like the wind as they charged toward Gunna's army. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. Despite the relentless attacks by the Gunna army, the distance between the two forces was rapidly closing. And so far, not a single knight had fallen. Are they monsters? The Gunna army commander's expression turned pale, and he was drenched in sweat. These people, are they truly human? Altruch's crimson eyes displayed a solemn look. While the armor of those knights was resilient, it couldn't completely envelop their bodies, leaving some areas exposed like the joint areas. Under such a dense rain of arrows, many knights were wounded, but they seemed almost oblivious to their injuries. They just casually pull out the arrows from their bodies without even flinching and continue their charge. Altruch observed this closely, noting that the wounds on the knights stopped bleeding in no time, a recovery rate that even surprised her as a dead apostle and true ancestor hybrid. That was why, Altruch couldn't help but remark, these people, are they truly human? Earlier. But whether these knights were human or not no longer mattered. Because this group of knights had already charged right into the face of the Gunna army. Chapter 79. In an age where cold weapons ruled, cavalry was arguably the most powerful force. Ever since the invention of cavalry, the study of its tactics had never ceased across different eras and nations. Over millennia, various cavalry tactics emerged, ultimately proving their worth with two distinct approaches. The first was light cavalry. They harnessed the lightning speed of their horses and their exceptional mounted archery skills to launch long-range hit-and-run attacks. As the enemy closed in, they'd swiftly withdraw. And as the enemy retreated, they'd press forward, akin to baiter or kiter's role in a game. With their exceptional maneuverability, the enemy often became nothing more than sitting ducks for the cavalry, steadily eroded until their demise. The ones who invented and perfected this tactic were the Mongol cavalry. The other type was heavy cavalry. Just as the name implies, both the horses and the riders were clad in heavy armor. They relied on accumulating kinetic energy with long-range charges, smashing directly into the enemy formation, almost unstoppable, much like modern tanks. And what Lamorak had chosen was precisely the second method of warfare. While they couldn't produce such heavy armor due to limited resources, they still managed to achieve a charge as effective as that of heavy cavalry, thanks to their modified bodies courtesy of the Abyss Flower and their hybrid horses. The moment both forces clashed, the shield-bearing soldiers at the forefront of the Gunna army were torn apart in a matter of seconds. The heavy cavalry ruthlessly trampled over them, tearing their wounds even wider, all charging into the midst of the Gunna army. Having broken through the only obstacle before them, it was now the time for the Knights of Camelot. Charge! 300 knights maintained their formation, like a sharp knife thrusting straight into the Gunna army. All those who tried to block their path were easily overpowered. Sent sprawling, spitting blood, and crushed beneath their unstoppable momentum. The knights brandished their long spears, piercing through every enemy in their path, scattering crimson blood in every direction. Wherever they went, only mutilated corpses and severed limbs remained strewn across the ground. The Gunna army's commander swiftly ordered his soldiers to encircle them, but due to their immense maneuverability, the knights broke through each time, continuing their merciless slaughter. Screams of agony filled the air, as the Gunna soldiers were powerless to stop the knights, who hunted them down with no mercy. They were like a pack of wolves unleashed into a flock of sheep, flaunting the sharp fangs and claws of predators. The vulnerable prey had no chance to resist them. The knights circled around the Gunna army, slaughtering nearly 800 soldiers. After breaking through, they didn't rest but immediately initiated another charge. Abyss Flower had granted their bodies incredible vitality, and they could fight relentlessly for a day and a night without fatigue. Their horses, conditioned by the Abyss Flower, had significantly improved endurance and strength, their bloodthirst awakened by the pervasive scent of massacre in the air. They were in a state of extreme excitement, with no signs of fatigue. The Gunna army itself was too cumbersome, with many of its soldiers being untrained peasants, unable to respond promptly to their commander's orders. Moreover, due to their weak national resources, they couldn't even equip every soldier with proper weapons. Some had to make do with crude wooden sticks as they charged into battle. Against such an opponent, the well-equipped and highly skilled cavalry stood as invincible predators. From the moment they successfully closed in on their foes, the outcome of this war was sealed. They were like phantoms in the Gwyneir army, roaming freely, striking 7 times, and each charge took the lives of hundreds. This had completely evolved into a massacre, a slaughter of 300 against 8,000. The commander of Gwyneir appeared ashen-faced, drenched in sweat, and trembling like a sieve. He had already sent Gwyneir's true elite forces to encircle this cavalry unit, but it proved utterly futile. This cavalry unit was like the harbinger of death, bestowing equal demise upon all beings. In their presence, be it regular soldiers or elite soldiers, there was no distinction. The only thing one could do was await the inevitable embrace of death. I surrender. I surrender. I don't want to fight anymore. It's too scary. How could there be such a terrifying army? Where did they come from? They aren't even human. They're the offspring of gods. How could mortals possibly defeat them? The hearts of Gwyneir's soldiers swelled with indescribable terror, and the entire army was on the brink of collapse. After just 3 charges, they had lost over 1,000 soldiers, while Camelot's casualties remained at 0. It was too frightening. They could see no hope of victory. If they continued to fight, they would all perish here. Seeing that the terrifying knights were about to launch its 4th charge, Gwyneir's soldiers had completely lost their will to fight. They dropped their weapons and fled desperately. Bastard! No escaping. They can't hold out for long. Their stamina will soon be depleted. Then we can counterattack. They're only 300 people, we have a whopping 8,000. As long as we endure until the end, victory will be ours. No running. Deserters will be executed. I repeat, sir. The commander yelled in frustration, but his words got cut off as he was suddenly struck by a spear from a distance, hitting him squarely in the head. The tremendous impact sent his lifeless body flying 3 or 4 meters. Crimson blood dripped onto the ground, and his eyes gradually became hollow. The commander is dead. One of the Gwyneir soldiers nearby yelled in fear. Lamorak lowered his hand. He had actually noticed the presence of the commander a while ago. However, due to the dense crowd and the commander's cautious nature, always hiding behind others, he hadn't found a suitable opportunity to strike. It was only when the Gwyneir army began to collapse, combined with the opponent's momentary lapse of caution and forgetting to stay hidden, that Lamorak finally seized the fleeting moment and ended the commander with a single blow. Run! With the loss of their commander, the already faltering Gwyneir army completely collapsed. Even the most elite soldiers abandoned their armor, and with all their might, fled in the opposite direction. Their minds were blank, with the sole thought of putting as much distance as possible between them and that deathly cavalry unit. The farther, the better. It's over, the figure in the white cloak sighed lightly. What a bunch of useless fools. Altruch's face was clouded with displeasure. It's not their fault, it's just that the enemy is too powerful. The figure in the white cloak spoke understandingly as he took slow steps forward. He pushed back his cloak, revealing his true identity. He was a tall man with strong and chiseled facial features reminiscent of marble. His eyes gleamed with pure gold, and at his waist hung a golden sword. His entire right hand seemed to be crafted from silver. Are you planning to intervene? Altruch inquired. If it were before, I would have praised the bravery of this army. The man with the silver hand softly sighed. But now, for the sake of my sorrowful wish, I must put an end to them right here. Chapter 80. We won. We won. Gwyneir exclaimed with excitement as she hugged Artoria, jumping for joy like a little girl. We won, Artoria replied, her expression slightly dazed. To be honest, she had been startled when she first saw the army of Gwyneir. There were so many of them, a staggering 8,000 soldiers, and their battle line extended over 60 meters. In comparison, their own army consisted of just 300 knights, nearly 30 times fewer. It was as if a drop of water fell into a lake, barely making a ripple. She even suggested to her teacher that they should temporarily retreat. But her teacher just smiled and gave a lecture. Never underestimate these knights who have walked back from the path of death, Lily, their potential is far beyond your imagination. I believe they can bring victory for me. I said before the battle that this would be their glorious moment as true knights, so I wouldn't interfere with them. If I order them to retreat now, it would not only be breaking my word but, more importantly, my lack of trust would chill the hearts and lower their morale. As a king, the most important thing is to trust your own people. If you can't even trust them, what right do you have to call yourself a king? In fact, her teacher's words proved to be right. These 300 knights did not disappoint their hopes. Even when facing an enemy many times their number, they decimated the opposing forces without mercy, scattering them in disarray. It was an almost perfect victory that would shake the entire Britain. Watching the figure in silver armor in the distance, Artoria sighed in her heart. She had thought she would grow stronger after the trial of Excalibur, but she realized that there was still a significant gap between her and her teacher on the path of a king. There was much she could learn from her teacher's example. "Trust your own people," Artoria whispered softly, a thoughtful look in her azure eyes. Gobta, looking at the chaotic battlefield in the distance, curved a slight smile on his lips. He was well aware that after this battle, his position in Camelot would be unshakable. 300 knights had routed an army of 8,000, a battle that would be recorded in history. After this battle, his reputation would spread throughout Camelot, and the nobles of Camelot would understand that this new king wasn't as easy to control as they had imagined. He wasn't an inexperienced commander, he had a powerful group of knights capable of taking on 30 enemies each. After this battle, Camelot's status would return to what it used to be. Those kings who had once looked down on them would be shocked to discover that this British lion had awakened and was baring its fierce teeth. After this battle, the 15-year shadow hanging over Camelot would finally disperse. The people's morale would be uplifted once again, and this nation would regain its vitality. This was Gobta's goal, from declaring war on Gunna to designing the path of trial and rerouting to Lucanmont. He had planned for 2 whole months, all leading up to this day. Gobta had no interest in playing the courtly games of intrigue with those self-important nobles. He wanted to crush their ambitions directly with the might and strength of his forces, making them realize that their scheming and tricks were utterly useless. Gobta also had no time to allow Camelot to slowly recover from the failure of its past wars. If they had sunk into silence due to their previous defeat, then now, he would awaken them with a splendid victory. Gobta had never entertained the thought of borrowing troops from the Duke of Lucanmont from the beginning. Though defeating 8,000 with 3,000 was still a remarkable achievement, those who were privy to the situation knew that the difference in strength between both sides was not significant. Since he aimed for the perfect outcome, Gobta had to resort to the most extreme measure. So, he chose to develop this knight order of 300, transforming them with the Abyss Flower, tempering their willpower and spirit through trial, and fostering their unity. The entire process resembled forging iron. Only through thousands of trials and refinements could they achieve a complete transformation. The final result did not surprise him. 300 were victorious against 8,000 with 0 casualties, annihilating thousands of foes. His knight order had delivered an impeccable victory. Soon, I can complete the system's quest and get the 10th divine key. The 10th divine key, the Key of Domination, Xianyuan Sword, was a mass-produced divine key crafted from the core of the Hershers of Legion. Each key of domination could transform into a corresponding weapon form based on the wielder's will, containing the elemental powers of the other 6 Hershers like lightning, flame, and ice. While its power couldn't match that of the genuine Hershers, it was not to be underestimated. Gobta had long coveted the Key of Domination, and, to some extent, it was the most crucial divine key he needed at the moment. This divine key would be the key to defeating Vortigern and unifying Britain. As if sensing something, Gobta suddenly looked up at the sky. Gwyneir and Artoria, without any prior arrangement, also gazed upward. The formerly clear sky had been entirely concealed by heavy dark clouds at some point. Sunlight was blocked outside, casting the land into darkness, as though it had prematurely entered the night. A blood-red circular moon hung silently on the horizon, resembling an eye overseeing the land, exuding an inexplicable eeriness and horror. That is, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. Lamorak also noticed the changes around them. A hint of unease suddenly welled up within him. He pulled on the reins of his horse and shouted, "Cease pursuit and assemble." The other knights immediately abandoned their pursuit of the fleeing enemies, gathering around Lamorak, organizing their formation vigilantly, and surveying the surroundings. Whoosh! A fierce wind howled, lifting a vast expanse of leaves as if it were the harbinger of a storm. Lamorak wrinkled his nose, his face taking on a somewhat solemn expression. He could smell the scent of beasts. Rumble! The great plains quaked, with thick smoke billowing in the distance. Over 100 creatures that resembled lions in some way were madly rushing in their direction. He he he. A creepy laughter echoed from above as hundreds of figures, cloaked in black robes, descended from the sky. Their eyes were crimson red, and their fangs were bared. Chimeras and dead apostles, Gobta furrowed his brow. How did they come together? On one side, there were the phantasmal species of old, lost in the annals of history, while on the other, there were vampires that preyed on humans. Regardless of how one looked at it, the two were worlds apart, and yet, they were inexplicably joining forces at this critical juncture. The dead apostles still had true ancestors among them and possessed sound minds. They could still obey commands to some extent. However, chimeras had vanished for over a century, and yet, out of nowhere, so many of them had suddenly appeared. Not only that, but they were only showing clear hostility towards Camelot's side. Thinking back to the mountain giants and chimeras that had appeared in Lucamont before, a daring idea began to take shape in Gobta's mind. Someone had awakened these ancient phantasmal species on purpose and was manipulating them to launch attacks on Camelot. Chapter 81. Crimson Moon. Looking at the crimson round moon in the sky, Gobta softly uttered a name. The ultimate one of the moon, the progenitor of true ancestor. This matter was undeniably related to that being. The dead apostles joining forces with chimeras suggested that Crimson Moon had some level of connection with the one who awakened the phantasmal species from the age of gods. Who exactly was that person? How did they achieve it? What was the purpose of Crimson Moon collaborating with them? Various questions swirled in Gobta's mind. But now wasn't the time to contemplate those matters. Lily, go help the knights. Yes, teacher. Artoria nodded without hesitation, and a strong gust of wind gathered around her, lifting her body. With a leap, she swiftly crossed the distance of several hundred meters, heading towards the battlefield. You need to be careful, it might get dangerous, remember to protect yourself, Gobta said with a serious tone toward Gwyneir. I understand. Gwyneir hesitated for a moment, then nodded, looking somewhat flustered. Gobta nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the crimson moon in the high sky, his black eyes deep and mysterious. The 300-strong knights found themselves in a bitter battle. Chimera and dead apostles were monstrous beings far beyond humans, and their numbers far exceeded that of the knights. Faced with a two-pronged assault, the knights were gradually losing ground. However, drawing on the life energy left within them by Gobta and the formidable will they had forged on their journey, they continued to fight valiantly. Ha! Just a bunch of mongrels and monsters in human skin. In my younger days, I carved a bloody path through the nest of wyverns, what are you to me? One of the knights exclaimed with a fearless smile as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his armor thoroughly battered, covered in sinister claw marks and searing scars. Yet, his eyes remained bright, burning like flames. The other knights also suffered varying degrees of injuries. One had narrowly escaped having his heart pierced through the gaping wound gushing with blood, one could even see the dense blood vessels connected to the heart. A gruesome sight. But even so, the knight clung tightly to his weapons, his battle frenzy raging like wildfire. The snake heads on the tails of several chimeras opened their mouths, releasing a deadly poison mist. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind altered the course of the poison mist, redirecting it toward the nearby dead apostles. Ah! The dead apostles' eyes filled with unbridled terror as excruciating pain radiated from every part of their bodies. Their throats seemed to burn like charcoal, making even breathing excruciating. Thud! Thud! They fell one by one, their black robes and flesh disintegrating away bit by bit, leaving behind a pile of white bones. Golden radiance gathered like fireflies, dispelling the darkness shrouding the land and illuminating everything around it. A crisp and resolute voice came from above. Sheathed in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life. Feel its wrath. Excalibur. Boom. A blinding beam of light pierced the heavens and the earth, smashing into the midst of the chimera horde. Profound waves of magical energy surged. And amidst the deafening roars, over 100 chimeras were reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. The 300 knights watched in astonishment as even the remaining dead apostles and chimeras froze in their tracks. A petite figure descended from the sky, wielding a golden sword emanating a radiant light. Her azure eyes were as clear as a tranquil lake. I am a squire in service of His Majesty the King, named Artoria, I have come to assist you at His Majesty's behest. Artoria extended her hand, and a golden scabbard adorned with blue enamel formed, merging with the knight who had almost had his heart pierced. A faint watery light flowed, and his injuries quickly healed, as if they had never happened. Freed from the knight's body, Avalon returned to Artoria's grasp. Lamorak blinked, instantly recognizing Artoria's identity, but he had never expected that this quiet girl who always followed the king had such immense power. Thank you very much. Lamorak said solemnly, nodding in Artoria's direction. Realizing that the girl was an ally, the knights surged with renewed energy, launching a fierce counterattack against the dead apostles and chimeras. The heart of the dragon trembled violently, spewing forth a constant stream of magical energy. Every swing of Artoria's Excalibur released terrifying beams of magical energy, leaving deep furrows in the ground and forcing the nearby dead apostles and chimeras to retreat. In an instant, the tide had turned, and the knights, who had been on the defensive, now launched a frenzied assault against their foes. Damn it! Where did this girl come from? If they continued like this, they would truly lose. Though these chimeras and dead apostles were originally pawns used to test Camelot's strength, she wouldn't mind losing them all. The key issue was the threat posed by that night order. If she let them escape today, it would bring endless trouble on the battlefield in the future. So, regardless of what happened, she had to end this night order here today. It looks like you have no choice but to intervene, Alt Rouge said while looking at the man with the silver arm by her side. The man with the silver arm remained silent, leaping into the air, and swiftly arrived above the battlefield. As the man gazed down at the knights below, he let out a quiet sigh. Such valorous spirits, such radiant determination. Even I cannot help but be impressed. If it were in that era, I would have shared a drink with you all. But now, you have become my foes, and I must annihilate you. To show my respect, I shall unleash my most mighty power to grant you the grandest of deaths. The man raised his silver arm high, and a brilliant silver light shot up into the sky. The incredibly sharp aura was like a sword tearing through everything around it, shattering the void like glass and revealing large, dark, and abyssal spatial rifts. The violent commotion naturally caught the attention of the 300 knights. They looked up and saw a very dazzling silver pillar of light. Merely gazing at that silver pillar of light caused their eyes to sting, and their entire bodies felt like they were being pricked by needles, causing intense pain with every movement. The only one unaffected was Artoria, whose expression was equally grave. Countless firefly-like lights converged towards the golden sword in her hand. Just as the man with the silver arm was about to strike down. Whoosh! A more dazzling beam of light than the silver pillar of light crashed down, rendering this dark world pure white. Chapter 82. Feeling the vast, oceanic surge of magical energy, the man with the silver arm's face subtly changed. Without hesitation, he altered his course and swung his arm towards the beam of light that advanced toward him. Pure white and pure silver, the two beams of light collided, and in the moment of their intersection, it felt as though the entire world had frozen. In the next moment. Boom! BZZT. 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 At the epicenter of the collision, a mysterious black hole formed, unleashing a terrifying temporal storm that sliced through everything around it like a blade, mercilessly obliterating everything in its path. The magical clash stirred up a whirlwind, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky, and allowing brilliant sunlight to pour down. The dead apostles scrambled to evade, knowing that direct exposure to the sunlight would instantly reduce them to ashes. The two beams of light locked in a standoff for about 10 heartbeats, then gradually dissipated, and the surrounding anomalies began to fade. Only the clouds couldn't gather again, leaving the sky with a gaping hole. The white lance, adorned with lily patterns, flew backward and landed in the hands of the black-haired man in silver armor. His wings, formed from the gathering of wind elements, held him aloft in the sky. His profound black eyes resembled a tranquil lake. "Who are you?" the man with the silver arm asked with a serious expression. The feeling of impending danger on his back reminded him that the young man before him was not to be underestimated. Before asking for someone's name, you should at least introduce yourself first. Don't you know this basic courtesy? Gupta responded lightly. The man with the silver arm fell silent for a moment, and a deeply serious look filled his golden eyes. "You are a powerful opponent, worthy of my full attention, in that case." The man straightened his back, exuding a terrifying aura like a towering mountain. "I am the descendant of goddess Danu and the king of the Tuatha De Danann, Nuada." Nuada, Gupta squinted his eyes. In fact, when he saw the silver arm and the golden sword at the man's waist, Gupta had already suspected the man's identity. But hearing the man confirm it with his own mouth still felt somewhat unbelievable. Nuada was a renowned god of war in Irish mythology, known for his silver arm called Ergetlam and his golden sword called Clayam Solace, which symbolized victory. Bedivere, who appeared in the FGO's Camelot Singularity, had a noble phantasm named Switch On, Ergetlam, which was inspired by Nuada. However, in reality, Bedivere's Ergetlam was not related to Nuada's Ergetlam at all. It was actually Excalibur, which had not been returned yet. At this very moment, the true Ergetlam stood before Gupta. "King Nuada, if I recall correctly, you should have been killed a long time ago by the Fomorian, Bailor of the Evil Eye. How did you return to this world?" Gupta inquired. Gupta was certain that the Nuada before him was not a heroic spirit or an imitation. His vigorous vitality and godly strength undeniably confirmed that he was the king of the Tuatha De Danann who once ruled Ireland. "For the sake of my unfulfilled wish, not even hell can devour me," Nuada said in a deep voice. "Unfulfilled wish?" Gupta furrowed his brow. "What are you planning to do?" However, Nuada didn't answer and instead said, "My name has been revealed, it's your turn. I am Gupta, the one who pulled the sword from the stone, the chosen king of Camelot." Gupta calmly declared while dispersing the abyss flower. His voice carried dignity and resonance, while his cape, adorned with gold trim, rustled in the wind. His aura equaled the power of the king of the Tuatha De Danann who stood before him. "So, you are the new king of Camelot," Nuada nodded slightly. "I never expected to see a king like you in this era. I'm curious, the revival of the phantasmal species, your resurrection, and the alliance with the true ancestors, who is the one behind all of this, the one standing behind you? Who is the mastermind?" Gobta asked casually. When the time is right, you will know. Let's fight." Nuada laughed heartily and drew Clayam Solace from his waist, charging towards Gobta without hesitation. "I detest the feeling of being led by the nose by someone else, so I think it's more convenient to just pry open your mouth myself." Gobta spoke as he drew Caliban, vibrating his elemental wings on his back, and met Nuada head-on. High above the distant skies, the silhouettes of two silvers clashed with each other, while wild and magical winds scattered around, the crisp sound of clashing swords resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Watching the intertwined figures in the sky, Altruge's face turned green. She felt a deep malevolence, as though the entire world conspired against her. First, Camelot had sent a contingent of 300 knights who decimated her 8,000-strong Gwyneir army, leaving her humiliated. Then, as she realized the threat posed by this knight order and dispatched chimeras and dead apostles to besiege them, almost achieving success. A golden-haired girl suddenly appeared, unleashing a beam of light that wiped out nearly a quarter of the chimeras, giving the knights a chance to counterattack. Even Nuada himself had started to intervene, and yet, a black-haired man in silver armor on the other side fought him evenly. Every time she believed she had the upper hand, unexpected changes occurred. Wasn't this a conspiracy against her? Altruge was seething with anger and her whole body trembling. When would she ever be able to rise again? "I don't believe it." Altruge's fangs clenched, and her crimson eyes spewed flames of fury. "Strout, you go stop that golden-haired girl, I'll personally lead the charge to annihilate that knight order. I want to see what tricks these people still have up their sleeves." "Your Highness. Obey my orders." A soft sigh of a man emanated from the void. "Understood." On the battlefield, the scales of victory were gradually tipping in favor of the knights. Earlier, Artoria's sword beams had decimated nearly 30% of the chimeras. Thereafter, the clash between Gobta and Nuada tore a rift in the overcast sky, allowing sunlight to break through and shine upon the earth, severely hindering the movements of the dead apostles. Sunlight was undoubtedly a potent weapon against dead apostles. Even a slight touch could reduce them to ashes. With these two factors combined, the attacks of the dead apostles and chimeras had significantly weakened, reducing the pressure on the knights. Furthermore, the power of the abyss flower within them was rapidly healing their injuries. With this give and take, they were gradually gaining the upper hand in this war once again. Realizing this, the morale of the 300 knights surged once more, and they launched a fierce counterattack against their foes. However, at that very moment, a black cursed sword materialized from the void with a sinister hiss and thrust straight toward Artoria's back. Chapter 83. However, at that very moment, a black cursed sword materialized from the void with a sinister hiss and thrust straight toward Artoria's back. "Watch out!" Lamorak, who happened to witness this scene, roared, but he was currently surrounded by 3 chimeras and couldn't break free. Swish! The black arc of light cut through the air, and the cursed sword pierced Artoria's body. "No!" Lamorak's eyes widened in agony. Suddenly, a man's voice filled with skepticism echoed from the void. Even though the cursed sword had penetrated its target's body, not a drop of blood flowed from it. The sensation transmitted through the hand was far from what should be felt when touching a solid object. Was it an illusion? Before the owner of the cursed sword could contemplate further, a holy sword radiating golden light swept in from the side. The man was forced to withdraw the cursed sword for defense, and as the two swords clashed, a powerful force surged through the blades, propelling him out of the void. A tall man in a black robe, his face unnaturally pale, exuding an eerie aura. Artoria turned around, golden particles swirling around her, giving off a distant and ethereal aura, as though she had transcended this dimension, entering another world. This was Artoria's noble phantasm Avalon, which had already transcended the boundaries of world rules. When fully activated, Avalon completely shields its wielder within the domain of the fairies, the ever-distant utopia, completely isolating its user in a world completely separate from the regular world. Despite having the strength, you choose to attack from behind. It's a despicable act that tarnishes the honor of a knight, blasphemer. Reveal your name, Artoria said calmly as she gripped Excalibur tightly, her delicate face stern. The honor of a knight is something I discarded long ago. Now, I am nothing more than a creature of darkness that shuns the light. The man in a black robe spoke with a flat tone, raising his cursed sword calmly. Rizoval Strout, a knight who abandoned the light and embraced the darkness. If you think names have any significance, try to remember it. Rizoval Strout, is it? According to the code of chivalry, since you've revealed your true name, I must respond in kind. I am Artoria, a squire of His Majesty the King. Don't you have a last name? Strout furrowed his brow slightly. I do, but for now, I am not worthy of bearing that honored surname. Artoria shook her head slightly. Honor? They're ultimately meaningless. Only with great power can one forge an eternal legacy. A tempest gathered, and Artoria's azure eyes were crystal clear. She rose on her toes and her petite figure charged forward like a wild dragon, meeting Strout head-on. Noticing that Strout had already engaged in a battle with the golden-haired girl, Altruge's lips curved into an elegant smile. Now, there's absolutely no room for failure, she murmured softly. Altruge turned her gaze towards the 300 knights who were battling the dead apostles and the chimeras, her crimson eyes fixed on them. She extended her right hand forward, fingers slightly curved as if grasping something. Offer me all of your blood. Lamorak brandished his long spear, beheading 3 chimeras that surrounded him. Just as he prepared to seek out other enemies, a faint painful sound escaped his lips. Ugh. He clutched his chest in pain, his expression remaining stoic even in the face of pain. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. The pounding of his heart became alarmingly rapid, the beats more than double their usual frequency, like a wild, untamed steed on the verge of explosion. Lamorak was not the only one experiencing this anomaly, as the other knights around him suffered a similar fate. Fortunately, their comrades noticed and rescued them from the clutches of chimeras and dead apostles. This is magecraft. Lamorak realized, his teeth clenched, sweat pouring down his face. His extensive experience quickly unraveled the cause of this disturbance. To counter the enemy's magecraft, we need a more powerful mage, or we have to eliminate the mage itself. With eagle-like eyes scanning his surroundings, Lamorak searched for the hidden mage but couldn't locate them. Pfft. Suddenly, the blood vessels in his arm burst, spraying blood grotesquely and horrifyingly. I can't go on like this, or I'll really die. Lamorak clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and slowly rose to his feet, using his long spear for support. Oh. You still have the strength to stand in a situation like this? You possess a very strong will, you seem like an impressive character. If I were to convert you into a dead apostle, you might have a power rivaling a true ancestor. What a pity, you're my enemy, she added as she shook her head lightly. Altruge aimed her hand at Lamorak, her face twisted into a cruel expression. Goodbye. With that, she decisively clenched her hand into a fist. However, Lamorak stood still, seemingly unaffected. Altruge stared at Lamorak, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. She had exerted her power on him, and given her control over blood, he should have exploded like a firework by now. Why hadn't anything happened? What on earth was going on? Your little tricks, I think you've had enough of them. A voice as cold and noble as a high mountain snow lotus suddenly came from behind her, and Altruge was instantly covered in goosebumps. Altruge was a vessel created by the King of the Moon, Crimson Moon. She was a mixed blood of true ancestor and dead apostle, with a sensitivity to the presence of all life that exceeded the ordinary. Yet, someone had managed to bypass her perception and approach her from behind without her noticing. Altruge instantly transformed into a crimson mist, dispersed on the spot, and reformed her body several dozen meters away. Her eyes revealed an intense vigilance as she looked forward. In her original position, a tall woman figure stood. A black dress with blue edges outlining her voluptuous figure, pale golden hair cascading down to her waist, her exquisite face exuded indescribable nobility. Resembling a queen. Her eyes, filled with disdain and a commanding gaze, surveyed the world. Who are you? Altruge yelled in surprise. While I'm not particularly inclined to let a rat hiding in the dark know my name, you seem a little different from them. The woman in the black dress spoke with a disdainful tone, her lips curving into a beautiful smile, her graceful, fair neck slightly raised, resembling an arrogant swan. So, let me bestow upon you this special honor. Remember, the one standing before you now is the crown princess of Camelot, the ruler of Orkney, and the successor of Britain's power of the island. Morgan Le Fay Pendragon. Chapter 84. Lamorak suddenly paused, realizing that his heart rate had gradually returned to normal. This meant that the magecraft exerted on him had vanished. The rest of the knights also stood up, exchanging puzzled glances, completely unaware of what had just occurred. Let's not dwell on it for now. Dealing with the enemies in front of us is the most important. Lamorak furrowed his brow slightly and said to the knights. The knights jolted back to reality, suddenly remembering they were on the battlefield. They immediately cast aside all other thoughts and responded loudly. Yes. On the ground, the war between humans and monsters was gradually reaching its climax. Both sides had become completely frenzied, unleashing their last reserves in a desperate struggle. In the skies above, the battle between the God King from the past and the human king from the present had just entered an intense phase. Swoosh! Cling! Clang! Cling! Clang! Clayam Solace and Caliban clashed with a deafening sound of metal meeting metal, sending blinding sparks flying everywhere. The speed of their sword swings was inhuman, and the force was enough to easily cleave the mountain as a tempest of energy enveloped an area of nearly 500 meters in all directions. Profound black eyes and brilliant golden eyes locked onto each other, radiating an icy indifference and a fiery determination. Huff! Gobta exhaled a scorching breath, a result of his overflowing magical energy. It was 2 whole months since the first awakening of the black dragon body, and during this time, the power that Nidhogg had sealed within him had gradually fused with his body, making him twice as strong as when he first awakened. Now, his body contained a seemingly boundless reservoir of magical energy, allowing him to unleash attacks almost on par with B-rank noble phantasms with every movement alone. Surging magical energy swirled around Gobta, faintly taking on a silhouette of a black dragon. Its pitch-black vertical pupils reflected apocalyptic scenes, and its death-infused wings acted like a protective shield, perched on his shoulders. This was a new power that manifested after the further awakening of the black dragon body. Gobta called it the Black Dragon Guardian. Although it wasn't as outrageous as Artoria's Avalon, its defensive capabilities were enough to withstand an attack from a rank noble phantasm. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Guardian possessed the ability to influence the minds of its opponents. Those who met the gaze of the Black Dragon Eye's silhouette gradually succumbed to fear. Weaker-willed individuals might even collapse on the spot. However, this level of mental influence was utterly ineffective against opponents like Nuada. As a king of the Tuatha De Danann, a god who had seen countless battles and reached the realm of the god of war, Nuada's willpower was basically invulnerable. Even if a goddess renowned for her charm stripped naked before him, he would remain unfazed. Therefore, Gobta piled the power of Fenghuang down onto the Black Dragon Guardian, instantly boosting its mental interference capabilities by several levels. He wasn't sure if this would make any difference, but in this life-and-death battle, he wasn't going to give up on even a 1% chance of victory. Ha! Nuada let out a low growl as his sword, Clayam Solace, suddenly radiated like a rising sun, and he brought it down with full force. Gobta instinctively raised his Caliban to block the strike. A thunderous collision ensued, and it felt like a mountain had descended upon him. Clang! The terrifying force transmitted through the sword caused the silhouette of the black dragon to tremble as if it might dissipate at any moment. Ugh! Gobta emitted a muffled groan and was instantly pushed back hundreds of meters. His right hand that gripped the Caliban trembled slightly as a trickle of blood wound its way down, resembling a small river. You clearly don't know how to use a sword, Nuada said in a deep voice. As expected from the god of war of the Tuatha De Danann, I thought I had disguised it pretty well, but I can't keep anything from your sharp eyes. Instead of anger, Gobta replied with a carefree smile, openly admitting to Nuada's observation, without any attempt at evasion. Yes, though it might sound unbelievable, Gobta had never actually learned anything about swordsmanship all these years. Neither Scathach nor Siu Chulayan had ever imparted any sword techniques to him. Both of them had an almost fanatical obsession with spears, showing disdain for any other weapons. Though Scathach was known as a master of all weapons, she was a spear maniac and Gobta never saw her wield other types of weapons. When he first started his martial training, Gobta had struggled vigorously against this reality. After all, in the world of Nasoverse, Lancer was infamous for their bad luck, and that wasn't something to be taken lightly. The proof of that was how Lancer servants in the anime always had miserable ends. However, no matter what reasons Gobta presented, Scathach remained resolute in her stance and refused to let him wield other types of weapons. At that time, he was still young, with no room for resistance in the face of the mysterious power known as Mother's Authority. However, whether it was due to the presence of the Abyss Flower or his past life's influence, even after learning spearmanship, his luck didn't turn too bad. Gobta's understanding of swords, on the other hand, was solely based on the impressions he had gathered from watching Artoria's practice. When it came to swordsmanship, he estimated he couldn't even measure up to K. Due to the immense magical energy bestowed upon him by the Black Dragon body, Gobta never considered delving into swordsmanship further. If I can take down my enemies with a single stroke, why bother with sword techniques? Unfortunately, this time, Gobta wasn't facing the weak foes of the past. He confronted the god king of the Tuatha De Danann, who held the divine construct, Clayam Solace. I advise you to bring out your true strength now, or you won't have any chance left. Nuada said with a stern tone as his patience waned even with his temperament. Throughout history, this new king of Camelot named Gobta was the first opponent who dared to conceal his true power in front of him. What a coincidence, I have the same idea. Sheathing Caliban to his waist, a tangible black and white radiance enveloped Gobta's hands, transforming into a massive lance in the blink of an eye. Gobta extended his hands, gripping the lance's shaft, which slowly split apart into two amidst a faint and hazy light. In his left hand, he held a black spear known as Black Abyss suffused with an aura of boundless death. In his right hand, he held a white spear known as White Flower emanating an aura of boundless life. Compared to the previous massive lance, these two weapons which resulted from splitting the Abyss Flower, had a noticeable difference in size, appearing nearly identical to regular spears. Boom! As Gobta grasped both spears, his aura suddenly changed, shooting up like a rocket. It was as if he transformed into a different person. Nuada tightened his grip on Clayham's solace, his golden eyes reflecting a strong sense of apprehension. Naturally, he understood that only now, at this very moment, his opponent was revealing his true power. Casually swinging the two spears, a faint smile appeared on Gobta's face. Are you ready? The real battle begins now. Chapter 85. Ding! Ding! Clang! The holy sword, Excalibur, clashed intensely with the demonic sword known as True Demon Neardark, creating a flurry of movements that surpassed the limits of the human eye. Golden flashes and black lightning intertwined, erupting with a terrifying force akin to a thunderstorm. Hundreds of gleaming golden particles circled around Artoria, creating an ethereal atmosphere as if she existed in another world. Under the protection of Avalon, Strout's attacks did not affect her whatsoever. In this situation, it should have been Artoria dominating Strout in combat. However, from an outsider's perspective, it seemed as if they were evenly matched. This wasn't Artoria holding back intentionally but rather a necessity. As Strout realized that his attacks were futile against the golden-haired girl before him, he immediately shifted his focus to the surrounding knights. Artoria knew that these knights were no match for him, so she followed his lead, repeatedly blocking his assaults. Unconsciously, she began to lose the initiative, falling into the rhythm of his attacks. Hence, they found themselves in this evenly matched situation. Of course, Artoria could have chosen to attack the dead apostles around her to pressure Strout. However, her code of chivalry prevented her from taking such actions. The biggest reason was that her intuition also told her that even if she did, it wouldn't have any effect. She had a feeling that Strout would just ignore them. Even if they died in front of him, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Are you not ashamed of attacking them while your opponent is me? Artoria sternly questioned her opponent, swinging her Excalibur with all her might. Strout backtracked, evading the strike. In their previous clashes, Strout had realized with absolute clarity that the petite girl before him was far from fragile. The power emanating from her seemingly delicate arms was horrifying, suffocating even. He couldn't help but feel as though he were wrestling with a dragon. His demonic sword was already inferior in quality to her holy sword. Combined with her terrifying strength, attempting to parry her blows would soon render his sword completely useless. I've said it before, I'm a knight who has forsaken honor and chosen to descend into darkness. As long as I can achieve my goal, I don't care about the methods. Strout calmly responded and sneakily glanced in the distance. He had already delayed the golden-haired girl long enough, so why hadn't the princess taken any action yet? Moments ago, he distinctly felt the power of the Master of Blood and Contract enveloping this place. However, not long after, that power vanished suddenly, and until now, there had been no sign of any activity. Could something have gone wrong on Her Highness's end? Strout's gaze flickered slightly. As a servant of Alt Rouge, he could establish contact with her at any time from this distance. But no matter how many times he called out, he received no response. This gradually weighed heavy on his heart. It seemed like something might have indeed gone wrong on her end. Swing! With a sweet cry, the holy sword enveloped in golden light descended upon him once more. Strout narrowed his eyes. This time, he didn't choose to step back but instead adopted a defensive posture, going against his usual style. His wealth of combat experience allowed him to make a split-second decision: take this strike, use the opponent's momentum to exit the battlefield, and then rush to check on the princess's situation. For him, nothing was more important than protecting the princess's safety. Swish! The holy sword came down, but the expected immense force didn't materialize. Instead, the golden sword's illusion-like image instantly dissipated. A wisp of breeze ruffled the stray hairs on Strout's forehead, and his pupils suddenly shrank to pinprick size. Splat! The golden holy sword pierced through his heart, and crimson blood sprayed onto the ground, like eerie and exotic blossoms. Cough! Strout coughed out a substantial amount of blood and staggered back a few steps. He thrust his sword into the ground for support, clutching the wound on his chest. You. My king once taught me that in the face of despicable people, one must be even more despicable. As Strout wanted to speak, Artoria interrupted him and spoke firmly while her azure eyes bore an extremely serious expression. Is that so? Strout's lips twitched slightly, and on his stiff face appeared a forced semblance of a smile. Your king, truly sees through things, huh? With that, Strout collapsed to the ground with a thud. The demonic sword in his hand clanged as it hit the ground, and the evil aura surrounding it gradually dissipated. Artoria watched him in silence for a moment, her azure eyes revealing a hint of complexity. After a while, she sighed softly and turned to leave. Whoosh! After walking about 5 or 6 meters, a breeze blew from behind. Artoria inexplicably had an impulse and turned abruptly. The spot where Strout had fallen was now empty, and his body had vanished without a trace. Even the demonic sword beside him had completely disappeared. If Gobta had taught Artoria some idiom, she would undoubtedly use a word to describe the current situation. Golden cicada sheds its shell. Awful. Artoria clenched her delicate fists, gritting her white teeth, and her refined face was filled with frustration. After a while, she reluctantly loosened her grip and sighed. If teacher finds out about this, I'll probably get scolded again. Artoria muttered to herself in frustration as she gazed at the battle of her teacher. Boom! The energy cannon formed by the gathering of magical energy was fired at Altrouge. The crimson blood mist surrounding her rushed forward and blocked it. Huff, huff. Tiny beads of sweat ran down Altrouge's smooth cheeks. She breathed heavily, and a hint of weariness appeared in her crimson eyes. At this moment, she was no longer the petite girl from earlier but had transformed into a full-fledged mature woman, with her body becoming Kavya, and her strength significantly increased. However, even in her second form, she seemed somewhat overwhelmed, and the crimson mist swirling around her had already thinned considerably. The woman who had suddenly appeared was truly terrifying. What's the matter? Can't handle it after I finally let loose? A leisurely voice came from above. In mid-air, Morgan sat on a throne formed of mercury, overlooking Altrouge on the ground like a goddess. Her pale golden eyes gazed down with superiority, her jade hand cradling her cheek. Her long, slender legs crossed each other beneath her black dress, revealing a faint, ivory-like radiance. Chapter 86. In mid-air, Morgan sat on a throne formed of mercury, overlooking Altrouge on the ground like a goddess. Her pale golden eyes gazed down with superiority, her jade hand cradling her cheek. Her long, slender legs crossed each other beneath her black dress, revealing a faint, ivory-like radiance. Dozens of magic circles floated behind her, and the intricate pattern emitted a dazzling light that could make one dizzy. The terrifying aura emanating from Morgan made even the empty space tremble slightly. Don't get too cocky, human. I haven't lost yet. Altrouge shouted angrily and gritted her teeth, her heart filled with endless frustration. She, who had always looked down on others while sitting on her throne, never expected that one day she would be looked at with such disdain by someone else. Do you know? I'm actually a very pure mage. In my pursuit of power, I spared no means. Morgan observed her own slender fingers as though admiring a beautiful piece of art. Phantasmal species, fairies, demons, giants, magics. In my pursuit to unravel the secrets of these powerful creatures, I used these hands to dissect their bodies. Her seductive lips curled into a barely discernible smile. That includes dead apostles, of course. It felt like an electric current shot up Altrouge's spine as she froze instantly. Morgan lowered her head, her pale golden eyes revealing a somewhat mysterious expression. Do you know how many dead apostles I've dissected up to now? Altrouge had never felt her throat so dry, like a lost wanderer in the desert. How many? To be honest, it's not that many. I only found around 5,000 of them, Morgan sighed regretfully. Perhaps it's because the people of Orkney are so few, so they couldn't attract many dead apostles. Gulp. Altrouge's throat moved subtly as she swallowed a big gulp of saliva, and cold sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. Why, you dissected them all? Of course, even though the number was a bit small, dead apostles are excellent research materials. As she mentioned research, Morgan seemed to become more livelier. She leaned forward slightly as if conversing with a like-minded friend. Did you know that although your kind may look like humans, your anatomical structure differs significantly from humans? Your teeth are actually hollow, and there's a small hole on the inside of the teeth. When you feed on blood, it flows through this small hole into the esophagus. I once shattered all the teeth of a dead apostle and replaced them with human teeth, and as expected, he couldn't feed on blood anymore. And generally, more powerful dead apostles would have a special turtle shell-like membrane condensed on their skin surface. This membrane, much like a turtle's shell, helps them block something in the sunlight. That's why they appear to be unafraid of sunlight. I once captured a dead apostle who had consumed the blood of 1,000 maidens. I used a special way to remove the membrane on his skin's surface and then exposed him to the sunlight. As expected, he burned like any ordinary dead apostle. Unfortunately, even though I figured out why dead apostles are unafraid of sunlight, I haven't yet determined what exactly in the sunlight inflicts such terrible damage on them. If I could understand that, maybe I could create magecraft specifically targeting dead apostles. Besides that, the number of bones in dead apostles also differs from humans. Morgan continued to speak carelessly, completely oblivious to the fact that Alt Rouge below was gradually losing the sparkle in her eyes, and her face was becoming more and more vacant as if a new world had been opened before her. Once, she thought Crimson Moon was the most terrifying being in the world, as her power was overwhelming, leaving no room for resistance, only endless despair. But now, she finally understood that true terror was never based on strength alone. Some people, just by words alone, could awaken the deepest fear in someone's heart and leave the most profound shadows. This woman named Morgan was undoubtedly a madwoman. Alt Rouge suddenly recalled what Crimson Moon had said about those entities that roamed deep in the endless night sky, between the folds of time. Something beyond words, and that calling their names would elicit the most extreme and blasphemous words. Wasn't this the situation she was facing now? For a moment, Alt Rouge seemed to see countless tentacles with eyes and teeth emerging behind Morgan, shrouded in eerie mist, indescribable and impossible to look directly at. I always thought I understood dead apostles well, but it's only now that I've seen you that I realize how amazing this world truly is. Morgan stared at Alt Rouge without blinking, her pale golden eyes shimmering with an unusual color. I can sense that you're different from other dead apostles. You possess some kind of power that far surpasses the concepts of ordinary dead apostles. It's a power I've never seen before. Alt Rouge was not unfamiliar with that kind of gaze. It was the look of a hunter discovering its prey. So, Morgan's face broke into a breathtakingly beautiful smile. If you don't mind, could I study the power within you for a bit? Study? Recalling the research Morgan had described earlier, a strong fear instantly clutched Alt Rouge's heart like the claws of a demon. And her crimson eyes filled with a look of utter terror. She turned and fled from the madwoman, completely disregarding any thoughts of fighting. Right now, Alt Rouge had no intention of fighting at all. Her only thought was to get as far away from this madwoman as possible. The farther, the better. Looks like you're not very willing to cooperate, huh? Morgan said disappointedly, not at all surprised, as she watched Alt Rouge's retreating figure. I'm sorry, but if I want something, I will definitely get it. Morgan gestured with her fingers, and dozens of black tentacles shot out from her magic circles, pursuing Alt Rouge. Don't come. Alt Rouge screamed in panic, and the crimson mist around her rushed frantically toward the black tentacles to block. Hiss. The crimson mist disintegrated the black tentacles, causing them to pause for a moment before continuing their pursuit of Alt Rouge. Damn you! You forced my hand. Alt Rouge gritted her white teeth and suddenly stood still, closing her eyes. An indescribable charm emanated from her, and the crimson moon high in the sky blinked slightly. Swish! Swish! The black tentacles rushed forward, but before they could approach Alt Rouge's body, they dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace. Seeing this scene, Morgan furrowed her dark brows. To dare use such filthy things to touch my vessel. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded from Alt Rouge's mouth, and a vast, ancient aura radiated from her. She slowly opened her eyes, and the once crimson eyes had transformed into gold, shining like torches. How do you plan to atone for this blasphemy? With a cold tone and disdainful gaze, Alt Rouge nonchalantly asked Morgan, treating her as if she were an insignificant insect. Chapter 87. Time rewound 10 minutes ago. As Artoria and Morgan fought respectively against Strout and Alt Rouge, the battle between the human king and god king in the sky grew even fiercer. Swish! 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 Black abyss and white lily interwove in the air, creating sharp and elusive afterimages, a terrifying offensive like a sudden storm, forming an impenetrable web that enshrouded Nuada. Nuada brandished Clayam's solace in his hand, struggling to resist the countless spear shadows, with no opportunity for counterattack. After switching his weapon from a sword to 2 spears, Gobta's combat prowess had multiplied several times over. His spearmanship, honed to perfection, effortlessly countered Nuada, turning the tables. What's the connection between you and the Queen of the Land of Shadows? Nuada suddenly asked in a deep voice. When you're dead, I'll tell you. Gobta responded nonchalantly. His spear technique became increasingly mysterious, often striking from inexplicable angles, forcing Nuada to be on high alert. However, even with his efforts, his situation did not improve. With his golden eyes gleaming, Nuada was keenly aware that the black-haired man before him had a connection with the Queen of the Land of Shadows. The familiar spear technique was nearly identical to that woman named Scathach. She had already mastered her martial arts to the point where a single spear could achieve the feat of slaying gods. Even though the young man before him possessed only 7 or 8/10 of her skill. It was already a tough challenge. Nuada was a god of war, not a god of battle, nor a god of combat. His expertise lay in commanding large-scale wars. In terms of personal martial arts, he had barely touched the threshold of mastery. The man before him, however, was clearly firmly situated in that realm. It was only natural. Considering that the Queen of the Land of Shadows was known for passing on her knowledge and training someone worthy without reservation, much like she did with Ireland's Child of Light, Siu Chulainn. So, it was not impossible for her to train another person. If one couldn't reach such mastery in over a decade, according to Scathach's mouth, they should just commit suicide. Realizing the gap between himself and Gobta, Nuada made a quick decision and charged forward. Swish! The sharp spear shadows pierced through, but Nuada did not attempt to defend. He kept his golden eyes fixed on Gobta. Squelch! The black and white spears pierced through Nuada's shoulder and abdomen, but he ignored them and continued his advance. As he arrived in front of Gobta, Clayam's Soleil suddenly radiated a brilliantly intense light, akin to a rising sun. Ha! With a fierce shout, Nuada swung his sword with all his might, and a mighty swing of light tore through the heavens and descended upon Gobta. Reflecting the bright radiance in his black eyes, Gobta's expression remained very calm as he watched the descending swing of the sword. A complex green rune reflected in Gobta's eyes, ancient and vast power filled the air, causing a sudden shift in the concept of space. In an instant, Gobta and Nuada's positions swapped. The sword fell straight down, and the terrifying power spread far into the distance, cleaving off the mountaintop of a small hill. Nuada quickly turned around and gazed at his opponent. Even though his carefully planned strike had ultimately failed, his expression remained unchanged. The primordial rune, to think you'd even possess this ancient magecraft. It seems your relationship with Scathach is even closer than I imagined. But what truly surprises me is despite being so young, you've achieved such mastery in spearmanship and primordial runes. Even in the age of gods, your talent is truly astonishing. Thanks for the praise, Gobta smiled calmly. Nuada glanced at his shoulder, where a wound from Gobta's white spear had pierced him earlier. His vitality was steadily flowing out through that injury. He then looked at his abdomen, which had been struck by the black spear moments ago. Sinister black smoke, akin to a festering sore, coiled around the wound, relentlessly corroding him with the terrifying power of death. The levels of these two powers were extremely high, and even with his divine power, Nuada could only suppress them but not expel them. Up until this moment, his attention had been fixed on Gobta's spearmanship, but now Nuada realized that those two spears were anything but ordinary. The coexistence of life and death within them reminded him of the Dagda, the great father of the Tuatha De Danann, who was said to possess a massive staff. One end could destroy, while the other end had the power to resurrect. If it weren't for the absence of the familiar aura of the Tuatha De Danann, he might have believed that these two spears were an incarnation of that staff. Nevertheless, the power of these two spears was not to be underestimated. His combat skills were already inferior to Gobta's. And with the addition of these two mysterious spears, continuing the fight as they had been doing would only lead to his eventual defeat. Therefore, he had to end this battle swiftly. Realizing this, Nuada's gaze gradually hardened. Boom! Nuada's towering figure suddenly released an overwhelmingly intense aura. Clayam's Soleil shifted to his left hand, and his right arm, gleaming with silver light, emitted sharp, ethereal tendrils, mercilessly tearing the surrounding void apart. Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed this change. It seems like you're not planning to drag this out any longer. In terms of magical reserves, martial prowess, and the quality of weapons, I fall short of you, Nuada admitted candidly, acknowledging the disparity between him and Gobta. The opportunity one had earlier was the best I could find, and it ultimately didn't succeed. If we continue this battle, I'll undoubtedly be defeated, so, from now on, I will use my last and most powerful strength to fight you to the death. Such a decisive choice truly befits a god-king like you, Gobta chuckled. In that case, I have no choice but to respond accordingly. Boom! A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from Gobta, like a boiling sea, matching Nuada's imposing aura. Hum! A continuous flow of magical energy infused into the two spears. White Lily radiated a brilliant pure white light, growing even more radiant, while Black Abyss devoured all surrounding light, becoming even darker. The silhouette of a black dragon coiled around Gobta's body, its black and gold eyes locking onto Nuada. At that moment it was as if time and space had come to a standstill. Chapter 88. At that moment it was as if time and space had come to a standstill. Ha! With a fierce shout, the spears of light and dark were thrust fiercely, representing two completely different powers: life and death, creation and destruction. Their powerful might caused the very fabric of space to tremble, while the black and white radiance almost obscured half of the sky. Just as Nuada was about to fully unleash the power of his golden sword Clayam Solace, and his silver Armergetlam, he suddenly saw the black dragon silhouette gazing at him. In those pitch-black dragon eyes, he witnessed a scene: countless dark-skinned giants rising from the depths of the sea, rushing towards the magnificent palace, engaging in a fierce battle with the guardian gods of their homeland. Ruined walls, a sky filled with flames, shattered mountains, and collapsing ground everywhere was filled with desolation reminiscent of doomsday. Suddenly, a terrifying black pillar of light descended from the heavens, and all the gods touched by its radiance didn't even have time to scream as they were instantly reduced to ash. This was the memory that Nuada had buried deep within his heart. It was the day when the sea giants known as the Fomorian attacked the Tuatha De Danann, and that black beam of light was none other than the leader of the Fomorian, Balor of the Evil Eye. Nuada would never forget those horrifying eyes. Anyone caught in its gaze, even powerful gods, could not escape the fate of death. A god of the Tuatha De Danann once presented him with a method to kill Balor. But at that time, Nuada had just reclaimed the leadership of the Tuatha De Danann from Bressa's hands and was too headstrong to heed anyone's advice and chose to confront Balor head-on. As expected, Nuada lost his Ergetlam and was utterly powerless against Balor's mystic eyes as he was pierced by the black beam of light that represented death. After his death, Balor unleashed indiscriminate slaughter upon the Tuatha De Danann. Later on, one of the gods of the Tuatha De Danann named Luf stepped forward. He used a sling stone and launched a light projectile to pierce through Balor's mystic eyes, ultimately killing him. This Luf was the same god who had presented Nuada with a method to kill Balor earlier, and he executed his plan perfectly, saving the Tuatha De Danann from the crisis. Afterward, Luf was hailed as the new leader of the Tuatha De Danann. Although the war against the Fomorian ended in victory for the Tuatha De Danann, they paid a heavy price, and their power was greatly diminished. Later, Lufa's true identity was revealed, and the gods were astonished to discover that this new leader was actually Balor's grandson, the leader of the Fomorian, who was their nemesis. Midr, the son of the Dagda, saw this as an opportunity and rallied nearly half of the gods from the Tuatha De Danann to challenge Luf, forcing him to step down as the leader. Luf was not willing to yield easily, and the conflict between the two sides erupted into a civil war within the Tuatha De Danann, further weakening their strength. In the end, the Milesians from the south became the final straw that broke the camel's back, and the Tuatha De Danann faded into the annals of history. After learning of the events that had transpired, an indescribable regret gnawed at Nuada's heart day and night like a scavenging hawk. If only he hadn't been so arrogant back then and had listened to Lufa's advice, the Tuatha De Danann wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses, and the following events wouldn't have unfolded. If he were still alive, even if Lufa's true identity was revealed, he could have protected him. If he were still alive, the conflict between Midr and Luf wouldn't have escalated to such a severe extent. If he were still alive, the Tuatha De Danann wouldn't have erupted into civil war, leading to their eventual demise. Unfortunately, in this world, there was no if. As long as I could have one more chance, I would definitely save the Tuatha De Danann. That was the final wish of the long-deceased god King Nuada, a thread that connected him to the last remnant of this world. This thread was even more fragile than a petal. Perhaps one day, a gust of wind would blow, and it would disappear completely. But then one day, a hand reached out and grasped that thread, pulling him back from the abyss. You are someone who has circled this earth for endless ages, this is your last chance. If you wish to fulfill your sorrowful wish, give it your all, your kin awaits you in a new world. Therefore, the king of the Tuatha De Danann Nuada returned from the abyss. Even though he discovered that this world no longer belonged to the gods, he refused to give up because this was his last chance. Drip, drip. Golden blood oozed from the corner of Nuada's mouth, splashing onto the handle of the two spears, vivid and magnificent. Nuada lowered his head slightly, gazing at the black and white spear that had pierced through his chest. Perhaps, this is my punishment. The king of the Tuatha De Danann Nuada, known for his stoic and expressionless face, even managed to curve a hint of mockery on his face. Because of the fiery wish to save the Tuatha De Danann, he had been granted a chance at resurrection. However, this overwhelming wish had caused a hairline fracture in his once pristine state of mind, allowing Gobta to exploit it during that final, focused moment. It was as if reality played a cruel joke, where the god who carried hope ultimately fell under the weight of his own aspirations. Rejoice, human king, for you have achieved a splendid victory. As his life ebbed away, death encroached, Nuada remained seemingly unfazed, his tone still as calm as ever. This era no longer belongs to the gods, Nuada said with a slight shake of his head. But it does not belong to you either. Upon hearing this, Gobta's face remained calm. The power of true ether is dissipating, the glorious age is drawing to a close, and those you shelter will ultimately be swept away by the tides of time. A hint of pity showed in Nuada's pale golden eyes. At that time, will you, like me, become a ghost hovering over the earth, devoured by your own sorrows? I've never been one to set my sights too far ahead because it would only tire my mind. With that kind of time, I'd rather remind the chefs not to leave any blood in the meat when they're grilling. I prefer my meat well done, you see, Gobta replied in a casual tone as he gazed at Nuada. But if that day ever truly comes, I'll give it my all to turn the tide, and I'll have no regrets, even if it costs me my life. Nuada was briefly taken aback by Gobta's response, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, well said, though I have never regretted my choices as well. Without hesitation, Nuada threw his sword Clayam Solace at Gobta. He then twisted his right hand with his left and removed his silver arm Ergetlam, before throwing it towards Gobta as well. Let them bear witness to what the god king cannot do, can the human king achieve it? As Nuada spoke like that, Gobta received Clayam Solace and Ergetlam, gazing at them with an earnest expression. I will make you see that day. I hope to see it, Nuada responded while gazing at the sky. A relaxed smile appeared on his face as his body began to disintegrate into particles of light. Farewell, human king Gobta. Finally, the king of the Tuatha De Danann let out a soft sigh and sent one last prayer inside his heart to a distant presence. Great goddess Danu, have you truly believed all along that I was fit to lead the gods? Nuada then closed his eyes, and his body disintegrated completely, vanishing from this world. Chapter 89. The golden light particles gradually disappeared into the boundless sky, and the souls of endless ages that had circled over this vast land could finally unload their burdens and return to their ultimate destination. The golden sword, Clayam Solace, exuded a very sorrowful emotion as it gently trembled and caused the halo of light on the blade to suddenly dissipate. Although its outward appearance remained unchanged, the spirit within it vanished without a trace, giving off a sense of death. Gobta silently watched, his black eyes revealing a hint of complexity. This was the divine construct that had followed Nuada the longest and had long since developed its own will. Even when the one it followed departed, it still chose to follow in their footsteps. Really, what's this all about? Gobta sighed softly as he gazed at the lifeless sword. It's really unbelievable, but this sword seems to be quite loyal, huh? Nidhogg muttered inside Gobta. Gobta turned to look at the silver arm, Ergetlam. So, what's your plan now? After a long pause, an emotionless voice echoed in Gobta's ears, I will uphold the will of my lord and bear witness to your journey until the very end. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly. If you wish to bear witness, I won't stop you, but you must promise not to cause any trouble. Since my lord has entrusted me to you, I will obey your arrangements, Ergetlam's will declared. I have never believed in verbal promises, Gobta said calmly, and a crimson feather suddenly fell from the void and merged into the silver arm. What is this? What have you done to me? Just a precaution, as long as you don't have any ill intentions, there won't be any problems, but if you dare to have any, I can assure you that you'll vanish from this world in an instant. Gobta spoke with an emotionless voice. Ergetlam's will was filled with resentment. Since its creation, not even the god King Nuada had ever threatened it like this. This human was too arrogant. Ergetlam's will was about to reprimand Gobta harshly, but upon noticing the trembling of the crimson feather inside itself, it was instantly rendered speechless. After subduing the will of Ergetlam, Gobta used his hand to write rune, space in the air, then he threw Ergetlam and Clayam Solace into the rune space storage. Gobta looked down at the battlefield below. His Night Order had already decimated the main forces of the dead apostles and chimeras, and they were now pursuing the remaining remnants. It seems like I won't need to get involved, Gobta muttered under his breath. Buzz. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura swept past him. Gobta instantly raised his head, gazing at the slightly flickering crimson moon in the sky, his eyes narrowing. That is. On the Mercury throne suspended in the void, Morgan, dressed in a long black dress, no longer exuded the casual air she once did. Her delicate, pretty face now bore a profound seriousness. Observing Altruch's twin irises that transformed into pure gold, an overwhelming sense of danger clung to Morgan like thick mercury, making even her breath a laborious effort. It was terrifying. Even the former Vortigern hadn't weighed on her with such oppressive power. Altruch, with her golden eyes scanning over Morgan, then remarked thoughtfully, no wonder I smelled a familiar scent. You're a fragment or maybe avatar of the primordial fairy, yes? Morgan's body tensed slightly. Her most profound secret so easily unveiled. In that case, out of respect for the primordial fairy, I'll offer you a chance to end yourself. Altrouge stated with an indifferent tone, as if discussing a trivial matter, like ants on the ground. Morgan remained silent. The magic circles behind her suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. Dozens of terrifying magical beams, accompanied by deafening roars, hurtled towards Altrouge. Your resistance is futile. Altrouge remained unperturbed, her expression as calm as water. With a slight gesture of her hand, a resounding explosion rang out. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grasped the beams, preventing them from advancing any further. The moment Altrouge clenched her hand, all the magical beams exploded. Arg! Morgan didn't manage to evade the shockwaves of the explosion. Her pale golden hair and gown became disheveled, giving her a more unkempt appearance. Ha, ha! With a deep, drawn breath, Morgan finally realized that her opponent was far more powerful than she had ever imagined. Faced with such a foe, she knew she'd have to give it her all to have a fighting chance today. Morgan took a deep breath and snapped her fingers. Rumble. The earth seemed to tremble slightly. Countless colorful lights emerged from the ground, the forest, and the small river, from various parts of the British Isles, converging into her body, like rivers merging into an ocean. Morgan's aura grew increasingly vast and weighty, despite her slender figure. It was like she embodied the entire British Isles. Power of the island. Altrouge raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of curiosity in her golden eyes. So, you're Uther's child, the girl who inherited the power of the island. A tremendous surge of magical energy gathered within Morgan, like the ocean's tides. The magic circles floating behind her merged one by one, ultimately forming a colossal magic circle with a radius of 10 meters, nearly blotting out half the sky. Morgan's finger extended, pointing towards Altrouge, and from her full red lips came cold words. Submit to the power of the island. Rumble. A colossal beam of light shot forth from the magic circle, creating a surge of magical energy that caused the sea of true ether to roil. The sheer power made the very fabric of the space tremble intensely. Beneath the sky-obscuring brilliance, the body of Altrouge appeared minuscule, like an ant, but in her pure gold eyes, there was a hint of mocking amusement. Just a mere tiny island, you actually think you can stand against a planet? Altrouge extended her hand toward the crimson moon above, which shimmered momentarily before unleashing an equally massive crimson beam of light. The two beams collided, and for a moment, time seemed to halt, then. Boom! In the center of the collision, a terrifying anomaly akin to a black hole formed. Everything around it was violently drawn in and obliterated, and the ensuing storm wreaked havoc, lifting chunks of the earth several inches thick. Chapter 90. How could this possibly happen? Staring at the two colliding beams of light, Morgan's eyes filled with intense shock, and her heart churned with turmoil. Even with the use of the power of the island, she still couldn't gain the upper hand. What kind of existence could someone have to stand against the entire British Isles alone? Are you really that scared of just this much? Altrouge taunted, a hint of mockery played on her lips as she observed Morgan's stunned expression. Seems like an ant who's never looked up to the sky has such a narrow perspective. Allow me to show you the power beyond this planet. Altrouge extended her hand and pointed once more to the crimson moon hanging in the sky. It suddenly emitted a blinding red light, and a terrifying and immense power surged, causing the crimson beam of light to expand by a full circle. It pushed Morgan's magical beam back, charging relentlessly toward her. Morgan gritted her white teeth, doing her best to fend off the onslaught of the crimson beam, but it was as futile as trying to stop a tank with bare hands. As the approaching crimson beam grew ever nearer, her pale golden eyes betrayed a hint of despair. Boom! The crimson beam struck the ground with tremendous force, then, after a brief pause, it swept out in all directions like a comet hitting the earth, creating an ear-splitting storm. The shockwave stripped away a layer of the earth's surface, sending it flying across the vast plain. Nearly 10 minutes later, the terrible commotion gradually subsided. A massive cloud of dust billowed into the sky, resembling a mushroom cloud in the distance. Altrouge crossed her arms on her chest, her expression still calm. Even from such proximity, she appeared unscathed, not even a wrinkle in her clothes. What a boring game. Altrouge sighed and turned to leave, but... She suddenly paused, turned back, and looked into the depths of the dust and smoke, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. Her keen sensitivity to blood was alerting her that there was still a trace of life. Even a primordial fairy's avatar shouldn't survive such an attack. Altrouge muttered softly, and with a wave of her hand, a gale arose, dissipating the dust and smoke. Before her eyes, a vast crater stretched out, with Morgan at its center, still dressed in a black dress and very much alive. Hundreds of golden particles surrounded her, emitting a lofty and ethereal aura as if she were in another world. That is, Altruge's brow furrowed deeply, and her golden eyes displayed a hint of seriousness as she gazed at the golden particles. Morgan, as an avatar of a primordial fairy, was filled with a very complex expression as she recognized the origin of these particles. Moreover, if this thing was here, it meant that its owner was. Whoosh! Countless golden glows, like fireflies, ascended from the ground, converging into the sky, and their melodious sounds echoed throughout the heavens. Sheathed in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life. Feel its wrath. Excalibur. Boom. A golden beam of light tore through the fabric of reality, hurtling toward Altruge. Altruge lifted her head, and her golden eyes reflected the descending golden beam. Her face remained as calm as ever. Just moments before the beam was about to strike the ground, she raised her slender arm and caught the golden beam with her bare hand. What? Morgan, who witnessed this scene, stared in shock, her eyes wide open. Without using any noble phantasms, mystic codes, or magecraft, that vampire managed to block the full-force strike of a divine construct with just one bare hand. How terrifying must her power be to accomplish such a feat? The golden beam gradually faded, and a petite figure of a girl suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of Morgan. The azure eyes of this figure were fixed on Altruge, and there was an unprecedented seriousness in her expression. Lily. Looking at the girl before her, Morgan hesitated for a long while before finally opening her mouth, softly calling out her name. "I'm sorry I'm late, Gwyneir," Artoria said without even turning her head. "Please rest assured, I will make sure you get out of here safely." Upon hearing those honest words, complex emotions welled up in Morgan's eyes. Altruge gazed at Excalibur in Artoria's hand, and her pupils constricted slightly. "That sword," Altruge's voice carried a hint of solemnity. "Where did you get it from?" Artoria was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that the enemy's attention would be focused on her holy sword. Until you've completely defeated your opponent, do not answer any of their questions, for something you inadvertently reveal could become the crucial factor leading to your defeat. As Artoria pondered, she suddenly recalled her teacher's words of wisdom and soon made a decision. "I found it on the road," she responded to Altruge with an earnest tone and face. Both Morgan and Altruge were speechless. "Do you take me for a fool, you damn brat?" Altruge said with a dark expression. Artoria remained silent, clutching the holy sword in her hand and gazing at Altruge with her unwavering azure eyes, as clear as a lake. Altruge sighed inwardly, knowing that the girl clearly had no intention of revealing the truth. A hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes, and she raised her hand several times, only to lower it in the end. Artoria furrowed her brow in confusion, not understanding what was holding her back. Was it because of Excalibur? "If you don't want all your efforts of these past years to go to waste, I suggest you refrain from doing anything foolish, Crimson Moon." At that moment, a young man's voice suddenly came from above. Altruge, Artoria, and Morgan simultaneously looked up and saw a black-haired man clad in silver armor hovering in midair, with pale blue ethereal wings fluttering slightly behind him. "Teacher." Artoria's eyes instantly lit up with an expression of immense joy. Morgan breathed a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile appearing on her face. Their shared experiences had fostered a strong sense of trust in Gobta for both of them. It was as if, as long as he appeared, no matter how hopeless the circumstances, he could effortlessly resolve them. Crimson Moon, who had possessed Altruge's body, furrowed her brows, and for the first time, serious expression appeared on her exquisite face. Since arriving on Earth, she had always acted discreetly, rarely showing herself to others. Until now, only a select few knew of her existence. But this black-haired man who had suddenly appeared from who knows where had immediately disclosed her true name. Just who in the world was this man? Chapter 91. Who are you? Crimson Moon asked in a low voice warily. Progenitor of true ancestors, ultimate one of the moon, a being as great as you, actually interested in a mere human's identity? Instead of answering, Gobta slowly descended to the ground, and the elemental wings on his back gradually dissipated. "I'm probably the first, I bet." If Crimson Moon's emotions had only been slightly stirred a moment ago, at this moment, they surged like a tidal wave. The progenitor of true ancestors and the ultimate one of the moon. Those were some of her biggest secrets. Apart from Gaia and Alea, there was no way anyone on this planet could know about those things. "I know you've been trying to hide your identity all along," Gobta pointed to his eyes. "But you can't hide anything from my eyes. Are you a host of the outer god or someone related to that being who transcends the world?" Crimson Moon asked in a solemn tone. "What do you think I am?" "I am what you think." Seeing the black-haired man's confident demeanor, Crimson Moon grew even more wary. I know your purpose for coming to Earth is to replace the will of this planet, Gaia. Gobta spoke in a relaxed tone as if conversing with a long-lost friend. I suppose that Velber in the moon made you uncomfortable, huh? Boom! A terrifying and vast aura surged instantly. The crimson moon hanging high in the distant sky shone brightly, and the entire world was completely engulfed in eerie crimson. Crimson Moon's expression darkened, her waist-length black hair swaying in the fierce wind. In her bright, torch-like golden eyes, the frenzy of killing intent rapidly rose like vines. That was her deepest secret buried in the depths of her heart, something she had never told anyone, not even Gaia. But now, this man had revealed everything in one breath. How could she remain calm? If it weren't for her apprehension about the man's identity, Crimson Moon would have already made a move to erase him completely. This mysterious man was just too dangerous to be kept alive. Even in the face of such terrifying and icy killing intent, Gobta's expression remained unchanged. There was a faint, gentle smile at the corner of his mouth as if he were completely carefree. I'll say it again, Crimson Moon, if you want to accomplish your goals, it's best not to do anything foolish. What do you mean? Crimson Moon asked with narrowed eyes. Gobta looked down at Artoria below the pit, his tone calm. You should have already noticed that Holy Sword carries this planet's power. Crimson Moon's brows furrowed, but she remained silent. The Holy Sword bears the name Excalibur. Forged by the planet and crystallized within the planet as the last phantasm, reigning supreme among all holy swords. It is a divine construct. Forged by the will of the planet with the assistance of fairies, serving as a defensive mechanism against external threats. Gobta turned his head to look at Crimson Moon, and in his pitch-black eyes, a hint of mockery appeared. And the one who held that holy sword is the chosen Excalibur wielder appointed by the will of the planet, Gaia. Upon hearing that, Crimson Moon's complexion turned even more unpleasant. In fact, the initial purpose of forging this sword was not to target you but to guard against the Velber, which included the slumbering titan within your celestial body, but that doesn't mean this sword won't affect you. Crimson Moon. I knew you spent countless time and effort to lower Gaia's guard against you, allowing you to descend to Earth. For all these years, you've kept a low profile to avoid arousing Gaia's suspicion. After all, if they were to discover your true purpose, your plan might not go smoothly. Crimson Moon couldn't help but take a few steps back, a hint of panic appearing in her golden eyes. Except for facing the Velber in the past, she hadn't felt this kind of anxiety in years. This man, it was as if he could see through all her thoughts. A chill ran up her spine, and Crimson Moon felt as if, right behind her, a pair of black eyes that seemed to see through everything were coldly watching her. Excalibur is chosen by the will of the planet. If you harm her, it's undoubtedly a provocation to the will of the planet. Guess what will happen then? As Gobta spoke, his smile became more cheerful. Crimson Moon's expression was uncertain, and she was starting to reconsider her options. Just as the black-haired man had said, killing the Excalibur wielder here would undoubtedly incur the wrath and retaliation of the will of the planet, Gaia. Though with the fading of the Age of Gods, Gaia's power had significantly diminished, who knew if this timid entity had left any hidden tricks on their sleeve? But she was the ultimate one of the moon. If she were to be frightened away so easily, it would be a severe blow to her pride. For a moment, Crimson Moon hesitated. It seems you don't quite believe what I've said, huh? Gobta smiled. Then let me show you some evidence. He turned to look down into the pit. Lily, release a restraint on Excalibur and choose the restraint of, the enemy must be more powerful than oneself, Tien, restraint of Bedivere in Excalibur Proto. As she heard her teacher's words, Artoria showed a hint of surprise. How did her teacher know there were restraints on Excalibur? But she had grown accustomed to her teacher's peculiarities of knowing everything and didn't dwell on it. So, she nodded slightly without hesitation. All right, teacher, I understand. Artoria turned her gaze to Crimson Moon, her eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. Seal 13 Decision Start. This is a battle against the enemy stronger than oneself. Buzz. Excalibur trembled slightly and a blinding light surged from the blade, releasing a terrifying and vast aura that swept in all directions, distorting the surrounding void. Sensing this power, Crimson Moon's expression changed slightly. Do you understand now, Crimson Moon? This is the ultimate divine construct. Gobta said with a calm smile, his hands behind his back. Because the power of this weapon is too overwhelming for a single individual, the will of the planet has placed various complex restraints on it. It can only be fully unleashed under specific circumstances. Truth be told, even I don't know how powerful this sword will be when all of its restraints are released, but if it's facing an enemy from beyond the planet like you, I should have the privilege of witnessing that scene. So, would you like to try the true power of this weapon, O King of the Moon? Gobta asked with a carefree tone. Chapter 92. On the desolate and broken land, the king of men and the king of vampires locked eyes, the pure black and pure gold gazes colliding as if time itself had come to a standstill. Crimson Moon's gaze flickered slightly, and the crimson moon in the sky emitted a mysterious and majestic aura, causing ripples in the sea of true ether. Gobta had a faint smile on his lips, appearing nonchalant. However, deep within his pitch-black pupils, a heavy burden lay. After an uncertain amount of time, the crimson moon above suddenly ceased all its fluctuations and radiance, hanging in the sky like an ordinary celestial body. For the sake of Gaia, this time, I shall overlook your offenses. Crimson Moon cast a glance at Artoria below and then returned her gaze to Gobta. But I hope you remember, we, celestial bodies, are all like siblings. I am here to protect Earth, so the idea of taking over the will of this planet is baseless. If you continue to meddle in my relationship with Gaia, no matter who stands behind you, I will make you pay. As Gobta gazed into those intense golden eyes fixed upon him, he merely smiled and offered no response. Humph. Crimson Moon snorted coldly and, with a casual gesture into the void, a tall, dark figure stumbled out. Your Majesty, Strout's face was pale, his spirit waning, as he knelt before Crimson Moon. If it weren't for the fact that you've been diligently serving my vessel all this time, you would be on your own. Crimson Moon said coldly toward Strout. With a casual wave of her hand, the two of them gradually disappeared from their original location. As Crimson Moon departed, the oppressive, sky-obscuring clouds began to dissipate, and the Crimson Moon shimmered briefly before vanishing into the sky like an illusion. The radiant sunlight poured onto the vast plains, casting a golden glow upon everything. Feeling the long-lost warmth, Gobta let out a sigh of relief. Who was that just now? Nidhogg's voice carried a strong sense of gravity. From that person, I sensed a presence and power that rivals Odin. She has a much greater background than Odin. Gobta gazed up at the boundless blue sky and explained. She is the king of the moon, the embodiment of the moon's will, an entity known as the Ultimate One. When it comes to ranks, she's at least on par with Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil was the source of life nurtured by Gaia, the foundation of the age of gods in the Norse realms in terms of rank. It could be almost comparable to the legendary primordial goddess, Tiamat. But perhaps to prevent a recurrence of the events involving Tiamat, Gaia did not bestow Yggdrasil with offensive capabilities. As an ultimate one of the moon, if Crimson Moon were to fight Tiamat, it was truly uncertain who would emerge victorious. Yggdrasil, Nidhogg took in a deep breath. You must be out of your mind, daring to provoke such a terrifying being. It's not that I wanted to provoke her, but she's the one who's causing trouble for me first. Gobta shrugged helplessly. By the way, is that Crimson Moon a woman? You called that entity a she? Nidhogg asked curiously. I don't know, but since the vessels she created are all women, I just assumed she's a woman herself. Gobta shrugged his shoulders. In all honesty, Gobta had no intention of provoking Crimson Moon. He had no personal grudge or conflict with her, so why bother stirring up trouble for himself? In a few hundred years, that annoying old geezer who loved pranks and meddling in other people's business would handle Crimson Moon. Why would he need to get involved personally? But the key issue at hand was that Crimson Moon had inexplicably appeared in Britain, and it was clear she had set her sights on Camelot. Gobta had a vague intuition that Crimson Moon's appearance at this moment was no coincidence. With the return of chimeras, the revival of God King Nuada, the alliance of dead apostles and phantasmal species, and the appearance of the Ultimate One of the Moon, the various complex threads of this intricate puzzle were as tangled as a ball of yarn. Gobta was feeling overwhelmed and got a headache, not knowing where to start unraveling the truth of the situation. But he could clearly feel that the true enemy was still lurking in the shadows, silently weaving a vast web. When they revealed their fangs, there would undoubtedly be a ferocious onslaught like a violent storm. I can't continue like this, I need more power and must break through Gwyneir as soon as possible, then unite Camelot, gather all military forces, and focus on the real enemy. Gobta took a deep breath, and a determined look appeared in his pitch-black eyes. You're saying you need power right now, right? Nidhogg spoke eagerly. That's easy, as long as you rescue my body sooner, I promise you'll walk this world with confidence, and anyone who dares to cross you, I guarantee I'll crush them with 1 foot, except for that King of the Moon earlier, of course. Gobta's gaze flickered slightly. Although he knew Nidhogg was saying this to get him to help her escape sooner, there was no doubt that he really needed her power now. Nidhogg was essentially the embodiment of rules, a dragon of despair based on the concept of Ragnarok, and didn't possess any divinity. In other words, even if Nidhogg appeared in the current world, there was no need to worry about being pushed into the reverse side of the world due to the era's rejection. She could freely release her power without any reservations. When the Dragon of Despair, who was said to devour the world, reappeared in this era, except for Crimson Moon, no one could stop her. Even if Nuada reappeared, he wouldn't stand a chance. There were still 3 years before Nidhogg was completely erased. According to the original plan, Gobta intended to wait until the last year to rescue her. The main reason was his concern. Although he had left a suggestion in Nidhogg's mind, it was just a wisp of remnant soul. The extent to which this suggestion would be effective when she returned to her body remained uncertain. So Gobta planned to wait until Nidhogg's strength was at her weakest to minimize the risk. But it seemed that this was no longer possible. The king of the Tuatha De Danann and the ultimate one of the moon had already appeared, and the strength of Gobta was clearly weaker than the opposition. Moreover, the enemy had only revealed the tip of the iceberg, and more powerful enemies were sure to appear in the future. In this situation, the stronger Nidhogg's power, the greater the benefit to him. Spending time together during this period allowed Gobta to understand this dragon lady's personality quite well. Gobta was at least 80% certain that Nidhogg would stand by his side when the time came. With this in mind, Gobta no longer hesitated and nodded. "Alright, once I deal with Camelot's affair, I'll go rescue your body." "Fantastic!" Nidhogg exclaimed cheerfully, no longer caring about maintaining her dignified and noble image. "That's the deal, then, you must not back out when the time comes, or else I'll call you Mom, how about that?" Gobta teased with a mischievous smile. What? Chapter 93. In a dim and gloomy underground space, cold and lonely, as if time itself has stopped flowing, as though one has entered the other side of the world. Dim glimmers became the only source of light in this lightless world. They scattered haphazardly, blinking like fireflies, delicate as fireflies. If there were a proficient mage here, they would probably be trembling with fear right now. They would discover that these points of light were actually magic circles, and their synchronized flickering indicates that they share a connection. In the world of magecraft, this situation is often referred to as greater magic formula, also known as thaumaturgical foundation. Magic formulae were the vein of these magic circles, the foundation that sustains their existence. Any mage knows that the more magic formulas there are, the greater the power of the magecraft. In the distant age of gods, the top-tier magic circle had around 7,000 magic formulae. And at the moment, in this underground space, there were more than 10,000 magic formulae spread throughout. A tall man sat cross-legged on the ground, his white cape draping casually behind him. His expression was calm, eyes closed. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might even mistake him for a statue. Suddenly, his eyelashes quivered slightly and his eyelids slowly lifted. Those were unmistakably inhuman eyes, radiant golden, icy vertical pupils that exerted immense pressure with just a glance. "I thought I told you to not disturb me." Step, step, step. Footsteps echoed crisply in the quiet space as a woman in a white dress emerged from the darkness. Her exquisite features were nearly identical to Altruch's. And her vibrant golden hair cascaded down to her waist, gleaming brightly like a torch in her eyes. Something unexpected happened in Camelot. The golden-haired woman, or rather, Crimson Moon, spoke indifferently. "The dead apostles I dispatched and your phantasmal species have all been annihilated. I recall that this matter should have been left to that vessel of yours to handle, correct?" The man's face remained impassive as he calmly replied. "This matter has nothing to do with her." Crimson Moon shook her head slightly. "It's just that they had the misfortune of running into the new king of Camelot, the one who pulled the sword from the stone." The girl Uther and Merlin hid away. The man's tone held a hint of curiosity, but it quickly returned to its calm state. "But she's just a puppet created and imbued with the belief of the ideal king. I don't see that as a valid excuse. While it might sound somewhat problematic for me to say this, I must say, you shouldn't underestimate that girl." Crimson Moon spoke as her lips curled into a slight smile. "She drew the ultimate weapon forged by the planet and became the chosen Excalibur wielder, by Gaia." "Excalibur wielder," the man muttered softly. "I never thought Merlin would be capable of training such a disciple." "Besides her, Uther's eldest daughter who inherited the power of the island, has also appeared." Crimson Moon's tone was leisurely. "You probably didn't know, but that woman is an incarnation of the primordial fairy. Morgan, right? Just a madwoman. Whether she inherited the power of the island, or is an incarnation of some primordial fairy, she won't amount to much. I recall Nuada being involved in this operation as well, didn't he?" "That's the reason I came to you." Crimson Moon's tone grew somber. "The one who pulled the sword from the stone isn't the girl who is the Excalibur wielder, it's a black-haired and black-eyed man named Gobta. If things go as expected, the god you've resurrected is probably dead by his hand." Rumble. The man's golden vertical pupils suddenly emitted a bright light, like a lightning bolt slicing through the dim and eerie underground space. However, this phenomenon only lasted for a brief moment before returning to calm. The man's chest rose and fell, his breathing becoming slightly heavier. There was a deep anger in his voice as he asked, "Are you saying that the one who pulled the sword from the stone isn't the puppet created by Merlin but someone else?" "That's right," Crimson Moon nodded. "When I arrived and possessed my vessel, I had a confrontation with him." Her voice became more serious. "He's a powerful human, even though I've never seen him before, he easily saw through my identity. I'm not interested in those matters." The man's voice was cold. "Show me what he looks like." Crimson Moon waved her hand, and a projection of a black-haired youth in silver armor appeared out of thin air, bearing a striking resemblance to Gobta. "That is," the man seemed somewhat surprised. He carefully observed the face for a while, then sighed. "So that's how it is, even I was deceived, Uther and Merlin, they truly played a big game." "What have you discovered?" Crimson Moon asked in confusion. "It's nothing, just a little thing," the man shook his head slightly. "Keep going, what's your opinion of this new king?" "I sense many powers in him that don't belong to this world. If my hunch is correct, there may be an outer god behind him, or perhaps he is related to that savior who transcends the world," Crimson Moon said in a low tone. "Savior," the man pondered for a moment. "So you mean our plans might have already been discovered by that person?" "That person is the only one who has reached the end, in the endless universe and infinite time and space, his thoughts are beyond our comprehension." Crimson Moon shook her head slightly. "Although he carries the title of savior, most of the time, he doesn't interfere in worldly matters, the so-called world crises are just minor fluctuations to him. Besides, what we're doing now is far from reaching that level. But he did ascend from humanity, so I can't be sure how he views our actions," the man spoke while narrowing his eyes. "So, what are you suggesting?" "We need to pick up the pace," Crimson Moon said gravely. "If we keep delaying, something unexpected might happen again." The man remained silent for a while and then nodded slightly. "I understand, let's have Kent, Sussex, and Wessex prepare. When winter comes, we'll launch an attack on the south. They've been living comfortably for too long, it's time for them to flex their muscles." "Only 3 kingdoms, I doubt they pose much of a threat to them," Crimson Moon's gaze flickered slightly. "I'm well aware of that," the man said indifferently. "I just want them to buy us some time." "Do you have any other plans?" The man was silent for a moment before saying, "Have you heard about the Dragon of Despair who devours the world?" Chapter 94. Lookenmont. The last rays of the setting sun cast a golden glow over this grand city. Kay paced back and forth along the city walls, often gazing into the distance with a clear look of impatience in his eyes. "Why haven't they returned yet?" Lancelot sighed. "Kay, you really need to calm down, you've been here for days, sleeping no more than 6 hours, at this rate, your body won't hold up." Kay forced a bitter smile. He was well aware of the harm his actions were causing, but whenever he remembered what Merlin had said that day, he couldn't close his eyes, feeling a constant sense of restlessness. That white-haired troublemaker always had a penchant for speaking in half-truths. No matter how much Kay pressed him for answers, Merlin refused to reveal the whole story. "Lancelot is right, Sir Kay," Bedivere chimed in as he ascended the stairs with a tray of steaming food. "According to the agreed-upon time, the war only began yesterday at the earliest. We won't receive any news until tomorrow at the soonest, so even if you stay here, it won't yield any results." "I'm just worried that something unexpected might happen," Kay mumbled. Bedivere grinned and pointed at the distant crater. "With His Majesty's presence, what do you have to worry about?" Kay shook his head and gritted his teeth. "You don't understand, Sir Bedivere, Merlin is the kind of person my teacher used to describe as, loving to watch a good show. He must have seen something to say something like that." "Watching a good show, huh?" Bedivere pondered for a moment and then chuckled. "His Majesty truly understands Lord Merlin's character, but now that you mention it, I haven't seen Lord Merlin in the past few days. He was bothering me about when we could hold another banquet just a while ago." "Humph, that guy knew I'd definitely confront him, so he ran away early," Kay snorted. "If I see him next time, I'll beat him to a pulp before he can even speak." "But you'll need the strength to do that," Bedivere waved his hand dismissively. The servant behind him approached and set the food on the table, bowed slightly, and then departed. "First, eat your meal, afterward, get some rest. I'll personally stay here and inform you as soon as there's any news." "But," Kay hesitated for a moment. "Kay, you really need to rest," Lancelot said earnestly, patting Kay's shoulder. "You can trust Bedivere and me to keep things in order while you rest." "Ha, in that case, I'll leave it to you." Kay finally relented and sat down, beginning to enjoy his meal. As he bit into a piece of roasted wyvern meat, Kay suddenly looked puzzled. "Is this not fully cooked?" Bedivere blinked and tasted a piece himself, his brow furrowing. "It really isn't. I clearly told them to cook it thoroughly. My apologies, Sir Kay, I'll have the kitchen prepare another serving for you." "Nah, no need, it's not that big of a deal anyway." Kay shook his head and speared a piece of the slightly pinkish meat with his fork. He grinned, pointing to the tender pink texture. Actually, I'm more used to this medium-rare style of roast. Before my teacher arrived, we almost always ate meat like this. But my teacher didn't like it. He said that undercooked food can breed bacteria and might even have bugs inside. And it's harmful to our health if consumed regularly. So, we gradually switched to fully cooked ones. Bacteria? What's that? Kay scratched his head in frustration. I can't remember it very well either, but according to my teacher, bacteria are all around us in various places, but they're so tiny that we can't see them. Some bacteria are beneficial, and some are harmful. People get sick because of the harmful ones, but once you recover from an illness, your body builds antibodies. And those bacteria no longer affect you. Well, that's more or less what he meant. Do you guys understand? Do you understand? Lancelot blinked in confusion and asked Bedivere. I've just realized that, besides his strength in battle, His Majesty's wisdom runs quite deep. Bedivere chuckled and gazed at Kay with curiosity. Has His Majesty ever said anything else like this? Yup, and a lot of it. Normally, aside from teaching Lily and me arithmetic, he would share a lot of other knowledge, although most of the time, we didn't quite understand. It always felt impressive. While Kay munched on grilled meat, he recounted the knowledge Gobta had imparted to them. Bedivere and Lancelot stood nearby, listening intently. Suddenly, an excited shout erupted around them. They're back! They're back! The trio first seemed confused, but then they seemed to recall something and, almost instinctively, rushed to the edge of the city wall to gaze into the distance. On the wide, straight road, a knight order of several hundred men slowly appeared at the road's end. The evening sun's fading light cast their shadows on the ground. At the forefront was a black-haired man clad in silver armor. They're back! Did you see, Lancelot? My teacher and my sister, they've all returned. Kay shook Lancelot's shoulder like a man possessed by a crazy ghost, and Lancelot wore a slightly helpless expression on his face. Quick, inform my brother and instruct all the servants to prepare food and hot water. After a brief daze, a recovered Bedivere swiftly issued the orders to a servant nearby. Benedict, upon receiving the news, immediately put down his current affairs without hesitation. He rode directly to the city gate. Is it really His Majesty and his knights who have returned? Benedict asked his younger brother, his expression anxious. Yes, it's indeed them, Bedivere affirmed solemnly. Benedict let out a sigh of relief and then asked, what about casualties? Bedivere hesitated for a moment and replied, I didn't get a close look just now, but it seems the number of knights hasn't changed much. However, the state of their equipment is severely damaged. I can hardly spot anything intact. Benedict's breath caught for a moment, and a pained expression crossed his face. Before their departure, he had provided the 300 knights with the finest equipment from Lukenmont's treasury. It was hard to believe that it all lay in ruins after just one war. But fortunately, Gobta had promised to reward Lukenmont with those 20 wyverns. All things considered, they hadn't suffered a loss. In fact, they'd made a small profit. With that thought, Benedict's mood slightly improved. Chapter 95. Rumble. The massive city gates slowly swung open, and Gobta led the knights as they walked inside. We greet your Majesty. Benedict and the rest knelt on one knee, their heads slightly bowed, showing deep respect. Countless residents of Lukenmont stood in the distance, curiously watching the scene. You may rise, Gobta glanced around and said nonchalantly. Yes, your Majesty. Everyone stood up, exchanging glances with each other. Benedict stepped forward and cautiously asked, Your Majesty, may we inquire about the outcome of this war? I personally led the charge, how could we not have been victorious? A faint smile crossed Gobta's face, and his voice suddenly rose, echoing throughout Lukenmont. In the War of the Great Plains, I led my 300 elite knights, decisively defeated Gwyneir's 20,000 soldiers, killed 4,000, and not a single casualty. We achieved an overwhelming victory. Defeating 20,000, killing 4,000, suffering no casualties, and achieving an overwhelming victory. As the resonant words filled their ears, the eagerly awaiting residents of Lukenmont erupted with jubilation. Oh! In the study of the Duke's residence, Benedict, Kay, Lancelot, and Bedivere stood in a row in front of the desk. Gobta, clad in his silver armor, sat in a chair behind the desk, gently sipping a cup of red tea. Artoria and Lamorak, standing like bodyguards, flanked him on either side, their expressions solemn. Gwyneir had retired to her room early due to exhaustion. Your Majesty, Gwyneir only has a total of 100,000 people. Where did they find these 20,000 soldiers? Did other countries lend them their troops? Bedivere was the first to voice the question that had been troubling him since earlier. Gunna indeed does not have 20,000 soldiers, but if we include all the enemies we encountered this time, it's not entirely wrong to say it's around 20,000. Gobta set down his teacup and smiled. Bedivere and the others exchanged puzzled glances, not fully grasping Gobta's meaning. Sir Lamorak, please explain in detail the events of the war. Yes, Your Majesty. Lamorak stepped forward and described the process of the war in detail. As they heard how Lamorak led 300 knights to scatter Gunna's 8,000 troops with just 2 charges, they all took in sharp breaths, their faces filled with profound amazement. Although they knew this knight order was strong, they had never imagined it could be this powerful. 300 warriors charging down 8,000, the sheer image sent shivers down their spines. Even more astonishing was the fact that they had succeeded. 300 against 8,000, ruthlessly slaughtering their foes. Even the most audacious bards wouldn't dare to weave such an incredible tale. All of them couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. This was indeed a knight order the new king had personally recognized. Benedict even began to envision that after this war, the fame of this knight order would spread throughout all of Britain. He felt a strong sense of fortune. His initial decision to align himself closely with the new king was undoubtedly the right one. Lamorak then recounted what had happened next, and the expressions of the listeners gradually shifted from excitement to bewilderment, and eventually to utter confusion. Chimeras, dead apostles, crimson moon. Kay scratched his head. Sir Lamorak, are you sure you're not telling us myths and legends you've heard somewhere? The other 3 nodded in agreement. Though they all knew Lamorak wasn't one to spin tall tales, what he was saying sounded too unbelievable. Those scenes were clearly something straight out of myth and legend. Suddenly, they all felt an intense sense of impending danger. An invisible surge of energy swept through the room, causing their faces to burn with a fiery pain. Lancelot instinctively drew his sword, Arondite, holding it horizontally in front of him. Fairy letters on the blade emitted a faint watery glow, and his pale purple eyes gleamed with intense vigilance. He had never felt such a terrifying and sharp force, as if anything standing in its path would be mercilessly torn apart. The group's gaze then turned to Gobta, who had an arm that seemed to be crafted from silver material, appearing in his hand without warning. Nuada, the god king of the Tuatha De Danann. Gobta looked at Kay, Benedict, and Bedivere, his tone calm. The possessor of the silver Armergetlam, with the power to tear asunder all, you must have heard of the legend surrounding this weapon with your knowledge, I presume. Gulp. The 3 of them simultaneously swallowed hard, exchanged glances, and saw profound astonishment in each other's eyes. Also, this is. Gobta casually extended his hand, and a golden sword emerged from the void, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura, causing the surrounding space to twist eerily. The golden sword of light and victory, Cleum Solace, you're not strangers to this either. Thud. Kay and Benedict plopped down on the ground, dumbfounded, while even the usually composed Bedivere had vacant eyes and a dazed expression. Artoria sighed quietly to herself. She had anticipated this scene well in advance. Lancelot blinked in confusion, wondering if their reactions were necessary. Their shock tolerance is really low. Gobta shook his head slightly and snapped his fingers. The psychic power of Feng Huang Down spread out, and Kay, Bedivere, and Benedict shivered, instantly regaining their composure. Duke and Bedivere overreacted, which is understandable, but Kay, you've been to Avalon at least. Why did you act so embarrassingly? Gobta remarked. Kay couldn't help but give a wry smile. Could these 2 happenings even be compared? In terms of fame alone, Avalon and Nuada were worlds apart. And they had only gone to Avalon to retrieve Excalibur for Artoria. Yet, on this side, Gobta had directly dealt with the king of the Tuatha De Danann and taken his weapons. If this were to get out, the entire British Isles would be in an uproar. Who was Nuada? He was the god of war in the Irish mythologies, the king of the gods. As long as anyone living in Britain, who hadn't heard of Nuada's legendary feats. Back when the pioneers who established chivalry heard of Nuada's exploits and were inspired by them, they set out on the path of knighthood to become as powerful as the god king. That's why they walked the path of knighthood. Thus, Nuada had always held a lofty position in the hearts of every British knight and was considered their spiritual pillar. The same was true for Kay. However, that pillar had completely crumbled at the hands of his teacher. Chapter 96. Is this really the legendary sword and the silver arm of Nuada? Benedict's voice was incredibly dry, and he had never felt his heart beat so fast. It was as if it might explode at any moment. This was simply unbelievable. The god king who had once been invincible in legend, could he really be brought down from his divine throne by mortals? Why, Your Majesty, Bedivere took a deep breath, his expression serious. Did you personally kill Nuada? Correct, Gobta nodded slightly. But, Bedivere furrowed his brow. In the legend, Nuada was clearly killed by Balor of the Evil Eye. How did he come back to life? On this matter, I already have some speculations, Gobta said calmly as he intertwined his fingers and rested them over his mouth. If my hunch is correct, it seems someone is conspiring to restore the Age of Gods. Restore the Age of Gods. It was like a bomb had detonated in their hearts, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. The reappearance of phantasmal species, the resurrection of a god, all these events can't be simple coincidences. Gobta leaned back in the chair and lightly tapped the armrest, a pensive look in his black eyes. The creatures from the Age of Gods cannot survive in this current era, as the true ether here is too thin to sustain them. And now, with these phantasmal species and a god appearing, it suggests either someone has found a way to make them adapt to this era, or they are providing the environment they need. When I fought Nuada, I noticed that he was still using his own power, proving that he doesn't quite fit in this era, yet he can still freely unleash his full strength. So, this means, Bedivir's face turned slightly pale. Yes, Gobta nodded, looking at the others, and said slowly. This means that in the future, we may encounter more gods. Everyone exchanged shocked glances, clearly deeply affected by this revelation. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that our future enemies might all be gods from those legendary tales? Benedict swallowed hard, the shock from Nuada's resurrection now seemed somewhat overshadowed by the potential return of the Age of Gods. The decline of the Age of Gods is the inevitable course of time's development. Can anyone truly achieve such a thing? Lancelot furrowed his brow. While he grew up in Avalon, he was not entirely ignorant of external matters. Although I find it unbelievable as well, the truth of the matter is already right before our eyes, isn't it? Gobta pointed to the golden sword and the silver arm on the table. But, couldn't this all just be a mere coincidence? Kay forced a stiff smile. Nuada, chimeras, Mountain Giansto deduced the restoration of the Age of Gods from such sparse clues, isn't it a bit too far-fetched? It seems impossible for this era to achieve such a thing, no matter how you look at it. Kay was still unwilling to accept the horrifying speculation of the restoration of the Age of Gods. If it were true, it would not just impact Camelot and Britain but impact the whole world. Gobta turned to look at Kay, his deep black pupils filled with mystery. Although I don't know exactly how all of this came to be, Gobta began, his voice taking on a slightly lower tone. I'm not just spouting wild claims, this is something that is undeniably happening right now. On the way back to Lucanmont, Gobta suddenly remembered something, and it was this very thing that had him thinking that someone was trying to restore the Age of Gods. Gobta still vividly remembered that when he had seized the opportunity to escape the Land of Shadows. His mother had almost trapped him at the exit, and it was right at the moment when he had almost lost all hope that Balor of the Evil Eye suddenly awakened. Back then, Gobta had thought it was a mere coincidence, but now it was clear that someone had intentionally made it happen. Someone was attempting to resurrect Balor, which is why it had suddenly awakened while in the Land of Shadows. The clues to all of this had already emerged from back then. The Land of Shadows was the destination of death, where countless ancient gods and powerful beings were buried. But as long as the gatekeeper remained there, the boundary between life and death would not be broken. Though in legend, Nuada was killed by Balor, for some reason, there was no record of Nuada in the Land of Shadows. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Nuada had been given a chance at resurrection. No one could say for certain whether in the future, gods like Nuada, who were confirmed dead, would not return to the Land of Shadows. In addition to this, there was a bolder speculation in Gobta's mind, but he wasn't ready to voice it yet, fearing it might be too shocking. Remember, when facing the enemy, always be prepared for the worst. Gobta leaned forward slightly, scanning everyone with his gaze and finally fixing it on Kay. Don't harbor any illusions. Kay shivered and lowered his head. Yes, teacher, I was wrong. Gobta nodded slightly and turned to the Duke. Send people to Gwyneir and give them 5 days to surrender and swear allegiance to Camelot. If they exceed the deadline, I will lead the army to cleanse Gwyneir directly. Artoria's face showed a hint of reluctance, and Kay seemed like he wanted to say something, but he suddenly noticed Lamorak looking at him and shook his head slightly. In Artoria's azure eyes, there was a hint of complexity. She hesitated for a moment but ultimately sighed without saying anything. Furthermore, you can send out messengers now to spread the news of the victory on the Great Plains. Remember, spread it as far as possible, Gobta continued. Yes, Your Majesty. Benedict readily agreed, his heart filled with excitement he could hardly contain. After this battle, Gobta's throne was as stable as a rock, and as a member of the court, the House of Lucan's status was sure to rise. Gobta had completely put the matter of the Age of Gods behind him. At this moment, the tangible benefits right in front of him were all that mattered. Besides, even if the Age of Gods were to truly return. So what? Even if the heavens fell, there would be someone tall enough to hold them up. Since he had already killed the legendary god of war from Irish mythology, it would be no problem to kill a few more gods if needed. Gobta stood up, his black eyes sweeping across the people present, and began to speak solemnly. I no longer have the time to continue wrestling with those hidden rats. What we are about to face may be the final and most powerful counterattack from the Age of Gods. Our enemy is very powerful, hailing from the myths and legends, therefore, I must swiftly unite all and prepare for war, no matter what means we must employ, I will spare no effort. This is a very difficult path, and our endeavors will determine its ultimate destination. My compatriots, do you have the confidence to walk this path with me together? Except for Lancelot, everyone else immediately knelt on one knee, hand over their hearts, and echoed in unison. Your will is my mission. Chapter 97. When everyone left the study, Gobta sat back down and leaned against the chair. Now that everyone's gone, don't you plan to come out? After a moment of silence, a familiar voice responded. My, it seems my feeble little trick can't escape the watchful eyes of your majesty. Pink flower petals fell from the void, and Merlin's figure materialized, wearing a carefree smile on his face. No amount of flattery can change my urge to punch you in the face, Gobta responded nonchalantly. Ahem. Ahem. I think it's best not to do that. If a handsome face like mine gets injured, it would be a loss for the whole world. Whatever, I've heard from Kay that you knew in advance about my encounter with Altrouge and Nuada. Gobta inquired. Since it's the new king's first battle, it has to be grand and have some excitement. If it ended too easily, it would be rather dull, wouldn't it? Merlin answered with a shrug and then cleared his throat, mimicking the tone of a poet, as he recited. Upon yon firmament, kings of men and gods did clash their swords, like thunder's wrath they strode. Monsters from an ancient time, in ravenous might, obscured the sun with menacing, dire spite. Guided by a monarch's hand, mortals bold raised swords with valor and faith untold. Banished the malevolent, crimson moon. Brought forth the light of victory's sweet boon. Whether it was due to practice or natural talent, Merlin's recitation of that poetry had an unexpectedly dramatic effect, especially with his deliberately lowered tone and interspersed Old English phrases, creating an epic and heroic atmosphere. When it comes to knights who have returned from the brink of death, this battle, like a myth, is the true glory they deserve. Merlin's expression turned serious as if he were a charismatic leader fighting for his cause. Gobta glanced at Merlin without expression. Do you think excuses like that will make me spare you? Merlin's expression instantly dropped, as if he were a conman who just realized he was trying to deceive a police officer. What do you want, your majesty? You're not really planning to hit me like before, are you? Kay told me he intends to give you a good beating the next time he sees you, so I thought I'd give him the opportunity for the first round. Gobta's tone remained calm. He casually raised his hand, and Clayam Solace and Ergetlam rose from the table, hovering in the air. This time, as compensation for your mistakes, put a few restraints on these two weapons for me. Merlin's eyes shifted slightly, and he wore a knowing smile. It seems your majesty has no intention of using these weapons yourself. I don't need weapons like these, Gobta shook his head. I'll leave them to someone who needs them more. While Clayam Solace and Ergetlam were undoubtedly excellent weapons, with at least rank noble phantasms, they held little appeal for him. The divine key itself was the pinnacle of weaponry, rivaling even the likes of Excalibur as the ultimate divine construct. Currently, Gobta had 3 divine keys on him, with more awaiting him in the future, making the acquisition of other weapons unnecessary. The Caliban was carried as a symbol of kingship, but in actual intense combat, he seldom had an opportunity to use it. Ayahaha, your majesty, you're surprisingly generous to give away even these legendary weapons. Merlin chuckled helplessly and extended his hand. Clayam Solace and Ergetlam floated slowly to his side. But since it's your majesty's command, I'll obediently comply. There's one more thing, Gobta fixed his gaze on Merlin. Tell me, who is the culprit attempting to restore the Age of Gods? With those words, the study fell into an eerie silence. After what seemed like an eternity, a smile suddenly appeared on Merlin's face. Actually, your majesty has known the answer to that question long ago, haven't you? Gobta continued to watch Merlin, saying nothing. All right, I understand what you mean. Merlin shook his head helplessly and pointed to his eyes. Just as you suspected, I can't see the true identity of the one trying to restore the Age of Gods at present. Upon hearing that, Gobta fell silent for a moment, then he opened his mouth and uttered 2 words. Vortigern. Merlin smiled without saying a word. Gobta let out a slow breath, leaning back in his chair and massaging his forehead. A complex look appeared in his pitch-black eyes. In fact, when he first realized that someone wanted to restore the Age of Gods, the first person who came to his mind was the vile king, Vortigern. Throughout all of Britain, perhaps no one desired the return of the Age of Gods more than this white dragon, for he couldn't accept the inevitable demise of Britain's future. But Uther had accepted it willingly, believing that the world's future should belong to humanity. This ideological conflict ultimately led to Vortigern's betrayal of Camelot. As Merlin mentioned in the past, he couldn't see the North situation starting from 10 years ago. This implied that in Britain, the only person capable of evading Merlin's clairvoyance was Vortigern. And now, Merlin had admitted that he couldn't see the true identity of the individual trying to restore the Age of Gods, making it almost painfully clear that it was indeed Vortigern. Now I finally understand why those people have set their sights on Camelot. Gobta shook his head slightly. So, Vortigern has been scheming for all these years, all for the restoration of the Age of Gods. Without any surprises, that should be the case from the start, right? Merlin said with a smile. But how did he do it? Gobta furrowed his brow. Reviving the phantasmal species from the Age of Gods, resurrecting Nuada who is a god, how did he achieve all of this on his own? Even with Crimson Moon's help, it seems impossible. Behind Vortigern, there was undoubtedly another hidden force assisting him in accomplishing all of this. If Gobta couldn't figure out this hidden force, he might be at a big disadvantage in the future. Gobta stroked his chin, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. It seems we need to find a way to make him reveal something. Chapter 98. As night fell, the indigo sky hung like a deep sapphire inverted over the earth. And the scattered brilliance of countless stars resembled fine grains of sand strewn across an endless canopy, casting a mesmerizing glow that mirrored the myriad lights below. In front of the grand and imposing castle, armor-clad guards stood steadfastly at their posts, their appearance diligent and meticulous. Yet, the empty look in their eyes revealed that their thoughts had long drifted elsewhere. It was not entirely their fault, for this was the castle of the vile king, Vortigern. Since the great battle 15 years ago, no outsiders had breached these walls. Furthermore, the alliance of southern kingdoms was now trapped behind Hadrian's wall, making it nearly impossible for anyone to infiltrate this fortress, even if their heads were on the line. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, a shadow as dark as the night itself was suspended high above them, blending seamlessly with the evening sky, its gaze fixed on their location. After confirming something, the dark figure made a move, descending silently towards the ground, aided by the cover of night. Just as it was about to approach, a faint crimson glow suddenly flickered on the castle's roof. Whoosh! The sound was quieter than the wind, swifter than an arrow, and in an instant, a red beam pierced through the dark figure's forehead. Crack! The dark figure abruptly froze in place, its body cracking like shattered glass, and a scarlet radiance seeped through the cracks before dissipating like smoke. On the castle's roof, Crimson Moon, dressed in a flowing white dress, retracted her finger, her smooth brows slightly furrowing. Resolved? Vortigern asked calmly, seated high on the throne, gently swaying a glass of red wine, his golden vertical pupils revealing an icy silence. Just a decoy, Crimson Moon shook her head lightly. Is that so? Vortigern raised his cup to his lips and drained its contents. It seems someone has grown suspicious of me. Could it be that new king? Crimson Moon squinted. Who else could it be besides him? Vortigern curved a faint, almost imperceptible smile. This young man is quite decisive. Once he caught wind of something, he didn't hesitate to strike. In terms of audacity, he far surpasses Uther and Merlin. If only he had been born 20 years earlier, perhaps Britain would have undergone a dramatic transformation by now. Clang! The exquisite wine glass traced a graceful arc in midair, shattering into countless sparkling shards. Vortigern's white cloak vanished into the dark corner, leaving only a lingering resonance. It's a pity, he was still a step too slow. In the backyard of the Duke of Lukenmont's residence, Gobta slowly opened his eyes, and his pitch-black gaze revealed an indescribable depth. Found out, huh, Gobta mumbled to himself, with a hint of resignation on his face. Although he had prepared for failure, Gobta still felt a bit disheartened at this moment. However, he hadn't come away empty-handed. From the last surge of power, he had sensed the presence of Crimson Moon. At least this could confirm that the person associated with the Crimson Moon was indeed Vortigern, the one who had been hiding in the shadows, manipulating the restoration of the Age of Gods, and whom people had believed to be dead for over a decade. Trading this valuable information for the creation of a doppelganger powered by Rune and Fenghuang Down didn't seem like too much of a loss. Gobta shook his head ever so slightly, tilted his teacup, and downed its contents. In the grand hall of the Duke's residence behind him, the lights shone brightly, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Faint echoes of rousing music and the Duke's hearty laughter could be heard, even from several hundred meters away. Looks like they're having a blast. A faint smile played on Gobta's lips. After all, this was a victory Camelot had waited for 15 long years, and the excitement, no matter how excessive, was entirely understandable. To put it plainly, these past few days in Lukenmont had descended into madness. The streets were filled with celebrators day and night. People organized spontaneous celebrations. And the taverns served free drinks. Any hopeful young man had the opportunity to confess his love to the girl of his dreams, with a success rate exceeding 70%. Especially when the Duke had boldly announced that from now on, Lukenmont's taxes would be reduced by half, thanks to Gobta agreeing to allocate Gunna's most prosperous piece of land to the House of Lucan. Because of this significant gain, the Duke had emptied his coffers without hesitation, hosting an unprecedented grand banquet. He also promised Gobta that he would find better equipment to outfit his knights. A bit greedy, but reasonably wise, bold, with a sense of knowing when to advance and retreat, and willing to make sacrifices, there's some logic in choosing him as the Duke. Gobta muttered to himself, then suddenly heard distinct footsteps approaching. He turned around to see a tall figure emerging from the darkness. Gwyneir. Gobta's face displayed a hint of confusion. What brings you out here? Gwyneir, at this moment, didn't appear as timid as usual but carried a subtle air of pride. She wore an elegant black dress, resembling a queen of the night as she walked gracefully. She gazed at Gobta, her pale golden eyes showing a hint of complexity, and her sensuous lips parted to form clear words. I am not Gwyneir. Gobta's expression stiffened unnoticeably and his eyes flickered slightly. Don't play such tricks, who else could you be but Gwyneir? I know today is a day worth celebrating, but your jests are a bit too crude. If you have the time, I suggest you seek advice from Merlin on the art of pranks. You know, he's the expert at such things. After he spoke like that with a casual tone, he glanced at the night sky. As if he had suddenly remembered something, he continued. By the way, I need to head back soon, or else Lily will come looking for me. You know she's a worrywart, so, let's call it a day. Hopefully, your prank skills get better next time. With that, Gobta turned to head towards the main hall. Thud. 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 A few dark spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, blocking his path. Are you sure you want to keep pretending to be clueless like this? Gwyneir walked up to Gobta, and their eyes, pale golden and pitch black, met just a mere 10 centimeters apart. I said, I'm not Gwyneir, I am Morgan Le Fay Pendragon. Chapter 99. Inside the Duke's residence, the brilliant lights illuminated the grand hall, making it as bright as daylight. The aroma of delicious food filled every corner, and aged wines were scattered around. Over 100 people had gathered here, shedding their formalities to fully enjoy this rare banquet. After devouring a plate of grilled meat, Artoria patted her satisfied stomach and glanced at the empty seat at the head of the table, her azure eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Teacher seems to be taking quite a long time in the backyard. Artoria muttered under her breath. After a moment's thought, she stood up, planning to check on her teacher. But at that moment, a familiar figure suddenly blocked her path. Merlin. Artoria raised an eyebrow, tilting her head in puzzlement. What's happened to you? Merlin touched the bruise on his face and sighed with some resignation. What else could it be? I got a beating from your charming brother. Artoria looked over at Kay, who was grinning with pride. She felt a twinge of sympathy after all. Merlin was an important person to her. Despite his problematic personality, he had played an irreplaceable role in her growth. To her, Merlin was both a mentor and a father figure. She hesitated for a moment before asking, does it hurt? Merlin wiped away a tear at the corner of his eye and sighed. Well, it's not that painful, but these scars do affect my handsomeness. Luckily, I asked the Duke, and he mentioned that the mansion's infirmary has some ointment to remove scars. Can you do me a favor and get it for me, Lily? But I wanted to check on teacher in the backyard first. Artoria felt torn. It's okay, let me handle that. Merlin patted his chest, wearing a look of, trust me. All right, then, Artoria nodded and headed toward the exit of the hall. Watching Artoria's retreating figure, Merlin's lips curled slightly. He turned his gaze toward the backyard and muttered softly, I sacrificed my own handsomeness to give you this opportunity, so you better not disappoint me, Morgan. Swish. The faint breeze brushed in, carrying the peculiar chill of early autumn. On one side was a brilliantly lit and lively hall, while on the other was a dim and desolate garden, just a wall apart but seemingly in two different worlds. A fairy-like and extremely beautiful face was within arm's reach. A cool and unique fragrance subtly wafted through the air. Pale golden eyes sparkled like gemstones, filled with an irresistible charisma. Gobta's throat rumbled almost imperceptibly, and he forced a slightly uncomfortable smile on his face. Gwyneir, your jokes have gone too far. Didn't you tell me before that you and Morgan were sisters? Gwyneir is a character I read about in storybooks when I was a child. She was a beautiful and wise princess, deeply cherished by her father, King Leodegrance. No matter what she wished for, even if it were the stars in the sky, King Leodegrance would find a way to get it for her. Morgan spoke calmly while gazing at the dark sky. During that time, my father, King Uther, had recently passed away, and Ferguson's power was on the rise. Ambitious nobles aimed to meddle in political matters by trying to control me. I felt too insecure at that point, longing for my father to return and shield me. In such circumstances, I unwittingly stepped into the shoes of that princess, which gave birth to the personality known as Gwyneir. But that beautiful vision was never realized. In the daily despair and misery, I suddenly awakened another personality, or rather, identity, the evil fairy Morgan, who had been separated from the primordial fairy. From then on, this body bore two distinct personalities: the ruthless and cold-blooded Camelot crown princess, Morgan le Fay Pendragon, and the timid and feeble Gwyneir, who was always immersed in her own world. Morgan spoke with a calm tone as if she were discussing something unrelated to herself. Gobta opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. "Don't think about trying to argue your way out of this, Gobta." Morgan locked eyes with him. "Do you really think I haven't figured out the truth about that red feather?" Upon hearing that, Gobta finally sighed in resignation. He could no longer keep it a secret. As Morgan had said, he had known the truth about Gwyneir and Morgan being the same person for a long time. When Gwyneir had expressed the desire to accompany him on his journey, he had returned the earring with the counter-tracking magecraft to her ear to prevent Morgan from catching up. To ensure Gwyneir wouldn't get lost again, he also placed a piece of his own consciousness with Fenghuang down into her mind. Originally, it was meant for tracking purposes, but he had accidentally discovered this hidden secret. "Okay, I admit it, I've known about this long ago," Gobta reluctantly admitted, raising his hands up. Upon hearing his confession, Morgan was furious. "If you've known for so long, why didn't you expose me? Do you enjoy watching me make a fool of myself that much? Everyone knows you've been eyeing the throne for a long time, and I didn't know what your true intentions were. What if I had exposed you, and you decided to fight me to death? After all, you're the legitimate heir to the late king. I couldn't have harmed you, and it would have only complicated things. It was better to keep this secret." Gobta spoke with a calm tone while shrugging his shoulders. In truth, this was only one part of the reason. The other reason was the delicate nature of his true origin, which made him choose to go along with this ruse. But Gobta hadn't expected Morgan to reveal everything at this moment. After hearing his reasoning, her expression became slightly more complex, and she sighed lightly. "All right, I admit you have a point. I can also be honest with you. The reason I've been secretly observing you from the shadows is because I wanted to confirm if you could truly be the king Camelot needs." In fact, Morgan had known about Artoria's existence for a long time. But as a fellow sister, she couldn't accept the fact that Artoria, who was also a female, had been designated as the successor by her father. If a female could become the successor for the throne, Morgan believed that she was the more suitable candidate if qualifications were taken into account, especially since she was the one who had inherited the power of the island from her father. Morgan had seen firsthand the darkness and complexity of the upper society, and she knew that Artoria, a young girl who had spent over a decade in the countryside, would be ill-prepared to handle the political games of those old foxes. However, Morgan's encounter with Gobta made her suddenly realize that this young man with black hair and eyes as dark as the night might have the potential to be Camelot's rightful king. To further confirm if he could be a competent king, she had concealed herself and observed him secretly with the personality of Gwyneir. Chapter 100. "So, why are you confessing your true identity to me? Is this your way of giving me an ultimatum?" Gobta asked with a wry smile. Morgan fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, and her expression became solemn. "Gobta, you are indeed a natural-born king. You possess all the virtues needed to be a king, and even I have to admit that. If my late father had chosen you as the heir, I wouldn't have any objections. We all know that Camelot is facing a great crisis right now, and even I can't find any hope of breaking through this dire situation. But if it's you, you might be able to lead Camelot out of this crisis. I, Morgan le Fay Pendragon, as the crown princess of Camelot, the ruler of Orkney, and the inheritor of the power of the island, hereby withdraw from the competition for the throne and pledge my allegiance to you." Morgan knelt on one knee, bowed her head slightly, and placed her hand on her chest, taking the posture of swearing loyalty. Gobta's mouth hung slightly open, and his eyes showed a hint of confusion and shock. When Morgan confessed her identity, he had considered 1,000 possibilities, but he never expected things to develop this way. Everyone in Camelot knew that this crown princess had always coveted the throne, and she was a very ambitious woman. Kay had even made a nasty oath: "If she willingly gives up the throne, I'll personally hand my head over to you as a chamber pot." That was enough to prove how deeply rooted the impression of Morgan was in the hearts of the people. Gobta had never really paid much attention to those nobles. He considered their methods to be childish and not worth mentioning. But dealing with Morgan was a headache for him. After all, Morgan was also the child of the late king and his sister by blood. Both publicly and privately, he didn't want to have a terrible relationship with her. From a more practical perspective, if Gobta wanted to establish the Knights of the Round Table in the future, he couldn't do it without Morgan's support. Persuading her was indeed a necessary task. Gobta had racked his brain and tried various methods, but none had a foolproof guarantee. But he never expected that she would voluntarily give up the throne and pledge allegiance to him. For a moment, he even doubted if he had some sort of kingly aura in him which caused her to kneel before him. However, Gobta quickly dismissed that idea. If he had such an aura, he wouldn't have been stopped by the guards at the city gate of Lucanmont before. Things on my end are almost resolved. Morgan stood up, her pale golden eyes fixed on Gobta. Now, it's your turn. My turn? What? I once had people investigate your background, but we didn't find any useful clues in the end. I don't know how you managed to pull Caliban despite Merlin's seals, but I won't pursue these matters anymore, Morgan said calmly. Once we return to Camelot, I'll find the right moment to announce to everyone that you're actually my younger brother, the crown prince who was sent by our father to Merlin for secret training. Gobta's eyes widened instantly, and his expression became rather peculiar. Don't look so unwilling, I'm doing this for your own good. Morgan's eyebrows furrowed as she watched his expression. I know you have a high reputation right now. And your chances of ascending to the throne are big. But you must not underestimate the loyalty of those ministers and nobles to my late father. Especially Ferguson, he's known for his unwavering loyalty to my father. Without this identity, he'd never willingly acknowledge you and give up his power. But as long as Merlin and I both confirm it, your status as the king will be firmly established, and this one vulnerability will be eliminated. Gobta displayed a subtle expression of contemplation, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. I understand. I will use all my power to help you secure the throne, but there's one thing you must promise me. Morgan stared at him intently. After some thought, Gobta responded, you can count on me, as long as it's within my capabilities. Morgan's radiant face suddenly took on a rosy hue, and she took a deep breath before saying. I want you to have a baby with me. PFTT. Merlin, who was sitting in the inner hall, suddenly sprayed all the wine he had in his mouth, startling Bedivere next to him. What's wrong, Lord Merlin? Is there something wrong with this wine? And no, it's nothing. Merlin waved his hand and had a bright smile on his face. This is the best wine I've ever had. As Morgan's words fell, Gobta felt as though countless bolts of lightning had struck him on the head, leaving him dumbfounded. I'm willing to acknowledge you as the king because, on one hand, you have the ability, and on the other hand, the current state of Camelot is not optimistic and hopeless, and only you can solve this problem. Although Morgan tried to suppress her emotions, her voice inevitably trembled. But the next king of Camelot, in other words, your successor, must hail from and have the blood of the Pendragon. That's my final line. Morgan's previous statement had almost scared Gobta out of his wits, but it wasn't until now, with her complete explanation, that he breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding that, you don't need to worry, I've already promised Lily that I'll give the throne back to her once she's mature enough. You're going to give up the throne to her? Now it was Morgan's turn to be dumbfounded. Gobta nodded without hesitation. To be honest, the throne isn't that attractive to me. The reason why I pulled Caliban, on one hand, it's for some reason that most people might not understand. And on the other, I can't bear to see Lily carrying such a heavy responsibility alone with her current capability. But I've made that promise in front of Lily, Merlin, Kay, and Sir Ector, you can ask any of them. Morgan was so furious that her whole body trembled, her face turning pale and then red. She pointed her trembling finger at the black-haired man in front of her. Gobta, you idiot. Leaving behind those words with gritted teeth, the princess stormed off in anger, her tall figure quickly disappearing into the darkness. Watching Morgan's retreating figure, Gobta let out a soft sigh. Chapter 101. The day after the banquet, Bedivere and Kay, who were in the midst of training, suddenly received a command from Gobta to see him in the study. Not knowing what was going on, they hurriedly made their way to the study. Teacher, did you summon us for something? Kay asked. Gobta, who had been gazing at the portrait of Uther on the wall, turned around and casually waved his hand, summoning the golden sword, Clayam Solace, and the silver arm, Ergetlam, into existence. Bedivere and Kay were taken aback, sensing that the power of these two weapons had weakened since the first time they had seen them. I had Merlin place restraints on these two weapons. Gobta said in a calm tone as he glanced at the two of them. From now on, these weapons belong to both of you. Bedivere and Kay were left dumbfounded. These are the weapons of the god King Nuada. Kay's mouth twitched slightly. Are you really giving them to us, teacher? Your Majesty, please reconsider your decision, these weapons are too precious, and I do not deserve them. Bedivere's heart was filled with anxiety. Among all those who followed Gobta, he was one of the latest, and he hadn't achieved any notable feats yet. Accepting these weapons would weigh heavily on his conscience. Useful things are most effective when they are in the hands of the most suitable individuals. Gobta's tone remained unchanged. I believe that you both are the most suitable owners for these two weapons. Indescribable excitement welled up within them. Bedivere and Kay exchanged a glance and knelt on the ground together, resolutely stating, "We solemnly swear that we will uphold the will of your majesty." Gobta nodded slightly and pushed forward. Ergitlam automatically flew to Bedivere's vacant right hand, while Clayam's solace dispersed into countless particles of light, merging into Kay's body. At that moment of connection, Ergitlam emitted a sharp, intense silver glow, and Bedivere appeared to be enduring considerable pain while gritting his teeth and sweating profusely. Kay's body displayed a faint golden aura, and his expression also showed signs of pain, although he seemed to be handling it better than Bedivere. Gobta stood with folded arms, calmly observing the scene. This was the necessary challenge to earn the recognition of the divine constructs, and it was also a trial for Bedivere and Kay, so Gobta would not intervene. Click. The study door suddenly opened, and Benedict walked in, looking at the fallen Bedivere and Kay with a slight bewilderment. "Did I come at an inopportune moment? Is there something you need?" Gobta turned to him. "I've received a response from Gunna." "Oh." The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots on the wide corridor. Gobta strolled slowly, listening to the Duke's narrative. Honestly, even Gobta hadn't expected that so much would happen in Gunna in just a few days. After the news of the defeat in the Great Plains reached Gunna, the king of Gunna was determined not to give up. He continued to assure everyone that they had reinforcements and supporters behind them. But before he could finish speaking, the crown prince drew his sword and beheaded his own father. He knelt on the ground, holding the king's lifeless body, sobbing uncontrollably. He claimed that his father had been manipulated and that the king was just a puppet of someone. If he was allowed to act freely, Gunna would be doomed. The dutiful son then revealed his plan to offer his father's head to Camelot and pledge allegiance. This way, Gunna might have a chance to survive. Seeing this, the nobles of Gunna realized that even the king had been killed by his own son. As loyal subjects, they had no choice but to obey. But unexpectedly, Gunna's general arrived at that moment. He was a staunch loyalist to the king, and he went berserk upon witnessing the scene. He unsheathed his sword and cut the crown prince into pieces. Since the nobles present at the time agreed with the crown prince's plan, the general saw them as traitors and went on a rampage, sparing no one. It's safe to say that the general lived up to his reputation. After the bloodbath, Gunna's nobles were decimated. It was said that the general placed the king's body on the throne, knelt before it, and impaled himself with his own sword. Facing two massive blows in quick succession, Gunna was left without leaders, soldiers, or a functioning government. The whole country was in chaos, and the people were in turmoil. In the end, the surviving nobles, led by the king's eldest daughter, negotiated with Gobta's envoys and accepted all their terms. This meant that from now on, there would be no more Gunna in this land. Quest 3, within 1 year, destroy the kingdom of Gunna completed. Quest reward, the 10th divine key, Shenyuan sword. New quest detected. Quest 4, go to Camelot, complete the coronation ceremony, and gain the support of at least 60% of the ministers. Quest reward, 11th divine key, Oath of Judah. Quest 5, rescue Nidhogg's true body within 3 years. Quest reward, 9th divine key, Star of Eden. Finally, it's in my hands. Gobta sighed with relief as he felt the connection with Shenyuan's sword. I'll leave the arrangements for Gunna to you. If you're uncertain about anything, you can consult with Merlin. If neither of you can make a decision, then come find me. Gobta spoke briefly toward the Duke and quickly made his way to his room. Benedict was overwhelmed with excitement as the king's level of trust in him was astonishing. He had been entrusted with such an important task. Such courage to trust him without hesitation truly befitted the chosen king of Camelot. Don't worry, your majesty. I will not disappoint your trust. Gobta didn't hear the Duke's exclamation at all. He had no interest in Gunna's affairs. It was a waste of time and energy. There were more important matters at hand. As soon as he returned to his room, Gobta closed the door and eagerly summoned the divine key he had just obtained. Ripples appeared in the void, and an ancient-looking golden sword materialized. Elaborate patterns were engraved on it, exuding an air of power and nobility. Crafted with the core of the 10th Herrscher of Legion, who possessed the most versatile power. The 10th divine key, the key of domination, Chuan Yuan sword. Chapter 102. Hey, where did this sword come from? I've never seen you use it before. Nidhogg's voice resounded inside his mind as she asked with a puzzled expression. Fallen from the sky. Gobta replied casually, reaching out to grasp the hilt of the Shenyuan sword. The golden sword suddenly emitted a faint, ethereal glow. After a moment, the light dissipated, replaced by a crimson gold spear. The spear looked nearly identical to Gibalg in terms of length and shape, except for the addition of some stylish golden patterns on the shaft and a gold-colored spearhead that gave it a touch of luxury, making it quite stunning. Is this like a premium skin? Gobta mumbled to himself, then casually swung the spear. To his surprise, it felt even better in his hand than Gibalg. This was the unique characteristic of the 10th divine key. It automatically transformed into the most suitable form for its host, whether it was a sword, a spear, or even a missile. Gobta infused magical energy into the crimson gold spear, causing the shaft to erupt in blazing flames, so intense that it distorted the air. After a while, the flames gradually subsided, replaced by wisps of icy blue frost emanating from the spear, rapidly covering the ground beneath Gobta with a layer of chilling frost. This was the second ability of the divine key, the power to control elements like flames, frost, thunder, or wind. It could rival even some of the divine keys in its mastery of elemental powers. If divided into the level of noble phantasms, this 10th divine key would be somewhere between B to A. However, it all depended on the harmony between the host and the divine key. The higher the harmony, the greater the potential. As the main host, Gobta had the highest level of harmony with the divine key. Furthermore, he noticed that despite the name Shenyuan sword, it didn't receive any mythological correction from this world. It remained just a divine key. It was clear that this Shenyuan sword was not the same as the famous one from legends. Is this all it can do? Nidhogg scoffed. I thought a shape-shifting weapon would be more impressive, is this it? She had witnessed Gobta's use of the abyss flower, and compared to the lance with the power of life and death, this weapon seemed merely decorative. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly, Gobta said, a slight smile curving his lips. The real miracle is yet to come. He held the divine key with both hands and slowly pulled it apart. In a hazy, faint light, he ended up with two identical crimson gold spears in his hands. Nidhogg was left dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Gobta experimented once again, confirming that the power of these two divine keys was identical and not weakened compared to the single spear he had before. Exactly as I thought. Gobta couldn't contain his smile. This was the third ability of the divine key, infinite replication. Due to being forged from the core of the Hershers of Legion, the divine key possessed the ability to infinitely replicate itself, with each copy possessing the same power. This was the primary reason he valued this divine key so much. One A-rank noble phantasm might not be fearsome, but what about thousands of them? With this divine key, he could truly build an invincible army. And this army would be the key to defeating Vortigern and unifying Britain. Looking at the door in front of him, Gobta's face revealed a hint of hesitation and conflict. After a moment, he finally raised his hand and gently knocked. Knock. Knock. Moments later, the door slowly opened inward, and a tall figure in a black dress stood behind it. Upon seeing the visitor, a faint trace of panic appeared in her pale golden eyes. Why are you here? Her voice was soft and timid, leaving no doubt that the person standing in front of Gobta was not Morgan, but Gwyneir. Morgan and Gwyneir were different personalities of the same soul. What one experienced, the other could clearly feel. Therefore, Gwyneir knew all about what had happened last night. Recalling Morgan's words, "I want you to have a baby with me," Gwyneir was feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could just disappear on the spot. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Gobta smiled lightly and gently as if nothing had happened at all. Oh, I'm sorry, please come in." Gwyneir stepped aside to make way, and Gobta walked in. The room was simple in its decoration, with hardly any extravagant items to be seen. On the table were various alchemical apparatuses and magic books filled with symbols. The air was thick with magical energy, and one could faintly sense the fluctuations of magic circles. It was evident that Morgan had transformed this room into a magic workshop. Although it appeared calm on the surface, who knew how much terrifying magecraft was hidden behind the scenes? But, what's the deal with that pink bed and the large teddy bear on it? Noticing Gobta's peculiar gaze, Gwyneir followed his gaze, her face turning bright red in an instant, from her delicate cheeks to her crystal-clear earlobes and slender neck. She quickly stood in front of him, her expression flustered. It's not what you think, I. Gwyneir's eyes were spinning, her head seemed to be emitting steam, and her speech was incoherent and increasingly anxious. Finally, she bit her lip and closed her eyes. Suddenly, her aura changed, and as her pale golden eyes slowly opened, they were filled with the elegance and haughtiness of a queen. Gobta watched this scene in silence, completely unprepared for Gwyneir to be so shy that she hid away. Morgan, who felt she had been betrayed by Gwyneir, was trembling with anger and wanted nothing more than to drag Gwyneir out and give her a good spanking. She took a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure. You should understand that these things have nothing to do with me. Of course, I know, Gobta nodded slightly. But weren't you sleeping in this bed last night? Buzz. Several magic circles suddenly lit up on the walls, and a terrifying surge of magical energy caused the air to tremble slightly, giving off a highly dangerous aura. Morgan's face revealed a hint of a friendly smile. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said earlier, could you please repeat it? A few drops of cold sweat rolled down Gobta's forehead as he forced a smile. It's nothing, I just thought your magic workshop here is impressive, I wanted to ask if you have the time to teach me some magecraft knowledge. Humph, I don't think I'm qualified to instruct someone who can master primordial rune. Morgan snorted and waved her hand, gradually restoring the room to its calm state. I'm not kidding, really. Gobta shook his head helplessly. I came to find you because I wanted to learn more about magecraft from you. Chapter 103. In the world of Naciverse, magecraft encompasses a wide variety of types, such as duel magecraft, reinforcement magecraft, projection magecraft, and many more. Each of these magecraft types has its own unique power and emphasis. However, when it comes to ranking them among the top tier, rune magecraft undoubtedly holds a significant place. Created by the Norse chief god Odin, rune almost comprehensively covers all the characteristics needed for magecraft, whether used in combat or as support. It can yield quite remarkable results. However, one of the fundamental characteristics of magecraft is the principle of equivalent exchange. The more potent the magecraft, the more challenging it is to learn. This is especially evident in rune. Even the simplest rune requires at least 30 years of study for an average mage to fully understand and master it, provided they have sufficient resources. As for the primordial rune, these have already pushed the boundaries of magecraft and are on the verge of true magic, which lies beyond the established rules. Throughout history, numerous mages with exceptional talents couldn't even touch the threshold of primordial runes. Even among gods and wise elves with unparalleled wisdom, very few can master the primordial rune. Hence, the requirement for talent in handling the primordial rune is exceedingly strict. Gobta's ability to master the primordial rune in just 16 years is a testament to his astonishing talent in magecraft. If he were to dedicate himself exclusively to magecraft and forsake all else, he might even become a contender for a top-tier mage. Due to his extraordinary talent, Scathach as his mentor, skipped the foundational stage of teaching and introduced him directly to rune. Once he had a good grasp of rune, he delved into primordial rune. This is somewhat akin to a mathematical prodigy delving into calculus right away without bothering with basic arithmetic. However, this led to a situation where, despite his proficiency in powerful magecraft, his knowledge of the fundamentals was virtually non-existent. It's what one might call too much talent, too little groundwork. Though I understand your point. Morgan listened to Gobta's explanation with a headache, rubbing her temples and sighing. I still can't help but wish you'd disappear from my sight right now. This guy is just here to show off. She exclaimed inwardly with irritation. Gobta grinned sheepishly and quickly said, So, you understand now, I'm really struggling with magecraft, so I came to ask for your help. Why didn't you go to Merlin then? Morgan said irritably. Because Merlin said his situation is not much different from mine. She remained silent with one of her eyebrows twitching. Morgan took a deep breath and calmly asked, You better speak quickly before I can't resist starting the magecraft of my magic workshop and turning this place into rubble. A shiver ran down Gobta's spine as he immediately said, I want to know if you can teach ordinary people to control magical energy. Teach ordinary people to control magical energy? Morgan furrowed her brow. What are you planning? I intend to equip my knights with a weapon that can only unleash its true power through magical energy, but I have absolutely no knowledge in this area. Gobta spoke with a resigned tone and spread his hands in helplessness. In the setting of Honkai Impact, the key of domination was originally used to control elemental powers with the Honkai energy. However, when he got hold of it, it started responding to magical energy instead. This change also affected the other divine keys he had, which now responded to magical energy as well. This was likely a result of the system's adjustments when the divine keys arrived in this world. But whether it was Honkai energy or magical energy, these were not things that ordinary people could access. Gobta conducted a round of tests for his knights and found that only a handful had the gift to wield magical energy. Weapons that require magical energy to wield, you mean mystic codes? Morgan asked, puzzled. Gobta thought for a moment and nodded, yeah, you can think of it that way. You mean to give each of your knights a mystic code? Morgan's mouth twitched. Where did you get so many of them? Gunna gave them to me. Gunna? Morgan raised an eyebrow, looking perplexed. Does Gwyneir have that many magic weapons? Are they that rich? Ahem, let's not worry about where these magic weapons came from, just help me figure out a solution. Morgan pondered, pacing around the room, then walked up to the desk, opened a book, and examined it closely. But it seemed she didn't find what she was looking for, as she quickly put it down and moved to the bookshelf. She started taking down books one by one, looking through their contents, then dropped them on the floor in disappointment. Not this one either. Soon, all the books from the shelf were scattered on the floor, and her face remained filled with confusion. Weird, where did I put that notebook? Morgan extended her finger and wrote rune, space in the air, and a black hole materialized. She pushed her upper body into it, rummaging around inside. Ding ding. Clatter clatter. Clang clang. Plop plop. Listening to the various odd sounds coming from inside the black hole, Gupta's mouth twitched slightly. Initially, he was curious about what she had hidden in that space storage, but now he had completely given up the idea of snooping around. His intuition told him that the reason she didn't toss those things out as she did earlier might be that she didn't want him to see them. Ah, found it. After a while, Morgan finally stood up, holding a slightly yellowed notebook in her hand. She flipped open the notebook, examined it closely, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is it. Have you found a solution? Gupta approached and saw a finely detailed human anatomical diagram in the notebook, with red lines resembling blood vessels, which he assumed represented magic circuits. These are magic circuits. Pseudonerves unique to mages that mainly function to generate magical energy and connect to the thaumaturgical foundation imprinted on the world. This is the foundation for becoming a mage, and without magic circuits, one cannot become a mage. Magic circuits are innate organs and won't naturally appear or increase after birth. While there are methods for transplantation, the success rate is extremely low. However, I found another way for normal people to have magic circuits. Morgan turned the notebook to the back, still featuring the intricate human anatomical diagram, but this time with additional blue lines overlaid on the original red ones. Chapter 104. These are the artificial magic circuits I created after researching over 1,000 magic circuits. Morgan explained calmly as she pointed at the notebook's content. The main concept is to attach an external neural tissue layer to the body's surface through specific techniques. With these tissues, even ordinary people can generate magical energy like mages and perform magecraft, achieving the same effects as regular magic circuits. Why have I never heard of this before? Gupta was somewhat amazed. Magic circuits are the foundation of becoming a mage, the crucial distinction between mages and ordinary people. This hidden knowledge has likely deterred many from pursuing the path of magecraft. However, Morgan had actually managed to create the artificial magic circuits that could replace the regular magic circuits. Which was a groundbreaking discovery from the world of magecraft's perspective, nearly on par with Newton's discovery of universal gravity. In all honesty, once this invention became known, the entire world of magecraft would shake with excitement. It might even disrupt the fundamental rules of the current world. So, Gupta found it strange that, given Morgan's invention of these artificial magic circuits, there had been no hint or rumor of it until now. Because these artificial magic circuits are flawed in many ways, and what I said before was just a concept after all. Morgan sighed and extended 4 fingers. First, this thing requires a connection with the host's mind, and the whole process is excruciatingly painful. To give you an idea, it's like cracking your head open with a stone and inserting needles into your brain, and during this process, the host must remain conscious. Otherwise, even if the artificial magic circuits are successfully inscribed, they won't function due to a failed connection. I once conducted this experiment on 50 death row inmates, and only 2 of them made it to the end. Gupta's throat subtly moved as he listened to Morgan's description. Just hearing it sent shivers down his spine. Second, these external neural tissues would amplify the host's perception to an unimaginable extent. Even a faint insect's chirp would sound like a dragon's roar to them. In such a state, almost no host can survive for more than half a year. Third, these artificial magic circuits cannot connect to the thaumaturgical foundation. This means they can only generate and output magical energy but cannot perform magecraft. Fourth, these artificial magic circuits can't connect with regular magic circuits. In other words, using them to expand your magic circuits is simply impossible. These 4 points are the main defects of my artificial magic circuits. Besides, this invention has many other minor inconveniences, such as the host's altered mental state, making them easily irritable and impulsive. Many times, they can't control their lusts. I tried various methods to improve them, but in the end, none of them worked, so I eventually gave up on this technology. Are you researching magecraft, or is this a form of torture? Gupta's mouth twitched slightly as he quipped. As Morgan heard his words, she shot him an annoyed look. Do you think I'm an all-powerful god who can simply obtain anything I desire? I've already done quite well with just my own abilities. All new things evolve through a process of trial and error. This is such a simple principle, don't you understand it? Ahaha, you're right, I apologize for my remark, Gupta chuckled, then, gazing at the densely packed notes and annotations in the notebook. He contemplated for a moment and asked. Is there really no way to improve it further? By myself, there truly isn't, but maybe, if we work together, there might be a glimmer of hope, Morgan snorted. After all, you are a genius, aren't you? Cough. Cough. Gupta cleared his throat forcefully a couple of times, pretending not to hear her final statement, and spoke earnestly. In that case, we shouldn't waste any time, let's get started right away. For the sake of the experiment, Gupta acquired a mansion on the city outskirts from the Duke. In the following 2 weeks, he and Morgan spent most of their time at the mansion, working on improving the artificial magic circuits. During this period, the Duke's subordinates traveled throughout most of Camelot, spreading the news of Gwyneir's demise to various villages, towns, and cities. In fact, more than 2 months ago, the knights who had participated in the king's selection ceremony had already spread the events in Tintagel. People were naturally furious at the Prince of Gwyneir's actions and deeply inspired by the Black Knight, who had become the new king and declared war on Gwyneir. However, they still felt somewhat uncertain, fearing that this war might not end well. Little did they know that the new king's actions would be so swift. Just 2 months had passed, and he had already fulfilled his initial promise, defeating Gwyneir in a single decisive battle. Especially when they heard that the new king had only mobilized 300 knights to scatter Gwyneir's 20,000-strong army, they trembled with excitement. This is the true king that Camelot needs. The prophecy of the great mage Merlin has come true, the chosen king of Camelot has indeed appeared. With such a king to lead this country, we no longer have to worry about the invasion of the Anglo-Saxons into our homeland. As the news of his deeds spread rapidly, Gupta's popularity among the commoners skyrocketed, even some nobles put aside their initial disdain and began to feel a deep reverence for the new king. In just half a month, the entire country was in a frenzy, and almost everyone was praising the great achievements of the chosen king. Somewhere in Camelot, in an elegant and refined study, an elderly man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles stood by a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the magnificent city. So, he has truly defeated Gwyneir. The old man's tone was calm, showing no emotional fluctuations. According to the intelligence we've received, it is indeed the case. A knight clad in armor knelt on the ground, speaking respectfully toward the old man. 300 knights against 8,000 soldiers, the old man sighed softly. This new king is truly beyond ordinary. The old man turned around and returned to his desk, opening a letter sent secretly from Lucamont. As he read the contents, his brow furrowed even more. Dead apostles, chimeras, a deep valley that seems to have been created by a tremendous force. The complexities of this war were even more complex than he had imagined. In fact, ever since Gwyneir accepted the challenge, he had this vague sense that the war could take an unexpected twist, and it turned out to be true. It seemed that he had been too conservative. This world has truly descended into chaos. The old man muttered solemnly while gazing at the sky through the window. Chapter 105. This world has truly descended into chaos. The old man muttered solemnly while gazing at the sky through the window. The knight hesitated for a long time and couldn't help but ask. My lord, do we really have to continue targeting the new king? Ferguson fell silent, and a hint of complexity flickered in his brown eyes. He knew the reason behind the question. Before this, he had received a letter from Lucamont, describing the new king's actions in the face of the monster horde. With just one strike, hundreds of chimeras and mountain giants were annihilated in an instant, leaving only a crater big enough to fill an entire lake. Such terrifying power was almost reaching the realm of the gods. Even Ferguson himself hadn't anticipated that the new king possessed such ridiculous strength. Furthermore, the new king now commanded a group of knights who could take on 100 foes single-handedly and were even a match for the phantasmal species from the Age of Gods. Adding to his accomplishments in exterminating Gwyneir, the new king was already well known and respected among the people, and his reputation was approaching the peak of King Uther's time. Reputation, military, power. The new king had everything now, and no one could stop him. They had all underestimated this new king. He was not just some rural youth to be toyed with, he was a dragon. The chosen king, Ferguson muttered softly, and he suddenly had doubts. Had Merlin only made that prophecy to align with King Uther's plan? Has this incubus actually foreseen something with his clairvoyance? Ferguson's eyes sparkled with an uncertain light, and after a long while, he slowly shook his head. We don't need to rush for now, I'm sure some people out there are even more troubled by this new king than we are, let's see how they react first. The knight was taken aback. My lord, are you suggesting Camelot has been without a king for 15 years. The arrival of this new king is bound to affect certain people's interests. Some have already taken action, while others are observing from the shadows. However, what has happened recently has undoubtedly shaken them to their core. Let's observe the choices made by these people, and then we'll decide our next move. Ferguson realized that he alone was insufficient to confront the new king. He needed more allies. Among the noble factions whose interests were touched by the new king, they would be the most suitable allies. After all, they all shared a common enemy. However, he knew all too well the cunning nature of nobles. If he placed all his hopes in these self-serving individuals, he might end up not even knowing how he died. So, he needed to watch and observe for a while longer, to determine who could be trusted allies and who were deceitful traitors. But even if it came down to him standing alone, he would not give up the fight. Even if it meant a final, desperate struggle, he would not let this country fall into the hands of outsiders. Because it was the last mission that King Uther had entrusted to him on his deathbed. During the past 2 weeks, Gobta and Morgan had been staying at the mansion on the outskirts, working on improving the artificial magic circuits. Though Gobta had prepared beforehand, he only realized how complex and troublesome the task was once they got their hands on it. Throughout the process, they kept encountering issues and making continuous improvements, essentially living in the workshop for nearly 20 hours a day, reaching the point of neglecting their basic needs. Because the efficiency of the previous circuit created by Morgan was abysmally low, they decided to start from scratch and designed an entirely new artificial magic circuit based on rune. To mitigate the side effects of the artificial magic circuits, they added a switch to it and configured it at different power levels to reduce the strain on the host. As for Morgan's fixation on thaumaturgical foundation connections and the idea of expanding magic circuits, Gobta heartlessly discarded them, as all he wanted was a device that could generate magical energy. Since he had informed everyone in advance, aside from the servants delivering their daily meals, no one else came to disturb them. However, Artoria and the rest were still confused, not understanding what these two had been up to in the mansion for the past half-month. In a spacious and well-lit workshop, a puppet, similar in size to a human, lay on an examination table. Its upper body was covered in intricate, light green lines that resembled blood vessels. 34th round of testing, commence. Phase 1, activate the reaction test. Buzz. With a slight humming sound, as if a switch had been flipped, the light green lines on the puppet's upper body lit up one after another. Phase 1, reaction test, normal. Phase 2, magical energy response test. The magic circle on the examination table activated, gathering the power of true ether. The light green lines suddenly emitted a strong light, and a noticeable surge of magical energy radiated from them. Magical energy generation time, 0.01 seconds, efficiency at 87, normal. Phase 3, sensory response test. Standing nearby, Gobta skillfully integrated a piece of Feng Huang down infused with his own consciousness into the puppet. After carefully observing for a moment, he furrowed his brows. Under normal power, sensory acuity increased threefold, normal, mental burden increased twofold, normal, emotional fluctuation index increased by 12, exceeding the warning threshold by 2. Morgan nodded and recorded the data. Originally, she had intended to conduct the third test using live samples, but Gobta vehemently disagreed, so they ended up using this method. Next, they tested the results produced by the artificial magic circuits at different power levels and recorded all the data. It wasn't until 2 hours later that this round of experiments was finally completed. Gobta looked at the experimental data in Morgan's hands, and his brow furrowed slightly. It's still not quite there. The side effects of these artificial magic circuits are too extreme. At 200 power, sensitivity increases 15-fold, and the mental burden increases 10-fold. Even someone like Lamorak probably can't last more than 30 seconds in this state. But the efficiency of magical energy generation has increased to 5 times that of regular magic circuits. Just based on that, I think it's already quite impressive, Morgan said in a calm tone. Equivalent exchange is the basic law of magecraft. If you want to obtain powerful powers, you naturally have to pay a corresponding price. I just feel like the cost is too high, Gobta rubbed his temples. You're the most greedy man I've ever met, Morgan looked exasperated inside. Being able to transform the artificial magic circuits into their current state in just half a month was already incredible in her eyes, yet this man was still not satisfied. Gobta contemplated for a while and said, maybe we can consider not directly connecting the artificial magic circuits and the host's mind but adding a buffer zone in between to reduce the mental impact on the host. Morgan furrowed her eyebrows. But that way, the artificial magic circuits won't be able to receive the host's commands in real time, and the responsiveness will be greatly delayed. Then we can change the way the artificial magic circuits receive commands. Gobta's eyes suddenly lit up as he seemed to have thought of something. Previously. We set it up for the host to regulate the output power of the artificial magic circuits themselves. But now, we can preset the power, and during actual combat, the host only needs a simple command. And the artificial magic circuits can adjust to the corresponding power on their own. This way, we don't have to worry about responsiveness. Morgan thought carefully for a while and was surprised to find that this approach seemed to be feasible. It was just a simple power setting, and with the functionality of the rune, it was entirely possible to achieve this. How can you even come up with a solution like this? What kind of brain do you have? Over the past half-month, Gobta had come up with countless unconventional ideas. And while most of them sounded incredibly far-fetched, the practical results were quite impressive. Even the idea of using rune to construct the artificial magic circuits was initially his suggestion. This left Morgan feeling quite frustrated. Clearly, she was the pioneer in this field, yet she found herself being overtaken in terms of understanding by someone else. Was this the difference between a genius and a genius among geniuses? Annoying, she was really annoyed. Of course, Gobta had no idea what Morgan was thinking at that moment. Seeing victory on the horizon once again, he was entirely focused on the experiments and couldn't wait to get started. Wait! Morgan suddenly interrupted his actions. Let's stop here for now, we're running out of time. What? Gobta looked at Morgan with confusion. It will be the coronation ceremony in half a month, and we should start preparing to return to Camelot, remember? Morgan spoke calmly as she crossed her hands below her soft bosom. Coronation ceremony, Gobta's eyes widened, and he gave a bitter smile, tapping his forehead. Shoot, thank goodness you reminded me, I almost forgot. Let's leave the experiments for when we get back to Camelot, we already have a direction to follow, so we can just complete it step by step, Morgan suggested. Gobta nodded, surveyed the workshop, and suddenly sighed. I've been here for over half a month, I suddenly feel like I don't want to leave. You can hand over the throne to me then, so you can stay here forever, Morgan pursed her lips. Even though you said you would crown me as king earlier, now you're already thinking about seizing power and overthrowing me, your change of heart is too quick, Gobta teased her with a smirk. I did say I would crown you, Morgan said with a hint of irony. But the condition is that you have to have a baby with me. Gobta was instantly silent. Chapter 106. After the experimental data had been collected and organized, Gobta and Morgan returned to the Duke's residence together. Artoria and the rest breathed a sigh of relief as they saw them return. They had feared that the two of them had completely forgotten about the coronation ceremony, and they were even on the verge of rushing into the mansion to find them. Over the past half-month, they had completed all the necessary preparations. After a day of rest, the following morning, the group was ready to embark on the journey to Camelot. The residents of Lucanmont had been waiting by the roadside since early morning. As they saw the new king's departure, they erupted into enthusiastic cheers. King Arthur! King Arthur! Gobta rode a magnificent and imposing horse at the forefront of the group, wearing a gentle smile on his face. He waved at the crowd, inciting even more fervent cheers. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a hint of emotion. He remembered when he had first arrived in Lucanmont, accompanied only by Lancelot, Artoria, and Merlin. There was no regal air about him at the time, and they had even been blocked by the city guards at the gates. Now, as he was leaving, not only did he have a 300-strong knight escort, but even the entire city's residents had come to bid him farewell. Although he had expected this scene, the contrast between then and now couldn't help but make him feel nostalgic. Artoria followed behind her teacher, her azure eyes revealing a hint of envy. This scene reminded her of the time when they had left Tintagel. Now, it was repeating once more, and her teacher looked more regal than before. This only solidified her conviction that her teacher was the rightful king suited for Camelot. Morgan hadn't expected Gobta's popularity to reach such heights. As she gazed at the figure in the silver armor ahead, her expression appeared somewhat complex. This only strengthened her resolve to have a child with him. With genes as exceptional as his, it would be a tremendous loss not to have them in the House of Pendragon. Lancelot had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. As he listened to the deafening cheers around him, he felt a profound sense of awe and an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. In fact, he wasn't entirely unfamiliar with this feeling. When Bedivere had sworn allegiance to Gobta, a similar sensation had arisen within him. Witnessing Gobta's golden sword touch Bedivere's shoulder 3 times, his heart pulsed in rhythm. At this moment, that feeling had grown even more vivid and intense. Recalling the teachings of his mother and his experiences of these past few months, Lancelot realized that this feeling could be described as longing. But, what exactly was he longing for? Lancelot's gaze unconsciously shifted to the figure at the forefront. The morning sunlight bathed the figure clad in silver armor and the brilliant brightness sparkled like a constellation. At that moment it felt as if time itself had come to a halt, leaving only that dazzling figure imprinted deep in his lavender eyes. After leaving Lucanmont, Gobta led the group on the road to Camelot. To everyone's surprise, whenever they entered a town, the local residents spontaneously organized themselves into welcoming parties along the roadsides as if they had been waiting there for a long time. Some even offered them local specialties, and wealthy merchants went out of their way to present valuable treasures. Although Gobta had anticipated such a situation, he hadn't expected the people of Camelot to be so excited about his victory in the war. In addition to the commoners, even the arrogant nobles, who just 2 months ago had looked down on him as a mere upstart who had pulled the sword from the stone by sheer luck, set aside their pride, and personally greeted him with respect. As Gobta had previously stated, to awe these arrogant nobles, he needed to display a power strong enough to completely overwhelm them. In fact, from the very first day they left Lucanmont, countless pairs of eyes had been watching his group from the shadows. The victory in the War of the Great Plains had made it abundantly clear to everyone just how fearsome the new king was. They were well aware that when he set foot in Camelot, the kingdom would undergo a profound transformation. At that point, their individual choices would determine their future in this nation. Some people still observed from the shadows, while others had already made their decisions. After marching continuously for 5 days, Gobta's group unexpectedly encountered an army. "That's the Griffin banner of the House of Milford," Bedivere exclaimed, immediately recognizing the origin of this army upon seeing the flag fluttering in the wind. Gobta squinted slightly at the emblem of the griffin totem engraved on the billowing flag. "Your Majesty, as soon as you give the word, we can charge at any time," Lamorak said earnestly without fear and hesitation. "No need to be so tense, Sir Lamorak." Gobta shook his head, a subtle, knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Sometimes, what stands before you may not necessarily be an enemy." As if to affirm his words, a man with fiery red hair from the opposing army suddenly rode towards them on horseback. When he was about 10 meters away, the man dismounted, walked up to Gobta, and knelt down on one knee with a respectful tone. "Knight Tristan, on behalf of the Duke of Cornwall, await your Majesty's permission to escort you to Camelot." Gobta tilted his head, observing the legendary Knight of Lamentation before him. Just as the stories depicted, this knight who had faced various misfortunes from birth indeed possessed handsome features and a melancholic disposition. He appeared nothing like a typical knight but more like a sensitive poet. However, anyone underestimating him for this would likely pay a heavy price. Even among the knights of the Round Table, Tristan was one of the most powerful in terms of strength. Yet, due to the constant trials he had faced, his perspective on everything was perpetually pessimistic, always considering the worst-case scenario. This attitude, albeit unspoken, subtly influenced those around him. "The king does not understand the hearts of men." That was the phrase that had once cast a shadow over Artoria's life, originating from the lips of this Knight of Lamentation.